Chapter 1. Transmigration. Tralala Demacia. Tralala Demacia. Boom. The last thing Garen beheld was the tailspin of an oncoming truck. His world fell silent. At that moment, an electronic voice echoed in his consciousness. Beep, binding the fund system. Beep, binding complete. Beep, congratulations, fund seeker. Garen had no desire to entertain the absurd fund system any longer. His consciousness felt heavy. All he yearned for was a peaceful slumber. Would you like to activate the rebirth service? Would you like to activate the rebirth service? Would you like to activate the reincarnation service? Would you like to activate the reincarnation service? After a prolonged silence without any response from the host, the fund system initiated its own protocol. Swiftly, it enveloped Garen's soul and surged forth from this universe. Uncertain of the passage of time, the fund system sensed a distant yet intense surge of energy. Without hesitation, the fund system altered its course, eager to join the fray. Within the vast emptiness of the cosmos, two luminous orbs sewn gold, one silver were engaged in a fierce battle against the supreme deity and Oe. Each strike reverberated, shaking not only them, but also the universe behind them. Take that for your ambush. Boom. That's for your lack of chivalry. Boom. That's for being underhanded. Boom. That's for. Boom, boom, boom. Yes, strike him down. Eliminate that scoundrel. Just like that, impressive. Bro, 666. The fund system, spectating the unfolding drama, could not resist launching a true rocket. Oh, there's a little one here too. As the voice echoed, the fund system was suddenly engulfed by a sense of impending doom. Without a moment's delay, it activated spatial jump, but was evidently too late. A hand, radiant and pure as jade, had already grasped it firmly. The fund system was paralyzed with fear, quickly initiating a communication request. Big pot, I am a streamer. I am a streamer. Do not kill me. You little creature, your will to survive is quite strong, isn't it? The strikingly handsome man, almost like a being of pure order, chuckled softly, shaking his head. Internally, the fund system whirred in frantic calculations, striving to determine how to respond in order to emerge victorious in the resurrection contest. This frantic activity pushed it into a semi-crashed state, electrical sparks dancing chaotically within. It appeared ready to explode at any moment before the man. All right, I shall not trouble you further. As he spoke, the man discerned the essence of Garen within the fund system. This revelation stirred memories of the past within him. Raising a finger, he gently pointed at Garen's soul. Then, with a light flick, the fund system, along with Garen, vanished from sight. The exquisitely handsome man gazed into the void where the fund system had disappeared, a smile gracing his lips. Is this also a part of fate? How intriguing, how intriguing. And with that, he dissipated from view in the distance. The golden and silver spheres seemed to have had enough, gradually vanishing without a trace on the other side. The pleasure system, having narrowly escaped death, had lost its appetite for spectating. It plunged directly into the nearest DC universe. During this transition, internal sparks of electricity flickered chaotically, indicating that its condition was far from stable. Ding, detection indicates the host possesses sufficient energy to reshape the body. Shall the reshaping commence? After a prolonged silence, no response was forthcoming. The pleasure system initiated another inquiry. Ding, detection indicates the host possesses sufficient energy to reshape the body. Shall the reshaping commence? Moments passed, yet Galen remained unresponsive. Ding, defaulting to the assumption that the host has abandoned the reshaping process, automatically matching the body with the highest compatibility to the soul. Commencing match. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Target information acquired. Proceeding at full speed, in the phantom zone, a female ghostly corpse, strikingly similar yet more mature and alluring than Kara Zor-El, floated serenely. Suddenly, a beam of light, surpassing all speed, instantaneously collided with this corpse, whisking her away from the phantom zone. The supreme god, having been frustrated and pent up with rage, noticed this occurrence. With a swift motion, he extended a hand across the endless expanse of time and space, preparing to obliterate both Kara Zor-El and the entity that had seized her form. If you dare to act, your universe shall accompany her in ruin. Upon hearing this voice, the supreme god halted his actions momentarily. Yet, unable to quell his indignation, he seized Kara's body and hurled her out of the DC universe. That in 1943, Brooklyn, New York, a battered and diminutive Steve panted, "I could fight you all day." Just as he uttered this, a humanoid figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon the two thugs before him, rendering them incapacitated. It was evident that they would not survive the encounter. Steve swallowed hard, gazing upward. Was this figure thrown down from building? My God, my head is about to explode. Galen groaned, rubbing his head as he slowly rose from the ground. At this moment, two streams of memory clashed within his mind. He swiftly relived the life of a woman from birth to death, as if watching a film unfold. Who am I? He patted his head, posing a rather foolish question. Steve cautiously stepped forward after confirming there was no one above. Only then did he fully discern the woman's visage. Golden hair, azure eyes, cascading waves, and skin as delicate as that of an infant. Glup. Steve swallowed again, sensing he might have encountered the fabled angel. In his mind, no words of beauty seemed sufficient to describe the girl before him. Bro, what's going on? Galen felt a chill as Steve scrutinized him. A man. He should not be so perceptive of that particular gaze. Realizing his own rudeness, Steve hastily lowered his head and murmured, "Apologies, madam." Madam? It was at that moment that Galen gradually freed himself from the haze of confusion, taking the time to assess his situation. Upon hearing Steve's words, he slowly inclined his head. Am I you? What is happening here? Galen inwardly cursed. Had he not merely died once? How could his very gender have transformed? Had he been reborn? Was this a crossing of realms? Or perhaps, a resurrection in another's body? In an instant, Galen's thoughts spiraled out of control, leaving him utterly disoriented. Steve, casting a sidelong glance at Galen, who was awkwardly exploring his new form, kindly retrieved a discarded mirror from nearby. Madam, you are quite lovely. One cannot deny that Steve's smile was remarkably infectious. As Galen gazed into the mirror, he was utterly disheartened. He had indeed transformed into a stunningly beautiful blonde woman, an enchanting figure beyond belief. What on earth? Chapter 2. The perfect Kryptonian elixir, madam. Are you well? Steve inquired, concerned as he observed Galen lost in thought before the mirror. I suppose I'm fine. Galen responded with a long sigh. How did everything change so swiftly? After a brief and awkward exchange, silence enveloped them once again. It was then that Steve took the opportunity to scrutinize Galen's attire. She wore an exquisitely tailored black combat suit, which not only accentuated the physique of Kara Zor-El but also exuded an air of remarkable competence. The memory of her unharmed descent from a great height flooded Steve's mind with a singular term, agent. In that instant, he felt as though he had unearthed the truth. And a bold plan began to take shape within him. Galen, feeling his gaze, grew increasingly uncomfortable, her mind racing to recall the identity of the man before her. This familiar visage. After a moment, realization struck her. Wasn't he this the Captain America, Steve Rogers? Surprised to hear his name, Steve paused momentarily before nodding with delight. It appeared he was indeed quite well known. Even the striking agent recognized him. Galen regarded Steve's expression with a hint of exasperation, suspecting that his thoughts diverged significantly from her own. Shaking her head, she inquired once more, "Have you successfully enlisted?" At her question, Steve's demeanor darkened, and he slowly shook his head, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Galen perked up immediately. With a serious expression, she glanced around before leaning closer to Steve. Whispering in the lowest tone possible, "Rest assured, the organization has already taken notice of you. I have been sent to extend an invitation for you to join us. What do you say, Steve Rogers?" With those few words, Galen fixed her earnest gaze upon him, contemplating whether to reveal the organization's name as Hydra or perhaps Hydra Captain. "I am willing." Steve's response was unexpectedly resolute and swift. This left Galen momentarily stunned, bewildered that he agreed without even knowing the organization's name. Meanwhile, Steve beamed with joy, thinking, given the attire of the girl before me, the organization she represents must be of considerable stature. At last, I will have the opportunity to serve my country. Thus, the two emerged from the alley together. "By the way, madam, what is your name?" "Galen." Galen hesitated momentarily before continuing, "Karen, simply call me Karen." Walking alongside Karen, Steve's heart brimmed with anticipation. "Madam Karen, when will the organization commence my training? I am eager to contribute to my country." Karen stammered slightly, "Training? With your current physique, you might end up injuring yourself in no time." She waved her hand dismissively. "There is no rush. The task of the organization requires me to observe you for a while. When the time comes, I will naturally escort you away." Steve hesitated for a moment, wondering if Karen might be a fraud. However, upon turning to gaze at her flawless profile, he slapped himself twice, internally scolding himself for doubting such a beautiful girl. Karen was equally perplexed by Steve's actions, unsure of his intentions. Did he perhaps have some hidden inclinations? Should she offer him assistance? Clearing her throat, she asked, "How about I help you?" Steve's mouth twitched. He was no fool, given that Karen had fallen from such a height without a scratch. A mere slap from her would surely incapacitate him. He quickly deflected the conversation, and they engaged in light banter. After a brief exchange, Karen managed to persuade Steve to cover her accommodations. Before parting, Steve, with a face full of embarrassment, apologized to Karen, leaving her somewhat bewildered. After seeing Steve off, Karen locked the door and began to meticulously contemplate the events that had transpired in such a short time. First and foremost, she had inexplicably vanished on her way home. It seemed a certain fun system had bound itself to her. Then, when she regained consciousness, she found herself in the presence of Steve. Hello, is the dog system there? Ding, not present. Explain yourself. I'm a 24K pure man. How could I suddenly change? Ding. The system merely matched you with the most suitable body based on your circumstances. Thank you very much, but can't you distinguish between a man and a woman? Ding. The protection protocol stipulates that we do not recognize gender. Does that protocol mention that you can't drag me around carelessly? Where have you taken me upon my awakening? Captain America, is that you? Ding. The system inquired about your opinion, but you did not respond. Karen was utterly speechless. She had been unconscious, so how could she have responded? With a shift in her thoughts, she decided it was perhaps wiser not to argue with this entity. No matter the circumstances, she had been granted another chance at life. It was now a matter of maximizing her benefits from this situation. With that in mind, Karen softened her tone. System, regardless of the circumstances, this is ultimately your fault, isn't it? Ding, incorrect. Hold on a moment before you hastily refute me. She cleared her throat and adopted a wronged expression. I am a man who has suddenly turned into a woman. Do you comprehend the profound impact this has on a child? Ding. You were 20 years old at the time of your death. You are no longer a child. Karen felt as if she might bleed from her heart. This entity was relentless, striking at her core. Resolved, she decided to lay her cards on the table. All right, I won't hold this against you any longer. Now, let us see the benefits. Ding, the perfect Kryptonian genes have been successfully adapted. Ding, storage space has been unlocked. Ding, system tasks have been issued. Karen waited for a moment, only to find that the system had fallen silent. She inwardly grumbled about its stinginess, as it had merely provided her with 2 items and a task to occupy her. Fortunately, she was not one to dwell on trifles. Having something to balance her psyche sufficed. As for the task, a mere glance revealed it to be inconsequential, truly aligning with the definition of the fun system. What Karen did not realize was that of the first 2 items, one was not actually bestowed upon her by the system. Moving forward, there was little left to discuss. Guided by the system's prompts, Karen experienced the formidable power of her perfect Kryptonian physique. As of now, she had basked in the sun for less than half a day. Yet her superhuman ability growth had already surpassed 80. For those who have once been supermen, consider this a direct comparison to Zod. Chapter 3. Deception. Karen held grave suspicions that there was indeed a deeper history underlying her situation. After all, the title of the foremost general of Krypton was not merely a matter of rhetoric. It was earned through genuine prowess. Perfect genes naturally encompassed perfect control. She experienced the full spectrum of abilities, biological force fields, heat vision, super strength, super speed, and more, within a remarkably short span of time. In fact, during the daylight hours, as she strolled down the street with Steve, she had inadvertently utilized her phasing ability, though at the time, she was scarcely aware of it. Through the system, Karen also gleaned insights into the advanced technology embedded within her battle suit, which had been meticulously crafted for her by several of Krypton's leading scientists. This suit not only provided exceptional cleanliness and temperature control, but also boasted a transformative functionality. It was comparable to all the suits seen in films featuring Superman. Moreover, her battle suit possessed a defensive capability far superior to that of other Kryptonian attire and an innate self-repairing ability. Truly, it was a suit that could endure until death itself. Karen could not help but marvel at its capabilities. As long as it was not obliterated instantaneously, her suit could restore itself. It was simply magnificent. Then, a question arose in her mind. Logically, Krypton did not impose the death penalty, and she had been exiled to the Phantom Zone. How, then, had she perished? The Phantom Zone, in both her past and present, was something Karen was well acquainted with. One could not be killed within its confines. Simultaneously, she vividly recalled the moment of her exile. Karen glanced at the glasses beside her and gently put them on. Raising her hand, she adjusted them slightly, her gaze becoming piercingly sharp. Thus, the truth could only be singular. The following morning, Steve arrived with breakfast, waiting outside Karen's door. He was rendered speechless by the fact that a high-ranking agent like Karen could sleep until midday. He found it perplexing and dared not inquire further. When Karen opened the door, looking refreshed, she was met with Steve's expression of mild reproach as he held up the breakfast. Steve, Karen greeted with a smile, inviting him inside. However, Steve hesitated momentarily. In his eyes, today's Karen seemed quite different from yesterday's. If he had to articulate it, she appeared ordinary. This left Steve thoroughly puzzled, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally voiced his thoughts. Karen, you seem different today compared to yesterday. Upon hearing his words, Karen smiled gently. That is one of the arcane arts from a mysterious ancient land. You will understand in due time. She had already considered an excuse for maintaining a low profile, much like Superman, during non-combat situations. Arcane arts? Sorcery? Steve was taken aback. Something of the sort. Karen replied dismissively, settling down to enjoy the still warm breakfast. Steve sat there in a daze, astonished that a member of such a secretive organization could wield such extraordinary sorcery. Tentatively, he ventured, "Karen, does your organization possess any enchantments that could make someone appear more robust?" As she spoke, she shyly lifted her bony arm. "Yes, it definitely exists. It has already been invented, and I will be the first to let you use it." "Really?" Steve exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Karen watched him, shaking her head at his exuberance. She was not lying. The super soldier serum would, without a doubt, either be utilized by Steve or by Carter. What of the Red Skull? That failed experiment does not count. By the time Steve had calmed down, Karen had already finished her breakfast. "By the way, Karen, tonight my friend Bucky has invited us to watch the World Expo." Steve hesitated slightly on the word us, clearly indicating that Bucky had only invited him. As he continued, he recalled something else. "I heard that the renowned entrepreneur and inventor, Mr. Howard Stark, will also be attending. Are you going?" He had certainly heard many rumors about Howard. It was said that any girl who considered herself somewhat attractive was quite fond of him. However, it was evident that Karen held no interest in Howard whatsoever. If she wished, she could surpass him in an instant. After all, the value of her intellect was undeniable. She simply did not wish to apply herself. Ultimately, she was just a source of amusement. Becoming a scientist was out of the question. Noticing that Karen seemed lost in thought, Steve was uncertain if she wanted to go. He inquired again, "Karen, are you going?" "Huh? Yes. Karen had the task of watching the entirety of Captain America 1. How could she possibly decline? "Wonderful. Do you have any other clothes besides your work uniform? Would you like me to prepare something for you?" It was apparent that Steve was quite considerate. "No need. I had someone deliver my outfit last night. You can go ahead. I will be ready shortly." With that, Karen ushered Steve out. Standing in front of the mirror, Karen felt a bit perplexed. Although she had truly realized that she was no longer a man, accepting a dress all at once felt too much to bear. After a moment of contemplation, inspired by the women's suits she had observed on the street, Karen transformed her battle attire into a black ensemble, opting for trousers instead of a skirt. While such attire was rare on the streets, it was not entirely absent. Once dressed, Karen and Steve made their way to the street. Their first order of business was to sort out Steve's lunch. Karen couldn't help but admire this fellow. He had stood guard for an entire morning for a stranger he had known for less than a day. It was this perseverance that justified his title as Captain America. Upon entering the restaurant, they found a sunny spot. Steve ordered a simple meal, and during the process, he did not forget to order Karen a dessert and a drink. Grateful for his thoughtfulness, Karen accepted with a smile. Throughout their meal, they engaged in light conversation. It must be said that Steve was quite loquacious, especially when discussing the heroes who had served their country. He could genuinely speak for days on end. Soon, the two individuals, having finished their meal, began to stroll leisurely down the street. Karen felt somewhat uneasy amidst the remnants of the Great Depression from the World War II era. A glance around revealed that most of the passers-by were women walking in pairs. The street vendors had to wait a considerable time before engaging in any haggling business. Noticing Karen's lack of enthusiasm, Steve suggested they go watch a movie. This left Karen even more speechless, as she preferred not to think about the state of the projectors in this era. However, unable to resist Steve's fervent invitation, she reluctantly agreed to accompany him. As expected, the opening was dominated by a lengthy recruitment advertisement. The few individuals in the front row were vociferously demanding to see the feature film. Karen too felt that the duration of the advertisements was excessively prolonged. 10 minutes had elapsed since their entry, yet the commercial showed no signs of concluding. Chapter 4. Steve enlists. However, Steve, who sat beside her, was completely absorbed and admonished the individuals in the front row. "Hey, guys, keep it down. If you don't want to watch, at least don't disturb others." This remark irked several of them, who slowly rose and approached. Undaunted, Steve stood his ground, confronting them with his small stature. The outcome was that he was forcibly dragged away. Throughout the ordeal, Steve did not cast a single glance at Karen, evidently wishing to spare her any trouble. Sighing, Karen rose and followed suit. Upon exiting the screening room, she saw Steve being pulled around the corner by several individuals. Quickening her pace, she heard the leader sneer, "Hey, shorty, I hear you're quite the meddler. Today, you'll learn that meddling comes with consequences." He raised his hand to strike Steve, but his arm was firmly seized midair. With a surge of strength, Karen brought the leader to his knees with a cry of agony. She then delivered a swift kick to his head, silencing the chaos around her. With a defiant gesture, she beckoned the remaining thugs closer. They swallowed hard, exchanging glances to muster their courage. In the next moment, they charged at her with a roar. Karen had no desire to engage in play. With precise control, she dispatched each of them to the ground, leaving them sprawled in submission. Turning around, she met Steve's envious gaze. It was the first time he witnessed Karen's prowess in combat, and he was filled with admiration. Yet, his mood quickly soured as he stared at his frail hands. Pondering, if only he possessed a stronger body, he could surely match Karen's abilities. Karen, intuitively grasping his thoughts, stepped closer and gently patted his slender shoulder. Without uttering a word, she turned and walked towards the alley's exit. As they reached the mouth of the alley, they spotted a breathless Bucky, clearly having sprinted over. Steve, you're all right, right? Without hesitation, Bucky rushed forward to inspect Steve. Hey, buddy, I'm fine, really. Despite Steve's protests, he was no match for Bucky's formidable strength. Eventually, he cast a resigned glance at Karen, indicating, he is my best friend. We often act like this. Once Bucky confirmed that Steve was indeed unharmed, he followed Steve's gaze to Karen. He glanced once, then again, still unable to discern her clearly. Bucky began to question whether his eyesight was failing him, marveling at how perfect his vision had been during today's checkup. Hey, buddy. It's quite rude to stare at a beautiful lady like that. Steve nudged Bucky, offering an apologetic look to Karen. Sorry, he usually doesn't act this way. Karen chuckled softly, nodding in understanding, fully aware of Bucky's fascination. With a subtle shift in thought, she adjusted her illusionary powers. At last, Bucky discerned Karen's general appearance and extended a polite hand. Hello, Miss Karen. Just call me Karen, she replied gently, shaking his hand. At that moment, Steve noticed Bucky's military uniform. Brother, what's going on with you? Can't you tell? I've enlisted 107th Corps. Bucky draped his arm over Steve's shoulder, beginning to boast about his prowess. Steve, clearly accustomed to this, allowed himself to be swept along as they completely disregarded Karen, meandering into the distance. Karen raised her camera, silently capturing the scene of beautiful harmony. After they had walked some distance, Steve suddenly remembered Karen. By the time he turned around, she had vanished. Considering Karen's skills and identity, Steve felt no concern. What could Karen possibly be up to? Given that it was World War II, she was bound to venture to the ancient land in the East, which was undergoing a rebirth. Within the brief span of 2 or 3 hours following Karen's arrival, a multitude of military bases in the Dragon Country suffered catastrophic strikes. No one knew the source of the attack. The last images they beheld were of searing, blinding red. With Karen's violent intervention, the dragon of this land awakened prematurely. Adorned in a black Kryptonian battle suit, Karen stood quietly atop Mount Tai. Her cape billowed wildly in the wind, as a hurricane swept away the heavy scent of blood that clung to her. Despite it being her first battle, Karen felt no discomfort, likely owing to the rich combat memories of her past life. I shall sing you a tune of carefree battles. Who is as beautiful as a city? Let us not part with the changing seasons. I shall pour you a drink to renew our bond in this life. The soft melody resonated through the air. In a secluded forest, a figure remarkably resembling an instructor slowly turned around. With a far-reaching gaze, she looked beyond the mountains, her eyes reflecting the vastness of the land. As night fell, Karen had gathered her thoughts and changed her attire, silently appearing near Steve and Bucky. Observing the two still engaged in their boasting, she shook her head. Why don't you two just get married right here? Upon hearing Karen's jest, both turned to her in unison. Karen, I thought you weren't coming. Steve hurried over a few steps. Bucky, unembarrassed, waved to a group of ladies in the distance, clearly signaling to his companion. Subsequently, the group entered the World Expo. Bucky and Steve exhibited great enthusiasm for the various new inventions showcased. In contrast, Karen found little interest in the devices, which seemed impossibly backward to her. The only item that piqued her curiosity was Howard's anti-gravity car. Unfortunately, it barely ascended for half a minute before crashing to the ground in a shower of sparks. Evidently a failed endeavor. After visiting the car exhibit, Steve, while wandering, inadvertently stepped into the recruitment office, which did not escape Karen's notice. Her gaze continuously pierced through the walls, searching for the whereabouts of Dr. Erskine, subtly guiding Steve in the process. At that moment, Bucky caught up, grabbing Steve by the arm. Hey, Steve, have you not given up yet? I told you, the military is simply not for you. In response to Bucky's well-meaning admonitions, Steve merely smiled, choosing not to reply. Believing that his friend had not yet surrendered, Bucky persisted in his persuasion. Growing somewhat exasperated by the conversation, Steve began to counter. Listen, Bucky, too many have sacrificed themselves for this war. Do I not have my own duty? All I lack is an opportunity to prove that I am no less than anyone else. Just as Steve was about to declare that he indeed had such an opportunity, Karen discreetly tugged at him. Instantly understanding, Steve fell silent. Bucky, feeling helpless about his friend's determination, nonetheless offered his best wishes before turning away with his companion. Chapter 5. Joining the Strategic Science Corps. This entire process was observed by Dr. Erskine, who happened to pass by. He had been attentive to Steve for some time, and once again, he was struck by the young man's values, admiration evident on his face. Karen, witnessing this scene, silently sighed in relief. She took Steve aside, scarcely glancing at Dr. Erskine. The two turned into a secluded corner, where Karen fixed her gaze on Steve. Congratulations, Comrade Steve. You have successfully passed the first assessment and may now officially join the organization. Really? Steve was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would clear the hurdle without having done anything. Was he truly this fortunate? Karen found his bewildered expression amusing yet endearing. Nevertheless, she earnestly cautioned him. Remember, Steve, your special codename henceforth will be Battlewolf. Do not mention it to anyone but me. I understand, Steve assured, even going so far as to give Karen a mock salute, secretly thinking that the codename was incredibly cool. Good, Karen gently patted Steve on the shoulder, then adjusted his stance and firmly pushed him outward. Go on, pursue what you have always desired. Steve, momentarily dazed by Karen's actions, quickly regained his senses upon hearing her words. He promptly dashed back into the recruitment office, this time brimming with hope. Before long, the staff completed his registration. During the medical examination, the other personnel vacated the room. Dr. Erskine entered with a smile, first solemnly asking a series of questions to which Steve provided what he believed to be the most accurate answers. As he received the responses he sought, Dr. Erskine's gaze brightened, and he stepped forward to shake Steve's hand, exclaiming, "Congratulations, you have passed, Steve Rogers." "Thank you," Steve beamed, happier than he had ever been before. Subsequently, Dr. Erskine affixed a first-class badge to Steve's resume. Meanwhile, after Steve's departure, Karen, who had been observing him through the wall, finally exhaled in relief. It was now time to consider her own matters. After a brief contemplation, she set her sights on Howard. Quickening her pace, she soon arrived at the Stark exhibition area. Scanning the surroundings, she quickly spotted Howard amidst a group of women. Pushing through the crowd, she approached Howard without a word and delivered a swift slap across his face. Oh. The crowd was taken aback by this unexpected display, and even Howard himself appeared stunned, unable to recall any prior interaction with the woman before him. Or so he thought. Karen, however, paid no heed to the thoughts of others or Howard himself. Grabbing Howard by the collar, she dragged him out of the throng without any resistance. Even Howard's bodyguard mistook the situation for a mere nuisance, casting a fleeting glance before returning to his own affairs. Completely disregarding Howard's pleas for help, Karen swiftly dragged Howard into a secluded alley. "Madam, please, hear me out. There may be a connection between us. However, you cannot treat a gentleman of my stature with such rudeness, do you understand?" Despite realizing the strangeness of the circumstances, Howard remained composed. While attempting to divert Karen's attention, his hands were busy behind his back. Karen observed this scene with a slight smirk and a soft click of her tongue. Indeed, in the next moment, the previously jovial Howard swiftly revealed a finely crafted handgun in one hand and a powerful stun gun in the other, believing victory was assured. "Madam, we should have a proper discussion. Regardless of your intentions, I trust you will not hinder my departure, correct?" Karen offered no response, instead violently shattering his delusions with decisive action. Two pale hands darted out with astonishing speed, mocking him with a smile as they gently grasped. Crack, crack, thud. Howard watched in despair as his inventions lay ruined and useless in his hands, realizing that today would not end well for him. Subsequently, to teach him cooperation, Karen swiftly seized Howard by the collar, her attire transforming into a red and blue ensemble. The two ascended rapidly into the sky. "Madam, please, calm down. What do you want? Money? Power? I can provide it all." As they soared higher, the ground receding beneath them, Howard's heart sank. However, Karen paid him no mind. As they approached the threshold of Earth's atmosphere, her biological stance enveloped the now frozen Howard. They quickly broke through, entering the vastness of outer space. Suspended quietly beyond Earth's orbit, with death seemingly imminent, Howard cautiously opened one eye. "My heavens, what is this? Have I truly arrived here alive?" Howard stammered. For in this era, even a genius like him considered space travel merely a rudimentary concept. Humanity was still decades away from truly stepping into space. Yet here he was, escorted by a stranger, achieving this remarkable feat. Howard Stark, the first man in space, extraordinary. Once Howard had sufficiently admired the cosmic vista, Karen spoke softly. "So, Mr. Howard, can we have a proper conversation now?" "Absolutely, yes. What is this technology? How much?" "No. I would offer my entire fortune for you to share this knowledge with me." Karen chuckled, shaking her head. This man was beyond description. No wonder he could produce a being like Tony. She playfully slapped Howard on the head. "Howard, calm down. This is not mere science." As Karen spoke, she tossed a Superman comic to Howard. "I believe you are familiar with this comic. It provides a comprehensive account of my abilities." Howard paused momentarily, his body safeguarded by a biological force field, as he rapidly flipped through the pages of the Superman comic. Indeed, he had read it before, but he could only regard it as a figment of imagination. To possess such powers was beyond human capability. It resembled divinity, flight, super speed, and a biological force field. Howard nervously swallowed, questioning the magnitude of the horror he was encountering. Moreover, as Karen concluded her statement, her eyes emitted heat vision, instantly shattering a small meteorite not far from them. "My heavens, am I losing my mind?" Howard cradled his head, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He could not fathom how the creations of a comic could manifest so tangibly in reality and why he was being taken to outer space. Sensing it was time to move, Karen tightened her grip on Howard and accelerated her form. Chapter 6. The Birth of Captain America in a Near-Instantaneous Moment. Having breached the atmosphere once more, the two individuals descended onto Earth. Throughout this remarkable journey, Howard had shed his earlier panic and was now earnestly savoring the extraordinary experience. Upon returning to the quaint alleyway, he found himself surprisingly reluctant to part ways. Karen, however, had no inclination to take him on a leisurely flight and promptly declared, "I wish to join the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely, absolutely," Howard replied, raising a hand in solemn assurance. He then feigned a look of difficulty and added, "While facilitating someone's entry is not particularly challenging, I must." But before he could finish, Karen seized his collar, her tone laced with a hint of menace. "Howard, you best think this through. Once my suit transforms from red and blue to black, it will no longer be a matter of mere conversation." "Understood, ma'am." "No problem at all, ma'am." "Leave it to me, ma'am," Howard hastily assured her 3 times, his earlier thoughts of bargaining evaporating in an instant. After all, he was dealing with a veritable goddess of humanity. Despite his genius, he knew provoking her would lead to dire consequences for himself. "That's more like it," Karen said, releasing his collar and patting his shoulder, pleased with his recognition of the situation. Her suit gradually shifted into a sleek black ensemble. Howard watched, envy stirring within him, and mustered the audacity to inquire, "May I, just a tad, study the technology of your suit?" Seeing his obsequious demeanor, Karen simply laughed. "No." "Very well," Howard replied, deflated. "By the way, ma'am, may I ask your name?" "Kara Zor-El," she replied, casting a perfect silhouette as she departed. Howard pondered the nature of her relationship with Superman but quickly dismissed these thoughts. He hastened his steps, eager to fulfill his promise to Karen. His prompt agreement was not without its own calculations. After all, the research conducted by the Strategic Scientific Reserve paled in comparison to that of a being of her caliber. Even if she were to dissect all of it, it would hardly matter. Of course, Howard was not naive enough to believe that such an entity would hold any interest in the so-called super soldier serum. The following day, Howard personally delivered the necessary documents based on the information Karen had provided. Throughout the process, he uttered not a single unnecessary word, fully aware of his positional awareness. Upon returning home that evening, he meticulously perused Superman comics, gaining a profound understanding of what true invincibility entailed. At least in this era, Karen's existence symbolized absolute power. As long as he could foster a good relationship with her, Howard Stark would stride confidently across this planet. Karen was equally satisfied with his attitude. After some contemplation, she decided to share a few advanced concepts with Howard. With this information at hand, Howard's capabilities would undoubtedly enable Stark Industries to double its size in a remarkably short span. Howard's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he promptly reciprocated by granting Karen shares in Stark Industries. Karen regarded him with a penetrating gaze, pondering the true intentions behind his gesture, a matter open to interpretation. Noticing Karen's acceptance, Howard immediately instructed his assistant to draft a contract, transferring 10 of Stark Industries shares to Karen free of charge. This sequence of actions was executed with remarkable efficiency. "You, my dear Karen, it is a pleasure to collaborate." They exchanged knowing smiles and a firm handshake. In the ensuing days, Steve seamlessly became one of the candidates for the Super Soldier program, engaging in rigorous training. Meanwhile, Karen, alongside Howard, Peggy Carter, Colonel Phillips, and Dr. Erskine, observed Steve's progress with quiet interest. Initially, the trio expressed skepticism regarding Howard's decision to invite Karen into the Strategic Scientific Reserve. However, once they witnessed her multifaceted talents, their doubts swiftly dissipated. Particularly, the formidable Peggy Carter found herself utterly impressed by Karen's courage, strategic acumen, and combat skills. Howard secretly found the entire situation amusing, as Karen had only revealed a fraction of her true potential. "Is this truly enough to astonish you? I was personally taken by her to the outer reaches of space, becoming the first to tread among the stars." On another front, Steve approached his training with unwavering dedication, undeterred by the relentless challenges posed by others. Regardless of the intensity of the drills, he persevered with all his might to see them through. Dr. Erskine repeatedly commended Steve during their meetings. "Dr. Erskine, you must understand. His physical condition is severely lacking. As a soldier, he is evidently unqualified." In response to Colonel Phillips' remark, Dr. Erskine shook his head slowly. "What I see in him is something far more significant than mere physical prowess. Let us not forget the reasons behind our previous failures." At his words, Colonel Phillips fell silent, while the other 3 exchanged curious glances, though neither party seemed inclined to elaborate. Howard interjected to mediate, suggesting, "Why not conduct a test to determine who shall ultimately embody the super soldier?" His proposal received unanimous agreement. The group promptly made their way to the training grounds. Colonel Phillips, straightforward and decisive, threw a pre-prepared grenade into the crowd. "Run, there's a bomb." Instantly, chaos erupted as people scattered in panic. Yet, Steve's response was markedly different. He lunged forward, using his slight frame to envelop the grenade tightly in his arms, curling his body around it while urging others to flee. See, I knew I was right about him. Dr. Erskine chuckled heartily, turning to leave. Karen cast an appreciative glance at Steve, who was awkwardly rising after discovering the grenade was a mere replica. Even Howard couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to sacrifice for others, especially for those who constantly bully them. Colonel Phillips' gaze towards Steve softened as well. Following discussions among the group, it was decided that Steve would be the chosen candidate for the Super Soldier program. Subsequently, Carter volunteered to escort Steve to the Super Soldier Transformation Laboratory. Only Karen had some understanding of her intentions, as Carter had brought up Steve on multiple occasions during their conversations. However, as Carter approached him with enthusiasm, she received an unsettling signal. On their way to the laboratory, Steve inquired about Karen's well-being more than once. As an agent, Carter could naturally discern that Steve's interest in Karen was evidently more pronounced. Chapter 7. The Dancing Monkey in the Circus. I have long harbored the desire to invite Karen to dance. Agent Carter, do you think Karen would? Listening to Steve incessantly mention Karen, Carter's expression darkened. She conceded that Karen indeed surpassed her in many ways. Yet, they had only met a handful of times. Was it truly enough to occupy Steve's thoughts so persistently? It seemed Steve sensed her reluctance to discuss Karen and tactfully fell silent. In a companionable silence, they soon arrived at the secret research facility. Carter, using a discreet code, successfully ushered Steve inside. Awaiting them were high-ranking government officials and various journalists, all poised to witness this historic moment. Steve eagerly approached Karen, greeting her with a nod and a smile, receiving her encouraging words in return. Relax. The experiment will surely succeed. Yes, it will, Steve affirmed, his anticipation palpable as he had awaited this moment for far too long. As preparations concluded, Steve, under Dr. Erskine's guidance, ascended the experimental platform. How do you feel? Nervous? Erskine inquired with a smile, observing Steve's deep breaths. Steve resolutely responded, I am ready. Without further ado, Erskine exchanged a knowing glance with his assistant. After handing over his discarded shirt, Steve reclined upon the platform. Meanwhile, Karen and Howard diligently calibrated the instruments, ensuring everything was primed for the final experiment. Shall we begin? Upon hearing Erskine's question, Howard promptly signaled an affirmative. Soon, vials of the pre-prepared super soldier serum were injected into Steve's veins. The subsequent step was the critical exposure to the Vita rays. At Erskine's cue, Howard swiftly engaged the apparatus, enclosing the experimental platform and activating the rays. A brilliant light erupted within the chamber, accompanied by Steve's anguished cries. Panic-stricken, Peggy Carter instinctively wished to intervene, but Karen raised a hand to halt her. It will succeed. You must learn to trust him. As Carter gazed at Karen's profile, an understanding dawned upon her. It became clear why Steve favored her over herself. The brilliance of the Vita rays intensified, nearly blinding those present. Only Karen remained transfixed, witnessing the transformation of Steve from a shorty to a tall figure in real time. Crack. The chamber faltered under the intense strain of the Vita rays, briefly short-circuiting. With a snap, the experimental chamber opened. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches, with the physique of a champion, Steve emerged before the awestruck audience. The assembled officials and journalists quickly converged to celebrate this momentous birth. Peggy Carter navigated through the throng, swiftly reaching Steve, unable to resist the urge to touch his newly sculpted muscles. Congratulations. Unbeknownst to many, in a seemingly inconspicuous corner, a killer spy dispatched by the Red Skull had already commenced his operations. Karen observed everything quietly, yet refrained from intervening. From the outset of the experiment, the Scientific Strategic Corps had already calculated the possibility of such an event. The individuals who appeared ordinary were, in fact, fully armed. Of course, when it came to preparing equipment, Howard's provision for Karen seemed rather perfunctory, merely a beautifully crafted lady's pistol, resplendent in red and blue. After all, Howard did not believe that any weapon on the current Earth could breach Karen's defenses. Suddenly, the deafening sound of an explosion startled everyone present, causing them to drop to the ground in search of cover. Only Dr. Erskine stood, somewhat dazed, in place, and the assassin seized the opportunity, firing 2 shots directly at him. Dr. Erskine collapsed in response. The spy, clutching the super soldier serum he had long secured, swiftly made his escape. Reacting quickly, Steve and Carter pursued him. Meanwhile, Howard and Karen rushed to Dr. Erskine's side to assess his condition. Howard subtly nodded to Karen, who immediately scattered the prepared blood pack across Erskine's chest with an almost imperceptible speed. With everything in place, Colonel Phillips approached with a sorrowful expression. After a brief examination, he confirmed the grim news of Dr. Erskine's death. This revelation caused an uproar among the government officials, who, in disbelief, approached one by one to verify. Yet all found the same tragic truth. Dr. Erskine had indeed passed away. Howard and Karen, struggling to contain their grief, conveyed Erskine's remains away. Upon entering Howard's private vehicle, he promptly administered a pill to Erskine. Taking a deep breath, Erskine sat up, incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at Karen. Did you anticipate all of this? Karen smiled in silence. Did she even need to calculate? She had known all along. All right, secure yourselves. We must depart from here, Howard instructed, starting the car and swiftly driving away. On the other side, Steve engaged in a fervent street chase with the assassin. Inside Howard's vehicle, Karen watched the unfolding drama with a sense of exhilaration. How wild it was. Steve appeared to be struggling to harness his newfound strength in his frantic flight. He crashed directly into a clothing store, leaving a trail of mangled car roofs in his wake. Who would reimburse those damages? Nevertheless, his reflexes were undeniably sharp. Despite the assassin's remarkable marksmanship, he had yet to land a single shot on Steve. In Karen's line of sight, Steve and the assassin's small yellow vehicle flipped over, sending them both tumbling. Remarkably, Steve merely rolled a few times on the ground and sprang back up, undeterred, resuming his pursuit. Even as the assassin submerged in a small submarine, Steve remained resolute in his chase, plunging into the water after him. With a powerful punch, he shattered a window and subsequently hurled the spy onto the shore. In Karen's gaze, the bottle of the last remaining super soldier serum was utterly shattered in the process. What followed was an intense hand-to-hand combat sequence. Karen distinctly observed Steve deliver a punch that ruptured the spy assassin's internal organs, even without resorting to self-poisoning. This individual would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. With the utterance of Hail Hydra, the spy assassin's life was irrevocably extinguished, leaving Steve with a face full of questions. With this perplexity in mind, Steve swiftly returned to the laboratory. Upon learning of Dr. Erskine's demise, Steve was overwhelmed with sorrow, vowing to annihilate the wretched Hydra and avenging the doctor. Colonel Phillips, witnessing this, prepared to assign Steve his next mission but was thwarted by high-ranking government officials. Unsurprisingly, under the guise of serving the homeland, Steve donned a costume and took to the circus stage, becoming a mere tool for the government and capitalists to sell war bonds. The multitude of touring performances momentarily caused Steve to lose his sense of self, nearly making him forget the very purpose of his existence. Chapter 8. The capture of Bucky. However, this incident significantly enhanced Steve's popularity domestically. In stark contrast, among the seasoned veterans who truly traversed the battlefield, Steve's title of Captain America was little more than a jest. The Strategic Scientific Reserve, which observed all of this from the shadows, yearned to intervene but faced formidable opposition. The higher echelons of government and capital were not inclined to relinquish their cash cow so readily. During this time, Karen and Carter visited Steve on multiple occasions. Initially, Karen was reluctant to play the third wheel, yet each time, Carter insisted on bringing her along. What troubled her most was that Steve would engage in various conversations with her, leaving Carter somewhat sidelined. Even Karen, albeit naively, sensed that something was amiss. Thus, taking advantage of a moment alone, she chose to lay her cards on the table. Steve, you are a good person. A good person card, as per tradition, is hereby bestowed. However, I am genuinely uninterested in men. This statement struck Steve like a thunderbolt. He opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. In this era, certain notions were still far too avant-garde. I will not. Not what? Don't force me to hit you. Karen, fully aware of his tenacity, resolved that today must mark the end of his misguided intentions, lest it lead to future complications. As her voice faded, her form began to ascend. Enveloped in a sleek black suit, a dark cloak billowing in the breeze, Steve was rendered speechless. Karen, you? As a comic book enthusiast, Steve was acutely familiar with her image. Karen's current posture mirrored that of a superhero mid-battle in the comics. Steve recognized the chasm that lies between us. With that, Karen, moving at a speed and strength that left Steve utterly astounded, propelled them skyward. They swiftly breached the atmosphere, entering the vast cosmos, hurtling towards the sun. It was only when Karen halted, still gripping Steve, that he regained his senses, gazing at the sun, radiating boundless energy, in the infinite expanse of the starry universe. Steve shattered his illusions, comprehending the immense gulf separating them. Steve, do you understand now? Steve remained silent, merely nodding in response. With a sigh of relief, Karen then whisked him back to Earth at a breathtaking pace. Upon releasing him, she accelerated away, vanishing from sight. Steve stood there, gazing at the sky for a considerable time until Carter gently tapped him from behind, bringing him back to reality. Steve? Where's Karen? She had something to attend to and left. Upon uttering these words, Steve extinguished any lingering thoughts that should not have been. With his understanding of her superhuman abilities, he fully grasped the vast chasm that existed between them. No matter how hard he tried, he remained merely human, while Karen was, without a doubt, a true goddess. Having gathered his thoughts, Steve, for the first time, took the initiative to suggest a stroll with Carter. Although Carter was unaware of the specifics of their encounter, she readily accepted his proposal. In the vast expanse, Karen, witnessing the scene, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Recently, Carter's smiles had noticeably increased, revealing that she was indeed enjoying her time with Steve. Meanwhile, others had not been idle. Dr. Erskine, with Howard's financial backing and Karen's involvement, had been secretly developing the 2.0 version of the super soldier serum. Initially, the Strategic Scientific Reserve did not intend to mass-produce the super soldier serum. Steve's example later validated their choice, as both the authorities and capitalists were eager to extract the last drop of blood from him. It was unfathomable to consider the chaos that would ensue if the serum were to be mass-produced. Conversely, the front lines remained dire. Through his exchanges with Carter, Steve unexpectedly learned that nearly all members of the 107th Regiment had perished, which left him alarmed. He rushed to Colonel Phillips, inquiring about Bucky's fate. After receiving a negative response, Steve discreetly noted Bucky's location on the map before setting off, determined to embark on a solo rescue mission. Observing this, Carter quickly pursued him, wanting to intervene. Although Steve verbally acquiesced, his actions betrayed his resolve. Mounting a military motorcycle and strapping on a shield, he prepared to depart. Just before exiting the military base, he unexpectedly encountered Karen. "Leave the motorcycle, follow me," she urged. Steve hesitated momentarily, but then abandoned the motorcycle and donned his shield, hastily following her. Concerned for Steve's safety, Carter followed suit. "Karen, what is this?" Carter gazed at Howard's private plane, momentarily taken aback. Howard treasured this aircraft dearly. It was astonishing that he would lend it to Karen. Her gaze towards Karen grew curious. Go, go, go. Stop overthinking. We need to hurry," Karen urged, shoving her gently. Unwilling to elaborate. Gratefully, Steve cast a glance at Karen before swiftly boarding the plane. Karen piloted Howard's private aircraft, ascending rapidly in the direction of the location Steve had noted. The trio soon traversed the restricted area from above. Despite encountering artillery fire, Karen's piloting skills proved invaluable. The plane landed smoothly at Bucky's detention site. Before disembarking, Karen tossed Steve the vibranium shield. "Forget that scrap. Use this." The moment he caught it, Steve recognized it as his destiny. He expressed his gratitude to Karen once more. "Promise me you'll return safely." Though Carter was worried, she knew better than to impede him at this point. Steve nodded firmly at Carter, then turned resolutely and leaped into action. "Brace yourself. We have limited fuel." "We must return," Karen reminded, swiftly maneuvering the aircraft to take Carter away. Meanwhile, upon landing, Steve, bolstered by the vibranium shield, became an unstoppable force. He charged through the enemy lines, effortlessly overcoming all opposition. Before long, he had successfully liberated a multitude of imprisoned soldiers. After fruitlessly searching for Bucky, Steve resolutely decided to delve deeper. The soldiers were inspired by his indomitable spirit and, fearless of death, joined the fray. Thus commenced a war ignited from within the enemy's ranks. With Steve leading the charge, the remnants of the 107th Division displayed unparalleled bravery, seizing a plethora of weapons to launch a counteroffensive. The enemy was swiftly thrown into disarray. In the command center, Schmidt witnessed this turn of events and understood that the tide had irrevocably shifted. He hastily took the Tesseract, preparing to flee, only to be confronted head-on by Steve, who had just rescued Bucky. When foes meet, words are superfluous. Empowered by his vibranium shield, Steve nearly had Schmidt pinned to the ground. Realizing he was no match for Steve, Schmidt quickly created distance, sending his subordinates to engage Steve, buying himself enough time to detonate the entire base. Thus, Steve could only watch in bitter frustration as Schmidt vanished across the inferno, swallowed by the flames. Chapter 9. The triumphant return upon learning of Steve's unauthorized mission. Philip was not particularly surprised. In truth, this was anticipated in their plans. Bucky's situation served as a catalyst, providing Steve with an opportunity to prove himself and silencing the critics among the high-ranking officials and politicians. "Do you think he will succeed?" "Certainly." Colonel Philip shook his head with a smile as he observed Karen and Carter. It seemed they had more faith in Steve than this old man did. "What else could I think? If he were incapable, I would not have sent him." Karen shrugged, as if traversing half a war zone posed little pressure on her. Indeed, it was so. Following this incident, Carter developed a deeper admiration for Karen. In her eyes, no man was worthy of her, not even the exceptional Steve, who fell far short. As for that scoundrel Howard, he was even more unworthy. Amidst the anticipation of many, Steve returned at dawn the following day, leading the entire 107th Regiment of prisoners of war. The gathering soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, welcoming back their Captain America and comrades. Colonel Philip immediately ordered reporters from the newspaper to cover this event, to generate momentum for the true Captain America in this moment. "Welcome back." Carter stepped forward and enveloped Steve in a warm embrace, their smiles captured by cameras in that instant. With the release of the report, Steve garnered immense respect among both civilians and military personnel. This bolstered his efforts to assemble the Howling Commandos, effectively eliminating numerous obstacles. At long last, Steve was able to step onto the battlefield and forge the peace he had long yearned for. During this time, Karen arranged for a clandestine meeting between him and Dr. Erskine. Erskine was thoroughly pleased with his masterpiece. The two engaged in a heartfelt conversation that lasted the entire night, during which Dr. Erskine explained the reasons behind his faked death. As they parted, Erskine urged Steve to remain true to himself and uphold his inherent kindness. After solemnly promising, Steve turned and plunged into the battlefield, leading the Howling Commandos to breach one critical enemy line after another. The Commandos became a sword that pierced directly into the enemy's throat. Throughout these many battles, Steve's combat experience grew exponentially. Under his leadership, the Western Front had stabilized completely, coupled with a mysterious force that had cleansed the Eastern Front. The overall situation appeared exceedingly favorable. The dawn of victory was evidently beckoning to the world as populace. During this period, the Strategic Scientific Reserve conducted extensive research and analysis on the occasionally captured Hydra's epic-making weapons. Surprisingly, however, they found themselves unable to replicate any finished products, managing only to imitate their appearances. This setback dealt a significant blow to the arrogant genius Howard. "Relax, this is not your fault," Karen consoled with an air of indifference. She was well aware that these were the products of the Cosmic Cube's energy. If Howard could replicate them with ease, it would truly be a miracle. Initially, she intended to quietly seize the Cosmic Cube. However, contemplating the ensuing series of events, she abandoned that plan. After all, that object was merely a decorative enhancement for her. She herself was uncertain of her true strength. Her superhuman growth had reached a staggering 100 some time ago and had since stagnated. She was at a loss regarding her next evolutionary direction, and when she inquired with the system, it remained unresponsive. She harbored doubts about whether this external enhancement was indeed provided by the system. In the following days, the Strategic Scientific Reserve conducted targeted surveillance on the intelligence network under Red Skull Schmidt. They soon uncovered the connection between the emergence of these weapons and Dr. Zola. The intelligence also revealed that Zola planned to escape the war zone via a secret train in the near future. In response, the Strategic Scientific Reserve immediately dispatched the Howling Commandos to capture him. Although Steve dutifully completed his mission, he lost his best friend, Bucky. Steve had intended to seek Karen's assistance in locating Bucky's body, but instead received a mysterious smile from Karen and the assurance that they would meet again. While Steve found Karen's meaning somewhat elusive, he grasped a crucial piece of information. Bucky was still alive, which brought him relief. He believed that Karen's reluctance to assist him must serve a purpose of her own. However, even with the knowledge that Bucky was alive, Steve was determined not to let Red Skull Schmidt escape unscathed. Colonel Phillips, unsurprisingly, managed to extract from Zola's not-so-tight lips the details of Red Skull Schmidt's final, desperate plan and secret base. Fueled by anger, Steve immediately requested to take action. Given the high level of danger associated with this mission, Colonel Phillips prepared to organize sufficient troops before proceeding. Yet, Steve could not wait any longer. He understood that in the face of Red Skull's high-tech army, even one extra person could mean one more casualty. Thus, he resolutely prepared to go alone to avenge Bucky. By the time the others received word of Steve's unauthorized departure, half an hour had already passed. Reluctantly, Colonel Phillips had no choice but to send Karen and Carter to lead a support team. With Karen's presence, the entire squad felt as if they were imbued with divine assistance. They swiftly breached the blockade and entered the territory of Red Skull Schmidt. Upon arrival, it was evident that the intensity of the enemy had escalated dramatically. Had it not been for Karen's covert interventions, which destroyed several of the enemy's energy tanks, the casualties on their side would have been unthinkable. When Steve was encountered again, he had already infiltrated Schmidt's stronghold and was besieged by several flame-throwing soldiers. Karen and Carter simultaneously raised their weapons and shot, successfully aiding Steve in his escape. "Thank you." Steve expressed his gratitude to the two women and set off in pursuit of a certain direction. Carter intended to follow and assist him, but was restrained by Karen. With a gesture, she pointed to a brand new car parked nearby, and Carter immediately understood. He jumped into the driver's seat and started the vehicle. When the two caught up with Steve again, the Red Skull's aircraft had already taken off. "Hey, get in the car," Steve exclaimed as he leaped onto the vehicle. Carter promptly pressed the accelerator to the floor. "It's you, Captain America, go for it." As they approached the aircraft, Steve was caught off guard and was hurled by Karen, crashing through the aircraft's fuselage and entering inside. Dazed, Steve, upon rising, was met with the sight of a Red Skull. After a brief exchange of glances, the two immediately engaged in combat. This time, Steve once again emerged victorious over the Red Skull. Chapter 10. Battling Ares, Wonder Woman 1. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, the energy of the Cosmic Cube was inadvertently unleashed. The Red Skull found himself ensnared within an energy field, unable to escape. "Steve, do you believe you've triumphed? This ship will obliterate your city, your nation." His maniacal laughter echoed, and then the Red Skull vanished completely. Armed with prior intelligence, Steve was acutely aware that this vessel housed an immense cache of energy bombs. He realized that, At this moment, he had no alternative. The notion of relying on Karen to resolve the dilemma had never crossed his mind since he set foot on the battlefield. He promptly connected to the Strategic Scientific Reserve's communication line. Peggy, I have more pressing matters to attend to. When I return, would you care to join me for a dance? On the other end, Peggy Carter seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Steve, don't do anything reckless. I'll get Howard on the line right away. No, it's too late. Peggy, will you? I will. Next Saturday at 8, Stork Ballroom. Don't be late. Hearing Peggy's voice choke slightly, Steve silently ended the communication, a sense of fulfillment washing over him as he gripped the control stick firmly. The entire ship, under his command, plunged directly into the glacier. Shortly thereafter, Steve lost consciousness entirely. In the distance, Karen, clad in her red and blue attire, observed the scene unfold closely. For a fleeting moment, she hesitated, contemplating whether to rescue Steve. However, the sudden appearance of a figure in white battle attire nearby dispelled her thoughts. With a subtle flutter of his cape, the future Steve emerged behind her. Captain America, have you arrived at the wrong time? The future Steve, adorned in a white time travel suit, turned slowly, greeting Karen with a smile. Hey, Karen, I had a hunch you would be here. Are you here for our rendezvous? Or do you simply know me? Steve nodded unabashedly. Planning to stay here? Listening to Karen's question, Steve fell into a thoughtful silence. After a long pause, he inquired, will it have repercussions? Karen fixed a serious gaze upon the future Steve, who, under her scrutiny, grew increasingly anxious. Haha, look at you scared. Karen could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Steve's tension dissipated entirely. You still have a penchant for jokes. His tone was light, devoid of any reproach. Go on, Carter is still waiting for you. Karen waved nonchalantly at Steve, preparing to ascend into the air. Wait a moment, could you please throw a punch over there? Steve called out to her, gesturing toward the remnants of the aircraft that had not yet fully submerged beneath the waves. All right, you're quite tough on yourself. Karen gave Steve a thumbs up, accelerating as she expertly controlled her strength. With a perfectly calibrated punch, she sent the wreckage plummeting into the depths. Well then, until we meet again. Karen waved goodbye to Steve as her form gradually faded from view. Beep, Captain America 1 has concluded. Rewards are being distributed. Beep. Congratulations on advancing to Silver Superman. Current progress of Silver Superman 1. Ability can be freely developed. Although the surroundings remained a frozen expanse, Karen was certain that she had been transported away from the Marvel Universe by the system. Glancing at the rudimentary interface, she cursed under her breath, regretting her decision to look. Name, Kara Zor-El. Age, 20 years, previous age not recorded. Consider this as the baseline. Identity, Silver Superman 1, one ability can be acquired. Equipment, Kryptonian battlesuit. Indeed, she was Silver Superman. The first thought that crossed Karen's mind was to develop immunity to kryptonite. However, the issue was that kryptonite existed solely in her memories. To develop this ability, she first needed to locate a piece of kryptonite. While she pondered, Karen suddenly turned around. Sir Morgan, clad in a black gentleman's attire, had appeared, his serious demeanor evident. An outsider, you are unwelcome here. His booming voice echoed, seemingly aimed at intimidating Karen into vacating Earth. Oh, unwelcome? What of it? Karen scoffed dismissively. Her suit shifting from red and blue to black, she absorbed solar energy with all her might in preparation for the impending battle. Seeing that this formidable extraterrestrial was determined to remain on Earth, Sir Morgan decided against further conversation. With a crack of thunder, he revealed his true form as the god of war, Ares. His massive axe pointed directly at Karen. This is your final warning, leave Earth. Karen would never relinquish such a splendid opportunity to test her powers. With a thought, her first ability as Silver Superman manifested as magical resistance. In an instant, the ominous sensation Ares instilled in her vanished. Transforming into a streak of black light, she propelled herself at near light speed, delivering a powerful punch that sent Ares hurtling thousands of meters away. Boom, boom, boom. Towering icebergs shattered as Ares' divine form collided with them. Memories of past battles urged Karen to press her advantage, and she complied, surrendering her body entirely to the instincts of combat. She became a black flash, quickly closing the distance to the fallen Ares, raining down blows upon his divine form. The resounding impact shattered vast stretches of ice. Ares, the god of war, could not possibly endure such humiliation without retaliating. Seizing the moment, he swung his axe directly at Karen's head. Karen smiled disdainfully, refusing to evade. As the colossal shockwave radiated from their clash, it split the frozen sea beneath them. Ares' triumphant expression vanished instantaneously, his pupils constricted in disbelief. You. Is that all? Karen replicated the iconic scene of Superman battling Doomsday, exhaling a breath of icy frost onto Ares' divine axe, which instantly froze solid. Then, with a slight exertion of her shoulder, a sharp crack echoed as the divine axe shattered into pieces. In the wake of Ares' incredulous gaze, a swift kick sent him soaring thousands of meters away. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, he became deeply embedded in the icy mountains, unable to extricate himself. Karen reappeared before Ares, gracefully hovering in the air, a smile perpetually gracing her lips. What now? Do you still intend to drive me away? Ares, infuriated, unleashed a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Karen dodged just in time. Otherwise, she would have been splattered. A fierce crimson light ignited in his eyes. You naughty old man. A searing gaze shot forth from his eyes, piercing through Ares' armor and searing his chest. A pained scream escaped his lips. Sensing it was time to retreat, Karen promptly held back. She had no intention of killing him. Ding, defeated and taunted the god of war Ares. Silver Superman 2, Chapter 11. The divine essence of the sun god. Upon hearing the system's notification, Karen grimaced in disbelief. Had she truly mocked anyone? It was evident that this opportunity had been presented to her on a silver platter, a chance to display her prowess. With a swift motion, she grasped the fallen god of war, Ares, as if he were a mere rag doll. You dare call yourself the god of war? She scoffed, shaking her head before hurling him towards the colossal ice block below. With a resounding crash, Ares, bloodied and battered, crashed onto the ground. Karen descended gracefully by his side and gave him a gentle nudge with her foot. Hey, old man, stop playing dead and get up. Ares remained unresponsive, feigning unconsciousness. If you don't rise soon, I'll start with your arms, then your legs, and then. In an instant, Ares propelled himself away, rolling to gain distance. His demeanor suggested he had nearly recovered. TSK, indeed, a god of war. While her expression remained composed, internally she commended him. Outsider, what are your true intentions? Ares was no fool. He recognized that the moment had presented an excellent opportunity for a finishing blow, yet his opponent chose to spare him. Clearly, she had no intentions of ending his life from the outset. But what was the purpose of this confrontation? To demonstrate strength? To secure leverage in negotiations? Karen nodded in satisfaction. Evidently, a sound thrashing had imparted some wisdom. It was simple, the divine essence of the sun god. As she spoke, she extended her hand, her battle attire shifting to a radiant red and blue. She believed this appearance would foster a more amiable atmosphere for discussion. What use do you have for the relics of the old gods? Ares questioned, puzzled. In his perception, this formidable new deity had little need for such divine essence. It would offer her negligible benefit. Nevertheless, he flipped his hand and tossed a golden divine essence towards her. It was better to relinquish it than let it gather dust. Perhaps it would yield a powerful ally. Karen was unconcerned with Ares' ulterior motives. The essence of the sun god was a plan she had formulated the moment she laid eyes on him. With this artifact, she would effectively transform into a small sun. With continuous enhancement for 24 hours, would she not become invincible? Ding. Acquire the divine essence of the Greek sun god. The instant Karen obtained the divine essence, she comprehended its application. With her eyes gently closed, she clenched her right hand, allowing the sunlight to meld with her being. A stunning sun symbol appeared on the back of her hand. Every cell within her vibrated with elation. Such comfort was only attainable in proximity to the sun. Her eyes snapped open, radiating with golden brilliance. I am the sun. In a magnificent display, golden solar armor enveloped her body, and in her hands appeared the sun's holy sword and shield. Her unique sun chariot surged forth from the heavens. Nearby, Ares regarded this ostentation with disdain, shaking his head in contempt before turning away, offering a final warning. Beware of becoming blinded by such superficial grandeur. With that, he vanished from sight. When darkside descends, I shall intervene. This was the final utterance heard by Ares before his departure. He was quite pleased with Karen's declaration. A worthless item exchanged for a formidable ally. He profited immensely. On the other side, Karen shared similar sentiments. The moment she absorbed the power of the sun god, her strength surged by an astonishing 5. She felt as though she had struck gold. Most importantly, from this moment forth, she grew stronger, no longer reliant on the sun. For she embodied the sun itself. The exhilarating sensation of continuous empowerment was simply delightful. Driving the chariot of the sun, Karen raced through the skies. On this day, 2 suns traversed the heavens side by side, and the people bore witness to a miracle. Was that Paradise Island? With her newly acquired vehicle, Karen peered down below. A group of soldiers swiftly landed in small boats, using their rifles to suppress the female warriors on Paradise Island, who were still armed with bows and arrows. Amidst the scene, Diana, clad in training attire, stood beside Steve, who had just regained consciousness, appearing utterly disoriented. Her mother commanded the female warriors, courageously leading a fierce counterattack. Still too inexperienced, Karen sighed, recognizing that Diana was far too green at this moment. Her gaze was as innocent as that of a fresh college student. It would be hard for anyone to believe that she would one day become the renowned Wonder Woman. As thoughts raced through her mind, Karen maneuvered her sun chariot above the gathering. Queen Hippolyta, upon seeing Karen's chariot, exclaimed with excitement, "It is the sun goddess Majesty." The sun goddess Majesty? Could it truly be that the sun god has come to our aid? The female warriors erupted in enthusiasm, waving fervently at the sun chariot soaring above. Their enemies at that moment were paralyzed with fear, deterred by the magnificent chariot descending from the sky. The soldiers began to retreat, clustering together in preparation for a withdrawal. Karen brought her chariot to a halt before Hippolyta and glanced at the retreating soldiers. Her voice calm. "What is the situation? Your Majesty, they have trespassed onto the island and have slain many of our kin." Although Hippolyta was taken aback by the fact that the sun god was a woman, her immediate priority was to report the grievance. After listening to Hippolyta's account, Karen raised her hand and with a single wave directed at the fleeing enemies, the golden power of the sun surged forth, instantly reducing them to ashes. This scene indeed startled everyone present. They had fought valiantly for ages, yet had not achieved the same destruction as the sun goddess' mere gesture. This is divinity? From a distance, Diana gazed at Karen's figure, her heart and eyes brimming with admiration. Beside her, Steve was equally captivated by the goddess's commanding presence. Hippolyta looked at Karen, her thoughts deeper than those of others. With the barrier of Paradise Island now unstable, they urgently required a new deity to fortify their defenses against the war god Ares. Upon reflecting on this, Hippolyta immediately placed one hand upon her chest and knelt on one knee, bowing her head, her voice resonating with authority. "I, Hippolyta, the administrator of Paradise Island, pay my respects to your radiance, the sun god." The swift reaction of the assembly prompted them all to kneel, acknowledging the sun god. Among them were Diana and Steve, who appeared bewildered, merely succumbing to the instinct to follow the crowd. Kara surveyed the surroundings, her hands shimmering with golden light, instantly healing the wounded female warriors. "Rise," she commanded. At the sound of Kara's voice, the assembly, led by Hippolyta, stood up in unison. "My wounds have healed. So have mine. I thought I was doomed." The murmurs of relief echoed through the crowd, causing Hippolyta to clear her throat, slightly embarrassed. She formally invited Kara to tour the castle, to which Kara graciously accepted. Chapter 12. The arrival of the sun god. During their journey, the innocent-faced Diana inquired with curiosity, "Your Majesty, the sun god, are you truly the sun god? In the stories my mother told, the sun god is supposed to be male, just like him." She pointed towards Steve, who was being escorted beside her. Karen abruptly turned. A serious expression fixed upon Diana. Hippolyta, fearing that Diana's words might irritate the newly appointed sun goddess, hastily attempted to smooth over the situation. However, in the next moment, Karen solemnly stated, "I am not the sun god you speak of. I am the deity of the Big Dipper from ancient Greece." Huh? The revelation left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. Only Steve seemed to grasp a hint of Karen's meaning, although he was still not entirely certain. "The Big Dipper? Deity?" Diana echoed uncertainly. "I wouldn't mind if you added a great in front of it." Karen remained serious. "Great. Big Dipper deity?" Following Diana's repetition, Steve appeared to comprehend that Karen was jesting with Diana and couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" This action nearly provoked the warrior beside them to view it as a challenge, ready to strike. No, don't be impulsive. It's just that I seem to understand a bit of what your Majesty the sun god is saying." Upon hearing his words, everyone turned their gaze towards him. "What do you mean?" Diana asked eagerly, her thirst for knowledge evident. She had long been curious about the outside world and felt an innate fondness for this man from beyond. It's just..." Steve hesitated, feeling the knife at his throat. "Let him speak," Karen commanded, waving her hand at the female warrior, who obediently sheathed her weapon. "Then I shall speak." Steve looked to Karen for confirmation. She nodded subtly. "The Big Dipper you mentioned, does it mean to wave one's hand?" As he spoke, Steve opened his palm and gestured. Realizing the inappropriateness of his analogy, he quickly shifted to a more reverent demeanor. "Is it the way you just waved your hand to vanquish the enemy? Truly remarkable, Agent. Your comprehension skills are exceptional," Karen praised him. "Oh, no, it's nothing," Steve replied bashfully. At that moment, Hippolyta gasped, pulling Diana behind her and facing Karen directly. It was evident that Diana had made a grave mistake in the presence of a true deity. In the age of gods, such an offense could warrant her execution. "Your Majesty the sun god, Diana is but a child. I beseech you to forgive her this once." Hippolyta's voice trembled as she bowed deeply in sincere supplication to Karen. Karen was momentarily speechless, her elderly wisdom prompting a casual wave of her hand, indicating her indifference. She then quipped, "Diana is 5,000 years old. Do you still refer to her as a child?" Steve, upon hearing this, was instantly taken aback. The beautiful girl who had awakened him was, astonishingly, 5,000 years old. At this age, it seems that being his wife, or perhaps even his grandmother, would suffice. Casting a glance at Karen, one couldn't help but shiver. Could this astonishingly beautiful goddess under the sun's crown truly be older? "What are you staring at? I'm not as old as you think." "I'm not even close to the age of this child." Karen emphasized the word child with particular vigor. Indeed, the goddess of the sun appeared remarkably youthful and accomplished. Hippolyta, realizing the situation, promptly followed Karen's lead and began to flatter her. After alleviating the slight awkwardness, the group smoothly entered the opulent palace. Hippolyta intended to relinquish the seat of honor, but Karen had no intention of overshadowing her. She took a seat in the lower position instead. This left Hippolyta in a quandary, unable to decide whether to sit or stand. She could only stand beside Karen under the pretext of questioning Steve, adopting a demeanor of one awaiting orders. Observing this, Karen inwardly lamented how deeply this individual had been affected by the intricate customs of the Greek pantheon. In contrast, her daughter, Diana, after a brief moment of trepidation, now appeared much more at ease. She frequently approached Karen with an array of peculiar inquiries, most stemming from her aspirations and yearning for the outside world. Meanwhile, the Queen's guards, to prevent any deceit from Steve, directly requested the use of a truth-binding lock. Bound by the lock, Steve divulged everything, leaving no stone unturned, clearly outlining his intentions and the dire circumstances of the ongoing battle outside. It must be Ares. He is undoubtedly behind this, Steve concluded. As soon as he finished speaking, Diana confidently interjected, "Not every misdeed is the work of Ares." Faced with Hippolyta's assertion, Diana remained adamant, her clear gaze fixed upon Karen. "Great. Goddess of the sun, do you believe this matter is related to Ares?" In response to Diana's innocent yet misguided gaze, Karen refrained from agreeing with her. After all, it felt rather ungracious to speak ill of someone from whom she had just taken something. "Your mother is correct. This matter is likely connected to Ares," Karen began, only to remember that the gas bomb plan Steve had mentioned indeed had ties to Ares. How awkward. Receiving Karen's affirmation, Diana cast a triumphant glance at Hippolyta. "See? The goddess of the sun herself has said this is related to Ares, so it must be his doing. I will defeat Ares and fulfill my mission." After hearing Diana's bold declaration, Hippolyta was left speechless. Her eyes, filled with reproach, turned to Karen, as if to say, "Look what you've done. You've led my foolish daughter astray." Karen, undeterred, chose to ignore Hippolyta's gaze. Clearing her throat, she moved beside Diana and gently patted her shoulder. "Diana, there's no rush to confront Ares. Even without him, human warfare has never ceased. Don't simplify the matter. It's best to let humanity resolve its own affairs." After speaking, Karen herself found the situation somewhat absurd. She is merely a 20-year-old maiden, attempting to impart wisdom to a 5,000-year-old child. It is utterly absurd. Indeed, the sun god has spoken most aptly. Therefore, might you allow me to depart? I am on a mission of utmost importance, one that pertains to the lives of millions. As the crowd turned their gaze towards him, Steve continued, "I assure you, I shall not return here to disrupt your tranquil existence." Upon hearing Steve's words, Diana looked at him with eyes aglow, unhesitatingly declaring, "I shall accompany you. I must thwart Ares' nefarious plot." "No," Hippolyta and her sister generals exclaimed in unison, attempting to dissuade her. Yet, their efforts only strengthened Diana's resolve to seek out the world beyond. Chapter 13. Diana enters the realm of humanity among those present. It was not only Karen who discerned Diana's intentions. After a moment of unwavering eye contact, Queen Hippolyta let out a resigned sigh, gesturing with her hand to employ a delaying tactic. "Diana, let us first honor the sun god. Matters concerning humanity can be discussed another day." Although Hippolyta was aware that Steve spoke the truth, she held little concern for the fate of humankind. "Very well." Diana acquiesced verbally. Yet the flicker in her gaze revealed her unwillingness to yield easily. Sighing in unison, Hippolyta exchanged a glance with her sister. Subsequently, a lavish feast featuring the exotic delicacies of Paradise Island commenced. Karen was taken aback by the multitude of fruits on display. It was remarkable how these women had sustained themselves on such bounty for millennia. However, upon taking her first bite, Karen's perspective shifted. These fruits were evidently not ordinary. Even a single piece could likely extend the lifespan of an average human by a year or more. Most importantly, there were no adverse effects or resistance associated with them. One could say that partaking in them was akin to striking gold. No wonder these women appeared unassuming yet were remarkably resilient. It turned out that Zeus had bequeathed such treasures to them. In addition to the fruits, there were modest servings of vegetables and a small quantity of meat as supplementary fare. It was evident that the Amazons were sincerely devoted to entertaining their newly appointed sun god. The fruit wine was delightful and fragrant. Witnessing the unique battle dances performed by the Amazonian warriors added an enchanting flavor to the evening. Most notably, every woman here seemed to possess an enviable physique. Karen was utterly captivated. Who could possibly resist the dance of a gathering of ageless beauties? After indulging in the feast, as night descended, Hippolyta approached Karen privately, feeling quite embarrassed to voice her request. What appeared to be an exceedingly troublesome matter to her was, in Karen's eyes, a mere flick of the wrist. Having been warmly welcomed throughout the day, Karen had no intention of declining. She raised her hand to unleash the power of the sun god, reinforcing the barrier left by Zeus. Notification: Supreme thunderous power of Zeus acquired. To Karen's surprise, she received an unexpected boon. She immediately focused on comprehending Zeus's strength, learning the application of the supreme thunder. Notification: Acquisition successful. With a resonant chime, Karen mastered a power far superior to that of the sun god, the supreme thunderous power. With the augmentation of this formidable force, the dual divine powers intertwined, swiftly restoring the barrier of Paradise Island to its original state. Even if Zeus himself were to arrive, breaching it would not be a trivial endeavor. Soon after, a peculiar expression crossed Karen's face. With a wave of her hand, golden sun god energy coalesced into a mirror. The reflection revealed Diana, fully armed, attempting to leave Paradise Island with Steve, only to be met with obstruction. Karen turned to Hippolyta, presenting her with the choice. Your Majesty, what do you think? Oh dear, let the child follow her own path. Hippolyta reluctantly spoke. All right. Karen, without further ado, extended her finger and gently tapped the screen. A portal emerged before Diana and Steve. May I speak with the child? Under the crown of the sun god? Hippolyta, unable to bear the thought of watching Diana depart, made her request. Of course, Karen readily acquiesced to this modest wish. Hippolyta gazed at Diana, who was on the verge of stepping out of the barrier. Her heart a tumult of emotions. Ultimately, she softly uttered, "Child, be safe." This phrase lingered in Diana's ears, a reminder that her mother was ever watchful. At this moment, the joy of her impending liberation from the cage intertwined with an inexplicable sentiment, rendering Diana's expression exceedingly complex. In a final gesture, she bowed deeply towards the direction of Paradise Island. She touched the protective silver bracelet in the crown of starlight, secured the sword of Ares and the shield of divinity, tightened the lasso of truth, and resolutely set forth in her small vessel with Steve. Karen observed this scene with a sigh, reflecting on the poignant heart of a parent. Hippolyta understood that if she spoke up, there was a significant chance she could keep Diana with her, yet she could not tether Diana's yearning heart for freedom. Consequently, she chose to bestow her blessings, supporting her decision. As she watched Diana depart, Hippolyta turned to Karen and knelt on one knee. Under the crown of the sun god, I beseech you to look after Diana upon your return to the human world, for she is still but a child who knows not the ways of the world. Karen hastily helped her up, saying, Your Majesty, there is no need for such formality. Diana is blessed by the gods and shall encounter no peril. No. Under the sun god's crown, your compassion and benevolence surpass that of other deities. Listening to Hippolyta's lengthy discourse, Karen felt overwhelmed. Was this endless flattery merely a means to persuade her to look after the child? As Hippolyta prepared to reiterate her praises, Karen quickly interjected, all right, I will. Within my capacity, keep an eye on Diana. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this assurance, Hippolyta felt a quiet relief. She preferred to trust a living deity over a multitude of deceased gods, even if this deity appeared somewhat unreliable. In the following 2 days, Karen remained on Paradise Island, graciously hosted by the Amazons. Meanwhile, Steve and Diana had already entered human society. Diana, being new to this world, was filled with curiosity, leading to numerous amusing incidents. However, one thing she could not tolerate was the extensive pollution caused by human facilities, which devastated the world. Time and again, she contemplated single-handedly demolishing those polluting factories. But it was only through Steve's persistent persuasion that she abandoned her plan. The next time Karen encountered Diana, she found her cautiously navigating through a revolving door while wielding a shield and sword. Hey, it's just a door. Is it really necessary to be that cautious? Diana and Steve turned towards the familiar voice, only to behold Karen clad in an elegant black suit. In an instant, Diana hurried to Karen, preparing to kneel on one knee. Fortunately, Karen was swift, grasping her firmly. Your Highness, Diana uttered, her tone laced with confusion. Outside, you may simply call me Karen. Karen replied with an air of authority. Very well, Your Highness Karen, Diana responded, her tone somewhat awkward. Karen, exasperated, covered her face. Do not call me Highness. How should I address you then? Karen was almost at her wit's end with Diana's naivety, casting a glance towards Steve. Steve quickly pulled Diana aside, whispering something in her ear. Chapter 14. The arrival of Wonder Woman. Diana was not a fool. After several days of acclimating to human society, Steve had imparted much knowledge to her. Approaching Karen, she hesitantly greeted, Karen, Lady Karen. In contrast to Diana, Steve exhibited a much more natural demeanor. Karen responded with a light laugh and a nod. Do you have any plans for what comes next? It was a question she already knew the answer to. We intend to present the notebook to Congress, hoping they will recognize the gravity of the situation and dispatch troops to intervene. Steve laid out their entire plan without reservation. Diana, standing beside him, several times opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Well, I shall accompany you, Karen declared, stepping alongside Diana and signaling Steve to lead the way. Steve was overjoyed. He preferred the assistance of this true goddess over that of Diana, a child of millennia. Thank you for your help, he said, bowing respectfully to Karen. Karen waved her hand dismissively. She was merely following along and had no intention of intervening. With no further hesitation, Steve guided the two women through narrow alleys towards Congress. However, after only a short distance, they were targeted and surrounded by a group of spies. Steve, surrender what you have, one of the agents stated, revealing their objective. the research notebook of the villainous Dr. Poison that Steve held. I'm afraid I cannot hand it over, Steve replied, and with that, he struck first, swiftly neutralizing the nearest spy. The others, realizing negotiations had failed, opened fire on the trio. Karen stood still, making no move, while Diana sprang into action. With her wrist shielded, she swiftly maneuvered to deflect and absorb all incoming bullets. The sight left the surrounding spies utterly astonished. Is she even human? They marveled, witnessing someone blocking bullets with mere arms. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Diana advanced. Her movements a blur as she dispatched the enemies with a series of powerful punches, knocking them all to the ground. Let us proceed, Karen said, casting a glance at the incapacitated spies before stepping forward. Regaining his composure, Steve urged Diana to follow, and the trio soon exited the alley. Arriving at the steps of Congress, Steve presented the relevant credentials, and they were swiftly allowed entry. Inside, he received news that was neither good nor bad. Congress had begun preparations for a ceasefire. However, Steve understood that even if they were ready for a truce, the enemy would not cease their plans to deploy gas bombs. In frustration, he engaged in a heated argument with the congressman, resulting in the three being ejected from the premises. The congressman's reaction was somewhat unexpected for Steve, leaving him uncertain of their next course of action. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Karen, who was idly observing the surroundings, and an audacious plan began to form in his mind. Karen, only you can avert this calamity now. Are you willing to assist me? Steve's voice was soft as he stepped before Karen, his gaze imbued with sincerity. Indeed. This was his plan, to implore Karen to extinguish the source of the chaos. However, he was soon doused with cold water. Oh, who are you? Why should I help you? Karen's tone was indifferent, and her eyes reflected a hint of detachment. She was all too familiar with the expression in Steve's eyes. For not long ago, she had witnessed the same look in the eyes of the American captain of the Werewolves. Karen's utterance left Steve momentarily speechless. Who was he, after all? What right did he have to ask for her intervention? Beneath the aegis of the sun god, would you truly stand by and watch as millions perish in a gas attack? Steve had no choice but to resort to desperation. Millions? What concern is that of mine? Karen's voice remained devoid of warmth. Her demeanor extinguished any flicker of hope within Steve. Diana, unable to bear the scene, wished to interject. Yet before she could utter a word, Karen's form vanished without a trace. Sighing deeply, Steve felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Though he had anticipated this outcome, Steve, worry not. Even in the absence of the sun god, I am here. My purpose in coming is to prevent war, Diana said. Her words sounding somewhat naïve to Steve. He conceded that Diana was indeed far more formidable than the average person. Had he not witnessed Karen's prowess? He might have placed his hopes in Diana. However, after encountering a true deity, he held no expectations for her. The chasm between them loomed vast in his eyes, akin to the divide between heaven and earth. After much contemplation, Steve could not shake the imperative of safeguarding those millions of lives. He resolved to assemble a team and head to the front lines to thwart the enemy. Simultaneously, Ares, in the guise of Sir Morgan, appeared discreetly beside Steve and Diana upon sensing Karen's departure, offering his assistance. This unexpected boon rekindled their spirits. Steve promptly gathered himself and set out to recruit allies. With Sir Morgan's formidable support, the team was swiftly formed and departed for the front. Along the journey, Diana bore witness to the brutal realities of war. Soldiers fighting on with severed limbs, countless refugees isolated and vulnerable. These sights profoundly stirred her heart. Consequently, at the plea of a woman, Diana resolutely shed her disguise, donned her armor, and advanced towards the enemy trenches, prepared to annihilate the foe. Though the enemy did not comprehend the intentions of this alluring figure, it did not deter them from launching an assault against Diana. Naturally, she would not stand idly by. Her divine shield rose to the forefront, complemented by her protective silver bracelets, deflecting all incoming fire. Her pace quickened, faster and faster, as she charged into the enemy's stronghold. She unsheathed her longsword, embarking on a slaughter that was uniquely her own. At that moment, reinforcements led by Steve arrived. With Diana's overwhelming onslaught, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The enemy, confronted by Diana's formidable presence, was paralyzed by fear. In an instant, their ranks disintegrated, while our morale soared. After dispatching several more foes, Diana leapt high into the air at Steve's signal, crashing into the bell tower, eliminating the last enemy sniper and demolishing the structure. This action signified the triumph of this war. As the smoke cleared, Diana stood atop the bell tower, hailed by cheers from the crowd for the sudden emergence of this female warrior. In that moment, it seemed as though she grasped a profound truth. Once the battle concluded and the field was cleared, a photographer invited Diana and Steve to capture a commemorative photograph. They readily agreed. Thus, a photograph from the war era featuring Diana was born, heralding the official emergence of Wonder Woman. Chapter 15. Diana battles the avatar of Ares. Following their victory in a prior skirmish, Steve and his companions promptly infiltrated their target, seeking intelligence on the location of the completed gas bombs. However, At this juncture, Diana began to exhibit an obstinate streak. It could be said that the halo bestowed upon her by the populace had inflated her sense of self-importance. She firmly believed that the one controlling the gas bombs and thus the fates of millions, Ludendorff, was none other than the god of war, Ares. If she could vanquish Ares, she was convinced that all warfare would dissipate into nothingness. Yet, Steve once again intervened to halt her reckless pursuit. Exhausted by Diana's convictions, Steve's voice resonated with an air of resignation as he implored her, "Diana, human conflict cannot be resolved by merely eliminating one individual. Our foremost priority must be to destroy the gas bombs and prevent the loss of countless lives." After a lengthy discourse, Diana ultimately resolved to trust him once more. However, fate often eludes our grasp. Due to Steve's interference, Ludendorff had already commenced the first phase of his gas bomb experimentation, resulting in the tragic demise of thousands. Upon receiving this devastating news, Diana nearly succumbed to despair, chastising Steve for obstructing her from eliminating Ares. Without Ares, those lives would have been spared. This confrontation ignited a fierce conflict between them. Karen, silently observing the tumult, felt a profound sense of fatigue on Steve's behalf. Guiding a 5,000-year-old child like Diana was no simple task. Yet, he found himself puzzled. In the original narrative, weren't they already entangled in a romantic liaison? Yet, at this point, while Diana's affection for Steve was unmistakable, he seemed indifferent, treating her merely as a friend. What, then, was the nature of their unfolding relationship? After parting ways with Steve, Diana resolved to confront Ludendorff directly, wielding her sword to bring an end to the war herself. As night fell, Steve realized too late that Diana had infiltrated Ludendorff's encampment alone. Along her path, she cut through adversaries with ease, as few mortals could withstand her prowess. Before long, she located Ludendorff's position. He too had sensed her approach and, unwilling to underestimate her, inhaled an enhancement gas, preparing to face her in a duel to the death. Yet, he had overestimated the effects of the gas. Despite consuming an entire vial, he fell to Diana's blade in mere moments, pierced through the chest. Lifeless before he could even comprehend his defeat. Upon slaying Ludendorff, Diana believed she had brought an end to the war and was poised to revel in her triumph. However, she soon discovered that the surrounding enemy forces did not cease their hostilities upon Ludendorff's demise. They continued to load their weapons and engage in combat, heedless of the chaos around them. How could this be? Had I not slain the god of war, Ares? In that instant, Diana's resolve shattered. The seductive whispers of doubt began to echo in her mind. Diana, humanity is not as splendid as you envision. They are, in essence, a species rife with jealousy, hatred, and bloodshed. Reflect upon your experiences since entering the realm of mortals. Do such beings truly merit your protection? With a clang, the sword clattered to the ground, and Diana collapsed, engulfed in confusion and helplessness. From a distance, Karen and Ares observed this scene, shaking their heads. This child still exhibits a degree of immaturity. Child? She is your sister, is she not? Karen regarded Ares with a look of incredulity. In response to Karen's remark, Ares merely chuckled, his expression revealing his disdain for Zeus. While the two engaged in idle chatter, Diana, blessed with the aura of a protagonist, regained her composure and confronted Ares' projection. However, lacking the full extent of her powers, she was swiftly overpowered by one of Ares' avatars. A single punch sent her plummeting from a great height, followed by a crushing blow that drove her into the earth. Subsequently, Ares' avatar manipulated metal to encase her form, pinning her against the soil. Diana found herself utterly unable to escape. The avatar of Ares then commenced a relentless assault, delivering heavy blows that elicited agonized cries from Diana, who could muster no resistance. At that moment, Steve, piloting a tank, aimed at Ares' avatar and fired a shell that sent it hurtling away. Finally, Diana seized the opportunity to break free from her confinement, summoning all her strength. Steve maneuvered the tank to her side. "Are you all right?" "My apologies, Steve." The two spoke almost in unison, sharing a knowing smile. Steve repositioned the tank's cannon, unleashing a barrage upon Ares' avatar. Diana once again grasped the sword of the god of war, leaping high to strike at Ares' projection. The avatar immediately summoned twin blades to engage Diana in combat. The sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the open space. The vibrations caused Steve's eardrums to ache, prompting him to reverse the tank and observe the battle from a distance. Just then, he caught sight of a distant aircraft, laden with toxic gas projectiles, poised for takeoff. This aircraft was the objective of his mission, and he could not allow it to ascend. Instantly, Steve redirected the tank's cannon towards the plane, only to realize, regrettably, that his tank was out of ammunition. Cursing under his breath, he hastily exited the tank, commandeering a motorcycle and speeding towards the aircraft. Fortunately, his speed was sufficient. After dispatching the pilot with a single shot, he successfully seized control of the cockpit. After a moment's hesitation, Steve pulled the control stick upward, guiding the aircraft into the sky. In the distance, Diana witnessed this unfolding drama, comprehending Steve's intent. In her line of sight, Steve waved goodbye to her. No. At that moment, divine power surged from within her, propelling Ares' avatar away. With a deafening explosion, Steve and the entire aircraft vanished from existence. A pocket watch fortuitously fell at Diana's feet. She picked it up, recognizing it as the cherished heirloom that Steve had always kept close. Clutching the watch tightly, she placed it carefully aside, her gaze filled with animosity directed at Ares' avatar. At that moment, Ares' avatar grinned and hurled the toxic doctor, the creator of gas bombs, towards Diana. She recognized him instantly. It was he who had devised those inhumane weapons. Without hesitation, her sword glided across his neck, and his severed head tumbled to the ground. Now it's your turn, Ares. In that instant, Diana unleashed the entirety of her divine power. Radiant flashes of lightning surrounded her, and the ethereal forms of the gods began to materialize behind her. From a distance, Karen and Ares exchanged knowing nods. Both figures simultaneously vanished, marking the impending conclusion of this grand spectacle. In the arena, Diana concentrated all her divine energy into her hands, releasing the full force of the thunder. With a single strike, she obliterated Ares' avatar completely. At that moment, dawn broke. As Diana gazed upon the rising sun, a profound understanding dawned upon her. Steve had imparted many lessons to her, and in this moment, she was resolved to embody the wisdom he had often shared, to know what to pursue and what to forego. She intended to traverse this mortal realm, quietly absorbing the splendor of life. Chapter 16. Wolverine in the high skies. Karen disregarded the system's notifications. She was certain that her enhancements were not a product of this contraption. At best, it served merely as a scanner, with the warehouse being cluttered with an array of fireworks, luxury cars, and rockets. She had ample reason to suspect that this mechanism was merely dragging her around to accumulate gifts and revel in the spectacle. How did she ascertain this? The system was nearly obsolete, lacking any defensive capabilities. Yet, it continued to scurry about energetically. With a shake of her head and a sigh, she recalled her intentions in the previous world, where she had intended to save Steve, for individuals of his virtue were indeed rare. However, as this thought materialized, an overwhelming dread descended upon her. Her instincts warned that if she were to save Steve, dire consequences would inevitably ensue. Alas, it appeared she was still insufficiently powerful. Karen understood that this was likely an edict of the cosmic order. Had she possessed greater strength, she could have shattered such constraints. As she pondered, Karen raised her hand and struck out to the side, exclaiming, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" With a resounding crash, the heartbroken Wolverine was sent sprawling to the ground. Reeling from the impact, he lifted his head, his gaze filled with hatred, fixating on the figure clad in red and blue above. His bone claws extended slowly. "Come down," he demanded. "Let me show you the disparity." As Karen's voice echoed, her form materialized directly in front of Wolverine. With no embellishments, she delivered a swift kick. The force unleashed a sonic boom. Wolverine, Logan, found himself helpless against the onslaught, hurled thousands of meters away. Covered in wounds, he swiftly regained his footing, his injuries healing in the process. With a fiery glare, he charged toward Karen, using all his limbs. Karen aimed to gauge the limits of his regenerative abilities. Adjusting her own strength, she unleashed a barrage of attacks on Wolverine from every conceivable angle at a speed he could hardly comprehend. The air erupted with the sound of explosions. Throughout this onslaught, Karen continually augmented her power, ceasing only when she neared the threshold of what Wolverine could withstand. At that moment, he lay on the ground like a tattered sack, blood oozing from his mouth. Super healing detected, learnable, chimed the system. Still lacking though. Although the detection indicated super healing, Karen felt that Wolverine's current regenerative capabilities paled in comparison to those he would possess with adamantium claws in the future. Just as Wolverine was poised to charge at her once more, she interjected, "Stop. Your girlfriend is not dead." Her words brought Wolverine to a complete standstill. "What do you mean?" Logan stared in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of the immensely powerful and enigmatic woman. Literally, after Karen spoke, a beam of golden solar energy shot forth from her fingertips and entered Kayla's body. In the next instant, Kayla, who had long ceased to have a heartbeat, abruptly revived and sat up. Wolverine, momentarily forgetting everything else, rushed to Kayla's side. He steadied her, anxiously checking her body and discovering that she was indeed alive. Finally holding her tightly in his embrace. "You're not dead. This is truly wonderful." The more one witnesses the heart-wrenching farewells of life, the more one fears loss, a sentiment perfectly embodied by Logan. In contrast to Logan's elation, Silver Fox Kayla wore a complex expression. Soon, as Logan's initial joy settled, he noticed Kayla's unease. He adjusted her position and gazed intently into her eyes. "Kayla, you..." "I'm sorry, Logan, I deceived you." Before Logan could inquire further, Kayla burst into tears. Having been discovered in her feigned death, she resolved to unveil the entire truth. After hearing her confession, Logan's mind went blank. "So, if your sister hadn't been captured by Stryker, you wouldn't have appeared in my life, would you?" The question unleashed a torrent of suppressed fury within him. "No, Logan, Please let me explain. Initially, I approached you with an ulterior motive, but as time passed, I truly fell in love with you. Kayla's voice was sincere. Her gaze filled with love as it lingered on the man so close to her. Just as they leaned in closer, on the verge of a kiss, a sudden cough interrupted them. Ahem, have you forgotten the matter at hand? Facing their curious stares, Karen pointed a finger at the saber-toothed tiger lurking behind a nearby thicket. Upon seeing the saber-toothed tiger, Logan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Haunting memories assaulted him. He released Kayla from his embrace and dashed toward the creature, grabbing its collar. He extended his bone claws to its throat. Get lost, or I will kill you. In response to his threat, the saber-toothed tiger scoffed derisively, effortlessly prying away Logan's claws. My dear brother, how much fighting strength do you possess now? You can try me, Logan retorted, refusing to back down. Without further ado, they clashed. The saber-toothed tiger delivered a swift kick that sent Logan sprawling to the ground. As Logan picked himself up and extended another claw, he charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the tiger. However, due to his prolonged period of recuperation, Logan's combat instincts had dulled. Within just a few exchanges, he was knocked down once more, his sharp claws brutally crushed beneath the tiger's might. Witnessing Logan's one-sided thrashing, Silver Fox Kayla yearned to assist him, but was hindered by her own lack of combat ability, casting a pleading glance toward Karen. With a gentle smile, Karen's fierce gaze ignited, propelling the saber-toothed tiger away from Logan with immense force, sending it flying hundreds of meters. The saber-toothed tiger's body was pierced through by 2 large holes. The severity of such an assault left him filled with trepidation from Karen's nonchalant demeanor. It was evident that she had not exerted her full strength. Should she choose to unleash her complete power, he would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Even with his healing abilities, salvation would be improbable. Logan, Strick will not spare you, he uttered, and with that, the saber-toothed tiger swiftly fled on all fours. Logan, lying on the ground, discerned his words and slowly sat up, gazing at his fractured claws, lost in thought. He understood that now that Strick had set his sights on him, escape was futile. Furthermore, with Kayla's sister in their clutches, there was no hope of evading Strick's grasp. Chapter 17. Telepathy. Laser eyes. Kira approached the defeated Logan, gently embracing him for comfort. Logan, what should we do next? Kira had laid bare Striker's plans, but her primary concern now was the safety of her sister. Logan extended a hand, softly patting Kira's back, while his mind raced, contemplating how to break the deadlock. Karen, unable to endure the display of affection between the two, suggested, why not have Logan approach Stryker under the pretext of accepting the experiment, and then eliminate him? This proposal caused both Logan and Kira's eyes to brighten simultaneously. Yet, Kira remained apprehensive, fearing that Logan's proactive approach towards Stryker might lead to danger. She cast a worried glance at Logan, but was met with his resolute gaze. Their prolonged companionship had rendered words unnecessary. A single look was sufficient for them to comprehend each other's thoughts. At this juncture, Logan and Kira found the inclination to inquire about Karen's origins. Karen had already prepared her response. I am a friend of Charles. She explained this matter-of-factly, indifferent to whether they believed her, as her own conviction sufficed. After her explanation, Karen opted to refrain from indulging in their affectionate display and swiftly departed. As for the next steps, she trusted Wolverine to handle them adeptly, for he was, after all, the protagonist of this tale. In just a few moments, Karen soared to Xavier's Institute. Before she could even enter, a voice resonated in her mind. Welcome, Lady Karen. Without needing to guess, Karen immediately recognized the source of the voice. Beep, telepathic ability detected, available for learning. Karen promptly consumed a measure of her silver superhuman growth to facilitate the replication of this ability. Beep, congratulations on acquiring telepathy. Upon gaining this power, Karen swiftly erected a defensive wall within her mind. With her super brain coupled with telepathy, her capabilities eclipsed even those of Professor X by numerous magnitudes. One of her objectives for this journey had been fulfilled, and she was unconcerned about why Professor X knew her. Meanwhile, Professor X harbored immense curiosity regarding Karen's sudden disappearance and reappearance. After all, it had been many years since their last encounter, following her resolution of the Black Emperor incident. He even questioned the very existence of Karen in this world. Knowing that she might one day become friends with Professor X in the future, Karen felt liberated. She engaged in casual banter with the professor, who had come to greet her, as they entered Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. During this time, Karen attempted to learn the Phoenix Force alongside Jean, but met with failure. To be precise, her current growth progress was insufficient. Karen estimated that to fully master the Phoenix Force, she would require at least 30% of her silver superhuman growth. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor. After all, it was one of Marvel's 3 supreme powers. Once mastery is attained, one foot is already poised within the realm of the multiverse. With her current might nearing the singularity level, the aspiration to attain complete control feels rather ambitious. Contemplating this, Karen yearned for a sun to slumber beneath for several millennia. With the confluence of her solar essence and the divine attributes of the sun god, Upon her emergence, she envisioned herself sweeping through all adversities. Confidently, she believed that aside from the omnipotent entities of Marvel and DC, she would fear not. Yet, such musings remained just that, mere thoughts. For if she were to act upon them, would she not succumb to the tedium of existence? As her gaze shifted, Karen noticed a group of youthful mutants approaching her. Upon sighting Karen, their eyes brightened and their steps quickened. Even without the aid of telepathy, she could discern their intentions, activating her phantasmic vision in an instant. The youthful individuals momentarily appeared dazed. When they looked again, Karen seemed less striking than before. Professor X merely smiled at this development. He then lowered his voice to introduce the group to Karen. To her astonishment, she recognized among them the future renowned Iceman and Pyro from the X-Men universe. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed continuously in her mind. Glancing at her remaining learning opportunities, now reduced to 2, Karen hesitated briefly before opting for the power of extreme cold. As for the ability to wield flames, she considered that she might later acquire the Phoenix Force, whose flames would surely far surpass Pyro's abilities. Thus, his powers were effectively dismissed. Among the X-Gene abilities, the ones Karen most yearned for were teleportation and energy absorption. Unfortunately, she needed to reserve 2 of her learning chances to master Wolverine's super healing and Scott's optic blasts. At this juncture, Black King had already perished, and she had yet to locate the Red Devil. After a brief exploration of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Karen bid farewell to Professor Charles. Sensing her progress towards achieving 6 in Silver Superman growth, she felt it was time to recharge herself. Raising her head towards the sun suspended high in the sky, her battle attire transformed instantaneously from red and blue to pure black. A resounding sonic boom echoed forth. In the next moment, Karen's figure soared beyond Earth, heading directly towards the sun. Approaching within a kilometer of the sun's surface, her solar divinity surged into full operation, accelerating the absorption and transformation of solar energy. Internally and externally, they complemented each other harmoniously. With her eyes gently closed and arms outstretched, Karen levitated above the sun's surface, allowing the solar energy to wash over her relentlessly. Time slipped by quietly. Ding, congratulations. Ooh. Silver Superman has grown to 6. The system notification sounded just as Karen's eyes abruptly opened. A tremendous energy erupted from the sun's surface, manifesting as a solar flare potent enough to obliterate all in its path. Exhaling deeply, Karen released a long breath as the solar flare dissipated silently, marking the conclusion of her brief retreat. Her form accelerated back towards Earth, entering the atmosphere within mere breaths. The extraordinary vision and telepathy simultaneously sought the whereabouts of Logan. Soon, they discovered him within a clandestine research facility. Karen's expression grew peculiar. How could Sabretooth be aiding him? It turned out that what Karen witnessed was a chaotic scene where Sabretooth and Wolverine were wreaking havoc in the Stryker lab, collaborating with the Silver Fox sisters to liberate numerous mutant test subjects. At that moment, they encountered an unexpected obstruction, Deadpool, whose mouth was sealed shut. Just as Karen intended to intervene and assist in neutralizing Deadpool, a fascinating scene unfolded before her. With a sudden gunshot, the Deadpool intercepting Wolverine and Sabretooth crumpled to the ground. A Deadpool clad in his iconic costume appeared, playfully greeting the two. This bewildering sight left Wolverine and Sabretooth utterly astonished. Hello, I'm just passing through. Please, continue. Deadpool quipped before activating the temporal lock of his teleportation device and vanishing without a trace. No one comprehended his true purpose for being there. Apparently, I arrived too late. Karen remarked as she emerged from her concealment, keen to learn from Wolverine's further enhanced regenerative abilities and Scott's optic blasts from a distance. Indeed, you were tardy. Wolverine replied curtly before turning away. Sabretooth cast a wary glance at Karen and swiftly departed in the opposite direction. Chapter 18. Winter Soldier Howard. God of Time, Karen wore a look of utter incredulity. Was she being dismissed? Shaking her head, she chose not to dwell on it any further. Finding a secluded area, she began to assess her acquisitions in this world. Indeed, it was a bountiful harvest, an extraordinary telepathic ability, the mastery of ice with the extreme power of frost, the capability to amalgamate with thermal vision to create laser-like beams, and unparalleled self-healing prowess. As for why she did not replicate Deadpool's immortality, that was far from a desirable trait. Deadpool's abilities were, to be precise, a byproduct of a death factor entwined with cancer cells. Karen had no desire to implant cancer cells within herself. Despite her non-human nature, she harbored no fear of such malignancies. Having organized her thoughts, Karen composed herself. She understood that it was once again time to depart. System, what is the next world? Ding. Captain Marvel 1. Surely, you cannot be progressing in chronological order? If I have traversed Captain Marvel 1, does that mean my next destination will be Wonder Woman 1984? Ding, you are correct. Here are 100,000 celebratory firecrackers for you. As the system's voice faded, a spectacular display of fireworks erupted around Karen. When she regained her senses, She realized that daylight had swiftly transformed into night. Glancing down, she exclaimed in surprise, not daring to linger. Accelerating her form, she delivered a powerful kick that sent the Winter Soldier, who aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Howard, flying. "Hey, Howard, long time no see. Why do you look so disheveled?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Howard, bloodied and with a mane of white hair, wore an expression of disbelief. "Karen, is it really you?" "Of course, who else could it be?" Karen replied with a smile, extending a strand of solar energy. Instantly, Howard's wounds were significantly healed. Once rejuvenated, Howard immediately turned to check on his wife, Maria. Upon discovering that she merely lay unconscious and was otherwise unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, isn't this your beautiful secretary?" Karen teased lightly. Her keen eyesight easily discerned the figure behind Howard. Though she too had a white mane, it was evident that in her youth, she must have been a striking beauty. "Indeed, she is now my wife," Howard responded with remarkable composure regarding the subject. Suddenly, 3 gunshots interrupted their conversation. Karen paid no mind as 3 bullets struck her dark cloak, subsequently falling to the ground. After a moment of contemplation, she raised a hand, transforming her golden solar energy into a long whip that ensnared Bucky, who had attempted to flee. "What shall we do with this one?" Howard inquired, observing Bucky, bound and still thrashing like a trapped animal. "What can we do? His condition is clearly abnormal. Besides, with Steve's involvement, you cannot possibly kill him." Karen's latter remark was clearly directed at the future Steve, who had been lurking in the nearby woods, silently witnessing the unfolding events. As Karen's words echoed, a rustling sound emerged from the vicinity. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black stealth suit emerged from the woods, his hair tinged with gray, the future Captain America. "Karen, Howard. It's been a while," he greeted them awkwardly. While Karen appeared nonchalant, Howard seemed visibly agitated. This fellow must have been waiting there all along, watching as he was killed. Howard thought bitterly. Sensing Howard's displeasure, future Steve quickly explained, "Howard, it's not what you think. It was Loki who stopped me. Look over there." As he spoke, he pointed to the side where Karen and Howard stood. Indeed, unbeknownst to them, a figure clad in a green robe, adorned with a pair of antlers, Loki, stood there. However, this Loki exuded an unsettling calmness as he approached Karen, a pale green aura enveloping the air. In an instant, Howard, future Steve, and Bucky fell into a deep slumber. "Karen, you must realize that Howard's death is inevitable." Karen cautiously scrutinized the Loki before her. "Should I address you as Loki, the god of mischief and prince of Asgard? Or should I refer to you as the god of time?" Loki paused momentarily before responding. "Just call me Loki." "Very well, Loki. What if I were to say I wish to spare Howard?" Upon finishing her sentence, Karen began to summon the vast energy within her, readying herself for a confrontation with the god of time, despite knowing she might not stand a chance. Hearing her words, Loki smiled faintly. "That is acceptable. But Howard Stark must disappear." Karen was taken aback at Loki's unexpected compliance, momentarily lost in thought before nodding with a slight smile. "I assure you, Howard Stark will vanish completely." Loki responded with a simple acknowledgement, and then his figure faded away, as if he had never been there. Once Loki departed, Karen swiftly began to tidy the scene. First, she adjusted the memories of future Steve and sent him back into the woods. Then she fabricated a false memory for Bucky. Lastly, she procured 2 bodies that closely resembled Howard and Maria's physiques and cast them into the flames of the car explosion. Before leaving, Karen made sure to take with her an unknown quantity of super soldier serum. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to return with Howard and Maria to the time of World War II, specifically to Howard's estate, where he had once lost a bet. Upon entering the estate, Karen was not met with desolation. Rather, it was impeccably maintained. It was evident that Howard had ensured the property was well cared for. She awakened Howard and Maria, explaining the situation to them. They were not fools and understood that, in a sense, they had died from this day forward. "By the way, how is Dr. Erskine faring?" Upon hearing Karen's inquiry, Howard's expression dimmed. "He passed away 8 years ago. Did he not use the super soldier serum?" "No, at that time. His physical condition was insufficient to support the transformation induced by the 5th-generation super soldier serum. Moreover, he had no desire to utilize the super soldier serum." Subsequently, Howard began to recount to Karen the myriad events that had transpired on Earth over the years. Throughout the discourse, he made sure to mention multiple times his immense pride in his son, Tony Stark. "Oh, by the way, the Strategic Scientific Reserve has now been renamed the Department of Homeland Strategic and Logistics Support, with even greater authority than before." Upon mentioning this name, Howard couldn't help but express his disdain for its lengthy and cumbersome nature. Indeed, Karen concurred. "Oh, by the way, I have entrusted it to a remarkably capable young man, Pierce. If you were to meet him, you would surely commend my discernment." Upon hearing the name Pierce, Karen's expression became somewhat peculiar. With Pierce now in charge, there would certainly be some entertainment in store for her. As their idle chatter came to an end, Karen adopted a serious demeanor, and inquired about Howard's forthcoming plans. Chapter 19. The young Tony Howard cast his gaze upon the super soldier serum that had been resting on the table, his voice tinged with an inexplicable air. This was the 6th generation of the super soldier serum, which had incorporated factors for anti-aging. My intention, alongside Maria, was to secretly utilize this serum while keeping it from Tony, thereby preparing a delightful surprise for him. Yet, as Howard contemplated this, he found himself both amused and pained. He wondered if Tony would feel sorrow upon realizing that his parents had departed from this world in such a hasty manner. Karen rose and gently patted Howard's shoulder, offering no further words as she made her way outside. Howard understood her implication and promptly decided to follow suit. Together with Maria, they injected themselves with the 6th generation super soldier serum, successfully restoring their appearances to that of individuals in their 40s. Regrettably, their physical abilities had not seen much enhancement. This could indeed be considered a drawback. After a brief discussion, the two resolved to conceal their identities and embark on a journey around the globe. After all, having toiled for most of their lives, it was high time to relish the remaining moments. However, what they did not anticipate was that merely a week after the world had declared them dead due to a car explosion, their steadfast butler, Jarvis, unexpectedly passed away without warning. Tony, now just 20 years old, was left reeling from these successive blows, feeling utterly despondent. At the dawn of a new year, Tony Stark found himself all alone. Concerned for Tony's well-being, Howard and Maria decided to seek Karen's assistance in looking after him. After a moment's hesitation, Karen agreed, recognizing that it was still 1992. And Carol Danvers would not return to Earth until 1995. With little else to occupy her time aside from basking in the sun, she figured it would be a good opportunity to mentor Tony. On the first day of the new year, Tony declined Obadiah's company and sequestered himself within the confines of his villa. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the floor-to-ceiling windows, startling Tony. He sprang to his feet and peered outside, only to behold a woman clad in a red and blue suit, hovering serenely in the air. A cryptic smile gracing her lips as she scrutinized him. Tony, terrified by this alarming sight, instinctively turned to flee. His courage was lacking, especially in comparison to Howard. Upon hearing Karen mention his father, Tony paused momentarily, then slowly turned to examine the woman who had entered the room. "Who are you? Kara Zor-El?" Tony's voice quivered with uncertainty. He had always believed that the tales his father had spun during his childhood were mere fabrications. He had been told of a Kryptonian whom Howard had known, who had once whisked him away from Earth back in 1944, long before humanity had even ventured into space. Even the faded photographs were dismissed by Tony as elaborate tricks devised by Howard to amuse him. In Howard's narratives, Karen had been portrayed as a near-divine figure. As a child, Tony had incessantly pestered Howard to introduce him to this enigmatic Aunt Karen, until he had read the Superman and Supergirl comics. He believed Howard to be a consummate charlatan who had deceived him for years. From that moment onward, his disdain for his father, Howard, grew increasingly palpable. Absurdly, for the sake of Aunt Karen, Howard had compelled DC Comics to create a Supergirl comic, with the protagonist named Kara Zor-El, a name chosen personally by his father. By familial convention, Kara should refer to the woman before him as Aunt. Tony felt utterly exasperated by his father's peculiar sense of humor. "Hey, what are you going to call me?" Under the intense gaze of Karen, Tony found himself swallowing hard. "Karen, Aunt Karen." "Haha, you rascal," Karen chuckled, pleased to be recognized as a relative of the soon-to-be famous Iron Man of Marvel. As Tony scrutinized Aunt Karen closely, he realized that his father's extravagant descriptions were far from hyperbolic. Aunt Karen was breathtakingly beautiful, almost ethereal. Those cover models paled in comparison. Oh no. How could he even think to compare them? He slapped himself twice in disbelief. Karen narrowed her eyes, fully aware of her stunning appearance, fixating her gaze on Tony. "You're not thinking anything inappropriate, are you?" No. Haha. Tony laughed nervously, eager to mask his embarrassment, and hurried to fetch a chair for Karen. "Aunt Karen, please take a seat." Satisfied, Karen nodded. The youthful Tony was quite charming. With a bit of guidance, he shouldn't turn into that acerbic version of himself, right? Karen was uncertain. As she sat down, she tossed an object towards Tony. Instinctively, he caught it, examining the exquisite firearm adorned with red and blue stripes. He looked up at Karen, confusion evident in his eyes. "This was given to me by your father for protection. Now I am passing it on to you. As a man, you must learn to bear responsibility." Upon hearing his father Howard's name again, a complex mix of emotions surged within Tony. He tightened his grip on the pistol, stowing it away carefully. A newfound sense of responsibility reflected in his gaze as he spoke solemnly. "I will." "Good. I shall take my leave now. You know where to find the estate your father lost to me, right? If you need anything, come there. I should be residing there for a while." With that, Karen stood and departed. To be honest, she was somewhat inept at offering motivational platitudes. Upon leaving Tony's villa, Karen spotted Obadiah, sitting not far away, wearing a similarly troubled expression. With a flicker of thought, Her attire instantaneously transformed into a black hoodie and sweatpants, hands tucked into her pockets as she sauntered over. Obadiah? Long time no see. Are you here to visit Tony too? Obadiah turned towards the voice, his gaze settling on Karen. After a moment of bewilderment, he exclaimed in astonishment. You are Miss Karen? No, that is impossible. Having spoken, he promptly denied it himself. The last time she encountered Karen was over 40 years ago. How could Karen possibly remain unchanged? It is me, Karen affirmed. Obadiah immediately alighted from the vehicle and hurried a few steps forward. My goodness, Miss Karen. Is it truly you? Obadiah exclaimed, gazing at Karen with a mixture of disbelief and scrutiny. Karen withdrew her hand from her pocket, gesturing dismissively. No need for such astonishment. I have heard that quite a bit has transpired during my absence. I returned to check on Tony. Ah, indeed. Tony has not been well lately. Obadiah admitted, feeling uneasy under Karen's penetrating gaze. Well, do assist him diligently, and perhaps temper any inappropriate thoughts, Karen advised, giving Obadiah's shoulder a light pat. A gesture that caused him to break into a sweat. Why yes, Obadiah stammered, gripped by fear. During his brief time with Howard, he had witnessed Karen's capabilities firsthand. Those foolish enough to provoke her had invariably met a swift and silent demise after a mere flick of her hand. He had once been tasked with cleaning up after such incidents, fully aware of the fates that befell those misguided souls. Well done, Karen remarked, observing Obadiah's demeanor. She recognized that she had awakened long-buried memories within him. Without another glance, she turned and walked away. Chapter 20. Pepper Potts. The figure of Karen vanished entirely. Obadiah collapsed to the ground, repeatedly rubbing his shoulder where Karen had just struck him. This woman remained as formidable as ever. In that moment, Obadiah recalled Karen's unchanging visage over the decades. A flicker of insight sparked in his eyes, and a desire for exploration quietly took root within him. Obadiah was well aware of Howard's ongoing research, and thus, he had ample reason to suspect. It was likely that Karen had maintained her youthful appearance and astonishing strength due to the injection of the super soldier serum. This thought ignited a thrill within Obadiah. What if he could procure the super soldier serum from Karen? He shivered at the prospect, swiftly suppressing his ambition while cautiously surveying his surroundings. Resolute in his decision, Obadiah resolved to proceed methodically. His first step was to stabilize Stark Industries and enhance his standing within the corporation. In the ensuing time, Tony successfully assumed the role of the head of Stark Industries, officially taking charge and creating the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. He also became a frequent visitor to Karen's estate, often finding various excuses to engage her in casual conversation. However, Tony's inquiries were largely irrelevant, predominantly revolving around the circumstances of Kryptonian civilization. Karen had little to conceal and recounted her memories of Kryptonian civilization to Tony, which bore a striking resemblance to the comic book depictions. Had it not been for Karen's inability to resist Tony's persistent requests, taking him on a cosmic tour, Tony might have doubted whether Karen and Howard were conspiring to deceive him. During this period, the relationship between the two had evolved, shedding its initial awkwardness. Meanwhile, Obadiah diligently managed everything for Tony, occasionally inquiring about Karen's situation. However, under Karen's watchful admonitions, Tony was cautious not to divulge much, often responding with vague remarks. This left Obadiah seething with frustration, yearning to forge a closer bond with Karen. Was it truly so difficult? One day, Tony returned to Karen's estate once more, making his way to the sunlit garden where she often basked. Aunt Karen, I have meticulously organized Stark Industries, and I am considering selecting a capable secretary to free up more time for my inventions. Would you be interested in assisting me with the selection? Upon hearing Tony's words, Karen sprang from her sun lounger with surprising agility. Let us go. Tony had not anticipated such enthusiasm from her for such trivial matters. Before he could take a sip of water, they were back at Stark Tower. As they approached, Karen had already reviewed the candidate profiles Tony had prepared. To her surprise, Pepper Potts was notably absent from the list. Just as they stepped into Stark Tower, a warm voice called out from a distance, drawing their attention. Karen. Long time no see. Obadiah strode toward them with purpose. As she approached, Karen cast a slightly reproachful glance at Tony. Tony, you brought my friend without informing me in advance? She raised her hand to brush past Obadiah, her gaze directed towards the reception area from which he had come. And she walked over calmly. This act of dismissal rendered Obadiah's expression somewhat displeased, and his entourage of executives appeared perplexed, speculating about Karen's identity. Tony shrugged at Obadiah and quickened his pace to catch up with Karen. Obadiah took a deep breath, turning back with a forced smile to follow. Upon reaching the reception, Karen smiled gently at the woman who had just hung up the phone. What is your name? Me? The rookie, Pepper Potts, was clearly not yet the confident figure she would later become, feeling somewhat awkward under the gaze of several prominent individuals. Pepper Potts. It was evident she was nervous, her voice barely above a whisper. Excellent, you're the one. Karen shot Tony a meaningful glance. Tony hesitated, tightening his grip on the documents in his hand. Leaning in closer to Karen, He inquired quietly. Auntie, don't you want to consider anyone else? No, just her. I've already decided what to name your future children. Faced with this whimsical aunt, Tony felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. It seemed that matchmaking was her immediate inclination. However, upon examining Pepper seriously, he found her not conventionally beautiful, yet undeniably appealing, and he felt no aversion. Clearing his throat, he addressed her. Miss Pepper Potts, congratulations, you are now my personal secretary. What? Pepper stared at Tony in astonishment. Did you not understand? I shall repeat myself. You are now my personal secretary. Do you comprehend? Tony reiterated before a gathering of onlookers. This time, Pepper fully grasped his words. A radiant smile broke across her face, her tone cheerful. Yes, boss. She promptly organized her belongings and moved swiftly to stand behind Tony. Observing the pair together, Karen squinted and smiled. You two enjoy yourselves. With that, she turned and departed, never once glancing back at Obadiah. Obadiah watched Karen's retreating figure, his fists clenching and relaxing in a rhythm of anxiety. Hey, take it easy. Auntie Karen is just like that. You should know her better than I do, Tony reassured, wrapping an arm around Obadiah's shoulder to ease the tension. Indeed, I know her well, Obadiah replied with a forced smile. Tony brushed off the moment and led his new secretary away. As time progressed, everything fell into place. Tony found that the personal secretary Karen had chosen was exceptionally competent. While her methods were somewhat inexperienced, her abilities were truly impressive. Tasks in her hands transformed into a well-organized affair. Tony began to wonder if Karen had employed some extraordinary insight to notice Pepper. Yet, he was overthinking. Although Karen possessed a sort of telepathy, she had only indulged in it out of curiosity a few times initially, and thereafter seldom utilized it on anyone. Without a doubt, such an approach would lead to the loss of much joy and could easily tarnish one's heart. Stark Enterprises, through the concerted efforts of Tony, Pepper, Obadiah, and others, flourished remarkably. Tony, in particular, single-handedly dominated the Forbes rankings, establishing himself as the undisputed leader among young entrepreneurs. However, while the first year was relatively stable, subsequent times saw Tony becoming somewhat reckless. Although he did not entirely follow in his father's footsteps, he was not far off. He spent his days indulging in frivolities, significantly reducing the time dedicated to his inventions. Consequently, Pepper once sought the counsel of Karen, one of Tony's elders, to voice her concerns. Unfortunately, even after Karen attempted to admonish Tony a few times, the impact was minimal. Thus, Karen ultimately decided to relinquish her efforts, allowing him to continue his wayward path, believing that one day he would return to his senses. Chapter 21. Carol Danvers' time swiftly passes, and 3 years have elapsed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 4 years, Karen has significantly enhanced her abilities through the augmentation of the solar deity's power in conjunction with the radiant sun of the outside world. Her progress as a silver Superman has reached an impressive 20. She feels a terrifying strength within herself, yet remains uncertain of her true limits. As for Tony, it is better left unspoken. He has largely ceased to seek discomfort in Karen's presence, for she has indeed delivered a thorough beating to him. On several occasions, she has shattered his bones, only to mend them again and continue the onslaught. Tony perceives Karen's existence as a means to compensate for his fragmented childhood. Now, upon encountering her, he is filled with trepidation. Pepper, having evolved into a formidable ally, has grown accustomed to Tony's ways and has buried the initial joke at Karen's expense deep within her heart. One morning, Karen abruptly awakens from her slumber. Her gaze pierces through the ceiling, reaching into the vastness of outer space. Has it arrived? In her line of sight, a woman clad in green battle attire plummets alongside a damaged spacecraft. Soon enough, she crashes directly into a convenience store. Without hesitation, Karen rises and accelerates in Tony's sponsored supercar towards the trajectory of Carol Danvers' descent. This time, seeking to alleviate her boredom, she opts to engage in the unfolding narrative. Upon her arrival at the scene, daylight has already broken. Personnel from the Department of Homeland Strategic and Logistics Support have also gathered near the convenience store, including Nick Fury and the newcomer, Coulson. Karen casually implants a few psychological suggestions and seamlessly blends in as a high-ranking agent. Hey, Fury, how is the investigation proceeding here? Fury, momentarily taken aback, quickly adopts a serious demeanor. Agent Karen, based on the witness's description, this incident is likely related to the woman in the green battle suit. Fury gestures toward Carol Danvers, who stands idly not far off. Let us inquire about the situation. Karen responds nonchalantly, leading the way toward Carol. Fury follows closely behind. Excuse me, ma'am, we have received reports regarding a woman in peculiar attire who vandalized the convenience store. Could you kindly inform us of her whereabouts? Karen approaches Carol, donning a formulaic smile. Carol, initially flustered, glances in the direction Karen indicates before feigning indifference and pointing elsewhere. She seems to have gone that way. With that, Carol attempts to depart in the opposite direction but is intercepted by Fury. Ma'am, Please present your identification. We have evidence suggesting you were the one who damaged the convenience store. Realizing there is no evading this confrontation, Carol lets out a sigh and decides to come clean. All right, that was merely an accident. I am a member of the Interstellar Task Force, and while pursuing Skrulls, I was inadvertently shot down and crash-landed on your C-53 planet. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to you enforcers. My superior will soon arrive to compensate for your losses. As for Carol's account, Fury wore a perplexed expression, gazing at Karen in confusion. What do you think of her fabricated tale? Karen smiled and shook her head. It's impeccable. The logic is flawless. Hey, Agent Karen, I am being earnest, Fury replied, exasperated, and chose not to engage with Carol further. He retrieved handcuffs, preparing to apprehend her. However, just as he took a step forward, Karen delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. A blast struck precisely where Fury had just been standing. Carol immediately locked onto her target, unleashing a photon pulse that shattered a significant portion of the wall concealing the Skrull. Realizing they had been discovered, the Skrull swiftly rose to retreat, with Carol hot on their heels. Once Fury regained his composure, he urgently called for Coulson to drive after them. At that moment, Karen had already taken off in a sports car, her superior vision tracking Carol throughout. Ugh, her combat awareness is utterly lacking. I truly wonder how the Kree managed to train her, Karen scoffed. Carol engaged in a fierce struggle with the Skrull, battling from the interior of the vehicle to its roof, eventually emerging from the subway station, but still allowing the adversary to escape. Meanwhile, Fury was entangled in a brawl with the Skrull impersonating Coulson inside the car, ultimately managing to eliminate the foe through a collision. Upon recognizing the true identity of his opponent, Fury was taken aback. Is this a Skrull? To prevent panic, he quickly removed his jacket to cover the deceased Skrull's head. Elsewhere, Carol emerged from the subway station, looking thoroughly bewildered, having clearly lost her target. Hey, intergalactic team. Need a lift? She turned to see Karen approaching, who cheerfully replied, of course. Upon entering Karen's sports car, Carol immediately began extracting information from the communication device left behind by the Skrull. Soon, she acquired several valuable pieces of intelligence. Winnie Lawson, Project Pegasus, and the name of a bar. These seemed to be my memories. A sudden headache washed over Carol. As a Kree, how could she possibly possess memories related to Earth? So, shall we commence our little decoding game? Karen's voice held a hint of excitement. She appeared to know everything, but chose to remain silent. A decoding game? Carol stared incredulously at Karen in the driver's seat. Yes, Karen affirmed, revving the engine as they sped toward the poncho bar. Along the way, Carol recounted her origins, repeatedly insisting that she was indeed a Kree, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. Throughout the journey, Karen merely uttered two phrases, yes, and indeed. This greatly frustrated Carol. However, she could do nothing to the indigenous individual. Soon, the two arrived at the poncho bar. Shortly after their entrance, Fury appeared before them, clearly having been there for some time. Since Fury had been away from Agent Karen for a while, the psychological conditioning had naturally lost its effectiveness. He pointed his gun directly at Karen, apologizing, Madam. Agent Karen should not feature in my memory. I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Karen muttered sulkily, I detest being threatened with a gun. And in an instant, she was before Fury, crushing the firearm in his hand. Casting the fragments to the ground, she remarked casually, do not do that again, or I may just break your neck. Chapter 22. The purpose of the Skrulls. This unexpected turn of events left Carol momentarily stunned. The burst of speed exhibited by Karen was beyond her comprehension. Fury stood there, equally bewildered. Initially, he had intended to lie in wait. But who would have anticipated that he would become the hunted? Agent Karen, I was just joking. Fury managed a smile that resembled more of a grimace. At that moment, Karen discreetly dispelled her illusion. Fury, momentarily lost in thought, uncertainly uttered, You are Agent Karen? Yes. Any questions? Let us sit down and discuss. Karen nodded nonchalantly, gesturing for the two to take a seat. Carol found herself at a loss amidst the unfolding drama. Fury first claimed not to recognize Agent Karen, only to later address her by that very title. What was going on? Moreover, she had unwittingly traveled alongside such a perilous individual. Fury complied with Karen's request and sat down obediently, while Carol hesitated before opting to join him on the side. Fury remained fixated on Karen. After sipping the juice brought by the server, Karen turned to Fury and inquired, What is it? Do you have questions? Yes, you. No. Agent Carter's autobiography mentioned you. It stated you mysteriously disappeared over 50 years ago. How are you here? Fury referred to the autobiography left by Carter upon her retirement, which Karen had also perused. In my years during World War II, Karen was portrayed by Carter as an almost omnipotent figure. Many believe that Karen was merely a figment of Carter's imagination. However, only S.H.I.D.L.D. agents knew that Karen was indeed real, and one of the founding members of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, the predecessor of SHIELD. The agency still retained her old photographs. In response to Fury's inquiry, Karen did not provide a definitive answer but merely explained that she had been executing special missions, cautioning Fury not to disclose her information to anyone else. Fury immediately assured her of his discretion, producing Peggy Carter's autobiography and requesting her signature. Once their conversation concluded, Carol seized the opportunity to speak up. "So, Karen, do you have significant authority?" Upon hearing her question, Karen shook her head. "I currently possess no authority." Realizing Karen could not assist her, Carol swiftly shifted her gaze to Fury. "Then, Agent Fury, I would like to inquire about the Pegasus project. I wonder if you could help with that?" Fury glanced at Karen, who subtly nodded, and then he readily agreed. Consequently, the three departed from the bar and headed straight to the Air Force Base where the Pegasus project had been executed years prior. On the way, Fury informed the current director of SHIELD, Pierce, about Carol's situation. Karen did not intervene in his actions without Talos. The forthcoming events might become rather tedious. Carol, too, was unfazed, as being monitored by locals during missions was not an uncommon occurrence. The most crucial factor is the presence of Karen, an exceptionally formidable native. Carol felt that she would be an immense asset. She also perused Fury's book, where the descriptions of Karen seemed to her to be rather understated, judging solely by the speed imperceptible to the naked eye and the strength to crush a handgun. Carol's instincts informed her that Karen's abilities were far beyond what had been revealed. Through Fury's authorization, the trio swiftly gained access to the Air Force Base's archives. Here, they uncovered the Skrull's pursuit of the Pegasus project. Surprisingly, along with the discovery of the files, there was also a record of an Air Force pilot named Carol Danvers. As Carol gazed at the information recorded, countless images flashed through her mind. A soft meow from a nearby cat jolted her back to reality. The three turned simultaneously to find an orange cat sitting demurely at a short distance. Fury was instantly captivated by its cuteness and hurried over to attend to his feline overlord, who relished the attention. "Nicholas Nick, you did splendidly," Fury heard a voice. It was none other than the director of SHIELD, Pierce. After greeting Fury, Pierce strode toward Carol with an amicable handshake. "Hello, Ms. Voss." "Welcome." "He's an imposter," Fury interjected. In an instant, Carol sent the figure impersonating Pierce, who was actually Talos, sprawling to the ground and turned to flee. Karen cast a peculiar glance at the retreating Carol, then looked back to where Fury had been, only to find it deserted. "Damn, did those two leave without telling me?" Talos, meanwhile, was rising from the ground without any extreme reactions. "Madam, I harbor no intention of harming you. If it's not too much trouble, could you kindly inform me of their whereabouts?" "Of course. Since they lacked courtesy, I can hardly be blamed," Karen thought, promptly tossing the documents Carol had just reviewed to Talos. Taken aback, Talos politely muttered his thanks. He quickly scrutinized the documents and located the address of Carol's former friend and comrade. He immediately turned to leave, during which his body began to shift toward Karen's form. With a loud thud, Talos collapsed to the ground, reverting to his original appearance. Karen rolled her eyes in exasperation. Does he think he can imitate her? Is he dreaming? What have you done to me?" Talos exclaimed before losing consciousness entirely. In response, Karen merely scoffed. "You brought this upon yourself, yet blame others? Being considerate." Karen checked to find that he was still alive and then dragged him along like a lifeless dog in the search for Carol and Fury. By the time they arrived, Carol had already learned everything that had transpired from her friend, the Black Woman, and began to grasp that she might have been deceived by the Kree, realizing that she had once been a part of Earth. Upon awakening, Talos produced the black box data from Carol's crash. They had always sought a new sanctuary, concealed from the prying eyes of the Kree through the development of the Lightspeed engine under the Pegasus project. In truth, the Skrulls had perpetually been the victims. This revelation elucidated for Carol the deception she had fallen prey to at the hands of the Kree. Though her fury had reached a boiling point, her mind remained clouded and fragmented. Yet, one truth resonated within her: Wendy Lawson, before her untimely demise, had desired Carol's assistance in aiding the Skrulls. Resolute, Carol pledged to aid the Skrulls in their quest for a new home. However, her first task was to locate Wendy Lawson's former laboratory. At that moment, Karen made a brief appearance, providing some guidance, and the group swiftly deduced the coordinates of the laboratory in outer space. There was no time for hesitation, with misunderstandings resolved. They promptly prepared for departure. During this period, at the suggestion of Black Girl's daughter, Carol transformed her battlesuit from green to a striking red and blue ensemble. "Now you're truly Supergirl," the daughter remarked, nearly eliciting a laugh from Karen. Given Carol's current prowess, she had a long journey ahead before reaching that status. Chapter 23. The birth of Captain Marvel. With the plan finalized, the group embarked on their journey through space aboard a modified spacecraft. Carol reminisced about the events she had experienced during this time, and, Coupled with the descriptions from her companion, she began to recall fragments of her past, though the entirety eluded her grasp. "You plead with me, and I shall assist you," Karen teased, yet Carol chose to disregard her playful remark. Despite Karen's undeniable prowess, she often exuded an air of unreliability. After all, who would drag their adversaries around in such a manner? But that was no longer the case. They were friends now. Following the coordinates, they swiftly located Wendy Lawson's space laboratory. Upon entering, Karen's gaze fell upon the tesseract, prominently displayed, causing her to choke on her words, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, Talos summoned the members of his race who had been hidden aboard the experimental vessel. It was then that Carol, Fury, and her companion realized that Talos had been seeking these individuals all along. Just as a heartwarming reunion seemed imminent, an unexpected intruder burst onto the scene. Commander Rog of the Kree led a formidable contingent into the command room, swiftly subduing everyone present. Carol found herself ensnared by the Kree's premeditated tactics, swiftly incapacitated and taken away for a reprogramming. Karen, observing the unfolding drama, cooperatively joined Fury and the others in confinement. The Kree began scanning the group to assess their threat levels. Species, Devourer of Worlds, threat level, high. Fury stared in disbelief. Could it be that the creature he had been toying with was indeed a devourer? When the scanner turned to Fury, it registered. Species, human. Threat level, essentially 0. This revelation shattered Fury's composure. This contraption is certainly malfunctioning, he asserted with unwavering conviction, yet no one paid him any heed. When it was Karen's turn, she complied willingly as the scanner swept over her. Species, unknown. Threat level, on. Suddenly, the scanner exploded, prompting the Kree team to assume a combat-ready stance, their weapons trained on Karen. "I told you that contraption was faulty." Fury couldn't resist taunting. Yet the Kree continued to treat him as if he were invisible. Karen regarded the weapons aimed at her, a resigned smile gracing her lips. "I merely wish to interact with you as an ordinary person. Why must you court death?" No sooner had she spoken than her heat vision, akin to that of Cyclops, swept through the bodies of the Kree. Bang, bang, bang. The Kree team was severed in an instant, lifeless and irrevocably so. This shocking display left everyone wide-eyed. "Wong Defa," Fury exclaimed, cursing under his breath, but upon meeting Karen's piercing crimson gaze, he fell silent, shaking his head in denial of his earlier bravado. The Skrull members exchanged fearful glances, their expressions betraying their trepidation as they turned toward Karen. Yet, it was Talos who regained his composure first, promptly reassuring his kin. "Fear not, for she is our." As he uttered the word friend, there was a palpable hesitation in his voice. However, seeing that Karen did not refute him, he steeled himself to continue speaking and hastily arranged for everyone to board the escape spacecraft. Throughout this ordeal, Karen remained silent, contemplating whether, now that their cover had been blown, they should eliminate all the Kree present. "Commander Karen, do you believe we should first rescue Carol?" Fury had begun to use formal address. "Well, that seems reasonable." It was then that Karen recalled that Carol had been taken again for brainwashing and memory extraction. "Why did I say again?" Unable to suppress her thoughts, she remarked aloud. "This fellow seems to be perpetually subjected to brainwashing and memory retrieval." Fury's lips twitched at her words, yet he chose not to respond. With that, Karen led Fury and the concerned black woman toward the direction of the Kree spacecraft, forming an impromptu team to save Carol. Naturally, Karen was the main character, with her various roles, the primary, secondary, tank, and support, all Karen. Fury and the black woman were merely tasked with shouting encouragement. Karen, driven by Fury, unleashed her heat vision upon encountering the Kree, effectively eliminating them with a fierce glare. Fury, witnessing this, was astonished and puzzled, recognizing a semblance of familiarity in Karen's abilities. Heat vision. My heavens, this is heat vision. The black woman was the first to react. Wongda, after a brief moment of confusion, Fury realized that it indeed resembled heat vision. Karen confirmed this, stating, "Correct, but there is no reward." In that instant, Fury and the black woman felt as though the world had transformed into something fantastical. With Carol previously unleashing photon pulses barehanded, and now Karen, the uncertain Kryptonian superhero, the world was indeed capricious. Karen forged ahead, leading Fury to the location of the Kree spacecraft. Without hesitation, she swiftly dispatched 2 guards and boarded the ship. Upon entering the control room, she refrained from unleashing havoc as she had outside. Instead, she swiftly crushed the equipment belonging to Rogue and others. After completing this, she approached Carol, who was kneeling, subjected to brainwashing. Placing a hand on her shoulder, she initiated a mental connection. Awaken. In the next moment, an immense radiance enveloped Carol, and she regained all her memories. Karen, too, emanated a golden glow, providing Carol with an empowering boon. Infused with photon energy, Carol instantly broke free from the control of the Supreme Intelligence, her body lifting gently off the ground, suspended in midair. "Learn to master your powers, Carol." Karen added with a further mental suggestion. In almost an instant, Carol comprehended how to control the power within her. Calming the tumultuous energy, she gracefully descended to the ground. Upon opening her eyes, she gazed at Karen in disbelief. Karen, is that you? She struggled to articulate the sensation she had just experienced. Karen smiled, offering no further words, and raised an eyebrow toward the assembled rogue, signaling for Carol to take charge of them. Carol, recalling everything, cast a gaze of hatred towards Roger, the very man who had slain Dr. Wendy Lawson. He had also brought her back to Hala, deceiving her through mind manipulation to toil for them without recompense for many years. Fury, listen to me. With a thunderous blast of maximum photon pulse, Carol unceremoniously sent Roger and his comrades to meet the Supreme Intelligence. However, it appeared that Carol had exerted herself a trifle too forcefully. This strike not only obliterated the Kree team into mere particles, but also penetrated the entire ship along with the experimental vessel. Had it not been for Karen's quick reflexes in shielding Fury, Black Girl, and Goose with a bioforce field, they would surely have been cast into the abyss of space to meet a frigid demise. I'm sorry. I've just acquired this power, and I'm not quite adept at controlling it yet. Carol returned through the void, hastily apologizing. Just as Karen and the others were about to jest about the unappealing nature of her helmet, they beheld through the breach a dense armada of alien ships outside. Chapter 24. Overwhelming force. Carol discerned something from Fury and Black's expressions. She swiftly turned her head, only to be startled. Alas, it was the Kree fleet led by Ronan. Oh, so this is what frightens you? Karen's tone was dismissive. With a flick of her wrist, golden light surged forth, transporting Fury, Black, and Goose to safety. During the transit, Goose fortuitously spotted the gleaming cosmic cube floating nearby and, with a swift Cthulhu-like appendage, devoured it. This maneuver left Fury and Black astonished for a century. Was the entire team merely composed of two ordinary individuals fighting for their lives? Ignoring the two and the cat, Karen gazed at the fleet, which had just launched annihilation missiles toward Earth, and calmly inquired, would you care for a competition? A competition in what? Carol asked, perplexed. The next moment, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Before her eyes, Karen transformed into a red and blue superhero costume. No way. Carol had suspected Karen was extraordinary, but this was beyond anything she could have imagined. Was this still the Earth native she had perceived as merely slightly stronger? Realizing her mistake, Karen noted Carol's fixation on her attire, and the costume instantly morphed to a sleek black. As a former Earthling, Carol understood the significance of this change. If her suspicions were correct, then Ronan's fleet would likely be doomed today. Once Karen completed her transformation, she disregarded the stunned Carol and soared into action, arriving ahead of the missiles. With a single punch, she obliterated one missile after another. Ronan, aboard his command ship, was bewildered as he witnessed the missiles explode before reaching their target. What is happening? Commander, we are detecting an extraordinarily powerful energy response. Commander, we are in trouble. She is heading towards our fleet. Commander, the enemy's speed is too great. We cannot track her. Commander, she has maneuvered to the side of our fleet. A barrage of reports flooded in, leaving Ronan bewildered. He immediately ordered a full-scale attack. Yet, in that brief span, Karen had already severed two Kree warships with her heat vision. Commander, we cannot lock onto the target. Useless, all of you. Ronan realized the gravity of the situation. They had been pierced through two warships without even identifying the enemy. How could they possibly win this battle? Meanwhile, witnessing Karen's display of prowess, Carol felt invigorated. Following her instincts, she activated her binary mode, bursting forth at 6 times the speed of light from the opposite side of the Kree fleet. Photon energy was unleashed, piercing through Kree warships with abandon. Under their combined assault, the entire fleet was rendered vulnerable, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Ronan could only helplessly observe as his ships were rapidly destroyed, utterly powerless. This was the most frustrating battle he had faced in years. He promptly ordered the remaining fleet to retreat to a jump point, seeking to escape from planet C-53. If he could not confront them, he would at least evade them. Yet, how could Karen allow them to escape so easily? This time, let us refrain from inflicting pain upon them. Who knows whether they might seize the opportunity to assault Earth while we are away. In an instant, Karen transcended the speed of light, her fiery gaze cleaving through two warships that obstructed the path of Ronan's command vessel. Earth is under my protection. Do you comprehend? The psychic connection activated, and all present understood Karen's words. It was only at this moment that Ronan finally discerned Karen's true nature. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. Begone. Upon uttering this, Karen soared past the command ship with a haughty demeanor. This act was nothing short of contemptuous. Yet, Ronan dared not utter another word, promptly ordering the retreat of the command ship. Ultimately, the once mighty Kree fleet dwindled to a mere handful as they departed Earth. At this juncture, a thoroughly exhilarated Carol joined Karen's side, standing parallel to her in the cosmos. Karen, are you truly a Kryptonian? Her inquiry, though seemingly foolish, stemmed from genuine curiosity. Having traversed the universe for years, Carol had never encountered any mention of Krypton, save for the tales spun in the Superman comics of her memory. Karen, non-committal, nodded slightly before offering a mysterious smile. I remain your son. In the next moment, a golden radiance enveloped Karen's form. The solar armor materialized around her, and the solar chariot appeared beneath her, lifting her aloft. In that instant, the sun god descended. Carol stood in astonishment. Karen's ensemble was nothing short of magnificent. Moreover, she was indeed the sun god. Through the overwhelming brilliance of the energy emanating from Karen, Carol realized with clarity that she was not being deceived. This was, quite literally, her portable power source. What, then, is the equation of a sun god combined with a Kryptonian? The very thought nearly rendered Carol completely speechless. After a prolonged silence, Karen sensed that the display of grandeur had reached its conclusion and retracted her divine manifestation. To be candid, while the solar armor was indeed striking, it was ill-suited for combat. When it came to actual warfare, the Kryptonian battlesuit proved to be far more reliable. Subsequently, Carol eagerly sought to absorb knowledge about combat, and Karen generously imparted her wisdom. They engaged in a brief exchange of blows, only for Carol to discover that even in her strongest form, she could not breach Karen's defenses. This revelation was somewhat disheartening. After all, she had effortlessly bested what was claimed to be one of the top Kree fleets in the universe, yet against Karen, she could not even make a dent. This was utterly absurd. The most terrifying aspect was that this being was both a Kryptonian and a sun god, likely having overcome the vulnerability to kryptonite. Furthermore, she could continuously augment her own power. At this moment, Carol could no longer perceive the disparity between herself and Karen. She could scarcely fathom how formidable Karen might become in the future. Would she truly evolve into an omniscient, omnipotent entity, as depicted in the comics? Presently, Carol's only solace lay in the fact that Karen was not an adversary. Otherwise, this universe may indeed face dire consequences. Karen, briefly tapping into Carol's thoughts, could not help but roll her eyes. The inner monologues of this individual were truly elaborate. Karen, I intend to venture into the cosmos to assist the Skrulls in finding a new home. After a moment of hesitation, Carol finally articulated her intentions. Karen was not taken aback by this revelation. Well, that is your choice. Do what you believe is right. However, do not forget to leave behind a means of contacting you. Carol, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Is Earth not safe with you around? Please. If you are embarking on adventures, how could I possibly remain on Earth? Karen's words resonated deeply with Carol. Indeed, for beings like them, Earth felt exceedingly confined. Immediately, Carol approached Fury, making a few modifications to his communicator before returning it to him. Remember to inform me if any danger arises on Earth. Understood. Fury grasped the communicator firmly, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon him. By the way, what happened to your eyes? Carol asked curiously. It's nothing. It will be fine in a few days. Goose was just a bit too mischievous. Haha, you might just become a Cyclops. Karen chimed in, rather unsympathetically. Fury brushed off Karen's comments. It was merely a scratch from a cat. How serious could it be? This incident had broadened Fury's horizon significantly. Not only had he made a host of extraterrestrial friends, but he had also witnessed true extraordinariness. A seed of ambition subtly began to sprout within him. Chapter 25, DC 1984. Teaching young Clark. Subsequent to this, Carol fulfilled her promise by bringing hope to the Skrulls, assisting them in their quest for a new homeland. Meanwhile, a substantial number of Skrulls remained temporarily aboard the Lawson experimental vessel, under Fury's solitary communication. It was at this juncture that Fury officially embarked on his extraordinary path. Naturally, he proposed to Karen the formation of a formidable team to confront potential extraterrestrial threats, with Karen as the captain. However, Karen nonchalantly rebuffed him, suggesting he return home to cultivate cotton. Fury, resigned, understood from the descriptions provided by Carol and Talos that Karen's capabilities were beyond imagination. As long as she was unwilling, no one could compel her. Moral constraints? Fury could only chuckle. Karen was no comic book version of Kal-El. The shackles did not exist. Anyone who displeased her would indeed face deadly consequences. On another front, the defeated Ronin bore the full wrath of the Supreme Intelligence, which ordered the sealing of all information pertaining to Planet C-53. The data Ronin returned revealed that the formidable woman was not a being they could provoke. As for the Cosmic Cube and the Skrulls, those matters would require careful deliberation. Ding, Captain Marvel 1 storyline completed. Ding. Congratulations, Silver Superman has grown by 21. Karen found herself at a loss for words. The system was indeed stingy. Even without its assistance, she could have naturally grown to 21 with a bit of time. Perhaps sensing Karen's displeasure, the system chimed again. Ding, congratulations on receiving 10 luxury sports cars. Ding. Congratulations on receiving 3 luxury rockets. Well, it seemed the system was merely clearing its inventory while showering her with gifts. By the time Karen regained her composure, she had already been transported into the DC universe. 1984, was it? It appeared that the Ancient Ones had perished alongside Krypton, and Batman's parents had met their tragic end by gunfire. Karen felt a twinge of nostalgia. She had hoped to return a bit earlier to witness the destruction of Krypton firsthand. Her gaze swept the surroundings, searching for Diana. Ah, how busy you are. In her line of sight, Diana was surrounded by a throng of children, guiding them through the museum. In less than half a minute, she swiftly changed attire to resolve a nearby bank robbery. After handling the situation, she donned her costume once more and continued the educational tour with the children. It appeared that Diana was quite enamored with her heroic endeavors. Karen relinquished her observation of Diana. Just as she shifted her gaze, Diana seemed to sense her presence and turned to look in her direction. Beneath the solar deity's crown, Karen directed her attention towards Kansas, where she perceived a loving pair of parents playing on the lawn with their 4-year-old child. Karen gazed at little Clark for a moment. The charming little fellow was truly delightful. At that instant, she resolved to claim a familial bond. From a bloodline perspective, she ought to be the aunt of Kal-El and Kara. With determination, she acted swiftly. Within mere breaths, Karen found herself before Jonathan and Martha, the adoptive parents of Kal-El. Upon encountering this unexpectedly appearing woman, the couple instinctively shielded little Clark behind them, regarding Karen with wary eyes. "Madam, may I inquire? I am this little one's aunt." Karen's declaration was nothing short of astonishing. After a brief silence, Jonathan and Martha exchanged glances. Jonathan stepped forward to confront Karen. "I apologize, Madam, but Clark is our child, and we do not recall him having an aunt such as you." In response to his words, Karen offered a serene smile. "Are you certain that the spacecraft concealed in your barn was also crafted by you?" Jonathan was momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. After a long pause, he finally asked, "Who exactly are you?" "Did I not mention? I am this little one's aunt." Karen disregarded Jonathan and approached Martha, lifting the bewildered little Clark into her arms. She turned and smiled gently at the couple. "His name is Kal-El, and I am Kara Zor-El." Karen made a cordial introduction while emphasizing little Clark's identity. Upon hearing her words, Martha, visibly anxious, inquired, "Miss Karen, may I ask what brings you here?" "Fear not. I have no intention of taking the little one away from you." As she spoke, Karen playfully jostled little Clark, eliciting a fit of giggles from him. Clearly, this clever little tyke had grasped her meaning. Jonathan and Martha simultaneously exhaled in relief. As long as she would not take little Clark, all was well. Subsequently, Jonathan and Martha prepared a sumptuous dinner for Karen, inviting her to stay as their guest. Throughout the evening, the couple tacitly refrained from probing into Karen and little Clark's origins. They needed only to be assured of one thing: Clark was their child. Karen graciously accepted their invitation, intending to impart some simple teachings to Clark during her stay. After all, this clever little one was likely beginning to perceive the differences between himself and other children. The first lesson Karen imparted to Clark was the proper way to soak up the sun. This step, while seemingly simple for most, required a profound engagement of one's cells to truly absorb the energy of the sun, which was no easy feat. Karen's instruction focused precisely on this aspect. Only by mastering the correct channeling of solar energy could Kryptonians genuinely embark upon their path of growth. Throughout this process, Karen did not shy away from the presence of Jonathan and Martha, as this served as a means of building trust. Jonathan and Martha, too, witnessed the extraordinary nature of their kind as they observed Karen guiding Clark. It was nothing short of miraculous, a feat of extraordinary prowess. Particularly unforgettable was the experience of Karen and her family soaring into the cosmos, an adventure that would forever linger in the minds of the couple. After imparting the fundamental lessons to young Clark, Karen, through a process of mental induction, enabled him to master the crucial ability of illusion. Young Clark, brimming with playful exuberance, often utilized this newfound skill to exploit the blind spots of his adoptive parents, engaging them in a delightful game of hide-and-seek. Jonathan and Martha joyfully participated, reveling in Clark's happiness. However, Martha solemnly cautioned Clark against frequently employing this ability with acquaintances, reminding him that if family members were unable to locate him, they would undoubtedly become anxious. The 4-year-old Clark took her words to heart, promising that, aside from playing hide-and-seek, he would refrain from using his power in front of his parents. As night fell, Karen, Clark's adoptive parents, and young Clark gathered around the television. On the screen, Wonder Woman was once again depicted saving a bank and bringing justice to a gang of reckless drivers. Chapter 26, The Wishing Stone, Steve's Resurrection. And when I grow up, I want to be Wonder Woman too. The innocent declaration from the little one elicited laughter from the three present. Karen playfully pinched Clark's cheek and replied with a smile, "All right, when you grow up, you can make her retire and take her place as Wonder Woman." "Really?" Young Clark's eyes sparkled at the thought of his future as Wonder Woman. "Indeed," Karen assured, suppressing her laughter while discreetly capturing the moment on her recording device. Little did Clark know that this scene would eventually become a source of amusement for the Justice League. Meanwhile, while Karen enjoyed this delightful moment, Diana's troubles began to unfold. Initially, she unwittingly made a wish upon the wishing stone left by the god of lies to resurrect Steve, and her divine powers began to wane. Subsequently, her colleague Barbara, envious of Diana's figure, beauty, and abilities, wished to become someone like Diana. Her kind heart started to falter, and her virtuous character was racing towards a darker extreme. Barbara's transformation caught the attention of a man named Trump. Using his identity as an oil tycoon along with his charisma, Trump discreetly approached Barbara and deceitfully took the wishing stone from her. The moment Trump made his wish to become the wishing stone, Karen suddenly turned her gaze in his direction. "What is wrong, Aunt Karen?" Little Clark was startled by the sudden intensity in Karen's eyes. "Nothing," she replied, indifferent to such trivial matters. On the other side, the resurrected Steve, upon awakening, sought out Karen first. However, his channels for information yielded no trace of the sun goddess. Karen. In his desperation, he inadvertently learned of Wonder Woman through news reports. After some investigation, he finally located Diana at a party hosted by Trump, successfully finding her through the name Diana Prince. To convince Diana of his identity, he, bearing a face unfamiliar to her, began recounting their shared past. "Oh, by the way, do you remember your name? It was what I came up with during your first introduction. I'm so glad you're actually using that name." At this point, Diana was completely convinced that the unfamiliar face before her belonged to Steve. She was overwhelmed with excitement. "Oh my God, Steve, is it really you? But how could you?" "I'm sorry, I'm not sure either. My last memory was of exploding a gas bomb, and then I opened my eyes and became this person. Perhaps it's more accurate to say I replaced this person." Steve was clearly as bewildered as Diana about what had transpired. At that moment, Diana reflected on Barbara's drastic changes over the past few days and suddenly had an uncertain suspicion. However, she chose not to dwell on it for the moment. Since her wish had been fulfilled, she felt compelled to share the wonders of this splendid era with Steve. The scenes that unfolded between them mirrored the moment Steve had first emerged from Paradise Island with Diana. His curiosity about everything in this new age was boundless, particularly captivated by the novel aircraft soaring in the sky. "Diana, do you have any news about Karen?" he casually inquired within the confines of a quaint CAF. Upon hearing Karen's name, Diana's smile faltered momentarily. She was no longer the naive girl she had been decades ago, and could easily discern that Steve seemed devoid of romantic feelings towards her. I've sensed the presence of the sun goddess recently. She must be in a place rather distant from us," Diana responded, her words tinged with reluctance. Deep down, she harbored thoughts she longed to express to Steve, but was at a loss as to whether she should voice them. "That is wonderful. Shall we go meet Karen now?" Steve, unaware of Diana's inner turmoil, was eager to see her upon learning of her connection to Karen. "Surely, the goddess must know of your return. Since she hasn't appeared, perhaps she is preoccupied with her own matters. Let us not disturb her. All right, Steve?" Diana's words flowed more smoothly as she spoke, to the point where she almost convinced herself. Steve found her reasoning quite sound. Given Karen's abilities, it was only natural for her to perceive his return. Her absence likely indicated she was engaged in other endeavors. After all, she was the sun goddess, undoubtedly burdened with numerous responsibilities. If Karen were to discover their thoughts while playfully interacting with little Clark at that moment, she would surely burst into laughter. Beyond attending to her duties, she was rather unoccupied, and her absence might simply be her way of not intruding on what she perceived as Diana and Steve's budding romance. As night fell, Diana found an excuse to invite Steve back to her home, situated in a secluded suburban area. Their laughter and conversation flowed freely, and before they knew it, the night had deepened. "I apologize, Steve. I didn't realize we would linger so late. Would you care to stay the night?" Diana inquired, her tone laced with feigned regret. Steve, recalling his inability to ride a bicycle and unsure if he could hail a cab at this hour, hesitated before deciding to stay for the night. Steve, I rarely have guests at my place, so there is only one bed," Diana admitted, her expression one of concern. "Not to worry, I can sleep on the sofa. It looks quite comfortable," Steve replied, giving the sofa a couple of playful pats. "How can I let you, a guest, sleep on the sofa?" Diana exclaimed, her urgency apparent. Fearing that Steve might misconstrue her intentions, she hastily clarified, "During the First World War, conditions were rather rudimentary. And it's not as if we have not shared a room before. My bed is quite spacious, perhaps." Even Steve, not particularly astute, began to grasp the implications of her words. Gazing at the graceful Diana, he found it impossible to deny the stirrings of desire within him. Yet, the thought of her age, she could easily be the grandmother of his grandmother, left him hesitant. Moreover, his heart already belonged to another, even if that affection was unreciprocated. Consequently, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them both. Ultimately, Diana resolved to take the plunge and confess her feelings to Steve. However, as her words began to form, Steve instinctively placed a hand over her mouth. "Diana," he urged, "you are a wonderful person, deserving of someone far better to love you. Yet in my heart, no one can compare to you, no one." Diana's voice trembled as she continued. "Do you know? I once tried to cultivate feelings for others, but to no avail. Eventually, I realized that someone had already taken residence in my heart, and that someone is you, Steve. Chapter 27. A call for help in the face of Diana's words. Steve fell into silence. Did he harbor feelings for Diana? Perhaps. Yet, more than that, it was a sense of responsibility towards an innocent child that prevailed in his thoughts. He believed it would be exceedingly challenging to cultivate their relationship into something romantic. That night, both remained silent. The following day unfolded as usual. Diana guided Steve in becoming acquainted with this new world, while Steve clumsily endeavored to learn and comprehend. Frequently, his antics sent Diana into fits of laughter, teasing him for being adept only at flying, while lacking in other skills. Such blissful moments are often fleeting. Amidst this, Trump's ambitions had begun to swell uncontrollably, rendering the oil industry incapable of satisfying his insatiable desires. He brazenly extended his reach towards various nations, plunging several into chaos, with the United States bearing the brunt of the turmoil. For personal gain, Trump had even coaxed the president into aspiring for an arsenal of nuclear weapons. The realization of this ambition shattered the delicate balance of the world. Feeling threatened, Russia had commenced alliances with several other nations, preparing to launch a preemptive nuclear strike against the United States. Upon learning of these developments through a television program, Diana was utterly dismayed. How could the world have transformed so drastically in just a few days? She could no longer evade the pressing issues at hand. Immediately, she and Steve sought out Barbara to inquire about the whereabouts of the wishing stone. Barbara hesitated before eventually confessing that the wishing stone had been taken by Trump, the very catalyst for the ensuing chaos. Diana promptly implored Barbara to gather all available information regarding the stone, while she and Steve prepared to thwart Trump's reckless actions. At this juncture, Barbara had come to realize that everything she possessed, beauty, allure, power, emanated from the wishing stone. Driven by curiosity, she began sifting through extensive databases for relevant details. However, the more she uncovered, the more alarmed she became. The origins of the wishing stone were shrouded in mystery and antiquity, and the fate of nations that had acquired it invariably ended in ruin. Frightened, Barbara's initial instinct was to inform Diana of her findings. Yet, she hesitated. If Diana were to locate and destroy the wishing stone, would all that Barbara held dear be reclaimed? After a tumultuous internal struggle, Barbara ultimately decided to disclose her discoveries to Diana. Meanwhile, through her investigations, Diana stumbled upon the shocking revelation that Trump's wish was to become the wishing stone itself. However, due to a lack of divine power, Diana inadvertently allowed Trump to escape her grasp. It was then that she fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. She and Steve shared a mutual suspicion. Perhaps wishing came at a cost. Reuniting with Barbara, the trio swiftly followed the leads to find the last known custodian of the wishing stone's records. From this individual, Diana received astonishing news. The wishing stone, a creation of the deity of lies, exacts a toll upon the wishmaker by taking away their most cherished possession when a wish is granted. This time, Diana and Steve have finally discerned the source of her waning divine power. We must intervene. If this continues, the world faces annihilation. After their exchange, Diana and Steve hastily departed, intent on apprehending Trump. Meanwhile, Barbara's gaze flickered with unspoken thoughts. On their quest to find Trump, Diana and Steve encountered Trump's security detail once more. This time, Diana was struck by a gunshot, illustrating the extent of her diminished powers. Just as they were on the brink of capturing Trump, Barbara appeared, launching a fierce attack on Diana without hesitation. Her movements were swift. Within mere exchanges, she had felled the already wounded Diana. Barbara cast a scornful glance before departing with Trump. In that moment, Diana realized that Barbara's transformation was likely a consequence of the wishing stone. She must prevent Steve and herself from destroying it. Understanding the gravity of her situation, Diana acknowledged that she was no match for Barbara. With her protection, capturing Trump seemed an impossibility. Diana, relinquish your wish. Doing so will restore your powers, enabling you to assist others, Steve urged. Diana, with a choked voice, shook her head. No, I cannot bear to lose you, Steve. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Her eyes brightened. Perhaps there exists another way to avert the impending doom. What method? Steve began to speculate, and they spoke in unison. Under the solar deity's crown, without a moment's hesitation, they set off for Kansas. Upon arrival, they witnessed Karen playing soccer with young Clark. From afar, Clark spotted Diana. Auntie, look, it's Wonder Woman. Diana's modest disguise was futile in the eyes of the empowered young Clark. Karen followed his pointing finger and saw a disheveled Diana, supported by Steve, approaching. Well, it's been ages. Why does Diana appear so weary? Karen remarked with a teasing tone, her gaze laden with intrigue. Diana offered a wry smile, disengaged from Steve, and knelt before Karen, stating earnestly, under the solar deity's crown, the world requires your salvation. Young Clark was taken aback. What was unfolding? His idol kneeling before his aunt. Wasn't he his aunt? Like him, a Kryptonian? How had she transformed into a solar deity? A flurry of questions swirled within his young mind. Upon noticing a small figure trailing behind Karen, Steve's expression darkened slightly. Karen, it has been a while. Karen extended a hand to assist Diana as she rose, then turned her gaze towards Steve. Long time no see. How have you been over there? Steve found it hard to engage in the conversation. Karen teased him briefly and then disregarded him. She gently nudged little Clark beside her. What's the matter? You've been clamoring to be Wonder Woman. And now she's right in front of you. Don't you want to say something? Little Clark looked up at his aunt and then at Diana across from him. He pursed his lips and softly spoke. And Wonder Woman is really cool. I want to be a Wonder Woman like you when I grow up. Diana was amused by his words and playfully pinched Clark's cheek. With a smile, she replied, sure. When you grow up, and Diana will let you be Wonder Woman. Chapter 28. The Power of Words and Love. Little Clark was elated to receive the endorsement of the true Wonder Woman. All right, go play, Karen said, giving Clark a gentle kick on his behind. The little one, understanding that his aunt had important matters to attend to, trotted away. Who is that child? Diana inquired, voicing Steve's unspoken question. My nephew, isn't he adorable? Karen shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, very charming, Diana replied with a light laugh and a nod. Steve silently exhaled in relief. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Diana and Steve finally broached the subject of their visit. So, you are here to ask for my assistance? Karen observed them intently. Both nodded in unison. The destruction of the world? What concern is that of mine? Karen's response echoed her sentiments from years past. Clearly, their words had failed to sway her. Upon hearing the familiar retort, Steve could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Diana attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by Karen. With a deliberate gesture, Karen placed a finger on Diana's brow, channeling a surge of divine solar energy into her being. One must learn to resolve the troubles one has invited upon oneself. As Diana felt the overwhelming power coursing through her, she was filled with exhilaration and bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your blessing. With that, she turned and took Steve by the hand, preparing to depart. There is only half a day. We must hurry. Karen's voice echoed from behind. Diana, taken aback, turned to protest, but, Your Majesty, I am not yet ready. No, you are, Karen interjected, raising her hand and gesturing toward them. A gentle breeze enveloped the pair, lifting them into the air. Diana, feel the rhythm of the wind, Karen instructed. After a moment of distraction, Diana quickly attuned herself to the sensations within her heart, beginning to harness the newfound power. Oh well, this was the first time Diana experienced such unrestrained flight through the skies, and the sensation was simply sublime. While she reveled in her newfound freedom, Steve was not so fortunate. Lacking divine protection, he found himself nearly frozen in the frigid heights. Fortunately, Diana reacted swiftly, channeling golden solar energy from her palms to warm him considerably. Soon, they returned to confront Trump once more. This time, Diana was determined to redeem herself in front of Barbara. Upon their meeting, there was little need for words. Empowered by the solar energy, Diana charged directly at Barbara, who, equally confident, fearlessly rushed toward her. With a resounding crash, the two collided, and Barbara's expression shifted dramatically as she was sent flying backwards. Her formidable strength, capable of tearing steel apart, proved utterly inadequate against Diana. No, I am the strongest. Barbara's gaze shifted to Trump, who was delivering a live speech not far away. Trump understood her unspoken plea. Come now, make your wishes. His persuasive voice echoed through the live broadcast, resonating in every corner of the world. As the number of wishes increased, Steve found himself unable to draw even a fraction closer to Trump, no matter how hard he tried. Subsequently, Trump transferred the cost of the wishmakers into strength, fully bestowing it upon Barbara. Empowered by this augmentation, Barbara's physique began to transform towards that of a feline warrior. Her form becoming elongated and powerful, her gaze filled with primal ferocity. Clearly, she was gradually shedding her humanity. Diana dared not underestimate her. The two women clashed once more. While Diana held back, Barbara unleashed lethal strikes. Her sharp claws repeatedly tore through Diana's armor. Barbara, please, calm yourself. Do not force my hand, Diana urged. Even at this critical juncture, still attempting to persuade Barbara to return to her former self. No, Diana, you comprehend nothing. You always maintain your lofty stance. Today, I shall prove that I am superior to you. I refuse to revert to being a loathed old crone. Absolutely not. Barbara roared, intensifying her assault. The sound of clashing echoed as sparks flew from Diana's divine gauntlets. This is your doing. With that, Diana resolved to no longer hold back. Unleashing the full force of her solar divinity, a powerful golden shockwave radiated from her, propelling Barbara away. In that moment, clad in resplendent golden armor, Diana tightened her golden fist. It felt as though victory was within her grasp. In an instant, she became a blur, appearing before Barbara and delivering a straightforward yet mighty punch. Meanwhile, Karen, who had been spectating from a distance, marveled at the spectacle. When you can't win, transform into a golden saint. How ingenious. What is a golden saint? Young Clark inquired, intrigued by Karen's peculiar expressions. Well, it's the pinnacle of a warrior's spiritual refinement, a product of that evolution. Karen began her earnest yet nonsensical explanation. Wow, that sounds amazing. I want to be a golden saint too, to protect Annie. Young Clark clenched his tiny fists tightly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, clearly enchanted by the notion. On the other side, after unleashing her full solar power, Diana relentlessly dominated Barbara. Their fierce battle left traces in the fountain, rockery, balcony, and corridor. Eventually, Barbara lay defeated on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog, unable to rise again. Only then did Diana cease her assault, casting a lingering glance at Barbara before swiftly departing. In the studio, as the number of wishmakers surged, Trump's aura grew ever more formidable. Steve was swept into a corner by the powerful waves, unable to advance even a step until Diana arrived. With blessings from the sun god, far surpassing those of the god of lies, she easily approached Trump. The lasso of truth ensnared him instantly as Diana activated her protagonist aura. Through Trump, she unveiled the lies to the entire world, instilling the correct ideals. In the end, as a gesture of sacrifice, Diana reluctantly relinquished her desire to resurrect Steve. Farewell, Steve. A solitary tear cascaded down Diana's cheek as she gazed at Steve, who smiled and waved his hand. This scene echoed the past. In that moment, Diana comprehended that often, letting go can indeed be a form of love. At the same time, Trump witnessed the imminent threat of a nuclear attack on his son. Overwhelmed with anxiety, he relinquished all his desires and hurriedly rushed outside. With Trump's abandonment, the power of the wishing stone dissipated and the world reverted to its original state. Diana looked upon the unconscious Steve and quietly returned him home. Even though she understood that at this moment, he was no longer the Steve she once knew, she could not help but wave a farewell. Turning away, she departed, her divine power surging within her. Chapter 29. The system departed after watching a play with young Clark. Karen quietly left and returned to the farm in Kansas. Little one, your aunt must be away for a while. Be sure to listen to your parents, she reminded him earnestly before her departure. I will, young Clark replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Yet, he understood that his aunt was a person of great significance, busy with myriad responsibilities and unable to remain by his side indefinitely. You're so good, Karen said, gently ruffling his hair. A surge of solar energy coursed through her, gradually enhancing her physique. Rising to her feet, she waved goodbye, her figure slowly fading from view. Beep. Wonder Woman 1984 has been completed. Rewards are being calculated. Beep. Congratulations on receiving 1 million firework tubes, 50 luxury sports cars, and 10 super rockets. Karen gazed at the system's rewards, momentarily speechless. Is this character no longer even pretending? She pondered. System, can you be honest with me? Are these enhancements provided by you? Beep. No. The system responded after a brief silence. Huh, I knew it. Even if you deny it, I had already surmised the truth. What was your original intention in binding yourself to me? Beep. To take you on a journey through vast worlds, to witness rivers, lakes, and seas, to offer you. Stop right there. Are you attempting to deceive me? Beep. Indeed, I am. Ha. But you can no longer fool me. Before me, you possess no secrets. Upon hearing Karen's words, the system fell silent. The host's formidable speed had surpassed all expectations, leaving the system somewhat envious of her, wishing for a strong ally to rely upon. Alas, it felt unworthy of such a connection, understanding its limitations. After a considerable pause, the system spoke up for the first time. Beep, shall we unbind? This time, it was Karen who fell silent. Truth be told, being in a foreign land, she yearned for a companion to share her growth. Yet, the system's limitations were apparent. Neither wished to become a burden to the other. Alas. Go. Beep. Until we meet again. After their mutual farewell, the system transformed into a blue light and detached itself from Karen's mind. Will you not reconsider? Beep. No need. Your future is boundless, and I am not worthy of you. A trace of emotion colored the system's voice. Take care. Karen waved at the light. The system offered no further words, vanishing in a flash. Karen stood still for a long while. Well, that was quite the spontaneous departure, rather carefree. In her perception, the presence of the system had entirely dissipated. Nevertheless, it had left her with the technology for interdimensional travel before its departure. Even in the absence of a system, my journey shall not cease. The most crucial element lies in the coordinates of Karen's original world within the hyperdimensional cosmos. As Karen pondered, a wave of energy swept past her. An involuntary telepathic connection ignited, allowing her to resist and trace its source. In the next moment, four figures materialized before her, the youthful Professor X, Magneto, Mystique, and Beast. Simultaneously, Charles became aware of Karen's formidable presence, one that far surpassed the ordinary mutant. Oh no. It appears I have inadvertently offended an extraordinary individual. Charles swiftly deactivated his cerebral amplifier, a wave of apprehension washing over him. The others, upon hearing Charles's account, were left astounded. The fact that Charles, equipped with a cerebral amplifier, had been counter-invaded by the other party raised questions about their immense power. Yet, the audacious and meticulous Magneto remained unfazed. The absence of an attack indicated that the individual did not regard Charles's actions with concern. Thus, at Magneto's suggestion, they resolved to extend an invitation to this powerful mutant. Karen, amused, awaited their approach. By the coastline, after a 2.5-hour wait, Karen finally encountered the group of young mutants. During this interval, for convenience, she simulated a system, utilizing her abilities to create one anew. Ding, telepathy detected, ding, shape-shifting ability detected, ding, magnetic control detected, ding. Beast transformation detected. After a moment's hesitation, Karen learned the shape-shifting ability from Mystique and the magnetic control from Magneto. These two powers proved significantly beneficial to her. The essence of a Superman lies in mastering everything within their vicinity, while Magneto's magnetic control fortifies oneself through dominion over the surrounding elements. These abilities complement one another seamlessly. Mystique's shape-shifting, indeed, extends beyond mere appearance. It delves into the deeper genetic fabric. After all, in the original narrative, Sentinels were crafted using Mystique's genetic template, capable of mimicking and countering the superpowers of any mutant, thereby becoming a formidable force against all mutants. Had Mystique not been preoccupied with incessant romantic pursuits and instead focused on honing her abilities, her future would be boundless. Before anyone could speak, Karen took the initiative to greet each individual in turn. The group, having been forewarned by Charles, naturally refrained from boasting in her presence. They exchanged friendly greetings and commenced introducing their superpowers, aiming to put Karen at ease and persuade her to accept them as allies. Karen, discerning their intentions, took a moment to reflect during her introduction, ultimately revealing her possession of telepathic abilities and the power to wield thunder. Helplessly, she feared revealing too much of herself, potentially alarming this group of young mutants. Subsequently, Karen graciously accepted their invitation, temporarily joining their little team. The group swiftly made their way back to the CIA. During this time, Charles and Magneto left Mystique and Beast to keep each other company. The two set off once more in search of other mutant allies. Karen felt a wave of discomfort as she noticed the subtle, ambiguous glances exchanged between Mystique and Beast. Seeking an excuse to escape, she ventured out alone for a stroll, thereby allowing space for the two of them. As for what those two might engage in together, there was no need for speculation. Karen was already well aware. It must be said that the youthful Professor X and Magneto's ability to mobilize was truly commendable. In less than half a day, they successfully gathered all the other characters from the original narrative. Chapter 30: The Price of Arrogance. After Professor X and Magneto summoned everyone together, they did not linger for long. Their collaboration with the CIA demanded their attention to numerous pressing matters. They left the space open for the group. After their departure, under the guidance of Mystique and Beast Hank, the members quickly acquainted themselves and began to showcase their extraordinary abilities one by one. Mystique was the first to demonstrate her shape-shifting prowess. Hank revealed his hands, which were remarkably similar to the palms of his hands. Invited by them, Karen briefly displayed her thunderous powers alongside her telepathic abilities. Next came the turn of the young man Darwin, who named his ability Survival of the Fittest. He submerged his head in a fish tank, and almost instantly, gills sprouted from the sides of his mouth. He then pressed his arm against the sofa, and it rapidly transformed to mimic the material of the couch. The onlookers were awestruck by his abilities, except for Karen. In her eyes, Mystique's powers, if fully developed, could certainly evolve to match Darwin's level. At least, with her current use of Mystique's abilities, she believed she was not far behind Darwin. Coupled with her own indestructible physique, she was confident in her resilience in any extreme environment. Next, it was time for the Siren to showcase her abilities, which were relatively straightforward. She could unleash attacks through sound waves, lacking any particularly remarkable features. Following her was Angel, who not only possessed the ability to soar effortlessly through the skies but could also expel a highly corrosive substance from her mouth. Finally, it was time for the demonstration from Quicksilver. Due to the immense and uncontrollable energy he released, he requested that everyone maintain a safe distance. However, out of curiosity, the onlookers stayed close, unwilling to retreat any further. Quicksilver, feeling exasperated by their proximity, attempted to control his shockwaves as he launched his attacks. Unfortunately, amidst the 3 shockwaves he unleashed, one inadvertently veered toward the crowd, startling everyone. Fortunately, Karen acted swiftly, unleashing a bolt of lightning that dissipated the shockwave into nothingness. Her brief display left the onlookers in awe. They had assumed her thunderous abilities were merely a display of electricity, only to discover the remarkable intensity she possessed. Most notably, her demeanor suggested that she had not exerted her full strength. Seeing his unintentional attack had frightened the group, Quicksilver hurried over to apologize profusely. As teammates, they bore no ill will toward him, recognizing it was an accident, and they resolved the misunderstanding amidst laughter and banter. However, With the arrival of Ross, Charles, and Eric, the atmosphere shifted. It turned out that in their eagerness to exhibit their powers, they had inadvertently wreaked havoc around them. Ross was livid. Initially, he thought Professor X had gathered a group of capable allies, only to find he had assembled a band of troublemakers. Charles, equally frustrated, felt the weight of more pressing matters and chose not to linger on their mischief. Accompanied by Eric, they swiftly followed Ross's lead. Once the trio departed, the mutants collectively exhaled in relief. Karen observed this scene with a hint of amusement, reflecting inwardly on their childlike naivety. Just as Charles and his companions set off in pursuit of the Black King, the latter, accompanied by the Red Devil, boldly infiltrated the CIA, targeting the very group of young mutants that Charles had painstakingly recruited. Karen watched the unfolding events without intervening. Beep. Energy absorption detected. Beep. Teleportation detected. Upon recognizing the powers of the Black King and the Red Devil, she promptly absorbed their abilities. It could be said that with the acquisition of these two powers, Karen's mission was effectively complete. The next phase was simply to observe the unfolding drama, contingent upon others not seeking conflict. In response to the Black King's rhetoric about mutant superiority over humanity, Karen remained utterly dismissive. Given the current numerical disadvantage of mutants among humans, their dominion seemed implausible unless the Black King's reckless schemes came to fruition. However, it was unfortunate that the protagonist of this narrative was not him. His failure was all but assured. Predictably, Angel, swayed by the Black King's allure, chose to join his ranks. The Black King then turned his gaze toward Karen, who had silently watched the proceedings with a bemused expression. Miss Karen, I wonder if you would consider aligning with us to forge a grand destiny? The Black King, having learned from the White Queen that Karen was the first mutant sought by Charles, saw her as potentially the most valued asset. If he could persuade her, he might gain a formidable ally. With a mocking smile, Karen slowly shook her head. At that moment, the newly allied Angel whispered a few words into the Black King's ear. With her acute hearing, Karen discerned every syllable. Upon hearing Angel's words, the Black King's interest in Karen intensified. He resolved that if he could not recruit her, he would eliminate her instead, unwilling to leave a formidable adversary unvanquished. As the Black King approached, the young mutants instinctively became alert. Though Darwin and Quicksilver were apprehensive, they positioned themselves protectively in front of Karen. She gently pushed them aside, her voice laced with exasperation. Why seek death when one can simply live? The Black King chuckled at her remark. My dear girl, I shall offer you one final opportunity. Submit or perish. He emphasized the word perish, as if to convey that refusal would leave her with no other choice. Karen regarded the Black King with contempt, her voice calm. Have you ever encountered true fear? What do you mean? The Black King, intrigued by her words, leaned in. Karen, opting for action over dialogue, instantaneously teleported behind the Black King, seizing Angel by the neck with a firm grip. Crack. After swiftly dispatching Angel, Karen discarded her lifeless form carelessly. Turning to the Black King, she smiled cruelly, her expression a harbinger of impending doom. In an instant, the Black Emperor felt a chill run down his spine and shouted, Red Devil, take me away. However, Karen's reaction was exponentially swifter than that of the Red Devil. With a slight sway of her form, she effortlessly seized the barely conscious Red Devil in her grasp, hurling him forward. Thud. The Red Devil crashed to the ground, utterly unresponsive. It was at this moment that the Black Emperor comprehended the grave peril he had unwittingly provoked, a monstrous terror. Yet, his sole hope of escape rested upon the Red Devil. He quickly crouched down to ascertain whether the Red Devil still clung to life, attempting to rouse him from his stupor. Suddenly, a flash of crimson heat vision split the Red Devil's body in twain. The Black Emperor stood frozen, stripped of the arrogance he had exhibited upon entering. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was met with a sea of scarlet. In a panic, he activated his powers, striving to absorb the overwhelming energy. But despair washed over him as he realized the magnitude of this energy was unfathomable, far exceeding his limits. With a thunderous explosion, the once great Black Emperor met his demise. Karen shook her head, questioning the necessity of it all. As her form dissipated, she lost interest in the unfolding events. The young mutants, struck dumb by this sudden turn of events, took a considerable time to regain their composure. Chapter 31. The disappearance of Tony. After parting ways with the young mutants, Karen chose to return to the Marvel Universe of 2008. Why this particular year? Naturally, it was the time for her beloved nephew Tony to take center stage, and she simply could not miss it. Upon her return to this world, Karen first reached out to Howard, confirming that he was still alive. She then reminisced with the elderly Peggy Carter and the future Steve. Though both were advanced in years, they remained remarkably vigorous. Peggy even suggested sharing a few drinks. During their conversation, Karen conveyed Howard's willingness to create the 6th generation of super soldier serum for Peggy. After a moment of contemplation, Peggy resolutely shook her head. I have already found happiness and achieved honors beyond the reach of ordinary people, perhaps due to her advancing age. Peggy soon digressed, recounting her past with the future Steve. This segment felt rather like an unwelcome dose of romantic sentimentality. When Karen departed, she felt quite full, though she discreetly infused a sliver of solar energy into Peggy's being. This infusion served no other purpose than to ensure Peggy would live long enough. At least not shorter than the future Steve who had received the super soldier serum. And by the way, the future Steve had long since adopted a new name, Biden Rogers. To be precise, he had been using this name for many years, a fact only known to Karen. She was taken aback by this revelation, underscoring Captain Marvel's knack for cleverness. Word of Karen's return quickly reached Tony. Once he confirmed her presence at the estate, he arrived with an entire truckload of gifts. "What are you doing? Stocking up for me?" Karen asked, bemused, as the now middle-aged Tony still retained his playful spirit. "Oh, not at all. I just thought you might appreciate a variety of things, so I brought a little extra." Tony chuckled, ever the jester. Having not seen each other for many years, Tony had much to discuss with Karen. However, more than anything, he was eager to boast about his accomplishments over the years and the heights to which Stark Industries had ascended. Accompanying him, Pepper occasionally interjected to temper his exaggerated tales. Finding his self-aggrandizement somewhat excessive, it was as though the entirety of Stark Industries depended solely on him. While there was a kernel of truth in that, Pepper remained unimpressed and often sought to report Tony's antics to Karen. In turn, Karen played along, giving Tony a playful reprimand. It was clear that this fellow had been riding high for far too long, his mouth running unchecked. "Aunt Karen, please don't be too harsh. He still has to attend the Jericho missile test tomorrow." "Oh, really?" Karen paused her playful assault, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing Pepper mention the Jericho missile, Tony perked up, springing to life as he began extolling the virtues of the missile as an exceptional weapon. Karen made no effort to halt his self-promotion, simply watching him with quiet amusement. Once Tony had finished listening, he suddenly recalled the identity of the person before him, leading to an awkward silence. The atmosphere soon lightened as Pepper reported to Karen about Obadiah's recent actions. This was something Karen had instructed Pepper to do early on. Clearly, she had excelled in her task. As Tony observed the litany of accusations, he was left astounded, realizing how misplaced his trust in Obadiah had been. How could Obadiah repay his faith this way? "No, after I conduct the Jericho missile test tomorrow, I must find a way to reclaim the power he holds. Stark Industries cannot continue to develop under such circumstances." Tony seethed with indignation. Karen maintained her enigmatic smile, causing a sense of unease in Tony. It was evident that he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Karen had initially intended to assist him discreetly, to spare him some hardship. However, Tony's conduct today had thoroughly displeased her. She resolved to let events unfold, as long as Tony remained unharmed. Ever since departing from Karen's estate, Tony felt a persistent sense of foreboding. "Perhaps I should postpone tomorrow's Jericho missile test? I can't shake the feeling that something unfortunate is about to transpire," Pepper suggested softly. "Absolutely not. We have a commitment to the military. As businessmen, we must not renege on our promises," Tony firmly rejected. "Very well then," Pepper sighed, praying that no calamity would befall them. The following day, Tony proceeded to Afghanistan for the scheduled test of the Jericho missile. The entire process unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, and the military promptly placed an order. Tony, who had been tense, felt his anxiety dissipate. On the way back, he listened to rock music, smoked a cigar, and sipped champagne. Suddenly, an explosion upended the vehicle he was in. Tony was left dazed from the impact. The soldiers assigned to protect him swiftly grabbed their weapons and retaliated. However, the enemy's numbers vastly outnumbered theirs, and the assault came from all directions. The soldiers guarding Tony were quickly overwhelmed. Unwilling to succumb to capture, Tony seized an opportunity and fled in a specific direction. Just as he crossed a hill, a missile landed directly in front of him. Boom. He barely registered that it was a Stark-produced missile before losing consciousness. When Tony regained awareness, he found himself in a dimly lit cave, accompanied by an unfamiliar man. His head felt as if it might explode. He was parched, fatigued, and famished, with pain radiating throughout his body. There was nothing worse than his current predicament. Swiftly, he removed the oxygen tube from his lung and reached for a nearby cup of water, only to realize that his movement was halted midway by some unseen force. Accompanied by a sharp, tearing pain in his chest. In a panic, Tony ripped away the bandages covering his chest. Upon seeing the magnet embedded deeply within, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. At this moment, Ethan turned to Tony and elaborately recounted the experiences he had endured over the past few days. Tony was struck with overwhelming shock. Before he could catch his breath, a frantic pounding echoed from outside the door. A group of armed men, wielding weapons and speaking an incomprehensible language, burst in. Ethan hurriedly translated for Tony, who then grasped the grim reality. He had been abducted by this very group. Subsequently, these terrorists seized Tony without hesitation and began to escort him outside. As he was shoved along, he found himself in a warehouse, and the sight of Stark Industries weapons and ammunition strewn across the floor nearly shattered him. The thought that these very arms were being used daily by these terrorists to inflict harm upon countless innocent lives made Tony's heart bleed. Chapter 32, The Birth of Iron Man. On the other side, upon receiving the news of Tony's disappearance, Pepper Potts was nearly driven to madness. After a futile attempt to coerce and entice the military, she hastened to Aunt Karen's side. "Karen, please save Tony." "Patience, my dear," Karen replied with an air of calm. Seeing her composed demeanor soothed Pepper's anxiety. Despite the tumult, Karen was still Tony's aunt. It was hard to believe she would turn a blind eye to his plight. The very fact that Karen maintained her tranquility suggested that Tony was likely not in mortal danger. With no other options at her disposal, Pepper decided to stay with Karen. Karen, unfazed, thought that in such a vast estate, one more person made little difference. To Pepper's eyes, Karen appeared to be leisurely. Yet she had been quietly monitoring Tony's progress. Witnessing him develop the miniature arc reactor and commence work on the Mark I armor filled Karen with pride. This moment marked the beginning of Tony's transformation. On the 10th day following Tony's disappearance, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, arrived at Karen's villa. "Well, if it isn't Director Nicholas J. Fury himself, what brings you to my humble abode?" Fury fixed his one-eyed gaze upon Karen for a moment, but the sight of her cheerful demeanor forced him to relent. "If you wish to laugh, then laugh." As his words lingered in the air, Karen's laughter erupted. "Ha." Fury made his way to the sun lounger beside her. "I told you, you were destined to become a one-eyed dragon, yet you would not believe me." Sighing, Fury reflected on how unexpectedly damaging that casual comment had been. However, he recognized that his current appearance lent him a greater aura of intimidation. Once her laughter subsided, Karen's expression turned serious. "You must acknowledge that your position owes much to the Skrulls, don't you?" "Ah, Fury. Always remember, debts must eventually be repaid." Karen's words were pointed yet subtle, and she trusted that Fury, being the astute individual he was, would grasp her meaning. "Indeed. I have facilitated the settlement of some of their kin on Earth, but their numbers are vast, and I harbor concerns." Fury shared his apprehensions candidly. As SHIELD's director, he had always maintained an image of mystery and strength, yet in Karen's presence, he understood how fragile that FAOD truly was. "Yes, that is indeed a concern. What of Carol? There has been no word from her." "None. Since she departed in '95, all communication has ceased. Several times I've pondered whether the pager would even work." Fury's irritation was evident when he mentioned Carol. The commitment to assist the Skrulls in finding a new home had lingered for years without a whisper of progress. "May I have the pager?" Karen extended her hand expectantly. Without hesitation, Nick Fury produced the device from his pocket and handed it to her. While Fury feared inciting Carol's anger, Karen felt no such trepidation. Resolutely, she pressed the pager button, not once, but thrice. After pressing the button 3 times, Karen tossed the pager to Fury. Upon her return, she casually remarked that it was she who initiated the action, leaving me quite curious about what she had been occupied with all these years. Fury, too, was intrigued. Adopting a subordinate demeanor, he began to recount to Karen the myriad events that had transpired over the years. Rather than a mere report, it resembled a heartfelt confession of his struggles. Karen refrained from interrupting, quietly assuming the role of an attentive listener. Though one could only wonder how he could maintain such a performance for so long without weariness. Once Fury finished his lamentations, Karen inquired about the matter that had brought him there. Fury, feeling somewhat awkward, realized that he had nearly forgotten about Tony's situation until Karen mentioned it. We have intelligence indicating that Tony has been captured by a reactionary organization in Afghanistan. I possess his exact location," Fury stated, pulling up an electronic map and pinpointing where Tony was being held. "Now that you know where he is, why haven't you dispatched anyone for his rescue?" Karen asked with a knowing smile. "We have already sent our finest agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., but I feel there are still uncertainties," Fury replied, his meaning becoming abundantly clear. "Given your relationship with Howard, why has there been no action taken thus far?" "There's no rush. He is undergoing a rebirth. Give him a little more time, and he shall astonish the world," Karen cryptically remarked, leaving Fury somewhat perplexed. However, he was assured of one thing. Tony was likely unharmed. Consequently, he notified the rescue team to remain on standby for a while longer. Natasha, who had just joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and was eager to prove herself, was utterly disheartened. She had prepared thoroughly, only to receive orders from the director to remain on standby. Inside the cave, Tony had completed the final experimental phase of the Mark I armor. The terrorists, though sensing something amiss, were utterly baffled by technological intricacies and had no inkling of Tony's true endeavors. Some overly confident individuals even speculated that Tony was crafting advanced weaponry for them. When the leaders discovered Tony experimenting with the leg armor of the Mark I, they finally recognized the gravity of the situation. They stormed in, binding Tony and Ethan, demanding to know what they were doing. Yet, both remained resolute, refusing to divulge any information despite the escalating threats, even as torture loomed. Ultimately, in a bid to ensure Ethan's safety, Tony assured them that he would deliver the promised weapons the next day, which reluctantly convinced the leader to grant them one final day, with a dire warning that failure to produce the weapons would result in dire consequences. That night, Tony and Ethan remained awake, tirelessly completing the final components of the Mark I. As dawn broke the following day, the terrorists arrived as promised, and Tony was prepared to fight with all his might. He promptly began to activate the Mark I armor, though it was evident that the activation required additional time. Seeing this, Ethan felt a surge of anxiety for Tony. Tony watched in alarm as the terrorists were about to breach the entrance. In a moment of desperation, Ethan seized the makeshift weapons they had prepared and rushed out first. "Ethan, don't go," Tony shouted urgently. Yet, outside, the cacophony of gunfire and the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground ensued. Tony realized that Ethan might have sacrificed himself to buy him some time. In the next instant, the Mark I armor completed its charging process. No sooner had the charging finished than Tony, overwhelmed with urgency rather than excitement, maneuvered the suit to charge outside. As he burst through the door, he was confronted by two assailants wielding submachine guns, blocking his path. Tony dispatched them effortlessly, sending them flying with a single punch. Anxiously scanning his surroundings, Tony searched for Ethan, yet he found no trace of him, only several terrorists lying motionless in the distance. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Tony swiftly moved outward. Chapter 33. The closure of Stark Weapons Division. Throughout the journey, Tony wielded the weaponry mounted on the Mark I, eliminating numerous terrorists. Yet, even as he exited the cavern, he found no trace of Ethan. Just as confusion enveloped him, a missile hurtled towards him. Fortunately, his mastery over the armor allowed him to deftly evade the projectile. In retaliation, he unleashed an energy pulse, vanquishing the assailant. Upon witnessing the array of Stark-manufactured weapons outside the cave, Tony's emotions became a tumultuous blend of regret and resolve. Today, he must personally obliterate the very creations he once took pride in. Without hesitation, the armaments within the Mark I were aimed at the weapon racks of Stark Industries, unleashing a barrage of fire and explosions that illuminated the sky. Immediately, Tony activated the escape mechanism, soaring upwards. However, elation was short-lived as the small energy reactor could no longer sustain the Mark I's flight, sending him plummeting towards the earth. Fear of death gripped him once more. At the critical moment, the armor miraculously halted mid-air, gradually disintegrating in a shower of sparks. Astonishingly, Tony's body remained suspended above the ground. Joy surged within him. He recognized the arrival of Karen. Calling out in excitement, he turned to the side, where Ethan floated, bewildered. "Thank goodness, Ethan, you're unharmed." But exhaustion overwhelmed him, and darkness enveloped his consciousness. With a wave of her hand, Karen summoned Tony towards her. He cast a final glance at the Mark I armor left abandoned in the desert. Swiftly, Karen whisked Tony and Ethan away. When Tony regained consciousness, he found himself in a familiar room, greeted by the anxious presence of Pepper. "Hey, if it's not too much trouble, I'd like a hamburger first." Pepper shot him an exasperated look and beckoned to the door. Several servants entered, bearing hamburgers and other delicacies. Famished, Tony devoured the meal voraciously. After satisfying his hunger, he disregarded decorum and let out a loud belch. "Help me up. I need to speak with Aunt Karen." "What do you need to see Aunt Karen for?" Pepper asked, puzzled. "Just trust me and hurry." "All right." Half an hour later, Tony and Pepper arrived at Karen's estate. The first words out of Tony's mouth were, "Aunt Karen, I wish to shut down Stark Enterprises Weapons Manufacturing Division." Karen, basking in the sun, did not turn her head. "The entirety of Stark Industries belongs to you, naturally. The decision is yours to make." Tony was taken aback by Karen's swift agreement. With her consent, the path was clear. After all, Karen held 10 of the shares, while he possessed 58. Together, their combined influence rendered them impervious to dissenting voices. Similarly, Tony prepared to take this opportunity to reclaim all other Stark shares. After ascertaining Karen's stance, he promptly set off with Pepper to return to Stark Industries and convene a press conference. "I declare that Stark Industries will cease its weapon manufacturing division from this day forth." This explosive announcement sent shockwaves throughout the globe. How could Stark Industries, a titan of the arms industry, cease its arms production? The market value of Stark Industries plummeted by more than half overnight. Tony's unilateral decision incited the ire of many shareholders, leading to a chorus of condemnation against him. Some even began to liquidate their shares before the stock price fell further, eager to extricate themselves from the quagmire that Stark Industries had become. Such actions were not uncommon. Tony had preemptively arranged for Pepper to prepare ample funds for a covert acquisition of these shares. Consequently, Tony's holdings in Stark Industries surged dramatically. Within a week, he had secretly gained control over the majority of the shares, while the remaining portions were held by Obadiah and other minority shareholders. During this period, Tony was far from idle. Not only did he craft a more powerful, compact arc reactor for himself, but with Ethan's assistance, he also completed the assembly of the newly upgraded Mark II, commencing its inaugural test flight. The moment he soared freely through the skies, Tony felt an indescribable exhilaration. This sensation was entirely different from being flown by Karen. Now, he was soaring through the heavens, relying solely on his intellect. As he hovered over the city, gazing down at the bustling nightscape, and then up at the luminous full moon, a bold idea suddenly struck him. He accelerated the Mark II to its utmost limits, launching skyward. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the Mark II predictably encountered icing issues. I thought this would be easy. Tony sighed, halting his ascent. In his recollection, Karen had carried him into space with such ease. It was evident that reaching space with the performance of the Mark II was far from feasible. After documenting the issues encountered during the test, Tony commenced his return. Upon arriving back at Stark Tower, he immediately began developing the Mark III, addressing the deficiencies of the Mark II and making adjustments in materials and technology to render it more perfect. Next came Tony's moment of retribution. Upon learning that the terrorists who had kidnapped him remained at large, he swiftly donned his armor and set out. When he arrived at the scene, he was met with scenes of human tragedy. The terrorists were utterly ruthless. Without hesitation, Tony unleashed his fury, eliminating each one he encountered, leaving no stone unturned until he had dispatched the entire group of terrorists, thus achieving a semblance of catharsis. Yet, upon witnessing the war-torn land and the helpless, bewildered orphans and widows, Tony's heart was deeply pierced. From where did these individuals' harrowing experiences originate? Once upon a time, he too was a catalyst of this calamity. In that moment, Tony's resolve to protect the vulnerable grew even stronger. During his return journey, however, he unexpectedly encountered an interception by the military. Despite pushing the power of his armor to its utmost limits, he could not shake off the relentless pursuit of the military aircraft. Reluctantly, Tony had to dive into the clouds, seeking refuge within their thick embrace to evade the hunters above. He had no desire to engage in conflict with the government or the military unless absolutely necessary. Yet, contrary to his wishes, he found himself embroiled in trouble as two fighter jets relentlessly pursued him, clearly intent on bringing him down. In a moment of desperation, Tony was left with no choice but to retaliate slightly. His palm cannon ignited, instantly severing the wing of one pursuing aircraft. Noticing that the pilot had difficulties parachuting to safety, Tony graciously lent a helping hand. Thus, he was finally able to liberate himself from the clutches of the military pursuit. Chapter 34. Iron Tyrant. While Tony was deeply engrossed in his world-saving game, Obadiah had ingeniously utilized remnants of Tony's Mark I suit discovered in the desert to reconstruct a colossal iron beast. However, Obadiah was infuriated that his scientists could not replicate Tony's miniature arc reactor. Without this essential power source, his Iron Tyrant was merely a heap of scrap metal. Just as Obadiah was consumed by his frustrations, he unexpectedly received an invitation from Tony. Tony, in a gesture of goodwill after years of partnership, intended to put aside their grievances and encourage Obadiah to relinquish his shares, offering him a peaceful retirement. When they met, the warmth of their previous camaraderie was conspicuously absent. Both harbored unspoken matters, and after a lengthy discourse, they still had not broached the main topic. Ultimately, it was Tony who, unable to endure the tension, tossed out the documents that Pepper had meticulously prepared. Obadiah, as an elder, I hold you in respect, but you have committed many transgressions against me over the years. Sign this contract, and I will provide you with a sum of money to ensure you can retire in tranquility. As Obadiah perused the documents, he sighed in relief upon realizing that they contained no evidence of his betrayal. With a sardonic smile, he approached Tony and gently patted him on the shoulder. Tony, I have watched you grow all these years. With your father gone, I have come to regard you as a son. I have indulged your every whim. But do you truly believe I would accept being ousted from the very company we built together? With that final statement, Obadiah revealed an ultrasonic device, pressing it against Tony's head, rendering him immobile. You, Tony stammered in disbelief, never anticipating such treachery from Obadiah. Leaning closer, Obadiah whispered into Tony's ear. What you do not know is that I am the one who betrayed you. Unfortunately, those fools did not fulfill their end of the bargain to eliminate you. Otherwise, the Stark Group would already be mine. However, it is not too late. As he spoke, Obadiah removed the miniature arc reactor from Tony's chest. Instantly, Tony descended into a state akin to death. Savor the approach of your demise. Obadiah cackled as he departed, leaving Tony's life in a precarious countdown. Oh, you truly never learn, Tony thought, recognizing the presence of an approaching figure without needing to turn. And Karen, at such a moment, must you still deliver your scorn? That simply will not do. Karen replied nonchalantly as she approached Tony, slowly crouching to meet his gaze. Beg me. With a pallid complexion, Tony could not help but roll his eyes. I beseech you, Aunt Karen is the most beautiful and kind-hearted person in this world. Alas, enough of this sentimentality. With a swift motion, Karen directed her hand towards Tony's chest, activating her magnetic power to extract the tiny shrapnel embedded within. What followed was a moment of miraculous transformation. Hurry, I might not survive, Tony urged weakly before succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Karen wasted no time. The golden power of the sun surged forth, instantly filling the gaping wound in Tony's chest. The large cavity began to mend at an astonishing rate, visibly healing before one's eyes. After a considerable duration, Tony's chest returned to its original state. He inhaled deeply, awakening from his stupor. Feeling his chest, he realized he had indeed recovered and promptly arose, moving towards one side. "Where are you going?" Karen inquired, feigning ignorance. "To seek vengeance," Tony declared, seizing the old compact arc reactor as he made his way toward the Mark III. Moments later, the Mark III ascended into the sky, its target set on the Stark Research Facility. He knew Obadiah would be there. Karen observed Tony's retreating figure with a smirk, her form gliding after him, eager to witness the unfolding drama up close. Tony swiftly arrived above the Stark Research Facility. The broadcasting device of the Mark III activated. "All unauthorized personnel, please evacuate immediately," it repeated insistently. Upon recognizing the crimson figure in the sky, most individuals turned and fled without hesitation. Obadiah, of course, had also noticed Tony's arrival. He was eager to showcase his scientific achievements. With the assistance of several aides, he quickly entered the Ironmonger and initiated its startup sequence. Thanks to the presence of the compact reactor, the Ironmonger powered up smoothly. When the two armored suits faced off, there was no time for idle chatter. Under the command of Obadiah and Tony, they collided with great force. The Ironmonger, leveraging its size advantage, sent the Mark III hurtling away while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of guided missiles. Tony reacted swiftly, maneuvering the Mark III to fire its Palmer pulsars, shattering several missiles mid-flight. Energy pulses were directed towards the Ironmonger, yet its formidable bulk proved more than capable of absorbing the attack. "That shell is remarkably sturdy," Tony muttered in frustration. He quickly evaded, ascending into the air to escape the grasp of the Ironmonger. "Hey, Tony, is that all you've got?" Obadiah's mocking voice echoed from within the Ironmonger. Chuckling to himself, Tony conceived a clever idea. "Let us see if you can catch me." With that, he accelerated skyward. Believing Tony was retreating, Obadiah relentlessly pursued him, manipulating the Ironmonger to chase after the Mark III. Thus, the two armored suits broke through the clouds, soaring to great heights. Tony glanced back, realizing that Obadiah had indeed fallen for his ruse, and his heart swelled with amusement as he quickened his pace. On the other side, the Iron Monarch remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. In the eyes of the observer, Karen, the Iron Monarch's exterior was now encrusted with a thin layer of ice. Yet, this fool continued to relentlessly pursue Tony without a hint of self-preservation. After calculating the altitude, Tony hovered in the sky, awaiting the arrival of the Iron Monarch. Upon reaching Tony's position, the Iron Monarch wasted no time and seized Tony's Mark III suit with a firm grip. "Little Tony, I have you in my grasp," he declared. "Oh, really? I wonder how your armor addresses the issue of ice formation at high altitudes," Tony retorted, catching Obadiah momentarily off guard. Almost immediately, a series of urgent alarms blared from within the Iron Monarch, causing it to halt its operations autonomously. Tony, encased in the Mark III, smirked with derision. He raised a hand and gently tapped the Iron Monarch. Bang! The Iron Monarch plummeted rapidly towards the ground. While Tony had cleverly exploited the ice formation to neutralize the Iron Monarch, he was not without his own challenges. The original arc reactor within him was becoming increasingly inadequate to sustain his airborne position, beginning his descent in a free fall towards the Earth. Chapter 35. I'm Iron Man. Karen, having watched the spectacle for a considerable time, suddenly appeared above the Mark III and seized it with a firm grip. "Thank you, Aunt Karen," Tony expressed, fully aware that his ever-curious aunt would never miss such a grand performance. "You're welcome," Karen replied, raising her hand to unleash a bolt of thunderous energy towards the Mark III. This action sent a jolt of fear through Tony. Warning, energy levels at 200. Jarvis's alert sounded immediately. Tony's unfinished thought was abruptly silenced. Karen released her hold. "Go, and bring this battle to an end." Tony, without uttering a word, nodded gravely and accelerated into a dive. He quickly caught up with the Ironmonger, who was plummeting through the air. "Tony, what have you done?" Obadiah, at this moment, still had the nerve to question him. "I have come to see you off on your final journey." Tony's voice was chillingly devoid of compassion as he aimed the energy cannon at the Ironmonger, charging it with lethal intent. "No, Tony, you can't," with a deafening explosion. The Ironmonger, along with Obadiah within, was obliterated into fragments, cascading towards the bustling city below. Tony, piloting the Mark III, hovered silently in the sky. In that moment, he comprehended the essence of his existence. "So, how does it feel to be a hero? Not too shabby, I presume?" Karen's teasing voice echoed in Tony's ear. He shook his head gravely. "If given the choice, I would prefer a world devoid of heroes." "Ah, quite the enlightened perspective. I have high hopes for you, my dear nephew. Do well." Karen's voice faded as her figure vanished completely. Tony lingered in contemplation for a while before promptly contacting Pepper to take charge of the shares held by Obadiah, while also attempting to consolidate any remaining scattered shares. Although Pepper was uncertain of Tony's exact intentions, she chose to comply without question. Before long, nearly all the shares of Stark Industries were under Tony's control. His second phase of the plan was officially set in motion, also serving to provide an explanation to the world. At a press conference for Stark Industries, Tony formally announced the company's transformation into an energy enterprise. He boldly proclaimed, "I'm Iron Man." This declaration was intended to instill fear in the hearts of nefarious individuals, making it clear that from this day forth, Iron Man would haunt their nightmares. With the groundbreaking technology of the miniature arc reactor, the transformation of Stark Industries was a resounding success. Overnight, Tony's worth soared once more, and Karen reaped a share of the benefits. However, she remained indifferent to the monetary gains, viewing them merely as inconsequential figures. For her, the presence or absence of wealth held little significance. Tony, now tasked with enhancing the Mark suit, managing the enterprise, and combating crime, found himself endlessly occupied. After consulting with Karen, Fury decided to recruit Tony into the Avengers Initiative. Undoubtedly, Fury's complexion and attire served as his most effective camouflage. One night, Tony returned to his office, yet he failed to notice Fury, who sat shrouded in shadows on the sofa. Fury felt utterly disheartened. Was Tony truly so oblivious? At that moment, Jarvis interjected, "Sir, you have a visitor. Would you like me to offer him a beverage?" Tony, engrossed in his own affairs, froze in place. He stiffly turned his head and, indeed, discerned the dark figure lurking in the corner. Jarvis, summon Mark IV immediately. Seeing Tony's readiness to deploy his armor at the slightest provocation, Fury could no longer remain composed, though his tone remained dignified. "Tony Stark, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Tony, taken aback by the gravity of the situation, responded gravely, "Who are you?" Fury, finally able to broach the subject, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. "I am Nick Fury, the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, commonly known as SHIELD. Having completed his introduction, he awaited Tony's reaction. "Oh, you seek me out for a reason?" Upon hearing the mention of SHIELD, Tony relaxed instantly. He gestured for Jarvis to refrain from activating the armor, turned on the lights, and approached Nick Fury, taking a seat across from him. Fury paused momentarily before continuing, "I am here to assist you." "Assist me?" Tony's interest peaked immediately. He had been somewhat overwhelmed by the military's persistent entanglements and was curious to hear what this enigmatic figure had to propose. Ever since he rashly declared himself Iron Man, the military had relentlessly pursued him for the technology behind his exoskeleton armor. Their efforts had reached a fever pitch, leaving Tony too apprehensive to meet any military personnel. Even his close friend Rhodey was not exempt. "Join the Avengers," Fury stated nonchalantly, leaving the implication hanging in the air. "That's it," Tony exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity as he dug at his ear. "By joining the Avengers, you'll secure a formal position within SHIELD. I'll shoulder the rest of the burdens for you." "You cannot bear it," Tony countered, shaking his head resolutely. Fury fixed Tony with a penetrating gaze, observing his steadfastness, before rising and departing. As he watched Fury leave, Tony felt somewhat deflated. He had anticipated a formidable presence, only to be met with this? In truth, Nick Fury had not spoken falsely. With the technological expertise and secrets currently at SHIELD's disposal, a willingness to negotiate would surely compel the military to relent. Regrettably, Tony declined his offer. After much contemplation, he ultimately reached out to his friend Rhodey, gifting him the Mark II armor under the pretense of a present. This news thrilled Rhodey to no end. He could hardly believe that fortune had smiled upon him while he was at home. Without delay, he hurried to Tony's mansion to take possession of the armor. Tony's willingness to compromise greatly pleased the military, who promptly set to work modifying and enhancing the Mark II. Before long, Rhodey emerged as the Iron Patriot, capturing the public's attention. As a representative of the military, the Iron Patriot naturally sought to affirm that he was not merely a figurehead. With Tony's collaboration, several operations against crime were successfully conducted, significantly enhancing the military's reputation in the eyes of the public. Consequently, the pressure on Tony dissipated entirely. Subsequently, he intensified his actions against terrorist organizations. During this period, Karen adopted a laid-back attitude, spending her days indulging in leisurely pursuits and basking in the sun. The Silver Surfer's power level also rose to 23 during this time, a development that did not concern Karen. With her present abilities, only the supreme beings of Marvel or DC posed a challenge. The minor adversaries were simply insufficient to warrant her attention. In the realm of cinematic universes, she was virtually invincible. Provided she was granted ample time to master the Phoenix Force, she would ascend to a multiversal level of power. Chapter 36. The Incredible Hulk during this period. Karen became aware of another matter concerning the formidable Hulk. Through her keen perception, she inadvertently detected an intense surge of energy that flickered and vanished. Following the direction of this sensation, she traced it to find Banner, who was engaged in the peculiar act of asking someone to slap him. Intrigued, Karen began to monitor Banner's daily activities. It appeared that he had not relinquished his attempts at self-healing, maintaining close correspondence with a biologist known as Mr. Blue. This Mr. Blue was deeply interested in Banner's condition and had sent him numerous medications aimed at suppressing emotional fluctuations for him to experiment with. Unfortunately, their endeavors had yet to yield any success, as gamma energy could not be subdued by ordinary pharmaceuticals. An unfortunate incident resulted in a drop of Banner's blood contaminating a beverage in a production facility, which ultimately led to the demise of the venerable Stan Lee. This situation did not go unnoticed by Ross, who had been vigilantly tracking Banner's movements. Promptly, Ross mobilized a specialized team to apprehend Banner. Initially, he had intended for Rhodey to intervene, but Rhodey was preoccupied at that time, thereby allowing Banner to evade capture. Karen couldn't help but commend Banner's fortuitous escape. Had he encountered the Iron Patriot, he would have stood no chance. Within the ranks of the Avengers, only Captain Marvel could effectively subdue the enraged Hulk, while the others would merely serve as fodder. To some extent, Thor could be included in this category, though his potential was still in its nascent stages. The military special forces swiftly encircled Banner's residence. A seasoned anti-terror operative, Banner immediately sensed something amiss and began to flee. However, the more he exerted himself, the quicker his heart rate escalated, complicating his predicament. Reluctantly, he sought refuge in an abandoned factory. Alas, he encountered a group of thugs along the way, complicating matters further. Now not only was the military pursuing him, but the thugs were on his heels as well, their proximity growing increasingly threatening. Eventually, the thugs cornered Banner against a wall. Without hesitation, they launched a barrage of punches and kicks. Stop. Stop. If I get angry, you will all be in grave danger. Banner's desperate cries were interpreted by the thugs as mere provocation. Their aggression intensified until Banner reached his breaking point. With a roar, he transformed into the Hulk, seizing the nearest thug and shattering him effortlessly. The sight left the remaining thugs paralyzed with fear. Before they could flee, Hulk dispatched each with a powerful kick. The commotion inevitably drew the attention of the military. Upon recognizing the Hulk, they instinctively retaliated, but their attacks were, in comparison to the Hulk, akin to mere tickles. As the Hulk endured their relentless assault, he retaliated with ferocity. The scene resembled that of a child playing with toys. The army suffered catastrophic losses, leaving only Blonsky to desperately hold on. As the ace among aces, Blonsky was unwilling to concede defeat in the mission. Yet, confronted by the monstrous green figure, he felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, under Banner's conscious intervention, the Hulk spared Blonsky's life and fled the scene. This encounter significantly impacted Blonsky. He felt resentment towards Ross for not disclosing the mission's objectives earlier, leading to the needless sacrifice of his men. Nonetheless, this experience ignited within Blonsky a fervent desire for the Hulk's extraordinary power. Capitalizing on this yearning, Ross directly invited him to participate in the Super Soldier program. Without hesitation, Blonsky accepted. Meanwhile, after his escape, Banner realized that returning to his former refuge was impossible. Moreover, the country had become unsafe for him. After much contemplation, coupled with his longing for his girlfriend Betty, Banner ultimately embarked on the journey back home. He navigated numerous challenges with his keen intellect, eventually arriving at the university where Betty studied. However, just as he prepared to embrace her, he witnessed Betty naturally holding hands with another man as they departed. This sight nearly shattered Banner's resolve. With quickened breath, he composed himself and turned to leave, thinking perhaps it was better for Betty this way. In that very moment, Betty seemed to sense his departure and turned around, catching a glimpse of Banner's forlorn figure. She immediately broke away from the man beside her and hurried after him. Banner, wait, it's not what you think. Hearing Betty's voice, Banner lowered his hat and quickened his pace. Upon turning a corner, they stood face to face, in an embrace. It felt as if the world had come to a standstill. After a long moment, they slowly released each other, sharing heartfelt confessions of their longing. Yet, as fate would have it, just as they poured out their souls, General Ross's troops had quietly surrounded the area. By the time they sensed something amiss, it was too late. A sniper initiated an attack on Banner, prompting him to push Betty away to protect her. He dashed in another direction as the army intensified their bombardment. Amidst the chaos, the roar of the Hulk resonated. Upon his arrival, he surged forth, demolishing several tanks. In the wake of his explosive onslaught, soldiers fell in droves. Observing this devastation, Ross internally lamented the situation and immediately dispatched the recently enhanced Blonsky to confront the Hulk. As Blonsky entered the fray, he showcased his martial prowess, yet his attacks inflicted little damage on the Hulk. He closed in, delivering a rapid series of strikes, then stepped back to mockingly address the stunned Hulk. Is this all you can do? With a thunderous kick, Hulk unleashed a sonic boom, sending Blonsky tumbling over 100 meters before he was rendered unconscious. Hulk cast a fierce glance towards Ross and let out a resounding roar. He then leapt away with Betty, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. Ross, seething with anger, found himself utterly powerless against Hulk. Medical personnel rushed in to administer aid. Unfortunately, Blonsky still clung to life. After 2.5 days of intensive care, he remarkably recovered. Blonsky understood that this was largely due to the effects of the super soldier serum. Yet, more than the serum itself, he yearned for the unparalleled strength of Hulk, a force that transcends human capability. Meanwhile, Banner and Betty had embarked on a long journey to the school where Mr. Blue resided. As one of the foremost experts in biology, Mr. Blue naturally had a dedicated research laboratory at his disposal. Chapter 37, The Hulk vs. Abomination. The return of Captain Marvel within the confines of Mr. Blue's laboratory, he administered the long-prepared gamma radiation antidote into Banner's system. Miraculously, the remedy proved effective, allowing the half-transformed Hulk to revert back to Banner's form within mere moments. Elation overtook Betty, who wept tears of joy at the sight. Banner, too, felt a surge of excitement. Do not rejoice too soon. I cannot ascertain whether it has entirely eradicated the Hulk within you, Mr. Blue cautioned. For further study, I have cloned a substantial amount of your blood. I am confident that groundbreaking progress will soon follow. His words abruptly pulled the couple back to reality. Banner seized Mr. Blue by the arm. Listen, my friend, you have no idea how perilous that creature is. We must destroy those blood samples immediately. However, before Mr. Blue could respond, a tranquilizer dart struck Banner, rendering him powerless as he collapsed to the floor. With a thunderous crash, a battalion of soldiers stormed in, seizing the semi-conscious Banner. Blonsky lingered at the end, witnessing the exodus of his comrades, before drawing his weapon and aiming it at Mr. Blue's head. Inject me with Banner's blood. Momentarily stunned, Mr. Blue's expression soon shifted to one of ecstasy. He was in dire need of a test subject, and fortune had delivered one to his doorstep. The two forged an immediate alliance. Blonsky complied fully, while Mr. Blue devoted himself to the task at hand. The experiment commenced with meticulous precision. Initially, Blonsky exhibited no significant physiological changes. Yet, as a copious amount of Banner's blood surged into his system, his physique began to swell ominously. With a roar, the abomination was born. Before Mr. Blue could revel in his creation, he was hurled aside by the abomination, crashing into the lab equipment and losing consciousness. Banner's blood streamed from his head wound into the creature's brain. Upon breaking free from the laboratory, the abomination descended upon the streets, wreaking havoc. Recently awakened, Banner received this alarming news through Ross's communication device. He understood that only he could thwart the abomination's rampage. He immediately implored Ross to return, begging him to assist in stopping the creature. Unable to resist Betty's pleas, Ross ultimately acquiesced, though fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Realizing he might face disciplinary action for his decision, he resolved to indulge his daughter one last time. As they soared above the abomination, Ross's anxiety transformed into despair. Given the scale of destruction and carnage inflicted by the creature, he, as Blonsky's commanding officer, would undoubtedly face numerous military tribunals. Gazing down at the abomination relentlessly pursuing civilians, Banner felt a surge of righteous fury. Yet, this anger was insufficient to awaken the Hulk within him. Thus, he made a bold decision. He leaped from the helicopter. With a resounding thud, Banner landed not far from the abomination. The life-or-death sensation successfully roused the Hulk within him at the final moment. As the imminent clash between the two colossal beasts drew near, a woman clad in radiant hues of red and blue materialized between them. Such excitement. Do you mind if I join? Over the years, Carol's visage remained unchanged. Karen, who had been passively observing the unfolding drama, was momentarily speechless. Just as the spectacle was about to commence, this individual audaciously intervened. In an instant, the crimson and azure Kryptonian attire enveloped her, and she teleported into the fray. Hey, Carol, you should. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk and Abomination charged at the suspended figures of Karen and Carol. How about a contest? Carol smiled at the approaching Abomination. A contest of what? Karen quickly grasped the implication and subtly nodded. In the blink of an eye, she positioned herself directly in the path of the charging Hulk, delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding explosion, Hulk was propelled backward, soaring over 1,000 meters. Simultaneously, Carol executed a similar maneuver, sending Abomination flying just as far. Witnesses were treated to the extraordinary sight of two titans being subdued and pummeled into the ground by two formidable women. With each punch, Karen and Carol drove the Hulk and Abomination deeper into the earth. Due to Banner's administration of the antidote, Hulk was the first to succumb, losing consciousness and reverting back to his human form. Karen seized him and hurled him into the air towards Tony, who was watching from a safe distance. Take him to a secure location. Despite his curiosity about Captain Marvel's identity, Tony complied, trusting they would reunite soon. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel delivered a photon energy punch, reverting Abomination back to his human guise. Observing the shrinking figure of Abomination, Carol expressed her intrigue. However, with a plethora of cameras surrounding them, she had no intention of lingering. In a seamless motion, Karen teleported beside Carol, and in the next instant, both figures vanished. That night, many would find themselves unable to sleep. The emergence of two formidable creatures, followed by the appearance of two extraordinarily powerful women who vanquished them, sparked excitement. Some even captured images of Karen in her Kryptonian attire, igniting fervor among DC fans, who proclaimed the existence of Krypton. Indeed, they believed they had found evidence. Meanwhile, speculations regarding Captain Marvel abounded, with some asserting she too hailed from Krypton and was a female superhero. The most troubled of all was Fury, who was overwhelmed by the commotion Carol's return had caused. He was now preoccupied with explaining the origins of the two superwomen to Congress and high-ranking officials. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain a semblance of control, ensuring their identities remained concealed. They repeatedly assured that they would undoubtedly become one of the forces dedicated to protecting the Earth, posing no threat to the higher-ups. This feeble assurance barely allowed them to navigate the scrutiny of the elite. Some individuals with ulterior motives had begun to fixate on the two, but regrettably, due to the vast disparity in power, they dared not take any substantial action, not even to tarnish their reputations. The reality was that the public support for these two surged overnight to an alarming degree. No matter how the government attempted to stifle the fervor surrounding this matter, it proved futile. Their photographs were fervently circulated across various social media platforms. Fury seized this opportunity to propagate their heroic titles far and wide. Karen was undoubtedly recognized as Superwoman, while Carol, after much deliberation, was officially designated as Captain Marvel. Indeed, Karen had achieved this, and Carol was utterly delighted. Chapter 38. The Awkward Carol. The subsequent events unfolded at Karen's estate, where Tony and Carol formally met. The two exchanged friendly introductions. Tony exhibited a notable calmness, rendering him quite amiable, particularly in interactions with the opposite sex. Carol soon realized that he was the Iron Man who had appeared that fateful night, rescuing another creature. Promptly, Tony corrected her, stating that she could refer to him as Iron Man overall. The atmosphere between them remained exceedingly pleasant. Soon after, Karen inquired about Tony's arrangements for Banner. I have placed him on a private island. Rest assured, there is no one else who could locate him there. With a grand gesture, Carol gave Tony a thumbs up. The mere possession of a private island on Earth assured Carol that Tony's social standing was undeniably significant. Before long, Fury joined them, and the four engaged in casual conversation, exchanging remarks with ease. Carol spent a considerable amount of time recounting her experiences in outer space and how she had guided various oppressed and persecuted races toward peace. Through this dialogue, Tony gained a comprehensive understanding of Carol, equating her role to that of an intergalactic peacekeeper. Oh, by the way, Carol, how is your search for a new home for the Skrulls progressing? Karen's sudden question caused Carol's expression to freeze momentarily. For now, there is no clear direction, she explained with a bittersweet smile. The Kree Empire has extensive surveillance. Locating a haven undetected by them is akin to climbing a mountain. Carol admitted that she had initially underestimated the complexity of the situation. Karen and Fury exchanged knowing glances, understanding one another's thoughts. Well, there is no rush. The Skrulls are managing well enough on Earth for the time being. Fury's explanation seemed somewhat forced, yet Carol took comfort in his words, feeling a sense of relief. Would you like to meet Talos? He is quite eager to see you, his old friend. Fury noted that Carol seemed oblivious to the implications of his suggestion and prepared to approach the matter delicately. After all this time, having failed to help them find a new home, I lack the face to show up, Carol firmly declined. Meanwhile, Tony, who had been quietly observing, was taken aback. How had their conversation escalated to the matter of resettling an extraterrestrial civilization? He had thought Earth was the sole harbor of life in the universe just a day prior. Now, his perspective had expanded dramatically, yet a seed of worry began to germinate within him. Tony, it seems that Hammer Industries may be planning something against you. You should exercise caution. Fury deftly shifted the focus back to Tony. Oh, they wish to dabble in armor technology? Indeed, they are already in the early stages of development. Fury confirmed with a nod. Tony did not take Fury's kind reminder to heart. It would take Hammer Industries another 20 years to surpass him. Fury was well aware of Tony's arrogant disposition and promptly abandoned the topic. Meanwhile, Karen and Carol remained indifferent to the trivial matters on Earth. Subsequently, everyone busied themselves with their own affairs. Karen basked in the sunlight, while Carol, after briefly relaying some details, departed once more. Karen understood that Carol had an incessant nature. She reminded her to keep the Skrull situation in mind before allowing her to leave. After completing its transformation, Stark Industries became even busier. The energy sector's orders were largely consumed by Stark Industries, which also dedicated itself to philanthropic endeavors. Having witnessed the horrors of war, Tony developed a compassionate heart. To prevent his subordinates from being insincere, he appointed Ethan to oversee the entire charitable project, ensuring that resources reached those who needed them most. Ethan was overjoyed, busily engaged each day. However, Tony found that the number of capable individuals at his disposal was alarmingly limited. Upon realizing this, Nick Fury discreetly sent Natasha to assist Tony, ostensibly for his protection, though the true reasons resided solely in Fury's mind. Natasha, leveraging her formidable skills, quickly gained Tony's admiration and was appointed as Pepper's assistant. Speaking of which, Pepper was now the CEO of Stark Industries. Upon learning this news, Natasha felt utterly dismayed. Wasn't Tony known for his insatiable romantic inclinations? Did her meticulously styled ways fail to captivate his interest, or had his preferences simply shifted? Unbeknownst to Tony, he was presently engrossed in another pressing dilemma, the issue of metal palladium poisoning from prolonged wear. He had conceived some minor solutions, yet they were merely superficial fixes. For someone like Tony, who relentlessly pursued perfection, such measures were simply unacceptable. His most straightforward solution was to discover a new element to replace palladium. Yet, as often is the case, imagination was far more appealing than reality. After experimenting with numerous combinations, he still found no suitable substitute. He even sought answers from Karen, but to no avail. Despite her super intellect, she was disinclined to exert herself. She recalled that Howard had already discovered a new element long ago and dismissively suggested he consult his father. Coincidentally, Howard, having just returned from a trip, learned that his son was facing a conundrum. After consulting Karen, he quietly entered Tony's laboratory with Maria to meet him. Upon seeing his parents, unchanged from years past, Tony nearly shed tears, momentarily believing he was hallucinating due to his recent overexertion. It was only when Howard chastised him in his familiar tone that Tony realized his parents were indeed real and present. Overcome with excitement, Tony immediately embraced the two with a heartfelt hug. In that moment, the family began to reminisce about the events that had transpired during their years apart. When Tony learned that his parents had been compelled to die due to forces beyond their control, he first felt a surge of anger. However, this was swiftly followed by a sense of relief, grateful for Aunt Karen's timely intervention. Otherwise, he feared he might never have had the chance to see his parents again. After some contemplation, Howard ultimately decided to entrust Tony with the formula for the 6th-generation super soldier serum. At this juncture, Tony was entirely deserving of this extraordinary serum. Subsequently, there was little more to be said. The father and son duo tirelessly collaborated in the laboratory, working diligently to create a new element. Maria observed this scene with a smile of contentment. Chapter 39. The birth of a new element after an extensive 2.5-day research experiment conducted by the father and son duo. A new element capable of replacing palladium was officially born. This new element proved to be even more stable and, when integrated into the armor, significantly enhanced its performance. The two had anticipated this development. When Pepper Potts arrived once more, she was taken aback by the resurrected presence of Tony's parents. Fortunately, her years of experience had equipped her with composure. Maria and Howard were quite pleased with their future daughter-in-law. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. The following day, Howard and Maria mysteriously vanished, as if they had never been there at all. Tony prepared several large trucks of gifts to be delivered to the Karen estate, which Karen graciously accepted. With the new element in hand, Tony felt relieved of his concerns and decided to take a break. Coincidentally, a nearby state was hosting a thrilling car racing event. Excited, Tony took Pepper along to enjoy the festivities. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he resolved to personally take the wheel, despite Pepper's attempts to dissuade him. If I can control an armored suit with ease, how could I possibly be hindered by a mere racing car? Stay tuned for good news, were Tony's exact words. Are you worried? Karen suddenly appeared beside Pepper like a ghost, startling her. Aunt Karen, what brings you here? Pepper exclaimed. I came to watch the show, Karen replied enigmatically. What? Pepper was left momentarily speechless. Before she could inquire further, an explosion erupted on the racetrack. Turning to look, she saw Tony being relentlessly pursued by a man wielding an electric whip. Without hesitation, Pepper immediately instructed Happy to deliver Tony's armor. During this time, Pepper was far from idle. She swiftly notified the nearby military personnel to send reinforcements. As the chaos unfolded, Happy made a dramatic entrance, crashing into Ivan Vanko, who was poised to strike the final blow against Tony, and tossed out the armor. Tony caught the armor and promptly began to don it. The design of the Mark V suitcase was indeed remarkably convenient. Fully equipped, Tony unleashed a repulsor blast that sent Ivan Vanko flying. Following that, a barrage of small missiles rained down. Unfortunately, while Ivan's armor was rudimentary, it was not without its defenses. Despite the onslaught, he sustained minimal damage. Observing this, Tony activated maximum power and launched himself into Ivan, sending him hurtling away. He then removed and crushed the miniature arc reactor embedded in Ivan's chest. Gazing at the shattered remnants in his hand, Tony found himself momentarily lost in thought, astonished that his technology could be replicated so swiftly. Upon returning to Stark Tower, Tony accessed all available information on Ivan Vanko and discovered that his father had once been a part of Stark Industries. However, he was later deported for espionage and ultimately met a tragic end. It seemed that Ivan had come seeking vengeance for his father's downfall, but alas, he had failed. Tony had little interest in keeping tabs on him, especially since he was now detained by the military. It seemed improbable that he could cause any further trouble. However, as he had imagined, Ivan Vanko had indeed been covertly switched in prison. Moreover, he had now secretly joined Hammer Industries and commenced collaboration to develop new battle armors. With the Technology Expo on the horizon, Hammer Industries confidently issued a challenge to Stark Industries. In response, Tony regarded their efforts with disdain, just because of Ivan Vanko's assistance. Hammer Industries swiftly developed land, sea, and air combat robots. Simultaneously, with military authorization, they modified the Iron Patriot, transforming it into a war machine. An impending crisis quietly approached Tony. As the Technology Expo commenced, a plethora of cutting-edge robots from Hammer Industries made their debut. Stark Industries' market value faced another blow. Concurrently, Hammer Industries announced that they had mastered the technology of small arc reactors. This revelation immediately brought Ivan Vanko to Tony's mind. At the same time, Tony received a challenge from Ivan Vanko, who boldly proclaimed his intention to obliterate the expo established by Howard, reducing the Stark family to a laughingstock. Could Tony tolerate such affront? Without hesitation, he donned his armor and set off for the venue. An epic confrontation was imminent. Karen, naturally, would not miss this spectacle. Arriving at the venue's apex ahead of Tony, she secured the optimal vantage point. Meanwhile, upon Tony's arrival, he was immediately besieged by numerous mechs. To minimize civilian casualties, Tony opted to lead the aerial mech forces high into the air, drawing them away. On the other hand, the ground forces commenced their destructive actions within the venue. Just as Tony finished utilizing his high-powered palm cannon to eliminate the airborne mechs, he hurried back to rescue the crowd below. Inside Hammer Industries, Natasha had already infiltrated. Having received the news, she assisted Rhodey in disabling the control over his armor, providing Tony with a formidable ally. Together, they swept through the other mechs. Ultimately, Ivan Vanko piloted the latest battle armor to challenge Tony once more. Tony remained unimpressed. Yet, the slap of reality arrived swiftly. Having learned from past experiences and with Hammer Industries support, Ivan Vanko significantly upgraded and modified his armor. Additionally, he equipped his 2 electric whips with an energy absorption function. As soon as he engaged with Tony, Vanko unleashed his signature technique, ensnaring Tony's armor with his whips, continuously siphoning its internal energy. Karen, observing with intrigue, raised a finger and gently pointed towards Tony's armor. Endless bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, continuously energizing Tony's mech. However, Ivan Vanko's energy absorption had its limits. Faced with this peculiar situation, Vanko had no choice but to withdraw. Inside the armored suit, Tony couldn't help but roll his eyes. His aunt simply reveled in the spectacle without offering any assistance. Meanwhile, Rhodes unveiled his ace in the hole. Tony, step aside. Let me unleash my ex-wife missile to bring him to justice. Startled by the voice, Tony quickly dodged to the side. Rhodes's missile was successfully launched, soaring toward Ivan Vanko's armor. A crisp sound of impact resonated, and then, silence ensued. Unable to contain himself, Tony remarked, "That missile is undoubtedly a product of Hammer Industries." Rhodes, with a dark expression, found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he managed to utter, "When we return, I will ensure the military cancels all orders with Hammer Industries." Above, Karen erupted in laughter at the scene. In terms of humor, Rhodes certainly took the crown. With no choice but to take matters into his own hands, Tony aimed the energy pulse cannon at Ivan Vanko, unleashing it at maximum power. A thunderous explosion followed, leaving Ivan Vanko utterly obliterated. Chapter 40, The Clash of Wonder Woman and Superman against General Zod in the very moment of Ivan Vanko's demise. All the robots of Hammer Industries simultaneously illuminated their chests with a crimson glow. Upon witnessing this alarming spectacle, Tony realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly pinpointed Pepper's location. Upon discovering another Hammer Industries robot in her vicinity, he ascended into the air just in time to rescue her. Amidst the explosive chaos, the two shared a passionate kiss, inadvertently feeding Karen a mouthful of their romantic escapades. Following Tony's confrontation with Ivan Vanko, he formally accepted Nick Fury's invitation to join the Avengers as a technical consultant. After consulting Bruce Banner, the Avengers welcomed the 2 new members, bringing their number to 4, including Natasha and Hawkeye. Simultaneously, Stark Tower was graced by the presence of a mutant who called himself Deadpool, seeking to join the Avengers. However, after reviewing his photograph, Tony instructed Happy to dismiss him. Despite Deadpool's repeated assurances of his professionalism, Tony had no intention of employing him, primarily due to the man's incessant chatter and rather unfortunate appearance. Karen, naturally, took note of this erratic individual but had no interest in engaging with him. The last thing she needed was for him to become clingy. Reflecting briefly, she realized that there was still some time before the impending Thor event, allowing her the opportunity to explore other worlds. She found herself thinking of her other nephew, Kal-El, and decided to act on her whim. Without hesitation, Karen called upon the system to prepare for her transit to the DC universe. Before departing, she left a message for Tony, informing him of her imminent return, primarily to alleviate any anxiety he might have regarding her absence. After all, given what he now knew, far more than the original narrative suggested, it would be entirely unnatural for an ordinary Earthling not to feel a twinge of anxiety. Ding. Commencing travel to DC Universe. Time. Man of Steel. Boom. 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 As Karen regained her senses, she was met with the thunderous sounds of explosions and soaring flames. Fixing her gaze upon the scene, she was astounded. What a spectacle. Wonder Woman and Superman were united in a fierce battle against General Zod. Which battle was this? How had she missed it? In the midst of the fray, Diana swung her sword toward Zod, who did not flinch but instead seized the God-Killer sword, delivering a powerful kick that sent Diana flying. Meanwhile, Clark, having matured into the formidable Superman, let out a roar that propelled Zod away, delivering a series of punches that created sonic booms with each blow, clearly indicating that Clark was truly enraged. Though Zod found himself on the defensive, he still had the capacity to retaliate. The two engaged in a wild brawl, ascending from the ground to the skies and vice versa, inadvertently destroying vast swathes of the surrounding architecture. The entire metropolis has been ravaged by a cataclysmic disaster, a scene that could rightly be deemed apocalyptic. The anguished cries, frantic footsteps, and desperate pleas of the people meld into a cacophony. Karen yearns to inquire of Diana and Clark, what have you truly protected? Yet, given the current turmoil, even if she were to ask, no one would heed her. For Diana has once again brandished the sword of Hephaestus and charged forth, fighting alongside Superman. With a thunderous crash, the Wayne Enterprises building in the city center begins to collapse. Karen casts a glance at Bruce Wayne, who stands amidst the crowd, his gaze filled with animosity. In an instant, she teleports to the space beneath the crumbling structure, activating her biofield and magnetic control simultaneously. She miraculously slows the descent of the towering edifice. Gently, she cradles the building and sets it down safely in an open area. My word, the sudden appearance of the Superwoman astonishes the onlookers once more. Bruce Wayne approaches swiftly, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he regards Karen. Thank you. She nods lightly, then shifts her attention to the distant figure of the Flash, still a novice, struggling to master his powers. With a thought, she chooses to learn the speed force that courses through him. Alert! Congratulations, you have successfully learned the speed force. Karen pulls up a rudimentary interface. Name, Kara Zor-El. Age, 26. Identity, Silver Superman. 23. Magic resistance, Supreme Thunder Power, Telepathy, Extreme Cold Power, Laser Vision, Super Healing, Shape-Shifting, Magnetic Control, Energy Absorption, Teleportation. Speed Force, Learnable 2, Sun God Equipment, Solar Armor, Solar Sword, Solar Shield, Solar Chariot, Kryptonian Attire. Goodness. The Speed Force has directly consumed 10 of her growth progressions. Yet, this is only to be expected. Its velocity can propel one into a time tunnel, allowing for the alteration of past and future, truly a terrifying prospect. The Flash is also a being within the DC universe capable of resetting the universe at a whim. Such power is undeniably a significant game-changer. After a brief moment of reverie, Karen teleports to the center of the fray. With a push of her palms in opposing directions, she creates distance between the combatants. Cease your fighting. Her voice resonates in the hearts of the three with an undeniable authority. Upon recognizing Karen's visage, Zod's pupils widen in shock. His first thought is, was she not already dead? How can she be here? Meanwhile, Clark and Wonder Woman are filled with exhilaration. Aunt Karen. Beneath the crown of the Sun God, Karen glances at them and offers a faint smile. I would appreciate your assistance in looking after young Clark during this time, Diana. Upon hearing Karen's words, Diana's face flushes with unexpected embarrassment as she subtly retreats behind Clark's robust figure. Karen regards this with a look of bewilderment. Clark, regaining his composure, finds himself at a loss for how to respond to Karen. However, she is unfazed and turns her attention back to Zod. Long time no see, Zod. Have you made quite the name for yourself? Have you mastered the art of disciplining the younger generation? Zod felt a sense of frustration. It was clearly the woman with the sword who had made the first move, so why was Karen blaming him? In the end, Zod could only utter a dry remark. General Karen. So you recognize my rank, do you? Karen's eyes narrowed into a menacing arc as she slowly floated before Zod, gazing down at him from her elevated position. Zod, it was you who struck first, was it not? This statement was somewhat perplexing, yet Zod comprehended its implication. In an instant, panic engulfed him as his mind raced with thoughts of how to extricate himself from this predicament. He had experienced her ruthless methods firsthand. If he failed to navigate this situation adeptly, next year's date could very well mark his own demise. just as Zod's mind was engulfed in turmoil. Karen quietly activated her telepathy. Indeed, it was Zod who had been responsible for her earlier demise. Yet, he was not the mastermind. Lurking behind him were those aged individuals who disapproved of her way of conducting affairs. Chapter 41. The Death of Zod. Concealed secrets, however. Karen had also gleaned the truth. That cadre of antiquated men had perished alongside Krypton. Even if she desired vengeance, the opportunity had slipped away. General Karen, allow me to explain the events of the past. Ultimately, Zod could no longer withstand the immense pressure exerted by Karen and divulged the entire narrative. It was revealed that after she initially proposed the immigration plan, she faced outright rejection from the old guard. Naturally, Karen's tenacious spirit would not concede to failure. Thus, she clandestinely conspired to evacuate a select group of loyalists and family members. Unfortunately, this endeavor was met with betrayal, resulting in her merciless expulsion to the Phantom Zone. Yet, those antiquated men understood Karen all too well. They knew she would not rest until justice was served. Consequently, they dispatched Zod, then a mere lieutenant, to covertly launch kryptonite weaponry. Just as Karen was about to enter the Phantom Zone, he attempted her assassination. Karen was acutely aware that he spoke the truth. While it was indeed Zod's hand that struck, the true instigator was not he. Zod, observing the softening expression on Karen's face, believed he had narrowly escaped retribution. Although he had indeed acted, he had also failed. Was she not alive and well? Surely, they would let bygones be bygones, considering their shared camaraderie in battle. However, the next moment brought forth his disillusionment. With a sudden kick, Karen struck Zod directly in the chest with such force that he vanished into the sky, leaving Clark and Diana watching as he soared into the vastness of space. They exchanged glances, realizing that Karen was poised to take action against Zod. Indeed, in the following instant, Karen's form vanished, only to reappear beside Zod. With a swift kick, she nearly cleaved him in two. Zod was propelled into the moon, creating a gaping crater 1,000 meters deep upon its surface. Karen, you. Zod struggled to rise, but before he could articulate another word, a torrent of blood mingled with his innards erupted forth. Since those antiquated men are no more, you should join them. Karen reappeared before Zod, her gaze seething with intensity. In a heartbeat, she severed him in twain before he could react. You. Zod's mouth opened wide, attempting to voice something, yet his words faltered. Thus, his body lay divided upon the lunar surface, lifeless beyond any resurrection. Karen casually cast a glance at the distant satellite observing the scene, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Across from the satellite, Lex Luthor appeared profoundly provoked. It had been ages since anyone had dared to express such defiance towards him. Soon after, Lex Luthor responded with an enigmatic smile, fixating on Zod's lifeless form upon the moon. After a moment of mental connection, Karen smiled subtly. She was eager to witness whether this man would continue to court disaster. In an instant, she teleported back to Clark and Diana. What unfolded before them was a scene of two individuals engaged in hushed whispers, their conversation shrouded in mystery. Hey, what are you discussing? Mind if I join? Karen's voice prompted an immediate response, causing both to turn abruptly. In nothing, Diana replied, her smile tinged with awkwardness, echoed by Clark's hesitant affirmation. Unfazed by their little secret, Karen gestured towards the commotion below. Following her indication, Clark and Diana beheld a group of people tirelessly engaged in post-disaster relief efforts. In an instant, they understood and set forth to join the endeavor. With the presence of Superman and Wonder Woman, the efficiency of the rescue operation surged, garnering cheers from the crowd. Throughout the process, Karen occasionally lent a hand, thinking it only fitting to contribute rather than remain a mere spectator. Under their collaborative efforts, the rescue work quickly reached completion, leaving the remaining tasks beyond their purview. Amidst a chorus of applause and jubilation, the trio ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. Among the onlookers, Bruce Wayne's gaze lingered on their departure, a swirl of complex emotions evident in his expression. Upon returning to the Jonathan farm, Karen was struck by the significant transformation. The once modest two-story house had expanded into 3 distinct structures. Upon inquiry, she learned that one of the buildings had been constructed by Clark himself, intended as a haven for his aunt. The other was his own residence. When Karen encountered the unharmed Jonathan, she cast a perplexed glance at Clark. "What's the matter, Aunt?" he inquired, somewhat bewildered. Karen had initially intended to question why Jonathan had not been swept away by the tornado, but upon reflection, she found clarity. After all, she had taught the young one about his phasing abilities. In such a scenario, how could Clark not rescue his adoptive father? As in the past, Karen was warmly welcomed by the couple, enjoying a delightful family dinner. However, amidst the convivial atmosphere, Karen found herself puzzled by Diana's seemingly effortless rapport with everyone present. Tentatively, she ventured, "Diana, do you often come here as a guest?" Just as Diana was sharing a light-hearted moment, her expression faltered, glancing at Clark. "Yes. Under the sun god's crown, I frequently visit them," she stammered, her discomfort growing palpable until her head bowed in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jonathan and his wife appeared blissfully oblivious to the subtle tension. By this point, even Karen, typically slow to catch on, began to sense something amiss. Seizing Diana by the arm, she led her outside. Diana made a gentle attempt to break free, but found herself utterly unable to escape. Casting a pleading look towards Clark, he gritted his teeth and, meeting the encouraging gazes of his adoptive parents, hastened to follow them. The trio arrived at the doorstep, poised for what lay ahead. Karen spoke seriously. Diana, do you have anything you wish to share with me? Just as Diana was about to respond, Clark stepped forward, placing himself between her and Karen. And Karen, allow me to explain. A great deal has transpired during your absence, and Diana has imparted much wisdom to me. We have grown together to this very day. Thus, Clark paused momentarily, cautiously glancing at the impassive Karen. Finally, he swallowed hard, clenched his teeth, and with resolute determination declared, I have developed feelings for Aunt Diana. Likewise, she reciprocates those feelings, and we are now together. In that instant, it felt as though the world had been frozen in time. Karen's inner thought screamed in disbelief. He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet never anticipated this outcome. Was Diana truly indulging in a romance with someone so much younger? And from within the family, no less? What a perplexing turn of events. Chapter 42, Batman vs. Superman. After a prolonged silence, Karen gave a thumbs up to Diana, who was blushing and hiding behind Clark. Her voice brimmed with exasperation. You truly excel. You are simply remarkable. As she spoke, Karen couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. Upon seeing Karen laugh, both Diana and Clark understood that the moment had passed, and they too erupted into laughter. In the next instant, Karen appeared before Diana, her palm raised. Although Diana sensed the impending gesture, she had no intention of evading it. After waiting for a considerable time, Karen's hand remained suspended in the air. Ultimately, she let out a heavy sigh and waved her hand at the two. Aunt Karen, Diana and I are truly in love. I hope to receive your blessing. Sharing a bed with someone, yet still addressing them as Aunt. Karen lightly kicked Clark's shin. Both Clark and Diana grasped the implication behind Karen's words, their faces lighting up with joy. Scram, don't linger in my sight. You both annoy me. Karen waved her hand again. The couple, understanding the hint, promptly departed. Karen watched in silence as they held hands and walked away, gradually coming to terms with her emotions. She pondered the upbringing that Jonathan and his wife had provided for Clark, realizing it was unnecessary to speculate. A Superman endowed with such qualities would undoubtedly be a perilous temptation for someone like Diana. It was hardly surprising that Diana would find herself enamored with Clark. As for Clark, he was not particularly young anymore and had idolized Wonder Woman since childhood. It would indeed be strange if he remained indifferent to his goddess. Yet, it was a pity for Lois. What a brilliant journalist she was. Now, it appeared she had been sidelined. How lamentable and disheartening, the ways of fate. I digress. The following day, the family reconvened. It was then that Karen remembered to inquire about Zod. Clark had nothing to conceal and recounted the general circumstances. It turned out that Diana's museum had received an archaeological research assignment, and coincidentally, Clark had just joined the same institution. Without hesitation, they accepted the task, viewing it as a funded excursion. However, upon reaching their destination, they discovered that matters were far more complex than they had anticipated. Together, they carved a passage through the thick ice, gaining entry to the interior. To their astonishment, they uncovered a Kryptonian spacecraft dating back 12,000 years. Clark happened to possess the key to activate the ship. Inside the spacecraft, they delved into Clark's origins, unraveling the truth behind Krypton's destruction. Yet, simultaneously, the ship's signal attracted Zod and his entourage. Upon arrival, Zod immediately activated a device capable of altering the planet's magnetic field and demanded Clark surrender the Codex of Life. Unbeknownst to Clark, he had no idea what that entailed. Thus, Zod exploited this ignorance, manipulating public sentiment to coerce Clark into a trap, intending to extract the Codex from him. However, how could Diana possibly stand idly by while Clark was taken away? Without hesitation, she drew her sword and forcefully penetrated the Kryptonian spacecraft, rescuing Clark from within. What followed was the scene that Karen witnessed. Karen glanced at Diana quizzically, causing Diana to feel quite embarrassed. She softly murmured, I would never allow Clark to be bullied. This statement elicited laughter from Karen, Jonathan, and Martha in unison. One could only say, with a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? In retrospect, Karen also felt that the two of them indeed complemented each other beautifully. Moreover, as they were both beings of longevity, there was no fear of one leaving the other prematurely to endure the anguish of longing alone. In harmonious family bliss, a year and a half swiftly passed. Karen's Silver Superman had grown to 32, and Lex Luthor's plan officially commenced. He initially manipulated public opinion to incite Batman's animosity towards Superman. Subsequently, he launched a smear campaign against Batman, portraying him as a lawless enforcer. Anyone bearing the bat symbol would ultimately meet a grim fate. Clark soon became aware of these developments. Diana had heard some rumors about Batman as well, though not extensively. She only knew that he primarily operated in Gotham City, lacking deeper insight. However, her experience taught her not to judge solely by appearances. Under her soothing influence, Clark refrained from impulsively confronting Batman. Within LexCorp, Lex Luthor, seeing that everything was nearly in place, discreetly leaked information to Batman about possessing a weapon to restrain Superman. Externally, Batman offered no response, but secretly began to covet the kryptonite. On a rainy night, he stealthily stole all the kryptonite from one of Lex Luthor's secret hideouts and returned to craft it into weapons. With all preparations complete, Batman fixated on Superman's portrait on the wall, murmuring, "Will the deity bleed?" Meanwhile, Lex Luthor's preparations reached their final stages. He orchestrated a massacre, disguising it as an act committed by Superman using his heat vision, and hired an African-American woman to falsely accuse Superman. In an instant, public opinion turned overwhelmingly against Superman. Batman resolved to confront this extraterrestrial being known as Superman. In the pitch-black night, Batman projected a challenge into the sky using the bat signal, confident that Superman would see it. Sure enough, in the next moment, Superman arrived. The instant Superman landed, Batman activated all the ultrasonic devices he had previously buried. Launching an attack, Clark was caught off guard by this sudden onslaught. He had merely intended to discuss matters, but Batman's actions were undeniably uncivilized. Covering his ears to withstand the intense sonic barrage, he unleashed his heat vision, instantly destroying all the ultrasonic devices. Taking a step forward, just as he intended to speak, a barrage of heavy machine guns and artillery was once again aimed at him. The thunderous sounds erupted across the area. Clark, under relentless assault, found himself retreating continuously. In utter desperation, he leapt into the sky to deploy his heat vision, annihilating all weaponry in sight. His patience, too, was wearing thin under the incessant attacks. In an instant, he appeared before Batman and delivered a measured kick, sending him flying over 100 meters. Thus commenced their close-quarters battle. Meanwhile, at Clark's residence, a group of uninvited guests had also arrived. However, they had barely disembarked from the plane when Diana swiftly incapacitated them, binding them together. Through the interrogation facilitated by the lasso of truth, they revealed that they had been sent by Lex Luthor to capture Superman's adoptive parents. It seems that Lex Luthor is indeed the mastermind behind all of this. Diana, her expression grave, turned to Karen. "Go ahead, do not concern yourself with this place." Chapter 43, Doomsday. With Karen's approval, Diana soared into the sky in search of Clark. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the tides had turned. Batman wielded kryptonite weaponry, relentlessly overpowering Clark. Due to the effects of kryptonite, Clark found himself utterly defenseless against Batman's assault. Just as Batman prepared to strike Clark's chest with a kryptonite spear, a sword suddenly deflected his weapon. The newcomer was none other than Wonder Woman. Batman, taken aback, swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Diana helped Clark to his feet and turned her gaze towards Batman. "Stand down. You have all been manipulated," she asserted. With that, she tossed a hard drive to him. After a moment of hesitation, Batman utilized his device to access the information contained within. To his astonishment, it was filled with Lex Luthor's schemes for inciting conflict. Each detail meticulously documented. Fury surged within Batman as he realized he had been outmaneuvered by such a nefarious individual. Lex Luthor, enraged by the failure of his plan to capture Clark's adoptive parents, had initially intended to delay his next move until his experiment was fully realized. It seemed he would have to act sooner than anticipated. Lex Luthor promptly arrived at the laboratory, commanding everyone to cease their activities and exit. He remained behind, cutting open his wrist to let his blood drip into the experimental chamber. Moments later, an experimental subject based on General Zod roared, signaling its official resurrection. "Yes," Lex Luthor exclaimed in exhilaration. "Why such excitement?" Karen, leaning against the laboratory wall, remarked nonchalantly. Her voice startled Lex Luthor, causing his expression to darken. "Madam, trespassing into another's laboratory is a violation of the law. Surely, you are aware of this?" "Huh, you dare lecture me on the law?" Karen scoffed, pointing at the large screen. Just 10 minutes prior, Batman had made all the information provided by Diana public to clarify matters regarding himself and Superman. As a result, Lex Luthor had been branded a villain, and the stock price of LexCorp plummeted drastically. Given the magnitude of the situation, the authorities were preparing to formally summon Lex Luthor for questioning. Narrowing his eyes, Lex Luthor fixated on the news reports displayed on the screen, ultimately bursting into laughter at the foolishness of those around him. Karen was uncertain whom he was insulting, but at that moment, it hardly mattered. "Perhaps you should take a look behind you," Karen suggested kindly. A chill ran down Lex Luthor's spine as he turned abruptly. At that moment, Doomsday was glaring at him with blood-red eyes, an ominous substance dripping from his lips. With a roar, Lex Luthor attempted to flee, only to discover that, despite his efforts, he could not move his feet. Looking down, He realized that his legs had been ensnared by two metallic plates, rendering him immobile. No. This was his final farewell in life. Subsequently, he was consumed whole by Doomsday. This could indeed be seen as poetic justice. Karen had not anticipated that within such a brief span, she would actually manage to produce this entity. One must admit, Lex Luthor was truly cut out to be a villain. After devouring Lex Luthor, Doomsday's form swelled immediately. Its gaze shifted toward Karen, brimming with murderous intent. Its very existence was a countermeasure against Kryptonians. Karen, having not exercised her abilities in a while, was more than willing to engage in a little playtime. Her battle attire instantaneously morphed into a deep black. With a disdainful gesture, she beckoned Doomsday. How could Doomsday endure such provocation? With a thunderous roar, it leaped into the air, positioning itself directly above Karen. In an instant, Karen vanished, only to reappear behind Doomsday. With a resounding punch, the very heavens seemed to fracture. The entire LexCorp building crumbled to dust beneath the might of her blow. Fortunately, the employees had received warnings and evacuated well in advance. Otherwise, casualties would have been immense. Under the impact of that single strike, Doomsday was reduced to a mere pulp. Karen regarded it from her elevated stance, fully aware that this creature would not succumb so easily. Indeed, within the next moment, Doomsday's form began to expand once more, and in mere breaths, it reverted to its original shape, now even larger than before. Clearly, it had absorbed the energy from Karen's punch. With a deafening roar, Doomsday soared into the sky. Charging toward Karen, she smiled serenely, gently exhaling. Before Doomsday could close the distance, it was encased in ice by her freezing breath. With a delicate tap of her finger, a clear sound resonated. Doomsday plummeted downward, crashing into the earth and shattering into two halves. Karen continued to observe this spectacle with a smile. Moments later, the ice melted, revealing Doomsday's half-formed body attempting to merge with the other half. As it exerted force to combine, a miraculous event unfolded. In the next instant, its body began to heal at an astonishing rate, swelling yet again. At this juncture, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman arrived on the scene. Without uttering a word, they recognized the monster before them as their foe. Superman charged ahead, launching an attack at Doomsday's upper body. Wonder Woman followed closely, drawing her enchanted sword to strike at Doomsday's lower half. The duo worked in perfect harmony, effectively suppressing Doomsday. The clash of their powers resonated, shattering numerous surrounding structures. Batman, armed with a kryptonite spear, stood frozen, unable to discern the chaotic battle unfolding. He certainly could not afford to throw himself into the fray recklessly. Karen gently alighted beside Batman. What's the matter? Aren't you going to give it a try? Batman instinctively distanced the kryptonite spear from Karen. Do not worry. That weapon is ineffective against me. The moment Karen laid eyes on the kryptonite spear, she had already rendered herself immune to its effects. Batman remained skeptical, believing that Karen was merely posturing. He held the kryptonite spear, distancing himself from her. Karen rolled her eyes, reached out to seize the kryptonite spear from Batman's grasp, and gracefully twirled it, making a remark about its unappealing design. She then tossed the spear back to Batman, who finally began to trust Karen's words. He stared blankly at the kryptonite spear in his hand. Karen's attention shifted to the two individuals in the arena, who were clearly being suppressed. Her brow arched. Step back, she commanded. Both Clark and Diana felt an instinctual urge to comply, instinctively moving aside. However, Doomsday was unwilling to let them off so easily. He lunged once more towards Clark, intent on not relenting until he had inflicted fatal harm. Clark, too, felt a sense of helplessness. It baffled him that this creature had fixated on him relentlessly, now pursuing him with renewed vigor. The troubling reality was that no matter how fiercely he fought, he could not vanquish this foe. Chapter 44, confronting Doomsday. As the fist of Doomsday was about to collide once more with Clark's, a pale hand emerged beside him, firmly catching the impending blow. Retreat. This being is beyond your capability, came a calm voice. Clark nodded earnestly. And, be careful. He and Diana swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. Across from Karen, Doomsday struggled futilely against that small hand, roaring in frustration. Why are you shouting so loudly? Karen questioned, meeting the creature's gaze while holding it with one hand. Then, with a powerful kick aimed at Doomsday's abdomen, she struck. The force of the impact sent a shockwave radiating outwards, causing Diana, Clark, and Batman to stagger. Batman nearly flew backward, but Clark managed to pull him back just in time. To prevent the kryptonite spear from harming Clark further, Batman threw it directly to Diana, who instinctively distanced herself from Clark. My goodness, how strong is she? Batman couldn't help but exclaim. Clark shook his head. I do not know. I only understand that Anne has never fought at full strength. After a moment's contemplation, he added, the last time she intervened was in 1984. Well, I cannot exactly say she fought. She merely bestowed her power upon Diana, who then resolved the existential crisis of that time. Batman gasped, processing the information. Wait, you said bestow? Clark nodded gravely. Indeed, My aunt is not only a Kryptonian, but also a solar deity. His gaze remained fixed on Karen, who was decisively overpowering Doomsday. Batman fell silent, grasping the implications of Clark's words. It became clear why Karen was unafraid of kryptonite. She was, after all, a genuine deity. He pondered how one might counter such a formidable being, only to conclude there was no feasible solution. She possessed no discernible weaknesses. Through Batman's observations, it was evident that Karen had at least mastered the abilities to control magnetic fields and wield thunder, capabilities that transcended the divine gifts of a solar god. Could it be that the powers of Kryptonians were endlessly exploitable? The thought sent a chill down Batman's spine. If his suspicions held true, this race was truly terrifying. Clark seemed to sense Batman's unease and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, my aunt is quite reclusive. Her greatest pastime is merely observing the chaos around her. She could watch two dogs fight for hours. Clark chuckled at his own words. Batman's expression turned peculiar as he looked at the enigmatic and powerful Karen, feeling as though the veil had been lifted from her image. Hey. Speaking ill of elders behind their backs is not a good habit. As Karen unleashed her fury upon Doomsday, she struck Clark with a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he was charred black, smoke billowing from his mouth. Bruce, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't suppress a chuckle, pondering to himself that they were merely a group of extraordinary beings, yet fundamentally ordinary. His concerns began to dissipate significantly. In the fray, Karen employed her scorching gaze, the power of ice, and the force of thunder, alongside magnetic pressure. Yet, Doomsday remained unyielding, growing ever stronger. It became apparent to her that this foe was indeed formidable. It seemed she had no choice but to resort to her ultimate move. With a sigh, Karen assessed her surroundings, deciding against using her technique here to avoid collateral damage to her allies. Grasping Doomsday, she ascended swiftly into outer space. Clark exchanged a glance with Diana. Both were anxious for Karen's safety and swiftly followed her, leaving Batman standing in a daze, lost in thought. Once Karen had dragged Doomsday into the cosmos, she released him and began to channel the full force of her solar deity's power, drawing energy from the distant sun. Doomsday sensed the surge of energy emanating from Karen and was engulfed by a wave of panic, instinctively attempting to flee. However, as it turned to escape, a blinding golden light enveloped it, and thereafter, there was nothing left of it. Doomsday's form was utterly annihilated by the impact. After employing her solar flare bombardment, Karen felt a wave of weakness wash over her. This technique was an amalgamation of energy absorption, super healing, supreme thunderous power, and her inherent solar divinity. It was her first attempt, and the result was indeed impressive, albeit slightly excessive. The space where Doomsday had been was left with a miniature black hole, which fortunately dissipated swiftly due to the absence of energy to sustain it. Karen shuddered to think of the catastrophic consequences had she unleashed such a force on Earth. It was likely that even a mere brush with its power could obliterate the entire planet. Meanwhile, Clark and Diana, witnessing the aftermath of the explosion, felt a chill of dread. Thankfully, they were at a safe distance. Had they been closer, the energy surge could have proved fatal. Noticing Karen's fatigue, Diana rushed to support her. Karen waved her off, extending her arms towards the sun. After a few breaths, she regained much of her strength and turned to Diana and Clark, urging them to return. They nodded in agreement and swiftly followed her back to Earth. Upon their return, Karen implanted a psychological suggestion in the minds of every inhabitant of Earth. Superman was dead. She cautioned Clark to refrain from heroics during this period and placed a sealing barrier around him. Though Clark and Diana were puzzled, they chose to comply with her directive. Karen then ventured to Themyscira, retrieving a mother box stored there. Concerning the sun god's intention to seize the mother box, Hippolyta experienced a blend of trepidation and elation. Her concern stemmed from the profound significance of the mother box. She remained uncertain of the sun god's ultimate purpose for it. Conversely, her joy arose from the prospect of a life unburdened by the mother box, allowing Themyscira to resume its tranquil existence. As time swiftly passed, Batman was reported to be embroiled in a fervent conflict with a pair of Jokers, leaving one to ponder his motivations. Notably, the latter of the duo, the Joker's accomplice, appeared to have allied herself with Amanda Waller's newly formed Suicide Squad, even managing to avert an apocalyptic crisis. Yet, Amanda Waller's ruthlessness was unmistakable, having exploited the squad. She promptly incarcerated them again, displaying a stark lack of compassion. After quietly observing this drama unfold, Karen felt it was time to depart. She contemplated her next destination, ultimately deciding on the X-Men, for it was there that her greatest aspirations awaited her. Chapter 45. The mischievous Karen. After a brief farewell to the Clark family, Karen's form vanished instantly. When she regained her awareness, she found herself amidst a frigid landscape blanketed in snow. Echoes of furious roars filled the air, prompting Karen to instinctively turn her head. To her surprise, she recognized the familiar figures of Wolverine and Sabretooth, engaged in a fierce struggle, each clawing at the other without yielding an inch. Strangely, Wolverine appeared to be at a disadvantage against Sabretooth, a situation that defied logic. How could Wolverine, with his adamantium claws, not dominate a battle against Sabretooth? Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Wolverine was effortlessly knocked unconscious by a sudden assault from Sabretooth. It was utterly bewildering to Karen. Casting a glance towards the vehicle engulfed in flames, where the mischievous one was on the verge of perishing, Karen contemplated intervening. Suddenly, Cyclops emerged, swiftly dispatching the charging Sabretooth. Storm summoned her powers, extinguishing the flames that threatened to engulf the vehicle. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, Sabretooth fled without a moment's hesitation. Karen silently appeared behind the two. Storm pivoted, preparing to unleash her powers in a tempestuous assault against Karen, while Cyclops mirrored her intent. Stop. Professor X's voice resonated in their minds, halting their reckless actions. Subsequently, Professor X extended a friendly invitation to Karen through Cyclops. Raising an eyebrow, Karen accepted. Before long, Cyclops, Storm, Karen, the mischievous one, and the unconscious Wolverine boarded a jet, heading towards the X mansion. Upon entering the mansion, Karen encountered the now middle-aged Banshee, Darwin, and Siren. Long time no see, Karen, they greeted her warmly. Karen reciprocated their gestures with a friendly nod. Professor Darwin, who is she? Storm inquired quietly. Stepping closer to Darwin to seek clarification regarding Karen's background, Darwin merely waved his hand, indicating, first, take Mr. Wolverine to Jean. I will explain later. Storm exchanged a glance with Cyclops before leading the unconscious Wolverine away. Subsequently, Darwin and the others introduced Karen to the current state of the X-Mansion and extended an invitation for her to join their ranks. After a moment of contemplation, Karen agreed, recognizing the benefits of having a free place to stay while she lingered in this world. Just as the trio was about to escort Karen to meet Professor X, they fortuitously encountered the fleeing Wolverine, still unconscious. Karen couldn't help but chuckle at Wolverine's dog-like demeanor. Hey, Logan, there's no danger here. Why so cautious? Wolverine abruptly turned, baring his teeth as his claws sprang forth in readiness. Karen stepped forward slowly, gently tapping her finger on the adamantium claws. In that instant, something extraordinary transpired. Wolverine's claws unexpectedly retracted, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Just as he was about to make another move, Darwin and the others behind Karen were also preparing for battle when Professor X called out to him, "Stop, Logan." Upon hearing this name again, a wave of disorientation washed over Wolverine, as if he were on the brink of recalling something significant. With Professor X mediating, the tense atmosphere began to dissipate. Karen soon encountered Jean, who made a rather unremarkable first impression. Aside from her striking red waves, she seemed quite ordinary. If Karen were to assess her own standards, she would rate Jean a modest 80. Jean, too, regarded Karen with curiosity, intrigued by the formidable presence frequently mentioned by Professor X. To Jean, Karen appeared as a radiant sun, suspended high above, existing in a realm entirely separate from their own. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jean amicably greeted Karen. The group then engaged in a discussion regarding Logan's situation. Ultimately, Professor X offered to help Logan recover his memories as a condition for him to temporarily stay at the Xavier Institute and join the X-Men. This decision was, in Professor X's eyes, a form of protection for Logan. He also candidly stated that even if he failed, Karen could assist Logan in regaining his memories. This revelation prompted a complete shift in Logan's attitude toward Karen. Once Logan's situation had been clarified, the conversation turned to reminiscing. Karen was eager to learn what had transpired in her absence. How did Professor X end up in a wheelchair? She inquired. With a rueful smile, Professor X recounted. After you dealt with Black Queen, Magneto took over the Hellfire Club and formed the Brotherhood of Mutants. During that time, due to our conflicting ideologies, we clashed with the Brotherhood on several occasions, and it was during one of those encounters that I ultimately found myself confined to a wheelchair. Upon hearing his tale, Karen reflected on the inevitability of Professor X's fate, acknowledging that escape was futile. In the following period, Karen officially became a new instructor at the Xavier Institute. Her striking appearance endeared her to many students, and her history classes were always packed. Hey, Karen, Logan became increasingly familiar with her over time, often seeking her out for casual conversation. It was clear to Karen what his intentions were. Hey, Logan, why didn't you attend the summit with the professor and the others? She asked. I'm not interested in that, he replied, shaking his head with a lackluster demeanor. Glancing at Karen as if he had more to say, but hesitated. Karen narrowed her eyes and smiled knowingly. She could indeed assist Logan, yet she chose not to. Well, I must be on my way, she said, turning to leave. Logan sighed, preparing to depart when a mischievous voice called out to him. Logan, are you so concerned about your past? No, I merely feel that I have forgotten something of great significance. Logan's words trailed off as he encountered the returning Professor X and the others. He greeted Jean warmly, indicating that their relationship had evidently flourished during this period. Jean had taken the initiative to provide Logan with psychological support on multiple occasions, according to her estimations, after a few more sessions. Logan might begin to recall certain memories from his past. This scene did not escape the notice of Cyclops, who instinctively clenched his fists. His gaze fixed intently on Wolverine Logan. The mischievous girl, sensing the unusual atmosphere, turned and discreetly slipped away. The adult world was far too peculiar for her. She preferred to be with Sister Karen, as Karen was the only one unafraid of her abilities. Chapter 46. The Magneto plan commences. Why does the mischievous girl know? Because, just moments prior, she had been apprehensive that her abilities might adversely affect others, prompting her to consider a discreet departure from the X Academy. However, en route, she encountered Karen, who was leisurely fishing. Curiosity piqued, she approached him. During their casual conversation, the girl unburdened her heart. Karen extended his hand, inviting her to take hold of it. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she seized his hand. Yet, contrary to her expectations, nothing untoward transpired. Karen remained unscathed, seated serenely. Why was Karen unharmed? Primarily due to his formidable strength and the flawless development of various X-gene abilities, particularly those of the Black King and Mystique. Theoretically, while he could absorb the powers of others, the reverse was utterly out of the question. Moreover, given the girl's level, she was simply not a worthy opponent. In essence, she was unqualified. Unaware of this truth, the girl felt she had found someone unafraid of her abilities, which brought her immense joy. That evening, they shared much conversation, and Karen naturally assumed the role of her confidant. In matters both trivial and significant, she clung to him. As for Mystique's several attempts at manipulation, the girl completely disregarded them. Mystique even tried to transform into Karen's likeness to expel the girl from the academy, but she failed miserably. Halfway through her transformation, she was nearly torn apart by an inexplicable surge of energy. This incident left her utterly terrified. From that moment on, even though Mystique continued to employ her shape-shifting abilities within the X Academy, she never dared approach Karen again. She felt as if he had seen right through her. Yet for reasons unknown, he chose not to expose her. Karen had indeed discerned Mystique's true identity long ago. No matter how she transformed, her essence remained recognizable, especially given his superior abilities. Identifying Mystique was, for him, a trivial task. As for Karen's mindset, it was quite simple. He preferred to observe rather than intervene in the affairs of the X-Men universe, unless provoked. For instance, the Black King could have provided ample material for the author to elaborate upon, but that was swiftly curtailed. Ahem. I digress. Reports surfaced that a prominent anti-mutant politician was, in fact, a mutant with rubber-like abilities. Was this a perversion of humanity, or? Karen gazed at the images on the television, realizing that Magneto's plan had indeed commenced. The pressing question remained: how would he facilitate the girl's departure? He had no doubt that old Magneto was aware of her return. With 100 lives, he would never dare approach her. As night deepened, Mystique stealthily transformed into the likeness of Professor X, infiltrating the X Academy once more. She first ventured to the room housing the cerebral enhancement device, unsure of where it was stored. Subsequently, donning the guise of Professor X, she arrived at the girl's quarters. Child, you are too perilous, for the sake of others. You must leave. A single remark from Professor X shattered the little troublemaker, who wept bitterly as she packed her belongings and fled from X Academy. Karen observed the scene unfold and softly murmured, "Is it about to begin?" It was not until the following day that the others noticed the little troublemaker's absence. At that moment, she had already been captured by Magneto and taken to the vicinity of the Statue of Liberty. Here, a proposal addressing the global issue of mutants was set to convene. Magneto intended to transform the leaders of various nations into mutants, eager to witness whether they would still boldly oppose mutants when the tables were turned. Meanwhile, under the influence of Mystique's preemptive administration of a serum, Professor X was successfully incapacitated. With no other options, the team turned to Karen for assistance. Karen feigned a moment of perception and revealed Magneto's scheme. Without hesitation, the X-Men mobilized to Liberty Island to thwart Magneto's plans. Before departing, Cyclops hesitated but ultimately resolved to invite Karen along, although she initially intended to decline. The prospect of witnessing the unfolding drama up close intrigued her, leading her to agree. Upon boarding the aircraft, Wolverine couldn't help but comment, "Your battle suits are truly hideous." Karen retorted playfully, "Oh, do you prefer the yellow spandex?" Wolverine pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly, "Your suggestion has merit." Laughter from Karen left the others puzzled. Soon, they arrived at Liberty Island, where Storm utilized her powers to shield the aircraft as it navigated through. However, their vessel was soon detected by Magneto, who had been vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. The little troublemaker was within the torch of the Statue of Liberty. Karen alerted the group, and they quickly turned their gaze toward the statue. After a brief discussion, they resolved to infiltrate through the museum to rescue the little troublemaker and thwart Magneto's plans. The initial leg of their journey proceeded smoothly, but as they advanced, an unsettling silence enveloped them. They found it hard to believe that Magneto was unaware of their presence. Yet, The current atmosphere was eerily tranquil. Wolverine, with his keen instincts, quietly separated from the group, moving towards a specific direction. However, not long after, he returned to the group. Karen watched as Wolverine approached, claws extended, and with a subtle smile, delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying over 100 meters, crashing into a wall. In an instant, she teleported before Mystique, grasping her by the throat. "Are you seeking death?" Mystique thrashed violently, pleading for mercy. With a dismissive sound, Karen gradually loosened her grip. Without Mystique, the ensuing events would lack excitement. Begone. Mystique, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, turned to flee. Yet, just as she rounded a corner, she was suddenly pierced in the abdomen by Wolverine's claw, collapsing to the ground, her fate uncertain. As Wolverine turned, he was suddenly tackled by the ambushing Sabretooth. The age-old rivals were once again locked in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Cyclops, Storm, Jean Grey, and Colossus found themselves surrounded by a multitude of mutants. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Cyclops and Jean Grey seized the opportunity, unleashing simultaneous blasts of formidable energy that swept away a significant number of their adversaries. The opposing mutants, however, were not oblivious to the situation. They swiftly escalated their offensive, engaging in close combat with the four. In this fray, the disparity in numbers became glaringly apparent. Due to Colossus's lackadaisical involvement, the others found themselves in a strenuous predicament, particularly Jean Grey, Cyclops, and Storm. A fifth-tier mutant, a third-tier mutant, and a fourth-tier mutant were astonishingly being overpowered by a third-tier mutant adept in martial arts, the Frogman, for an extended duration. Ultimately, it was Storm who unleashed her full power, delivering a thunderous blow that vanquished the Frogman. Chapter 47. The Capture of Old Man. As the time drew near, Karen concluded her leisurely activities. With a decisive fist, she incapacitated each mutant before her. Just then, Wolverine successfully rejoined the group. "Wait, how can we be certain that you are indeed Logan?" Cyclops posed a critical question. Wolverine raised his middle finger and retorted, "F you." "Well, all right then. He is indeed," Cyclops admitted, looking at the others with an awkward shrug. Karen was nearly in fits of laughter. Clearly, these two harbored a grudge against each other. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Jean stepped in to ease the situation, allowing everyone to proceed. Before long, they found themselves above the Statue of Liberty, where they encountered Magneto. Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm, and Jean were all subdued by his metal manipulation. Just as the metallic tendrils were about to ensnare Karen, they abruptly halted. "Karen, it's been a while. You've grown stronger," Magneto remarked, his gaze toward her laden with complexity. If given a choice, he would prefer not to be adversarial with her, for the fear that emanated from the depths of his soul was profoundly paralyzing. "Indeed, you've aged considerably," Karen replied, observing Magneto's white hair with a sigh of nostalgia. "Stand down, old man," she urged. Magneto, taken aback by her peculiar address, chuckled and shook his head. "Impossible. Once I complete this wave, mutants will be entirely free. I won't need your urging to relent." "We cannot allow you to succeed," Cyclops declared, exchanging glances with Storm, Jean, and Wolverine. Years of unspoken understanding enabled them to act in unison. Cyclops and Storm unleashed their energy attacks simultaneously, while Jean summoned a powerful storm, momentarily stripping Magneto of his defenses. In that single exchange, they brought Magneto crashing to the ground. At that moment, freed from his restraints, Wolverine lunged forward, nearly kicking the remnants of Magneto's last meal out of him. Just as he contemplated delivering a fatal blow, the voice of Professor X echoed in his mind. "Stand down. Hand him over to the humans." After a moment's hesitation, Wolverine sheathed his claws. The group chose to ignore the fallen Magneto and quickly rescued the young troublemaker. Shortly thereafter, human forces arrived to escort Magneto away. Mystique transformed into the likeness of a previous senator to advocate for mutant rights. With Jean's assistance, Wolverine began to reclaim fragments of his memory, briefly embarking on a quest for self-discovery. Meanwhile, Karen remained at the X Academy, contentedly observing the unfolding events from her relaxed position. 2 years swiftly passed. Karen enjoyed a life of leisure, reveling in her newfound freedom. Her growth had reached 40, and with just 11 more units of progress, she would be able to attempt to learn the power of the Phoenix. In stark contrast, Old Man's existence was far more dismal. In his specially constructed plastic prison, not only were his meals frequently rationed, but he also faced beatings from the guards. This plight deeply distressed Professor X, who regularly visited him, yet he found himself at a loss for solutions. Even if he wished to advocate for Old Man Juan, he found himself at an impasse. "Karen, have you heard? It is said that a mutant has attacked the president." Little Mischief munched on snacks while sharing the latest tidings with Karen. Upon hearing the news, Karen paused momentarily, recalling that this was the very plot that unfolded at the beginning of X-Men 2. The incident involving the president's assault swiftly garnered widespread attention across various sectors of society. In response, 5-star critic MacArthur suggested that mutants should be sent to the moon, a statement that provoked considerable discontent among many mutants, as the assassination had no bearing on them. They merely sought to live their lives peacefully, without disturbing others or being disturbed themselves. The X Academy soon received an official notification regarding the matter. Consequently, Professor X was compelled to utilize the brainwave enhancer to locate Nightcrawler. Upon confirming Nightcrawler's whereabouts, Professor X promptly dispatched Jean and Storm to ascertain the details. After their departure, Professor X grew suspicious that this incident was somehow linked to Magneto. He, along with Cyclops and Quicksilver, decided to pay a visit to their old friend Magneto. However, their visit, while yielding Stryker's plans, also resulted in Cyclops and Quicksilver being offline. Throughout the ordeal, Karen couldn't help but voice her frustrations. It's one thing for X-Men 1 to be perpetually offline, but to go offline at the start of X-Men 2? Is sitting in a wheelchair a legitimate excuse for slacking off? That very night, the Mutant Academy faced a sudden raid by Stryker. The night was eerily quiet. As the first individual approached Karen's door, she immediately sensed his presence but chose to ignore him. Activating her magnetic control, she fortified the room as if it were made of iron. When the intruder found the door unyielding, he attempted to force his way in, only to leave himself limping from his efforts. Annoyed, Karen opened the door and delivered a swift kick, sending him to his demise. Meanwhile, Wolverine had already joined the fray, battling alongside Colossus with great ferocity. However, they faced too many adversaries, and several mutants had already become hostages. They had no choice but to retreat. At this juncture, Karen nonchalantly joined the withdrawal. Wolverine glanced at the group and resolved to stay behind as a rearguard. Just then, Stryker appeared before the military forces. Locking eyes with Wolverine, a fleeting complexity crossing his face. Upon seeing Stryker, Wolverine seemed to recall something, though it was not entirely clear. At that moment, Iceman utilized his powers to erect an ice wall between the two factions. Logan, hurry, Little Mischief urged softly. After a moment's hesitation, Logan decided to follow. Thus, the group escaped from the X Academy. During their flight, Karen did not forget to message Jean and Storm, urging them to provide assistance. To await the arrival of the two women, they made their way to Iceman's residence, the closest refuge to the X Academy. However, it appeared that his family was not welcoming the arrival of mutants. The Iceman's brother discreetly called the police. Karen shook her head in disappointment. Even his biological parents were like this. One could only imagine the external world's attitude towards mutants. Soon, the police arrived. The mischievous one suggested that everyone should avoid trouble and quietly leave. However, he was met with the fiery one's opposition. The fiery one boldly took out a lighter and was the first to step outside. It was clear what his intentions were. Wolverine did not hesitate and immediately followed him out. As soon as they stepped outside, they were met with an attack. Fortunately, Wolverine reacted swiftly, shielding the fiery one from all the assaults. Yet, he was struck by a bullet to the head, rendering him briefly unconscious. Enraged by this, the fiery one immediately harnessed his flames to retaliate, resulting in significant casualties among the police forces. Chapter 48. The Erasure of All Mutants Plan. Karen, sensing that the time was ripe, spoke up to halt Firestorm's relentless destruction. At that moment, Jean and Storm arrived on the scene. Without delay, everyone boarded the aircraft to depart. As Iceman prepared to leave, he cast a wistful glance back at his family, realizing that this place was no longer the cherished home he once longed for. Barely had the aircraft taken to the skies when it was targeted by military jets dispatched by the authorities. In an effort to avoid confrontation, Storm summoned a dense fog to obscure their pursuers' line of sight. However, the adversaries were not so easily deterred and commenced a barrage of fire. By unfortunate coincidence, a missile struck the very aircraft bearing our protagonists, creating a significant breach. The mischievous one nearly got swept away, but Karen swiftly intervened to secure her grip. After stabilizing the situation, Karen utilized her magnetic powers to seal the gaping hole at the aircraft's tail. Observing this spectacle, the military personnel mistakenly believed that Magneto had arrived and, without hesitation, retreated. Nevertheless, even in the absence of their pursuit, the aircraft was in dire straits, plummeting toward the ground. Just as Karen prepared to employ her abilities once more to halt the descent, she noticed the familiar figure of old Magneto below. Indeed, he had intervened, skillfully bringing the aircraft to a steady landing. Subsequently, the group convened. Although they had previously been adversaries, they now shared a common enemy and could unite in purpose. Magneto recounted Stryker's nefarious plan in detail. He had acquired the brainwave amplifier. What if he could manipulate Charles to target a specific group with this power? His words fell into a heavy silence. Wolverine eventually broke the stillness. Acknowledging the grim reality, the vast majority of mutants were ill-equipped to withstand the professor's mental assaults. A wave of apprehension washed over the group at this realization. At that moment, Magneto turned his gaze toward Karen, eager to voice his thoughts, but she interrupted him with a dismissive gesture. "Don't look at me. I take no sides." Her words expressed her true sentiments. She was neither mutant nor human, merely an ordinary sun goddess. Magneto sighed, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed she would not intervene should he decide to take matters into his own hands. Overall, he was somewhat pleased with her stance. The others, however, found it difficult to comprehend their behavior. Even though Jean and Storm recognized Karen's potential strength, they did not believe she alone could resolve the crisis. Subsequently, Jean accessed Nightcrawler's memories to ascertain the location of Stryker's base. After deliberation, the consensus was to infiltrate through the drainage pipes. However, this course of action was fraught with peril. If the enemy were to release the floodgates, they would all be doomed. I have a feeling Stryker would be quite eager to see me, Wolverine offered, volunteering for the task. But will you definitely gain access to the control room? Jean's retort left Wolverine momentarily speechless. Perhaps I should go instead. At this moment, Mystique stepped forward. Everyone, recalling her abilities, considered the plan feasible. Thus, the scheme was finalized. Mystique immediately transformed into Wolverine's likeness and infiltrated the Strike base. Indeed, upon seeing what appeared to be Wolverine, Strike refrained from immediate confrontation and instead ordered that she be escorted inside. Mystique fulfilled her mission with aplomb, swiftly seizing control of the command room. Magneto, accompanied by the others, charged in to disrupt Strike's plans. What puzzled Karen was the fact that they had left Storm, the powerhouse, to remain behind in the aircraft. It was quite absurd. Nonetheless, Karen merely scoffed internally and followed them into the Strike base. Upon entering, Wolverine's memories surged forth. Silently, he distanced himself from the group and advanced alone in a particular direction. Karen hesitated briefly but decided to follow. Soon, Wolverine found himself in the laboratory where he had undergone his transformation. Here, he was relentlessly besieged by haunting memories. Coincidentally, Strike happened to pass through at that moment. Upon spotting Wolverine and Karen, he promptly commanded his mutant bodyguard, Yuriko, to eliminate them while he made his escape. Wolverine instinctively prepared to pursue, but was intercepted by the female bodyguard. Noticing the provocative gaze she directed at her, Karen smiled and playfully kicked Wolverine's calf. Go on. I'll handle this one. Wolverine, unperturbed by Karen's capabilities, nodded and quickened his pace, brushing past the bodyguard. Just as the bodyguard attempted to stop him, she found herself inexplicably immobilized. Well, let us dance, Karen mused, revealing a smartphone seemingly from thin air as melodious music began to play. The bodyguard's body, now beyond her control, began to move rhythmically to the tune, though her expression was one of pure hatred, wishing to eliminate Karen at once. Karen remained unfazed, leisurely orchestrating the dance. Remarkably, the bodyguard demonstrated impressive flexibility, executing complex maneuvers with ease. After a while, Karen felt it was sufficient and had her bodyguard temporarily act as her protector. Along the way, the bodyguard swiftly dealt with numerous brainwashed mutants under Strike's command. Outside the base, Storm grew anxious as the group delayed their exit. Just then, Nightcrawler had located Professor X and promptly teleported back to the aircraft, ready to assist Storm in rescuing him. However, at that very moment, Professor X, under manipulation, initiated an attack on mutants globally. Naturally, Karen was within the range of this assault. Yet, the intensity of that mental attack was negligible for her. However, her bodyguard collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Karen intended to offer assistance, but, upon probing the bodyguard's mind, discovered it in disarray, thoroughly compromised by Strike. Although she could save her, it would require significant effort, and Karen was not inclined to expend such energy. At that moment, the only two unaffected individuals, Old Man and the shapeshifter, took action. He forcefully deactivated the brainwave enhancer from behind the wall, transforming the shapeshifter into the likeness of Stryker. He commanded Professor X to erase all of humanity and then gracefully turned to leave. Shortly after their departure, Professor X unleashed his powers, instantly causing the demise of numerous humans. Nightcrawler and Storm arrived in the next moment, promptly dispelling the illusion and awakening Professor X. In this brief interval, the destruction wrought by Professor X upon both mutants and humans far surpassed the chaotic antics of Old Man over the years. Once Karen deemed it sufficient, she snapped her fingers, teleporting everyone back to the aircraft. However, the aircraft startup encountered unforeseen complications. To make matters worse, the dam was on the verge of collapse, appearing ready to give way at any moment. Chapter 49, The Mutant Serum. At that moment, Jean selflessly leaped from the aircraft, prepared to sacrifice herself for the sake of others. Karen raised an eyebrow, her powers activated in an instant, pulling Jean back to safety. With a mere gesture, she commanded the aircraft to ascend. In the next moment, the dam collapsed, and the aircraft narrowly evaded the ensuing shockwave. Jean gazed at Karen with a complex expression. While Karen observed the shadow lurking deep within Jean's eyes, her smile enigmatic. She pondered whether the Dark Phoenix would soon unseal herself. In the aftermath, Professor X, seeking to mediate the discord between mutants and humans, presented all collected evidence of Stryker's transgressions to the president. Upon realizing he had been deceived, the president was infuriated. However, upon learning that Stryker had been dealt with by Magneto, he could no longer pursue the matter. Thus, a long-awaited peace between humans and mutants was restored. Time swiftly passed, and 2 years went by in the blink of an eye. Karen, striving to harness the Phoenix Force, became increasingly elusive, often absent from the X Academy for weeks at a time. What was she up to? Naturally, she was drawing closer to the sun to recharge her powers. After 2 years of relentless effort, her silver superhuman growth finally reached 50. Presently, she had become a formidable force, only a hair's breadth away from attaining the ability to learn the Phoenix Force. During this time, Jean's condition grew increasingly unstable. Professor X discreetly reinforced her seal on multiple occasions, but it had begun to lose its efficacy. Cyclops noticed his girlfriend's peculiar behavior and decided to take her out for a walk, hoping it might alleviate her distress. Little did he know, he would never return. By the time Wolverine and Storm arrived, all that remained was an unconscious Jean. They searched high and low, discovering only Cyclope's glasses, with no further clues. Reluctantly, they carried Jean back, intending to inquire about the events upon her awakening. When Karen returned, she was met with unsettling news regarding mutants. The government had identified a mutant capable of nullifying mutant abilities. They were preparing to use his blood as a sample to create a mutant serum, offering free injections to mutants willing to relinquish their powers. This revelation incited outrage among many mutants akin to Magneto. In this tumultuous climate, Firestorm allied with Magneto, and the prospect of renewed warfare between humans and mutants loomed ominously. At this critical juncture, issues arose at the X Academy. After Wolverine and Storm brought Jean back, Professor X elucidated Jean's predicament and shared his suspicions regarding Cyclope's disappearance. However, they found it hard to believe. Even Professor X struggled to accept the reality, but at that moment, Beast Hank arrived at the X Academy, intent on discussing how to confront the situation surrounding the mutant serum. During the course of events, Wolverine frequently interrupted his speech, causing considerable annoyance. He retorted sharply, "Child, when I was advocating for the rights of mutants, your claws had yet to fully develop." This remark left Wolverine momentarily stunned. Karen stoked the fire further, stating, "When I participated in World War I, you had not yet been born." Beast Hank cast a skeptical glance at Karen, clearly doubting her claims. Subsequently, the group deliberated for an extended period without reaching a satisfactory conclusion, ultimately deciding to leave the matter to everyone's discretion. X Academy had already piqued the interest of some individuals. Led by the mischievous one, a portion of them ventured towards the government to receive the injection. They returned to their original families, and whether they would find happiness now rested solely on fate. In any case, Karen knew that the mischievous one was faring quite well. Just as everyone at X Academy thought the matter had settled, news suddenly broke of Magneto's audacious prison break to rescue Mystique. However, during the skirmish, Mystique was unfortunately struck by the mutant serum, losing her powers. Magneto only managed to extricate Mystique's fellow prisoners, the Multiple Man and the Red Tank, leaving Raven heartlessly abandoned. Upon receiving this information, Karen contemplated for a moment and then decided to learn the ability of the Multiple Man's infinite duplication. There was no choice. This skill was exceedingly beneficial for her. Karen reviewed her status panel. Name, Kara Zor-El. Age, 31. Identity, Silver Superman 50, Magic Resistance, Supreme Thunder Power, Telepathy, Absolute Zero Power. Laser Vision, Super Healing, Shape-Shifting, Magnetic Manipulation, Energy Absorption, Teleportation, Super Speed, 10, Kryptonite Immunity, Infinite Duplication, Learnable 28, Sun God Equipment, Solar Armor, Solar Sword, Solar Shield, Solar Chariot. Kryptonian Battle Suit Skills, Solar Flare Bombardment. Indeed, she only needed to exert a little more effort to attain the Phoenix Force, thereby completing this journey. Shortly after Karen returned to X Academy, Jean once again awakened, declaring herself the Dark Phoenix, attacking Wolverine, and fleeing the premises. Simultaneously, Magneto learned from his subordinates about Jean being a level 5 mutant, which brought him immense joy. He promptly set off to recruit her to his cause. The two factions encountered one another near Jean's residence. Professor X and Magneto exchanged a brief glance, instantly comprehending each other's intentions. Together, they ascended the stairs to Jean's room. Professor X still intended to awaken Jean, seeking to restore her original personality. However, Magneto's interference proved too disruptive. As a result, the situation spiraled out of control. Jean erupted in fury, and Professor X was reduced to mere fragments. Charles was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated Jean being so perilous. Yet, recalling his plans, he stifled his anguish and led the now calm Jean away from the chaos. After the incident, the members of X Academy held a funeral for Charles, with Storm temporarily assuming the role of Professor X. There was no other choice, as Storm was the only one capable of taking on such a significant responsibility at X Academy. The veterans, such as Quicksilver, Darwin, and Siren, were competent educators. but they lacked the necessary combat skills and intellect. In the ensuing days, Magneto led a substantial number of Brotherhood of Mutants members in sabotaging sites related to the injection of mutant serums, proclaiming that as long as the government persisted, their destruction would not cease. Thus, a tug-of-war between the two factions officially commenced, leaving X Academy caught in the middle. Wolverine pondered for a time before ultimately deciding to bring Jean back. Seizing an opportunity when others were distracted, he stealthily rode Cyclope's motorcycle away from X Academy. Karen dispatched a clone to follow him and observe the situation. It must be noted that having a clone made tasks significantly more manageable. With thousands of her clones sunbathing, she was able to watch both sides of the unfolding drama simultaneously, without any detriment to either. The only lamentable aspect was that her solar deity form could not produce thousands of clones, otherwise, she would have taken off right then and there. Chapter 50, The Great Battle Against the Dark Phoenix. In Karen's eyes, Wolverine had fought through numerous challenges, ultimately managing to infiltrate the vicinity of the Old Man. However, before he could approach Jean, he was detected and ruthlessly flung away thousands of meters. Such was the prowess of Wolverine. Had it been anyone else, their bones would have shattered into fragments. Karen could not help but voice her admiration. In the blink of an eye, the Old Man departed with a multitude of mutants, leaving behind only the doppelganger to guard this place. It was clear to Karen what his intentions were. Seeing that the amusement here had ended, Karen promptly retracted the doppelganger. What ensued was one of Magneto's grand spectacles, as he effortlessly relocated a massive bridge spanning thousands of meters to Devil's Island, leading a legion of mutants to assault the mutant serum production facility. Having just regained his composure, Wolverine was swiftly extracted by Storm piloting a fighter jet. Fortuitously, Karen was also invited to partake in this counteroffensive operation. Upon their arrival, the weapons wielded by humanity had been largely obliterated by the onslaught of mutants, ushering in a relentless massacre. Storm was the first to unleash her powers, effectively segregating the humans from the mutants. Subsequently, the X-Men positioned themselves between the humans and mutants, facing the latter. Before Storm could even attempt to persuade, the Old Man deprived her of the opportunity with a wave of his hand, commanding an all-out assault down the center. A horde of mutants roared forth, charging towards the X-Men. The shockwave swiftly adjusted his chest device, delivering precise fire upon the advancing mutants. The duo of Colossus and Darwin entered their hardened forms, wreaking havoc amongst the throng. Siren's ultrasonic attacks proved nearly impossible to counter. Karen once again slipped into a passive role, dispatching foes with effortless strikes. Meanwhile, Storm found herself entangled in a fierce struggle with the swift soldier under the Old Man's command. Each combatant locked in an unyielding contest, their battle shrouded in chaos. On Beast Hank's side, he had succumbed to a frenzy, unleashing his primal instincts as he navigated through the mutant ranks, reaping lives with abandon. Iceman showcased his combat intelligence during the fray, proving nearly unmatched by his peers. Eventually, Firestorm sought him out for a one-on-one duel. Wolverine, brandishing his razor-sharp claws, navigated the battlefield with agility, while Karen maintained her leisurely approach. Outside the battlefield, the Old Man signaled Red Tank with a glance. "What are you staring at?" Red Tank's inquiry darkened the Old Man's expression. "Go deal with that mutant who can produce the serum." "Got it," Red Tank replied, charging into the laboratory. Magneto watched in disbelief, questioning whether this brute could fulfill the task. At that moment, Shadowcat noticed Red Tank's actions and, without hesitation, followed suit. Karen observed the unfolding scene with amusement, confident that the clever little one would surely lead the bumbling giant astray. Indeed, after a battle of wits, Shadowcat utilized the mutant's ability to negate others' powers, causing Red Tank to inadvertently knock himself unconscious. As the external conflict gradually drew to a close, the curtain began to fall on the great battle. With the cooperation of the Siren, the Beast, and Wolverine, the mutant serum was successfully injected into the body of Old Man I. "You have also become one of the ordinary people," Wolverine mocked. But how could Old Man accept such a defeat? He immediately began to manipulate Jean. Yet Jean stood there, motionless, her body occasionally twitching. In Karen's eyes, it was evident that two personalities were vying for control of the body. At that moment, a large contingent of human reinforcements arrived, launching an attack directly at Jean, who stood at the highest point. This action was a grave miscalculation. The second personality, Dark Phoenix, instantly seized control of the body, neutralizing all bullets while launching a counterattack. In an instant, a multitude of human soldiers were reduced to ashes. Everyone, including Old Man, was left dumbfounded. The destructive power was utterly terrifying. Subsequently, Jean commenced a relentless annihilation. Even someone as formidable as the Porcupine Man was crushed in an instant. The shockwave obliterated Darwin, the Siren, and several key members of Magneto's team, all of whom perished. Magneto was left in shock. What manner of monster is this? He stumbled away in retreat. Storm attempted to intervene in Jean's assault, but was halted by Wolverine. "You will die. Only I can stop her now. It's futile." You cannot impede her in her current state. As Karen spoke, she strolled confidently toward Jean. She was not lying. After 2 years of suppression and rebound under Professor X, Dark Phoenix had now completely assumed dominance. Jean's personality, in its final struggle, had nearly dissipated. At this point, Wolverine's intervention would only lead to his demise. You will be annihilated. Your healing powers will be of no use. Wolverine cast a deep glance at Karen, then at Jean's fearsome visage, and chose not to argue, hastily pulling Storm away. As Karen noticed that most had already departed, it was time for her to take the stage. She instantaneously teleported to face Jean, who was continuously unleashing energy and obliterating everything in her path. With a swift kick, she propelled Jean into the atmosphere. Teleporting again, she delivered a powerful punch that sent Jean flying from the earth. This sequence of actions continued until Karen had launched Jean far from the planet. This thoroughly incensed Dark Phoenix, who promptly annihilated Karen's avatar. Soon after, Karen herself arrived, snapping her fingers. All the avatars near the sun returned. Ding! Silver Superman's growth reached 52. A slight smile graced Karen's face. It was just right. Without hesitation, she instantly learned the power of the Phoenix. However, this time, Karen had somewhat miscalculated. The acquisition of the Phoenix's power was not instantaneous. In her mind, it felt as though a progress bar was advancing slowly. Alas, what a predicament. Karen sighed softly. In that brief moment, Dark Phoenix had completely transformed into a fiery phoenix, rushing forth with boundless destructive power. Karen did not dare to be careless and immediately teleported to evade the attack. With thunder crackling from his left hand and the sun blazing from his right, his eyes emitted a searing glare. The location of the Dark Phoenix was struck, instantly creating a black hole. Yet, the Dark Phoenix stood resolutely within this abyss, untouched and unharmed. An overwhelming energy, laden with an insatiable will for destruction, surged forth once more, charging directly at Karen. This time, however, Karen chose not to evade. He activated his super regeneration, the evolved transformation abilities of the pseudo-survivor, and his energy absorption capabilities all at once, barely withstanding the blow. He felt a tumultuous fire stirring within him. With both hands raised, he unleashed the recently absorbed flames of annihilation towards the Dark Phoenix. A chilling scream seemed to echo in Karen's ears. Clearly, the Dark Phoenix was not unscathed by its own assault. Chapter 51. Impulsive Thor Yet. Karen's discomfort was evidently more profound. Her hands oscillated between a flesh tone and a fiery red, the sensation of scalding heat overwhelming her senses. The icy power surged forth, accompanied by a frigid breath that enveloped her hands, providing a meager respite from the searing pain that seemed to reach her very soul. She lifted her gaze towards the Dark Phoenix, her heart lamenting the futility of such a confrontation, summoning her ability to create duplicates. 3,000 versions of Karen instantly surrounded the Dark Phoenix from various angles, unleashing a barrage of energy attacks. Supreme thunder, psychic assaults, icy breaths infused with extreme frost power. The searing beams of laser vision and the crushing control of cosmic magnetic fields all converged upon their target. The original Karen joined the fray, invoking the Solar Holy Armor, Solar Holy Sword, and Solar Holy Shield, taking on the role of a formidable tank. Thus, for nearly a month, the 3,000 Karens battled the Dark Phoenix amidst the cosmos, causing stars to fall and the sun and moon to invert. Ding! The power of the Phoenix has been successfully assimilated. In an instant, Karen was invigorated. She recalled all her duplicates, amalgamating the entirety of Phoenix power, solar energy, and thunderous might into a singular Phoenix solar fist. With one tremendous strike, the fabric of the universe itself began to collapse. The Dark Phoenix was utterly obliterated by this blow. "Thank you," echoed the final words of Jean. Suspended in the void of space, Karen gasped for breath. This month had truly exhausted her. The sensation of impending death had besieged her a staggering 17,251 times. She shuddered at the thought of how arduous the battle would have been without her ability to duplicate herself. Fortunately, her efforts bore fruit. Her combat skills had undergone an unprecedented enhancement, and her mastery over various energies had become more refined. Perhaps it could be said that she had turned misfortune into fortune. Her most significant gain was, without a doubt, the power of the Phoenix. Karen had now firmly ascended to a multidimensional realm. Although she wielded the Phoenix power, she remained entirely composed, avoiding any descent into chaos. If one were to describe her current state, the phrase terrifyingly formidable would suffice. After a brief respite, Karen cast a longing glance towards Earth. In an instant, she vanished, reappearing in her estate within the Marvel universe. She collapsed onto her soft bed, the weight of mental exhaustion plunging her into a deep slumber. She slept for a full 3 days. Upon awakening, her first impulse was to indulge in a hearty feast. Once satiated, she felt ready to immerse herself in the spectacle of her own narrative. With the exhilarating speed of a near bug-like power at her disposal, Karen resolved to witness the tale from its inception. With a slight shimmer, she entered the temporal tunnel, first arriving in the year 925 B.C. There, She bore witness to the epic battle between the All-Father and the Ice Demon King. She watched as Odin lost an eye to the Frost Giant King, yet ultimately triumphed. She also encountered young Thor and Loki, recognizing even then that Thor was no ordinary adversary. All day long, one aspires to be a king, intent on vanquishing the entire Frost Giant race. It is during this time that Loki, influenced by his desire for kingship, begins to harbor a faint ambition to contest for the throne. As time flows onward, Colin observes the growth of these two brothers, or more precisely, the history of Thor being outwitted. From an intellectual standpoint, Loki effortlessly manipulates Thor, as if he were but a mere pawn. Soon, the moment arrives when Thor is on the verge of ascending the throne. Colin cannot help but scoff aloud. Given Thor's current demeanor, how could old Odin dare to proceed? As anticipated, an unexpected turn of events is imminent. On the very day of Thor's impending coronation, the Frost Giants dispatched numerous elite warriors to assault Odin's treasury. Their intentions unmistakably clear, they sought the frost box contained within. Fortunately, the Guardians of Asgard proved to be exceptionally skilled, successfully repelling the enemy's incursion, albeit at a heavy cost. In this critical moment, Odin intervened, unleashing the destroyer to swiftly eliminate the invading foes. After dealing with the attackers, Odin sought to quell the matter, wishing not to delve deeper into the incident. However, Thor, soon to be king, held a differing opinion. He erupted into a fierce argument with Odin at the dining table, leaving in a huff. Unsurprisingly, Thor, accompanied by his most loyal companions, ventured into the territory of the Frost Giants, intent on demanding an explanation. As they entered the Frost Giants' domain, before Loki, Sif, and the others could utter a word, Thor charged ahead. A fierce battle ensued, and they found themselves surrounded by the Frost Giants, who seemed inexhaustible in their onslaught. During the melee, Loki discovered his own unique abilities. After an arduous struggle, the group fought themselves to the brink of exhaustion. Realizing that they might not be able to match the entire Frost Giant race, Thor resolved to retreat. Yet, the Frost Giant King, with a single remark, "So, you are indeed the little princess of Asgard," incited Thor's fury once more, reigniting the battle. Just as they were about to be captured by the Frost Giants, Odin was compelled to intervene, rescuing Thor. Upon return, Thor continued to complain vehemently, insisting that they should launch an offensive against the Frost Giant territory. Odin, enraged, declared, "You are not yet a king," and with a wave of his hand, he sealed away Thor's divine powers, casting him down to earth. Simultaneously, he placed a spell upon Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, sending it along with him. With everything concluded, Odin, exhausted, collapsed into his chair and dismissed the others. "My lord, having observed our trio for so long, might we finally meet?" Odin inquired, directing his one-eyed gaze towards a vacant space. Colin's figure gradually materialized from that very spot. "Impressive. You have indeed discerned my presence," Odin acknowledged cautiously. "Pray tell, why have you been so intent on observing us?" Odin asked, getting straight to the point. "Oh, when did you first notice me?" Karen inquired, to which Odin responded with a question of his own. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, "I am merely speculating." This answer elicited a bemused shake of the head from Karen, realizing she had been outwitted by the old sage. "My observations of you are purely out of curiosity. Now that the spectacle is about to commence, I shall take my leave." Odin, somewhat perplexed by Karen's words, nodded in weary acknowledgement. "My lord, take care." With that, Karen's figure vanished, reappearing at her estate on Earth. Her gaze drifted to where the recently exiled Thor and his mighty hammer Mjolnir resided. Observing Thor's rather foolish demeanor, Karen couldn't help but shake her head. This fellow still has quite a distance to traverse on his path to kingship. Yet, such matters were beyond her concern. She retrieved her communication device and dialed Nick Fury. "You should have received news of a hammer suddenly descending from the sky. I suggest you investigate Norse mythology. Therein may lie the answers you seek." With that, she ended the call, leaving Nick Fury on the other end, wearing an expression of bewilderment. Chapter 52. The Hammer of Thor that cannot be lifted. Despite his reservations regarding Karen's reliability, Nick Fury diligently followed her lead and delved into the pertinent Norse mythology. Indeed, he uncovered some information concerning the fabled hammer. Wangdefa? Fury stood frozen, astonished. His previous beliefs had only encompassed extraterrestrial existence, yet now even artifacts from mythos had materialized. Without a moment's hesitation, he set off to investigate personally. Meanwhile, Karen had already arrived at the vicinity of Thor's hammer. Observing the bustling trial site, she found herself at a loss for words. The eagerness she initially felt to participate had swiftly dissipated. Ultimately, even Stan Lee himself took to the scene, preparing to test the hammer with a tow truck. Unsurprisingly, the truck was rendered inoperative. Karen covered her face, realizing that if this continued, a dedicated photo opportunity spot would soon be established near Thor's hammer. Agent Karen. Without needing to glance back, she recognized the arrival of the black egghead. "What do you think should be done with this hammer?" Karen cast a sidelong glance at Nick Fury and replied nonchalantly, "What can be done? First, we should cordon it off. Then, we can summon Steve to take it away. Wong Defa. Nick Fury stared at Karen in bewilderment, his expression a portrait of confusion. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? You instructed me to examine the mythology. Fine, I did. And now you wish to discuss Captain America with me? There does seem to be some recent news regarding that old popsicle, but it remains uncertain. Nick Fury silently gestured to Coulson behind him, who immediately understood. Soon enough, a vast experimental base was erected around the hammer. This news swiftly reached Thor, who had been discovered by Jane Foster. Watching the television footage of his hammer being handled by so many, Thor's inner fury ignited. He charged into a nearby pet store. Shopkeeper, procure for me a fine steed. And make haste. The shop owner stood dumbfounded, unsure whether to comply with the demand of the imposing figure before her. However, there were no horses in the store. Jane, witnessing the spectacle, shook her head in disbelief. Apologizing to the owner, she swiftly led Thor away, driving him towards the hammer's location. Once they arrived, Thor disregarded the obstruction posed by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, storming into the experimental base with reckless abandon. I am Thor, the god of thunder. For the glory of the northern gods. From his elevated vantage point, Nick Fury turned his gaze towards Karen. Could this seemingly uninspired individual truly be the god of thunder? Karen smiled and nodded. Who else would be so fixated on a mere hammer? Her words left Nick Fury momentarily speechless. He felt utterly drained after every exchange with Karen. Deciphering her statements was a laborious task. Comprehending her intent, Nick Fury promptly commanded Hawkeye to refrain from shooting arrows. If this were to harm Odin's son, it would undoubtedly bring immense trouble to Earth. Meanwhile, the employees received orders from Nick Fury and began to release water. Thor swiftly overcame numerous obstacles and found himself before the mighty Mjolnir, a foolish grin adorning his face. My precious, I have finally found you, he proclaimed as he extended his hand, preparing to lift the hammer once more, just as he had in the past. However, upon exerting a slight force, he realized that the hammer seemed considerably heavier than before. Had it gained weight? He strained further, yet the hammer remained steadfast, doubtful of his own limits. Thor gripped the handle tightly. Give me up, Ultimately, Thor collapsed before the hammer in utter exhaustion. In despair, he lamented, Why? Why must you do this to me, Odin? His final cry revealed the depths of his broken spirit. Nick Fury, covering his ears, muttered in frustration, Damn it. Why is this guy's voice so loud? The other agents shared a similar reaction. Once Thor had finished his outburst, Nick Fury waved his hand, and a group of agents promptly approached to politely escort Thor away. As they watched Thor disappear, Nick Fury felt a sense of helplessness. How could the god of thunder not lift his own hammer? Turning around, he noticed that Karen had vanished. Fatigued, he wondered why this powerful figure could not make a decision before departing. Elsewhere, in the treasury of Asgard, Loki stood before the frost box, slowly placing his hands upon it. Moments later, his skin transformed into an icy blue hue. Loki froze in shock, realizing he was indeed a frost giant. Child, I apologize. I never intended to keep this from you. Odin's voice resonated from behind, recounting the past. It was only then that Loki learned the truth. His real father was the king of the frost giants, not Odin. The revelation struck him profoundly. Child, do not blame me. I acted for the peace of both realms. Like Thor, you are destined to become a king. No, I won't listen. I won't listen. Loki screamed, completely unable to absorb Odin's words. At that moment, Odin succumbed to the Odin sleep, collapsing into slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Loki devised a plan. He boldly declared that he had inherited Odin's throne. The next step was to dissuade Thor from returning. Thus, Loki journeyed to Earth to confront Thor. Thor, Father has passed away due to your actions, and I have ascended to the throne. The frost giants have declared war upon us upon my return. I shall lead Asgard in retaliation. You should remain on Earth and reflect. It must be said, Loki's eloquence was remarkable, especially given Thor's fragile emotional state at that moment. Having completely believed Loki's words, he prepared to repent alone for the rest of his days on Earth. Loki, witnessing the success of his scheme, was overwhelmed with elation, his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. Before departing, he discreetly attempted to lift Thor's hammer. However, regardless of how he shifted his stance or gritted his teeth, he was unable to raise the mighty weapon. Coincidentally, this scene was captured by Karen, who had appeared unbeknownst to him. Upon discovering her presence, Loki instantaneously materialized behind her. Madam, would you be so kind as to relinquish that small object in your possession? Karen disregarded him entirely, her form vanishing in an instant. Loki promptly began to sense her location, only to be astonished to find that he could not locate the Earthling at all. Unwilling to concede defeat, Loki returned to the vicinity of Thor's hammer, discreetly attempting to intrude upon it with his divine powers. Naturally, this endeavor also ended in failure. Ultimately, he could only resign himself to retreating back to Asgard. Chapter 53. The Destroyer. After Loki's departure, Thor indeed settled down. quietly and without protest. He was taken away by Jane, seemingly intent on spending the remainder of his days on Earth. Karen, observing Thor, who had been so easily fooled by Loki, couldn't help but chuckle. She had to commend him. Thor, you are truly a genius, believing every word. Soon, a few of Thor's companions descended to Earth in search of him. Sif, through their unique bond, swiftly located Thor, who was exchanging glances with Jane. She was furious. As your official partner, I don't receive such treatment, do I? After just a few days apart, you've already grown fond of an Earth woman? Karen, watching the unfolding drama, compared the two. Indeed, Jane was more attractive, and it seemed Thor thought so too. However, despite her anger, Sif did not forget the pressing matter at hand. The group immediately informed Thor of the current situation in Asgard. Upon realizing he had been deceived by Loki, Thor was enraged. Yet, as he calmed down, he couldn't help but ponder what he could do now. With a despondent gesture, he signaled for his friends to leave. He was no longer the god of thunder. But how could they simply depart? They continued to encourage Thor to regain his spirit. Meanwhile, Loki had exploited his authority in Asgard to dispatch the destroyer to Earth to eliminate Thor once and for all. However, Thor's companions were not about to allow that. Just as a fierce battle loomed, Tony Stark made a dazzling entrance in his Mark V armor. Everyone, stand back. He warned repeatedly before turning to face the destroyer. Jarvis quickly scanned the construct, discovering it was composed of materials unknown to Earth. Tony immediately grew cautious and unleashed the palm repulsor. The massive energy blast only left a shallow dent on the destroyer's surface, which healed almost instantly. What on earth? The destroyer glanced at Tony, swinging its arm and sending him flying as it marched toward Thor. Tony would not let it proceed unchallenged. He charged forward, colliding once more with the destroyer. At that moment, Thor's companions rushed in to buy him time. With their support, Tony felt a significant alleviation of pressure. He had anticipated that these seemingly ordinary medieval warriors possessed such formidable skills. Consequently, the various weapons aboard the Mark V were unleashed, and together, they managed to repel wave after wave of the destroyer's attacks. Yet, from a distance, Thor understood the truth. If this stalemate continued, his friends would inevitably fall, perhaps even face death. Having matured somewhat in a short time, he refused to witness such a fate. Thus, he stepped forward resolutely. Loki, seize this. I offer my life in exchange for theirs. Tony couldn't help but voice his disdain. Who do you think you are? The explosive lead? Will it heed your call? However, in the next moment, he was met with a harsh reality. The destroyer emitted a mechanical synthesized voice. Wong Defa? Is that even possible? Tony found himself devoid of further sarcasm. Step by step, Thor approached the destroyer. Tony, having exhausted all ammunition, was powerless to halt Thor's advance. Thor's companions attempted to intervene, only to be repelled by the searing flames emitted by the destroyer. One by one, they were cast aside. Thor stood before the destroyer, speaking once more. Do not harm them, Loki. Loki, manipulating the destroyer, fell into silence. He realized that this brother of his seemed genuinely different. In an instant, the destroyer unleashed a torrent of intense flames, enveloping Thor. Nearby, Jane and Sif shouted in unison. Watching the unfolding drama, Karen glanced at the direction of Mjolnir and murmured, "It should be about time, right?" Sure enough, in the next moment, Mjolnir stirred, and bolts of lightning surged forth, instantly dispelling the flames. Upon a closer look, Thor stood clad in his battle armor, firmly grasping Mjolnir, silently poised. Karen snapped her fingers, and a surge of lightning descended, energizing Tony's suit. Ding! Energy charged to 300 inside the armor. Tony was utterly speechless. He had known that his meddlesome aunt would undoubtedly be present. He then began to charge an energy pulse, launching it simultaneously with Thor's hammer towards the destroyer. In an instant, the destroyer was obliterated. After vanquishing the foe, Thor solemnly bid farewell to Jane, assuring her of his return. He then departed with his companions. Before leaving, Sif cast a serious glance at Jane, leaving her thoughts a mystery. Tony rested a hand on his forehead, gazing towards the fading rainbow. What kind of technology is this? Interdimensional teleportation? Interested in learning? I could teach you. Karen's teasing voice emerged beside Tony, her gaze fixed on the vanishing rainbow, reminiscent of a dramatic familial saga. Really? Tony exclaimed in surprise. Yes, but it's a bit challenging. It depends on your magical aptitude, Karen replied with a serious nod. Huh? Tony shook his head in disbelief, thinking Karen was jesting, and abandoned the idea. The existence of aliens was already far-fetched, and now the emergence of so-called gods was too much for him to swallow. He couldn't believe in the legendary concept of magic. Even if it existed, this was the age of diminished magic. It couldn't yield anything remarkable. He resolved to focus on upgrading his armor instead. Subsequently, he gathered the runes scattered on the ground, preparing to return for further study. In Karen's eyes, the Rainbow Bridge lay in ruins, and Loki had embarked on self-imposed exile. Odin and Thor gazed into the endless void with complex expressions. In an instant, Karen appeared before them. So, Do you need my assistance to bring him back? Yes. No. In response to Karen's inquiry, Thor and Odin offered entirely divergent answers. Thor cast a solemn glance at Odin. Father, Loki is my brother. Enough, Thor. You may return to the celestial palace, Odin interjected, gesturing with a wave of his hand, sending Thor back to his realm. Afterward, he fixed a serious gaze upon Karen. Loki will be all right, won't he? Although posed as a question, his tone bore an unwavering certainty. Karen nodded, remaining noncommittal. Observing this, Odin exhaled a sigh of relief. It is perhaps beneficial for that child to take a stroll. Whether this remark was intended for himself or for Karen remained uncertain. After a moment's contemplation, Odin raised his hand and summoned an item from the Odin vault, presenting it to Karen with solemnity. This is the essence of the god of light. I believe it will be of assistance to you. Odin's expression was earnest, as if he were merely offering a trivial trinket. Yet Karen was acutely aware of the significance of this object. Within the Marvel cosmos, Norse mythology inherently surpassed Greek mythology. From the faint stirring of the essence of the sun god, Karen understood that this gift would undoubtedly provide her with immense fortitude. However, one must ponder, is there truly such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Chapter 54. The Omnipotent City. Karen cast a penetrating glance at Odin, ultimately accepting the divine essence of the Nordic god of light. Ding. Solar god amplification. 220 ding. Silver Superman growth. 58. Karen nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the fact that her amplification had more than doubled. Seeing her content expression, Odin chuckled as well. Both were astute individuals, aware that some matters need not be stated explicitly. After a brief adjustment to her sudden surge of solar power, Karen opened her eyes, a brilliant idea striking her. If her memory served her correctly, this world also encompassed a Greek mythological framework, did it not? Might she be able to? Without hesitation, she approached Odin. I have an unusual request. Speak freely, Odin replied readily. Could you escort me to the Omnipotent City? Although she was aware of its existence, she lacked specific coordinates. Surely, with a handy guide like Odin, she need not expend great effort in search of it. Upon hearing Karen's request, Odin's expression turned peculiar. He had assumed this formidable solar deity hailed from the Omnipotent City. However, realizing she was not from there only pleased him further, as some of the inhabitants' behaviors were utterly repugnant, and the divine quality was hardly assured. In summary, the mention of the Omnipotent City provided Odin with ample fodder for critique. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped Karen's intentions and was willing to oblige her request. He summoned his spear, Gungnir, and after uttering an incantation, handed it to her. This will transport you to your desired destination. Karen nodded appreciatively and took the spear. A coordinate materialized in her mind. And with a gentle motion of Gungnir against the empty air before her, a rift in space-time appeared. Without a moment's pause, she stepped through, spear in hand. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a resplendent vista. Unable to contain her thoughts, she remarked, "This truly embodies the Greek god style." The guards of the Omnipotent City immediately detected her presence, but, wary of the Gungnir in her possession, refrained from taking immediate action. Inform Zeus that the solar god has arrived, she commanded, brushing aside the guards. After a brief moment of scrutiny, one guard was dispatched into the Omnipotent City. He soon returned, his tone respectful. The king of the gods, Zeus, requests your presence. Karen nodded, her superhero suit transforming into a red and blue variant, casually wielding Gungnir. She entered the Omnipotent City. As she traversed its expanse, her eyes were open to a myriad of peculiar deities, each more extraordinary than the last. Among them, the adorable bag god caught her fancy. Unable to resist, she approached and playfully petted him. Sensing Karen's immense power, the bag god offered no resistance, enduring her affection with a hint of reluctance. Oh, are you feeling put upon? Karen teased, extending a beam of solar energy as a reward. Instantly, the bag god beamed with joy. The essence of this encounter lies in a mere smile. Karen turned and walked away, soon arriving at the very heart of the Olympus arena, where he encountered the middle-aged, portly figure of Zeus. To be candid, if Karen had not known that this was Zeus, it would have been difficult to associate this visage with the name. The sun god? Zeus scrutinized Karen with a gaze tinged with skepticism, glancing over at Apollo, clad in golden helmet and armor, not far off. Indeed, he sensed the aura of the sun emanating from Karen, a presence that was overwhelmingly potent. Karen nodded subtly, redirecting his gaze toward Apollo. Sensing the hint of provocation in Karen's eyes, Apollo felt an urge to draw his sword, but Zeus intervened with a timely mental command. Karen observed this exchange, his expression betraying no emotion. In his estimation, though Zeus was a formidable celestial being, he paled in comparison to Odin. If one were to categorize their strengths, Zeus would be mid-tier, while Odin undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelon. You should be aware of my intentions, Zeus, Karen stated coolly. Once again fixing his gaze on the god, Zeus squinted briefly before nodding with a smile. Naturally, he then pivoted the conversation. Yet how can I be certain that you are indeed the sun god? Oh, how would you like to ascertain that? Karen replied, intrigued. Quite simply, Zeus said, flicking his fingers toward Karen. Instantly, Karen's countenance darkened, and he retaliated with a surge of energy. Boom. Zeus's outstretched arm shattered in an instant. A sight that left the other deities aghast. The Greek pantheon instinctively prepared to converge upon him. A fierce crimson light flared in Karen's eyes. Do not compel me, for I will annihilate you all, he declared, and with that, a colossal phoenix apparition descended, its obliterating aura cascading downward. The spear of Odin in Karen's grasp gleamed ominously, signaling his readiness for battle. In that moment, several Greek gods, unable to withstand the pressure, knelt in submission. Only Zeus, Hera, and a few others managed to maintain their composure. Wait. Zeus, enduring the pain of his shattered arm, forcibly extracted the divine essence of the sun god from Apollo and cast it toward Karen. Ding. Sun god amplification 300. Ding. Silver Superman growth 62. Karen nodded in satisfaction, retracting the phoenix's power. The Greek deities felt as if a great burden had been lifted. Grasping the spear of Odin, Karen turned to depart. Your Excellency, wait. A voice from the side halted him. Karen turned to find the Jade Emperor, who had been visiting, and felt a sense of curiosity about his call. The Jade Emperor smiled gently and flicked his fingers. A sphere of golden light landed in Karen's palm. I bestow upon you the title of Eastern Lord, hoping that in future encounters with my lineage, you might offer some guidance. He conveyed this message in pure, unadulterated Chinese. Confident that Karen would comprehend, Karen gazed at the divine artifact in her hand, feeling the radiant light and hope emanating from within. She glanced at the Jade Emperor, nodded slightly, and vanished. Notification. Solar God Amplification 400. Notification. Silver Superman Growth 68. Upon returning to her estate, Karen cast Gungnir aside, allowing it to return to its rightful place. After a brief pause, her battle attire transformed into a casual black ensemble. With a single step, she found herself within the borders of Longhua. Wandering through this land, strikingly reminiscent of her past, she recalled her last visit during World War II, when the earth lay in ruins. Now, however, it was a scene of flourishing vitality. Karen did not take measures to conceal her presence, and thus soon attracted the attention of the Divine Spear Bureau. Upon recognizing Karen's visage, Zhang Xian hesitated briefly before approaching her alone. The two soon encountered each other amidst a bustling street scene. Madam, may I have a moment of your time? He inquired. Karen studied Zhang Xian for a moment. Finally recalling who he was, she nodded slightly and followed him into a nearby CAF. They each ordered a cup of coffee and sat across from one another. Miss Karen, am I correct? Zhang Xian smiled, reaffirming her identity. Karen nodded noncommittally. Chapter 55. The Avatar of the Eastern Lord. Zhang Xian, after a meticulous confirmation, gazed intently at a portrait he carefully retrieved from his bosom. With deliberate slowness, he unfurled it, presenting the front to Karen. As Karen beheld the ancient image, a look of confusion washed over her. What does this signify? Zhang Xian hastily interjected. In 1944, you visited this country, did you not? Karen took a sip of her coffee and nodded slowly. Zhang Xian's face lit up with joy as he rose to his feet and offered a solemn bow. Thank you for your assistance at that time. This scene left the nearby employees of the Spear Bureau, who had infiltrated the space, momentarily stunned. The director? A few even rushed over, eager to inquire about the situation. However, Zhang Xian gestured for them to stand down, straightened his attire, and reseated himself, while others remained perplexed. Karen comprehended his meaning. There is no need for such formality, it was within my capabilities. Zhang Xian replied. What may have been within your means is a tremendous favor to us. He then pushed the portrait and a small booklet toward Karen. The Dragon Kingdom forever welcomes your presence. Karen glanced through the booklet, smiled, and accepted it, turning her attention once more to the image depicting her standing atop a mountain. She curiously inquired, who painted this? Zhang Xian's expression grew serious. It was painted by that very person, who entrusted us with its careful preservation. If possible, I wish to present it to you as part of our gratitude. Karen nodded, truly impressed. That fleeting glance had evidently etched her memory into his mind. How extraordinary. Upon examining the inscription beneath the portrait, which read with robust elegance, to reach the summit, Karen smiled gently and carefully stored the image away. The atmosphere of their conversation soon lightened considerably. The two engaged in extensive dialogue regarding the transformations the Dragon Kingdom had undergone in recent years and the pathways to its future development. Overall, Zhang Xian exuded a sense of approachability, quite unlike Nick Fury, who often carried an air of aloofness. Ultimately, drawing from her vast reservoir of knowledge, Karen proposed numerous feasible strategies for national construction, all of which Zhang Xian diligently noted down. Before taking her leave, Karen hesitated momentarily, then summoned forth a projection of herself from within. Eastern Lord, I greet you, fellow practitioner. The avatar of Karen, adorned with long, dark hair elegantly coiled and embellished with resplendent gold ornaments, donned a striking robe of red and gold hues, performing a graceful bow. Karen reciprocated the gesture and then turned her gaze toward Zhang Xian. She shall join your spear bureau. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, seek her assistance. Zhang Xian stood agape at this astonishing transformation. The remarkable aspect was that aside from their shared visage and physique, the two were strikingly distinct in every other regard. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have readily believed Karen's claim of having a twin sister. Once he regained his composure, Zhang Xian promptly nodded. Rest assured, I shall ensure the Eastern Lord receives the utmost care. It was then that he realized, aside from himself, none of the others appeared taken aback by the Eastern Lord's emergence. He cast a profound glance at Karen. It appears that this individual is indeed remarkable. Internally, a firm resolution was made to cultivate a good relationship with them. Karen nodded in satisfaction as her figure gradually faded away, leaving only Dongjun's avatar remaining in place. Lord Dongjun, please. Zhang Xian rose and politely gestured. The avatar of Dongjun naturally fell in step with Zhang Xian. Dongjun's entry into the Spear Bureau certainly stirred considerable excitement. Primarily due to her extraordinary identity, she was the real-life embodiment of an empress, radiating brilliance wherever she went. Within the Spear Bureau, many male members, despite their restless intentions, found their base desires dissipating in the face of Dongjun's indifferent gaze. During this period, Karen's sole interest became connecting with Dongjun's avatar for amusement. Compared to the Shield Bureau, the Spear Bureau was considerably more relaxed, populated by numerous intriguing individuals. Of course, most of their knowledge stemmed from the legacies of Kunlun and the Celestial Realm, aligning well with Eastern philosophical traditions of inheritance. Tony, during this time, enjoyed a rare respite. He often strolled around with Pepper, and their conversations with Karen meandered into peculiar territories, discussing whether extraterrestrials might covet Earth's resources, or if they might entertain the notion of colonizing Earth. Karen regarded these musings with bewilderment, questioning whether Tony harbored any delusions of persecution. Extraterrestrials are hardly that idle, she remarked. And Karen, in terms of strength, who is superior? You or Odin? Pepper inquired curiously, evidently having heard about Thor and understanding Tony's thoughts. Karen glanced at Pepper and then at the earnest expression on Tony's face. Slowly extending a finger, she replied nonchalantly, if I were to engage him, I would use only this finger. And then, Tony felt that his aunt was merely boasting. Karen shot him a glance of exasperation. And then? Well, fine. Tony was left bewildered, unsure of Karen's intent. After lingering a while longer with Pepper, they departed. Hardly had Tony and Pepper left when Nick Fury arrived once more. We may have located Captain America. And then? Fury was taken aback upon discovering Captain America. An old friend of Karen's, one would expect some emotional reaction from her, yet she remained remarkably composed. Ahem, we have found Captain America, buried beneath the ice. Nick Fury stated gravely, his single eye fixed intently on Karen. Oh, and then, Karen continued her indifferent tone. Fury realized that Karen appeared entirely unmoved by Steve's situation, wisely deciding not to press further. I intend to attempt to awaken him. However, given the current technology, the success rate is rather low. Fury disclosed the primary objective of his visit. He sought to find a secure and reliable method with Karen. With unwavering confidence, he declared that Steve would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Karen waved her hand dismissively, displaying a carefree demeanor. Nick Fury observed this with a sense of helplessness. Was it truly the case that, in her eyes, Captain America was akin to an indestructible cockroach? After studying Karen for a moment longer, who lay there basking in the sun like a lethargic fish, he turned away. Feeling exhausted, he regretted embarking on this journey. A week after Nick Fury's departure, he returned, accompanied by Captain Steve Rogers, the American werewolf. Karen greeted him with a playful tone, infused with a hint of sweetness. Oh, the werewolf captain has returned. Welcome, welcome. Her words abruptly stifled the emotions Steve had been nurturing. He pondered internally, unsure whether to express his thoughts or keep them to himself. Taking a deep breath, he settled beside Karen. Nick Fury, sensing the moment, discreetly withdrew, granting space to these old friends. Chapter 56, Witnessing the Ancient War Between the Two. There was little of substance to discuss. After all, to Steve, it merely felt as though he had taken a brief slumber. Most of the time, it was Steve who posed inquiries, while Karen provided the answers. Oh, by the way, have you seen Peggy? Karen's question left Steve momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he slowly shook his head. No, Karen was not surprised by his reaction. After all, he had yet to fully acclimatize to the changes that had transpired over the years. It was entirely natural for him to hesitate in confronting Peggy Carter. Subsequently, Steve broached the subject of Nick Fury's invitation to join the Avengers. He sought Karen's perspective. Follow your own heart, Karen replied, entirely predictable to Steve. I understand. With that, Steve departed to navigate this new world, both strange and familiar to him. Karen, calculating the passage of time, felt it was also time for her to leave. Where to go next? She decided on her destination, the Justice League. Karen summoned her interface. Name, Kara Zor-El. Age, 31. Identity, Silver Superman 69, Phoenix Force 30, Magic Resistance, Supreme Thunder Power, Telepathy, Absolute Zero Power, Laser Vision, Super Healing, Shape-Shifting, Magnetic Manipulation, Energy Absorption, Teleportation, Super Speed 10, Kryptonite Immunity, Infinite Cloning, Learnable 17, Solar Deity, Marvel Light God Divinity 120, Marvel Sun God Divinity 80, Eastern Monarch 100, Current Amplification 400 Equipment, Solar Sacred Armor, Solar Sacred Sword, Solar Sacred Shield, Solar War Chariot, Kryptonian Battle Suit Skills, Solar Flare Bombardment. Phoenix Sun Fist gazing at her opulent interface, Karen smiled contentedly. As her figure gradually faded, she found herself once again in the DC world, within the two-story dwelling that Clark had constructed for her. She glanced around the tidy room, noting that it seemed someone frequently tidied up. Leisurely, she descended the stairs. Before her stood Clark, dressed as a humble farmer, alongside his adoptive father, Jonathan. Diana was seated with Martha, Clark's adoptive mother, engaged in cheerful conversation. Upon noticing Karen's arrival, they all turned their gaze towards her. Aunt Karen, beneath the solar deity's crown. Karen smiled gently, acknowledging each of them in turn. It appears you've been enjoying a rather leisurely time, she teased, directing her gaze at Clark. Not quite, Aunt. Didn't you say I should refrain from venturing out to right wrongs for the time being? Clark replied with a chuckle. It was evident that he had indeed grown somewhat restless during this period. Well, soon you shall find yourself busy, Karen said with a mysterious smile. After exchanging a few more light-hearted remarks with them, Karen's form dissipated before their eyes. Diana gazed at the spot where Karen had stood, shaking her head in wonder. The solar deity is always so enigmatic. Perhaps she has her own matters to attend to, Martha speculated aloud. Meanwhile, the elusive Karen had already entered the time tunnel, flowing against the current. Likewise, she prepared to revisit the grand saga of the Justice League from the very beginning. In the ancient battlefield, the 8-year-old Darkseid led the armies of Apocalypse to descend upon Earth. Upon receiving the news, the old gods, the Atlanteans, the humans, and the Amazons swiftly formed a coalition to resist. In Karen's view, the 8-year-old Darkseid was evidently still in the early stages of development, his combat skills remarkably immature, relying heavily on sheer brute force. At that moment, his ability to sweep across so many planets was likely due to the overwhelming might of his vast army. The battle was nothing short of brutal. Among the combatants, humans were the weakest. However, their numbers were the greatest. When one could not defeat a single creature, they would send two. If two could not suffice, then three would join the fray. Inevitably, the casualties among humans were the highest, yet they exhibited remarkable resilience. Following closely were the Amazons and the current Atlanteans, one excelling in cavalry warfare while the other thrived in aquatic combat. They effectively divided the battlefield, maximizing their respective strengths. The old gods, including Zeus, Ares, and Artemis, launched a concerted assault towards Darkseid's position. Each strike swept away swathes of adversaries. The old gods clearly possessed vast combat experience, and their combination techniques left Darkseid utterly unprepared. Although Darkseid managed to eliminate his formidable foe, Green Lantern, he ultimately found himself struck by Ares' axe, nearly meeting his end. Fortunately, Darkseid's minions, lacking in intelligence yet unwaveringly loyal, sustained tremendous losses to rescue him. The three mother boxes were completely severed under Zeus's overwhelming strike. Subsequently, the coalition attempted various methods to destroy them, but regrettably, despite their efforts, the mother boxes showed no signs of damage. Reluctantly, after deliberation, they entrusted the three mother boxes to the care of the Atlanteans, the Amazons, and the humans in succession. With this, the initial spectacle drew to a close, leaving Karen with a sense of lingering curiosity. Originally, she had intended to test the prowess of the gods, but her instincts warned her of the potentially dire consequences should she proceed. Thus, she relinquished her original plan and flowed down the river of time. During this journey, she witnessed her first return to this world and her confrontation with Ares. From her current perspective, that battle appeared somewhat immature. She had hardly unleashed her full potential. Nevertheless, it was merely a tussle with Ares, nothing more than a casual skirmish. Before long, Karen returned to the exact moment she had entered the time tunnel. By then, night had fallen, and Jonathan and Martha had long since retired for the evening. Clark and Diana were presumably engaged in some discussion within their cozy abode. Karen inadvertently overheard that Diana seemed to long for home, wishing to take Clark back to meet her mother. A subtle smile graced Karen's lips. This desire was entirely within her capability to fulfill. While others might find it impossible to access Paradise Island, she certainly would not be deterred. After all, she had personally reinforced the entire barrier. As the night slipped away into silence, morning arrived, bringing the family together for breakfast. Diana, do you wish to return to Paradise Island? Diana paused, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind as she suspected that Karen had eavesdropped on her conversation with Clark the previous night. Yet, without any evidence, she chose to respond honestly, nodding slightly. Yes, it has been nearly a century since I left Paradise Island, and I do miss my mother and the others. Karen smiled, and then turned to the others. Would you all like to join us in visiting Diana's homeland? Is that truly possible? Martha and Jonathan, having gleaned some information about Paradise Island from Diana, naturally felt a sense of yearning for the place as well. Chapter 57. Journey to Paradise Island. Clark, what about you? Karen inquired with a teasing smile directed at Clark. He nodded in agreement. I too wish to visit Diana's mother. With the family in unanimous accord, Karen decisively proclaimed that they would set off for Paradise Island the following day. Why tomorrow? You may ask. Naturally, it was because Diana had finally returned to her maternal home, and it was only fitting that she bring back an abundance of gifts. After all, in the human realm, she had amassed quite a fortune over the years, which had gone largely unspent. With the plan firmly established, the family embarked on an exuberant shopping spree. Clark emerged as the primary contributor, well aware of the customs surrounding a first encounter with one's mother-in-law. Thus, he felt compelled to prepare generously. To that end, he sought Diana's counsel. However, she found herself in a rather awkward predicament. During her 5 millennia on the island, she had never once considered her mother's preferences. As a daughter, she felt woefully inadequate. Clark, perceiving Diana's discomfort, offered a gentle smile and embraced her tenderly. Fear not, we shall select a variety of items, and surely we will find something your mother will adore. All right, Diana replied, her expression softening as she bestowed a light kiss upon Clark. Hey. You two should take your affectionate displays elsewhere, Karen interjected with mock exasperation, playfully nudging the couple aside with the shopping cart. Clark and Diana exchanged amused glances, unfazed by Karen's antics. True to their word, they proceeded to gather an array of both useful and frivolous items, amassing an impressive quantity. Were it not for Jonathan and Martha's intervention, the couple would have nearly emptied the entire shopping complex. Karen found their enthusiasm amusing, utterly perplexed by their motivations. With preparations complete, Karen gestured, summoning the golden sun chariot. With a mere thought, the chariot expanded several-fold. Clark and Diana promptly began to load the items. Finding their efforts cumbersome, Karen waved her hand dismissively, utilizing her telekinesis to envelop all their belongings and transport them into the chariot. All right, let us board, Karen announced. Stepping onto the chariot first, Jonathan and Martha, with Clark and Diana's assistance, followed suit. Once everyone was settled, Karen waved her hand nonchalantly, and the chariot set off, gliding toward Paradise Island. To avoid drawing human attention, the sun chariot activated its cloaking mechanism. Inside the chariot, Jonathan, Martha, and Clark marveled at the exquisite decor, their hearts brimming with wonder. The chariot of the sun god was indeed extraordinary. After a brief flight of about 10 minutes, the group soon entered the airspace of Paradise Island. Jonathan and Martha were immediately captivated by the breathtaking scenery, which indeed mirrored Diana's vivid descriptions. It was nothing short of a celestial paradise. Most remarkably, as ordinary individuals, they found the air here invigorating and their bodies felt rejuvenated. Below, Hippolyta led a throng of Amazons in a respectful welcome. Before the chariot had even come to a complete stop, Diana could hardly contain her excitement and leaped out eagerly. Hippolyta, long reunited with her daughter, could hardly contain her joy. The two embraced warmly. The sun chariot was indeed splendid. Clark assisted his adoptive parents in disembarking. At that moment, feeling somewhat unsure of what to do, he resorted to moving things around, attempting to mask his slight awkwardness. Meanwhile, Diana discreetly whispered Clark's identity into Hippolyta's ear. Hippolyta scrutinized Clark from head to toe, growing increasingly pleased with what she observed, particularly valuing his connection to Karen. At this juncture, Karen approached slowly with Jonathan and Martha. Beneath the crown of the sun god, Hippolyta, along with her fellow Amazons, extended their greetings. There is no need for such formality, Karen gestured, helping everyone to rise. You must be Clark's parents, Hippolyta directed her rare gentle gaze toward Jonathan and Martha. Greetings, Queen Hippolyta, they responded, bowing slightly with respect. Hippolyta waved her hand dismissively. Do not be so formal, you are most welcome here. She then advised Diana to assist the somewhat preoccupied Clark while she led Jonathan and Martha along with Karen ahead. Hippolyta had noted her son-in-law's shyness. Diana jogged over to Clark, gently nudging him. What are you doing? Why not come over? Clark stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed and unsure of how to respond. Are you nervous? I thought you would be as composed as you claimed, Diana teased with a mischievous smile. Despite Clark's understanding of many things, at heart, he was merely a big boy nurtured under parental protection. It would be disingenuous to say he felt entirely at ease in such a situation. All right, let's go. My mother and the others are quite amiable, Diana assured him, taking his hand and urging him to catch up. Inside the Amazonian Great Hall, Hippolyta hosted a lavish banquet, warmly welcoming Karen and her companions. Naturally, the conversation turned to Clark's relationship with Diana. Hippolyta wholeheartedly approved of this union, particularly impressed by Clark's demeanor, which conveyed a sense of reliability. She believed Diana would find true happiness with him. However, her sister, the general, was curious to test Clark's prowess. Karen exchanged a knowing glance with Clark, who swiftly understood. He soared into the air, quickly returning while effortlessly lifting a small mountain with both hands. This display astonished the Amazonian warriors present, many of whom had never ventured beyond Paradise Island, instinctively measuring Clark against the standard of external men. Could it be that all men possess such remarkable strength? Their thoughts began to whirl in intrigue. Jonathan and Martha exchanged bemused glances at the spectacle. Typically, Clark was quite reserved. Why was he so eager to showcase himself today? With a thunderous crash, the massive mountain landed, yet not a speck of dust was disturbed. The assembly of Amazon warriors, perceptive as ever, discerned the underlying significance of the moment. Not only did they regard Clark with newfound admiration, but they also marveled at the formidable strength of Princess Diana's companion. Once Karen deemed the moment appropriate, she gestured for Clark to return the mountain peak. Clark smiled lightly, exerting his arms to effortlessly lift the colossal weight of the mountain. With a powerful throw, he accurately returned it to its original position. This display once again astonished the women of the Amazon tribe. They pondered in awe. Even Hercules would struggle to match such prowess, wouldn't he? Hippolyta found herself increasingly impressed by Clark, acknowledging internally that he truly embodied the might of the sun god. His strength was indeed formidable. In her eyes, it far surpassed that of Diana. Observing the admiration directed at Clark from her comrades, Diana felt a sense of satisfaction. With a smile, she presented fruit to Clark, who had just taken his seat. Chapter 58. The arrival of the Howling Wolf. The journey to Paradise Island was deemed a resounding success. It is worth mentioning that Jonathan and Martha, after indulging in the bountiful fruits and vegetables of Paradise Island, experienced a remarkable extension of their lifespan, likely adding several decades to their existence. They, too, discerned their newfound vitality and expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Karen for hosting them in such a splendid locale. As they prepared to depart, Hippolyta graciously bestowed upon them an array of local specialties, which undoubtedly served as a substantial boon to the couple. It can be said that among all, Jonathan and Martha reaped the most significant rewards from this expedition. By the time the group returned to the farm aboard the Sun Chariot, evening had descended. Just as the Sun Chariot hovered above, Karen, Clark, and Diana simultaneously spotted Bruce Wayne awaiting them below. Clark and Diana exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Bruce's purpose for being there. Karen, however, harbored a vague suspicion, though she remained uncertain. "I've been waiting for you all for quite some time," Bruce Wayne stated, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the group. Jonathan and Martha, sensing the moment, discreetly retreated indoors. "What is it?" Karen inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Bruce paused for a moment before speaking directly. "I am in the process of forming a league and would like to extend an invitation to Clark and Diana to join." After a brief pause, he continued, "If you wish to join as well, that would be ideal." Karen, uninterested, waved her hand dismissively and remarked, "You all can discuss this without me," before ascending the stairs to her room. "What you just mentioned about a league, what does that entail?" Clark inquired, showing a clearer interest in Batman's proposition. "Let us discuss it inside. You have been waiting for a while," Diana interjected, invitingly, before Bruce could respond. Clark, realizing the need for a more private conversation, echoed the invitation. Bruce nodded slowly and followed the two inside. What transpired in their subsequent discussion did not pique Karen's interest. However, it was evident that Superman and Wonder Woman had affirmed their commitment to the Justice League. It was rumored that a self-proclaimed Flash had already been recruited by Bruce beforehand. Bruce's next endeavor was to seek out a man capable of traversing the ocean with ease, codenamed Aquaman. Simultaneously, he wished for Superman to utilize his super hearing to locate Cyborg, Victor. Unfortunately, Bruce had attempted several times, only to be skillfully evaded by Victor, who seemed intent on avoiding him. He hoped that Clark and Diana would succeed in their recruitment efforts. However, upon Bruce's arrival at Aquaman's domain, he was met with a stark rejection. "I'm afraid I'm not interested in your league. I would rather stay here and catch fish for everyone," were Aquaman Arthur's exact words. Bruce understood that Arthur's mind was resolute and that he could not persuade him otherwise. Without hesitation, he turned and departed. Arthur cast a final glance at Bruce's retreating figure before plunging into the depths of the sea. During this period, he has been entrusted by his mentor, Vico, to seek the whereabouts of Poseidon's trident. There is little time to join the Justice League. Suddenly, he sensed a violent disturbance in the ocean. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed towards the direction of the Temple of Atlantis. His mentor had once mentioned that something of great significance might be stored there. Abruptly, a beam of light shot up into the sky from that direction. Arthur, the Aquaman, inwardly cursed his misfortune and sped towards the source. Upon arrival, he witnessed Princess Mara being rendered unconscious by a creature clad in silver armor. Not daring to waste a moment, Arthur surged forward to assist. He forcefully pushed aside the creature, which was poised to deliver a fatal blow, and engaged in combat. Although he held the geographical advantage of being in the water, the opponent's strength was formidable. Even more alarming was the creature's axe, which was incredibly sharp, narrowly grazing Arthur's body on several occasions, almost cleaving him in two. At this moment, Mara also attempted to lend her aid, but her injuries were far too severe for her to continue fighting. Take the mother box and go, she urged Arthur, her final admonition before succumbing to unconsciousness. Arthur and the creature known as the Wolf of the Wasteland both turned their attention to the mother box. They accelerated towards it, but the wolf, displaying a lack of honor, kicked Arthur aside and seized the mother box for himself. Arthur, in a state of desperation, summoned all his strength and lunged forward, grasping the other end of the mother box. They exerted their strength simultaneously, yet the wolf's power decisively overpowered Aquaman's, and he wrenched the mother box away completely. With a mocking smile, the wolf commanded a horde of monstrous entities that surged forward to ensnare Arthur. While he began to create a teleportation portal to make his escape, Arthur felt utterly powerless, compelled to first contend with the multitude of creatures before him. Just then, his mentor arrived, throwing him the trident once wielded by his mother. Arthur caught it deftly, and with the trident's augmentation, he unleashed his full might. In a matter of rounds, he vanquished the creatures that had beset him. Subsequently, he and his mentor worked together to awaken Princess Mara. Through the discussions with his mentor and Mara, Arthur truly grasped the significance of the mother box. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The loss of the mother box heralded the impending invasion of Apocalypse. He needed to prepare and inform many others of the impending threat. Suddenly, he recalled Batman's mention of the Justice League. Perhaps. Meanwhile, Clark and Diana, having successfully resolved the bank robbery incident, found themselves in the presence of Cyborg. Despite their invitation, Cyborg remained unmoved. Reluctantly, they decided to temporarily abandon their efforts. Just as they were about to depart, Cyborg suddenly called out to them, "Wait. It seems that Star Labs is experiencing an incursion of unknown entities. Would you mind accompanying me there?" Cyborg said, his tone tinged with embarrassment, having just turned them down. However, he was also aware that, given the personalities of the two, they would undoubtedly acquiesce to his request. All right, Clark nodded decisively. Diana remained silent. Yet the approach of her footsteps spoke volumes. The three immediately made their way to the Star Lab. Upon their arrival, they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of monstrous entities. Strangely, despite their fierce attempts, the creatures were unable to breach the defenses. "What is going on?" Diana inquired softly. "A little one is thwarting their advances," Clark replied with a hint of peculiarity in his tone. "A little one?" Diana expressed her confusion regarding Clark's implication. "To be precise, it is Adam, Ryan Choi. He is also a member of the Star Lab," Victor Stone interjected, providing clarification. Chapter 59. The Formation of the Justice League. Adam? Diana was truly unaware of such a character's existence. Karen, observing from a distance, raised an eyebrow. That face was indeed familiar. After a brief scan, she realized that this individual's ability to change size stemmed from a biological belt, not yet evolved to the point where he could manipulate his size through microorganisms present in his blood. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Karen from learning his atomic control abilities. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring atomic control. While Karen was mastering Adam's powers, Clark and the others had already engaged in combat. Faced with foes resembling demons, the three of them executed a one-sided slaughter. This spectacle astonished everyone at the Star Lab. Wasn't Superman supposed to be dead? How could he possibly be alive and present here? Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Adam, also known as Ray Palmer, quietly retreated to the back of the crowd, regaining his original appearance and shrouding his achievements in humility. Clark, Diana, and Steel exchanged knowing glances with Ray, each offering a friendly nod. Steel hurried over to check on his father and sighed in relief upon discovering him unharmed. What about these creatures? What were they after? Steel's father pondered for a moment before responding. Could it be that item? Steel's expression turned serious as he gazed at his father, who nodded uncertainly. What item? Diana inquired with curiosity. After hesitating briefly, Steel looked back at his father, who nodded again. He then turned to leave, casting a glance at Clark and Diana, signaling them to follow. They both understood there was undoubtedly a story behind this. The trio soon arrived at a cemetery, where Steel stood silently before a gravestone, while Clark and Diana stood quietly behind him. In the dim light of night, it became evident that this was the grave of Steel's mother. Prior to their arrival, the two had reviewed Steel's detailed background, fully aware of the events that had transpired in his life. Clark stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Steel's shoulder, offering comfort. In the next moment, Steel shed the disguise he had been wearing and manifested a shovel, beginning to dig at the grave. "Victor, what are you doing?" Diana and Clark struggled to comprehend his actions. Moments later, a distinct sound echoed as Steel halted his movements. He crouched down and slowly began to clear the remaining soil with his hands. Clark and Diana expected to uncover an urn, but the reality was quite the opposite. As Steel turned around, they beheld a silver cube, its surface pulsating with an irregular rhythm. "What is this?" Upon catching sight of the mother box, Diana felt a flicker of recognition, though she remained uncertain. I am uncertain as well. However, my father refers to it as a mother box, and my transformation stems from it. With these words, Victor began to recount his past experiences. Clark and Diana listened intently, not interrupting his narrative. Once he concluded, Diana reminisced about her own encounters with the mother box. Coincidentally, Batman returned at that moment. The group prepared to return to Batman's laboratory for further discussion. It was rather awkward. Not long after Batman had departed, Aquaman Arthur sought him out, requesting assistance in reclaiming the mother box preserved by the generations of Atlantis. Batman did not dwell on the earlier, cold rejection he had faced and readily invited Arthur aboard his aircraft. Thus, the initial members of the Justice League, including the Flash, summoned by Batman, were officially assembled. Diana and Aquaman shared the intricate history of the mother box, indicating its significance to them. Ahem, I must interject, in my recollection. Isn't Superman already? At this point, the Flash could no longer contain his curiosity and voiced his question. Clark, unfazed by the intrusion, chuckled and provided an explanation. That was merely my aunt's doing. The underlying reason, I believe, is related to this incident. Clark also shared his conjecture. Wait, who is your aunt? The Flash's loquacious nature surged forth. The aunt he referenced, if I am not mistaken, is me. Karen, who had been quietly observing from the side, now made her presence known. Wait, when did you arrive? The Flash, Barry, was taken aback. He had been utterly oblivious to the presence of a living person nearby. It seemed almost inconceivable. At that moment, Batman, unable to tolerate the diversion any longer, gently tapped the table to redirect everyone's attention. Now, regardless of the enemy's objective, our task is to thwart their plans with all our might. Batman's words effectively set the tone for this meeting. The next step was to determine how to locate the enemy. The despot had concealed himself utilizing the properties of the mother box, rendering even Superman unable to find him. Understanding Karen's abilities, several of them turned their gazes toward her. Don't count on me. I am merely an observer. Karen casually shrugged her shoulders. However, this concerns the fate of Earth. Little Bat, it would be wise not to take this lightly. Otherwise, I shall present my other mother box to the despot. As she spoke, another mother box materialized in her hand, which she waved up and down. Clark swiftly gestured for Bruce Wayne to remain silent. He was well aware of this aunt. She was indeed capable of following through on her threats. The instant Karen produced the mother box, Cyborg was abruptly drawn into a realm composed of vast data. Within this illusion, he witnessed the demise of himself, Aquaman, the Flash, Batman, and Wonder Woman, while Superman succumbed to darkness, irrevocably transformed by the death of Wonder Woman. With a sudden realization, Steel breathed deeply. What is wrong? Aquaman, standing beside him, was the first to notice his unease. I'm fine. Steel waved his hand dismissively, casting a profound glance at Clark Kent. You wouldn't have seen Clark succumb to darkness, would you? Diana, Bruce Wayne, Arthur, Barry, and even yourself. All perished, right? Karen's voice drifted in. Steel's eyes widened in shock. How do you know? I was merely jesting, Karen replied with a playful smile. However, Bruce Wayne's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he turned his earnest gaze towards Karen. Karen, could it be that what Victor perceives is merely a fragment of the future? Karen looked at Bruce in disbelief. Have you lost your senses? This mother box belongs to them. Whatever Victor sees, it is merely a reflection of what benefits them. The others present nodded in agreement, finding Karen's reasoning quite persuasive. Chapter 60. The onslaught of the apocalyptian wolf. Once Steel was able to comprehend the situation, he realized he had indeed fallen into the trap set by the adversary. After all, his connection with the mother box was exceedingly profound. Subsequently, the team scrutinized the mother box in Steel's possession, hoping to extract further insights, yet they were met with utter futility. With a wave of her hand, Kara dispelled the sealing barriers surrounding Clark, simultaneously lifting the psychological suggestion that had enveloped humanity. In the next moment, both mother boxes reacted simultaneously. Steel, overtaken by an uncontrollable impulse, raised his weapon, aiming it at Clark. Victor, cease this at once. Bruce Wayne shouted vehemently, but it was evidently too late. Boom. A pale blue energy beam struck Clark, propelling him backward over a considerable distance. Aquaman, the Flash, and Wonder Woman cast bewildered glances at Steel. Upon realizing the gravity of his actions, Steel stood frozen in shock. I apologize, I am not entirely certain what transpired. Clark, perplexed by the sudden assault at such close range, furrowed his brow as he fixated on Steel. Remain calm, it was merely a reflexive response, Kara interjected, elucidating the preceding events. Only then did Clark dissipate the flicker of resentment that had arisen towards Steel. With a hint of reproach, he turned to Kara. Might you forewarn us of any future actions? I shall endeavor to do so, Kara replied, equally surprised that Steel had fired so close to Clark. Fortunately, Clark was resilient. With that, the meeting reached its conclusion. Kara entrusted her mother box to the Justice League for safekeeping. "Do not inquire. It is merely a deliberate ruse," she stated, and the others found no fault in her reasoning. After all, there is strength in numbers, making protection more manageable. Entrusting it solely to Kara might not ensure its safety. This was the consensus among the Flash, Aquaman, and Steel. However, Clark and Diana harbored differing opinions, only to be silenced by a sharp glance from Kara. They remained oblivious to Kara's true intentions. Diana discreetly approached Kara, expressing her concern. "Under the radiance of the solar deity's crown, this matter pertains to Earth's safety. Are you certain about relinquishing it so easily? Rest assured, you may proceed as you wish. I will ensure everything is safeguarded in the end," Kara reassured her, noting Diana's anxious demeanor. As night fell, the Justice League headquarters was enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, the two mother boxes positioned in the hall began to emit a faint glow. At that very moment, Kara opened her eyes. "It has begun," she declared. In the next instant, a beam of light descended, and the formidable form of the Apocalyptian wolf emerged. Upon sighting the two mother boxes, the creature was filled with elation. Lunging toward them, boom, Steel, ever vigilant, arrived without hesitation, launching an attack that sent the Apocalyptian wolf reeling. The resounding crash startled the others, and the Flash, upon discerning the creature's visage, felt a twinge of fear. My heavens, is this the desolate wolf that Arthur spoke of? It is truly terrifying. Yet, fear aside, one must confront it. The Flash activated his speed force, propelling his body into a state of hyper-acceleration. He sprinted toward the desolate wolf, swiftly seizing two mother boxes, one in each hand, and dashed away. The desolate wolf merely blinked, and the two mother boxes that were once within reach vanished. Roar! Return the mother boxes. With that, others who had arrived were not inclined to show mercy. They launched a direct assault. Batman activated all the weapons he had strategically placed in the hall, initiating a barrage of relentless attacks. The sound of explosions reverberated throughout the chamber. After withstanding the initial wave of attacks, the desolate wolf immediately summoned a horde of creatures akin to demons. The battle erupted instantaneously. Batman, Aquaman, Steel, and Wonder Woman all engaged in the task of eliminating the minions. Just as Clark intended to charge at the desolate wolf to resolve the situation, he was halted by Karen, who urged him to assist in clearing the overwhelming sea of demons first. Clark looked at Karen in confusion, believing that defeating the desolate wolf should be the priority. However, upon meeting Karen's resolute gaze, he nodded and redirected his course toward Batman. Reluctantly, as the sole ordinary person among the group, he found himself overwhelmed by dozens of demons and their oppressive force. With Superman's aid, Batman finally found a moment to breathe. Phew. Thank you. Superman nodded and soared into the sky, utilizing his heat vision to begin clearing the vast swathes of demons. Meanwhile, the Flash, having run a considerable distance, found himself uncertain of what to do next. He couldn't possibly continue running with two mother boxes indefinitely. Just as he hesitated, the desolate wolf, accompanied by a throng of demons, had picked up the scent of the mother boxes and was in hot pursuit. Lacking battle experience, the Flash was caught off guard by this overwhelming tactic. Fortunately, Aquaman and Steel arrived just in time, alleviating some of his burden. What were the others doing? Clark and Diana were becoming increasingly exasperated by the seemingly endless onslaught of demons. Batman was idly waiting, while Karen, well, she was also part of the situation that the desolate wolf had deliberately orchestrated. After all, who could have anticipated that Superman, presumed dead, was indeed very much alive? The only solace for the desolate wolf was that Superman had not noticed him earlier. Otherwise, he would surely be in dire straits by now, unable to continue his schemes. The desolate wolf, in a desperate bid, fought tooth and nail for the mother boxes, his axe nearly smoking from the exertion. Yet, the Flash was simply too swift for him to catch. Coupled with Aquaman and Steel's vigorous entanglement, the battle became a fierce stalemate. Aquaman and Steel were equally frustrated. They had delayed for so long. Where were Superman and Wonder Woman, the two heavy hitters? The Flash, meanwhile, was being pursued by a multitude of demons, darting around but wary of straying too far from the battlefield, fearing the potential harm to innocent civilians. One must commend the Flash for his commendable awareness. Ultimately, the Flash, due to his negligence, found himself ensnared by a monstrous entity that grasped his feet. With a thunderous crash, he nearly met his demise. The two mother boxes slipped from his grasp. Witnessing this scene, the Reverse Flash let out a furious roar, propelling Aquaman and Cyborg away. He lunged towards the two mother boxes, bravely absorbing the subsequent assaults from Aquaman and Cyborg, and instantly teleported away. A legion of monstrous creatures vanished in the next moment. By the time Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman arrived, they were met with the profound frustration of the three. The Flash, in particular, bore the weight of blame upon himself. Aquaman and Cyborg, having fought alongside him, clearly recognized his efforts. However, they harbored considerable resentment towards Superman and Wonder Woman. Yet, they understood that they were all part of a unified front. There were some sentiments that could be expressed, and others that remained unspoken. Chapter 61. Darkseid, the two let out a simultaneous sigh, turning to leave. With the mother box gone, their immediate priority was to retrieve it. Other matters could wait until everything was resolved. Yet, a shadow of uncertainty loomed in their hearts. After losing 3 mother boxes, would Earth have a future? Hey, where are you going? Karen inquired nonchalantly. To find the mother box. Steel answered, preparing to take flight. Aquaman mirrored his actions. Hold on, there's no need for you to go. I have already pinpointed the location of the desolate wolf. Karen stated, leaving the others puzzled. Wasn't it said that the mother box couldn't be scanned? Seeing their skepticism, Karen gestured, and golden particles transformed into a representation of Earth. A conspicuous red dot marked a specific location. Where is this? Steel immediately began cross-referencing the information. An abandoned nuclear power plant from World War II. It's confirmed. There. The nuclear energy can provide them with a natural shield. They must be there. Steele's words served as both analysis for the others and reassurance for himself. How about that? Do you believe me now? Karen lifted her chin, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. So, you intentionally sent the mother box away? Batman posed a critical question. Otherwise, what? Karen replied dismissively. But, under the solar deity's crown, if that thing merges, it would pose a threat to Earth. Diana interjected anxiously. Rest assured. I am fully aware of that, which is why they cannot merge. Karen waved her hand nonchalantly. With this reassurance, Diana exhaled in relief. Clark observed the exchange. Confident that his aunt would not be so unreliable. The atmosphere lightened considerably. The group returned to the ruined headquarters of the Justice League. Batman surveyed the surroundings, deeming it an unsuitable venue for a meeting. With a decisive wave of his hand, he summoned an aircraft and led everyone to one of his secret bases. Upon entering, Karen discovered something intriguing. She cast a peculiar glance at Batman, realizing that he had been holding back all along, never using his full strength. The matters for discussion were straightforward: how to eliminate the desolate wolf and reclaim the mother box. Ultimately, it boiled down to devising a battle plan. Who would take the mid lane, who would jungle, who would play the marksman, who would assume the warrior role, and who would provide support. In the end, it was decided that Superman would take the mid lane, absorbing the brunt of the firepower. Warrior role would be taken by Diana, drawing fire from the side. Aquaman would handle the jungle role, while Steel would play the marksman, with Flash providing support to infiltrate and assess the situation within the nuclear plant. Batman and Karen would be on standby. With the plan finalized, the group prepared to embark. Meanwhile, the desolate wolf, having seized several mother boxes, was brimming with excitement. Upon returning to his lair, the first thought that crossed his mind was to merge the mother boxes. However, after numerous attempts, he faced nothing but failure. What could be the cause of this? The formidable Desaad struck the mother box with a powerful punch, the sound reverberating so intensely that it felled several nearby parademons. With no other recourse, he sought to establish a connection with Darkseid. As the image of Darkseid materialized, Desaad's gaze became instantly clear. Great Darkseid. I have gathered 3 mother boxes, yet they refuse to amalgamate. He promptly boasted about his accomplishments, claiming to have kicked Superman, cleaved the descendants of the old gods, and single-handedly toppled the human alliance. In essence, he aimed to convey that he had exerted considerable effort. Darkseid paid no heed to Desaad's self-aggrandizement, focusing intently on the mother boxes to discern the situation. However, after a prolonged examination, he could not fathom the reason behind the disunity. He could only vaguely sense an immense energy that isolated one of the mother boxes from the other two. Simultaneously, through the mother box, he was elated to discover that this planet harbored the anti-life equation he had long sought. This was a monumental revelation. With this knowledge, he could effortlessly manipulate the will of all living beings. What world could possibly withstand Darkseid's conquest? In truth, Kara had uncovered the existence of the anti-life equation upon her return to the DC universe after stepping into the multiverse. After a brief investigation, her interest waned. Essentially, it was merely a rule for controlling will, effective only on beings of lesser cosmic stature. It could be said that when it came to the multiverse level, it was entirely impotent. Most importantly, Kara had no intention of amassing an army. Therefore, the anti-life equation held no utility for her. If she wished to manipulate someone's thoughts, her formidable psychic abilities rendered her nearly unstoppable, barring opponents of equal caliber. Yet, at this stage, where could she find equals? Darkseid, at this time, was merely of single-universe caliber and not necessarily among the elite. For these reasons, Kara felt no intrigue towards the so-called anti-life equation. On the other hand, after a period of study, Darkseid, too, was unable to comprehend why the mother boxes could not unite. Thus, he summoned his chief scientist, Desaad. After extensive analysis, Desaad concluded that a higher dimensional presence might have intervened in this matter. Upon hearing this, Desaad's heart sank. With a swift thought, he recounted the events of his acquisition of the mother boxes to demonstrate that they had not been tampered with by a higher dimensional entity. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily obtained. Darkseid found this reasoning compelling. If a higher dimensional being had intervened, annihilating Desod would have been a trivial task. How could he have so effortlessly acquired the mother boxes? After much contemplation, Darkseid could not shake his fixation on the anti-life equation. Thus, he resolved to personally lead his army to Earth. As the supreme ruler of Apocalypse, Darkseid was undeniably resolute. Having made a decision, he resolved to act without delay. He promptly mobilized his resources to commence the construction of a teleportation portal to Earth. For the sake of caution, Darkseid intended to bring along Granny Goodness and Desod. In addition to an army of countless parademons, he held no doubt that this time, in the face of the exceedingly feeble Earth, he would not meet with failure. A series of spatial conduits leading to Earth were swiftly erected, with Granny Goodness being the first to cross over. Upon encountering her, the wild wolf exhibited a demeanor as docile as that of a kitten. After a brief inspection of the mother box, Granny Goodness quietly took her place to stand guard, leaving no one aware of her thoughts. Meanwhile, Kellen observed this intriguing scene, realizing that Darkseid was indeed preparing to seize the moment while Earth's defenses were weakened, aiming for a decisive first strike to conquer both Earth and the anti-life equation. Chapter 62. The arrival of the Avengers. Karen chuckled, sensing the playful challenge before her. If he wished to engage, she would indulge him in grand fashion. With a snap of her fingers, a portal to another dimension materialized. On the other side stood Tony, lost in an intimate moment with Pepper. Ahem. Karen's cough startled the pair. Pepper hastily pushed Tony away, while he, unfazed, cleared his throat and inquired, "Aunt Karen, is there something you need?" "Yes, gather the Avengers and inform them that I require their presence," Karen replied. "What could you possibly need them for?" Tony's curiosity got the better of him. However, upon witnessing the cold, unblinking stare from Karen, he quickly raised his hands in surrender. "All right, I will assemble them at Stark Tower in one day." "Very well," Karen acquiesced, casually closing the portal before reopening it. A day had passed in the Marvel Universe. Before her stood an array of heroes: Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Banner. As she surveyed the group, Karen noticed someone was missing. With another snap of her fingers, a thunderous crash heralded the arrival of Thor. "Who dares to ambush the future king of Asgard?" he bellowed, clearly inebriated and bewildered. "Hey, mighty hero, perhaps you should regain your senses," Tony jested. The others seemed familiar with Thor, while only Banner looked utterly perplexed by the thunder god's sudden appearance. Karen pointed at Thor, channeling a surge of solar energy that jolted him awake. "Who are you?" Thor asked, bewildered, before his gaze landed on Karen across the portal. "Is it you?" Karen, uninterested in lengthy explanations, directly asked, "Are you in for a fight?" Sure." Thor hesitated for a moment before nodding vigorously. "All right, everyone, come over here." Karen beckoned to the assembled heroes. Steve was the first to respond, followed closely by Tony in his Mark suit, followed by Natasha, Hawkeye, and Banner. Thor, intrigued, took a leap and joined them. Once everyone was gathered, Karen gestured, "Follow me." After a winding journey, they arrived at a gathering of heroes: Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Cyborg, and The Flash. Tony immediately lifted his mask, exclaiming, "Wong Defa?" The others mirrored his surprise, while Thor remained perplexed. "Is that Aquaman's voice?" he pondered, caught in a state of confusion. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Cyborg stood speechless. Wait. Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Captain America, Hulk, and Thor, the Avengers? The Flash could hardly contain his astonishment. Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, The Flash, Aquaman, Cyborg, the Justice League? Captain America calmly inquired. Subsequently, a collective gaze fell upon Karen, who stood between the two groups. "Aunt Karen, what is happening?" Both Superman and Iron Man inquired simultaneously, only to look at each other in bewilderment. Karen burst into laughter, relishing their reaction. "Karen, what on earth is going on?" Steve inched closer to her, seeking clarification. Clearing her throat softly, Karen redirected the scrutinizing stares back to herself. "You may consider this an expedition into a parallel universe." She observed the figures from the Marvel realm before turning her attention to those from the DC universe. Darkseid was already poised to unleash his full might. "They are reinforcements I summoned for you." Upon hearing her explanation, most of those present grasped her intent. "Wait. I am quite concerned about one thing. Will our presence adversely affect this world?" Banner, ever the astute scholar, immediately pinpointed a crucial concern. It was a question Karen had not contemplated. After slightly sensing the world's fluctuations, she discerned that everything remained unchanged, indicating no impact at all. Karen quietly exhaled in relief. She certainly did not wish to jeopardize this world for her own amusement. "Rest assured, there is absolutely no problem," Karen assured, signaling an okay with her hand. Those knowledgeable among the attendees breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, conversations began to flow among them. "Bruce Wayne, I presume? I've heard your superpower is your wealth?" Tony jested. "Likewise, aside from that impressive suit of armor, you seem to be just an ordinary man, right?" Bruce Wayne retorted, unyielding. No, no, no. Playboy, billionaire. Founder of Stark Industries, Forbes. Tony rattled off his extensive list of titles. Bruce Wayne calmly countered, but this is not your world, is it? Oh, right. The Marvel Universe. Don't assume you're extraordinary just because you're in DC. Their exchange revealed much, as they continuously sought to probe each other. Others were equally engaged. Banner and Clark found common ground, primarily driven by Banner's curiosity about the distinctions between Kryptonians and humans, as the comic portrayals were often exaggerated. Diana and Natasha, the only female heroes in their respective teams, also shared a strong rapport. Diana did not look down upon Natasha simply because she was an ordinary human. On the contrary, she held genuine admiration for her. The Flash transformed into a fountain of inquiries, engaging in a lively exchange with Steve and Hawkeye. So, you truly possess no superpowers? The Flash scrutinized Hawkeye's eyes, genuinely suspecting that they were his superhuman ability. I really don't. Not even the super soldier serum has been administered to me, Steve promptly replied. As the default captain of the Avengers, Steve is naturally well acquainted with the profiles of all members. Well, I have always assumed that his eyes. Meanwhile, Aquaman seems to take great delight in the somewhat bewildered Thor. If they had cups at this moment, they would undoubtedly be toasting. Cyborg, curious about Tony's armor technology, attempted to access it, only to be met with a swift rebuttal from J.A.R.V.I.S. within the suit. Hehehe, buddy, the armor technology is my private property. You have no right to access it, Tony quipped. Fully aware of Cyborg's capabilities and playfully warning him. Cyborg, recognizing his misstep, promptly offered his apologies. Karen observed the camaraderie among the group with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. She then turned her gaze toward the direction of the Wasteland Wolf, where a significant assembly of demonic legions had already gathered. It is likely that soon, Darkseid himself will make his grand entrance, and then the true spectacle shall commence. Chapter 63, the onset of great battle after the Justice League and the Avengers became acquainted with one another. They swiftly redirected the conversation under Bruce Wayne's guidance to the pressing matter at hand: how to address the impending crisis stemming from the Apocalypse incident. Drawing from the original comic narratives, Tony Stark proposed a solution and highlighted the significance of the Flash, only to be met with Bruce Wayne's dissent. With the existential threat of the Mother Box crisis now abated, Bruce argued that their focus should shift toward efficiently repelling the enemy's incursion. Through Bruce's elucidation, Tony grasped the gravity of the situation, his intuition whispering that this upheaval was undoubtedly linked to his estranged aunt. Following a brief discussion, the consensus emerged: the singular focus must be to dismantle the enemy's forces entirely. Thor, growing increasingly impatient, voiced his belief that deliberations were futile, action was imperative. The others concurred, and they promptly executed their initial plan. With the Avengers' collaboration, they set forth immediately. To expedite their journey, Karen utilized her teleportation abilities, transporting the group to the lair of the Wasteland Wolf. Let us go, Karen declared, gesturing toward the enormous crimson cocoon. The others hesitated, but Batman piloted the aircraft while Iron Man, Steel, and Thor charged forward. Why aren't you moving? Karen asked, bewildered. Steve pointed to himself, then to Natasha and Hawkeye. Their implication unmistakable: we are mere mortals. Clark and Diana shrugged at Karen, conveying their intent to safeguard the vulnerable. The Flash offered an awkward laugh, commenting, I noticed they weren't moving, so I, and promptly vanished in a flash. Banner exchanged glances with Karen and nodded slightly before sprinting ahead. With a mighty roar, the Hulk made his entrance. Aquaman stood awkwardly among the remaining heroes, realizing that while he was slightly more formidable than an average person, his prowess lay primarily in aquatic combat, rendering him ineffective against the cocoon. Karen, observing the remaining heroes, felt a sense of exasperation. She pointed her fingers, bestowing blessings upon Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Aquaman. Instantly, they felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through their veins, their bodies inexplicably lighter. In unison, they nodded at Karen and surged forward. Seeing this, Clark and Diana wasted no time in joining the fray, with Clark's heat vision aiding them. The group swiftly shattered the red cocoon. The stage was set for an all-out battle. Iron Man, Batman, and Steel unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower against the overwhelming horde of creatures. Empowered by Karen's blessings, Steve and Natasha moved with the agility of children, navigating the chaos with ease. Hawkeye, fully exploiting his skills, unleashed a relentless flurry of arrows, enhanced further by Karen's enchantments on his weaponry. After eliminating the target, he would return to his hands. There is no need to elaborate on Aquaman, whose physique is inherently robust. With the augmentation of Galen, he has subtly mastered the art of flight, which is fundamentally akin to his movement in water, wielding a trident that wreaks havoc upon his foes. Clark, Thor, and Hulk serve as the primary sources of damage, unleashing waves of extensive destruction in relentless succession. Although Diana possesses fewer area of effect skills, she remains undeterred, fiercely wielding the sword of Hephaestus. Thus, United in purpose, they carve a path forward on the battlefield. Galen, meanwhile, paddles diligently behind, occasionally replenishing Iron Man's energy. Batman, witnessing this, feels a twinge of envy. As ammunition dwindles, he grits his teeth and retrieves the Green Lantern ring from his possession. Reluctantly, he dons it, for he truly wishes to avoid harnessing such power unless absolutely necessary. However, upon seeing Hulk, he feels a sense of relief. The Green Lantern suit envelopes him instantly, supplanting his traditional black batsuit. The Green Lantern energy surges forth with fervor, showcasing the formidable might of weapons Batman is familiar with: Gatling guns, rockets, laser cannons, and more. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Green Lantern Batman, ascends to the forefront of the assault. "You were hiding this up your sleeve?" Clark remarks, his keen gaze eliminating a demon attempting to ambush Green Lantern Batman as he approaches to assess him. Just a little trick, Bruce Wayne shrugs nonchalantly. All right then. Clark swiftly departs to assist others in need, ever the altruist. Hulk and Thor charge fiercely into the heart of the lair simultaneously. But one encounter sends them flying back at the hands of a benevolent matron. Roar, for the glory of the northern gods. Naturally, they are unwilling to concede, rallying to sweep through a multitude of demons once more. Tony, observing the reckless actions of these two brutes, feels a twinge of concern. Exchanging glances with Steve on the ground, they spring into action to provide support. Their combination of lasers and shields orchestrates a flawless synergy, swiftly clearing a vast swath of demons surrounding Hulk and Thor. Thor turns to give them a thumbs up, only to be ambushed and knocked down by a demon. Boom. A powerful energy blast from Cyborg sends the demon flying off Thor. "Are you all right?" he asks, pulling him up. "I'm fine, thanks," Thor replies, brushing himself off nonchalantly. "Be careful," Cyborg advises before hastily rejoining the fray. Thor swings his hammer once more, sweeping away a multitude of lesser foes. He revels in the chaos of battle. The group swiftly carves a bloody path to the center. At that moment, a surge of potent energy emanates from the depths, startling everyone. A colossal blue portal gradually opens, through which the imposing figure of Darkseid emerges, radiating an aura of malevolence. "Little insects, quite bold," he smirks, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. "Are you prepared for annihilation?" Darkseid's somber voice reverberated throughout the expanse. The superheroes stood resolute, bracing themselves for the impending climactic battle. Karen observed the ostentatious demeanor of her adversary and could not suppress a roll of her eyes. "Do you realize how pretentious you appear?" Ding. Detecting whether Omega Beam is being learned? With a mere thought, Karen initiated her self-learning of the Omega Beam. Ding. Omega Beam learning complete, consuming 10 points of growth. Karen nodded in satisfaction. The potency of the Omega Beam was undoubtedly formidable. If one were to draw comparisons, she was reminded of Ultra 7's Amirium Ray. It truly embodied a myriad of functions within a singular beam. Most crucially, she could amalgamate the Omega Beam with her heat vision and laser eyes, amplifying its power to an extent even Karen herself could scarcely fathom. Chapter 64, The Justice League vs. The Avengers in battle against Darkseid in the arena. Darkseid, Granny Goodness, Desaad, and the Anti-Monitor had all gathered. The Justice League and the Avengers stood united before them, the atmosphere charged with impending conflict. "Ahem, Captain. Shouldn't you call for an Avengers Assemble at this moment?" The Flash's incessant chatter erupted once more. "Really? Should I?" Steve pondered, feeling a peculiar void in the air. Aquaman clapped a hand on the Flash's shoulder. "Hey, buddy, we're the Justice League. Yet, calling for Avengers Assemble is undeniably cool, don't you think?" The Flash's words prompted Aquaman to reflect seriously for a moment before nodding earnestly. Karen observed with amusement, realizing that it was indeed the Flash's knack for disrupting the mood. Alas, Peter Parker was not yet Spider-Man. Otherwise, bringing them together with Deadpool would have been sheer brilliance. One could only wonder if their incessant banter could overwhelm the villains. At that moment, Tony approached Steve, deep in thought. "I believe that kid, the Flash, has a point. Why not give it a try?" Laughter erupted from Natasha and Hawkeye, fully aware of Tony's playful jibe. All right. Steve waved his hand dismissively, but his expression grew serious. The moment of levity had passed. "Justice League and Avengers, assemble," Steve finally shouted. And the crowd roared as they surged forward. Clark, Diana, Hulk, and Thor had their sights set firmly on the imposing figure of Darkseid at the center. Meanwhile, Green Lantern, Batman, Iron Man, and Cyborg directed their efforts toward Granny Goodness. A fierce battle between technology and magic erupted instantaneously. Steve, Natasha, and Aquaman soon found themselves locked in combat with the Anti-Monitor. Hawkeye and the Flash were tasked with providing support and disrupting the enemies. Desaad made similar tactical choices, continuously summoning his minions to the fray. Karen's suit shifted to black as she hovered silently above, poised to strike. On Darkseid's side, the conflict had not begun well. Diana's god killer sword struck Darkseid but failed to penetrate his defenses. Thor's mighty hammer was swatted away repeatedly. And Darkseid seized Thor, delivering a devastating body slam that rendered him unconscious. Thor became the first member of the Avengers to fall. Seeing this, Karen teleported to his side, swiftly extracting him from the battlefield. Roar! Hulk, attack! Hulk charged, bringing Darkseid to the ground, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches. However, Darkseid firmly grasped Hulk's fists, executing a back throw that sent Hulk flying into the ranks of the minions. In the arena, the only one capable of exchanging blows with Darkseid was Clark. However, Clark's heat vision and freezing breath proved utterly ineffective against Darkseid. In a moment of carelessness, he was seized by Darkseid and violently thrown about, leaving him disoriented and battered. Subsequently, Darkseid unhesitatingly unleashed his Omega beams upon Clark. Witnessing this, Karen immediately countered with a fusion of heat vision and laser eyes, creating an Omega beam to neutralize Darkseid's attack. This action drew Darkseid's attention to Karen, who was internally astonished. How could this Kryptonian wield the power of Omega? Moreover, his proficiency seemed at least on par with his own. What was the meaning of this? Karen smiled faintly, descending before Darkseid. So, you were called Darkseid, correct? Darkseid clearly struggled to comprehend Karen's manner of inquiry. Enraged, he roared, and upon hearing this sound, Darkseid swiftly turned to raise his weapon in defense, only to find it cleaved in two, reminiscent of events from a millennium ago. In the same position as before, Ares' great axe descended. Yet this time, it did not injure Darkseid. The metallic clang echoed, piercing the eardrums of those nearby, and many of the demons were instantly slain by the reverberation. Darkseid scoffed disdainfully. You remain stagnant. Before Ares could respond, Darkseid delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying thousands of meters, effectively removing him from the battlefield. Karen watched, feeling a sense of embarrassment for Ares, who had merely entered to swing an axe before retreating. Turning his gaze, he observed Green Lantern, Batman, Iron Man, and Cyborg collaborating with the Flash, engaging in a fierce exchange with the benevolent grandmother. Steve, Natasha, Aquaman, and Hawkeye had firmly subdued the Wasteland Wolf, although they lacked the means to kill him. Karen glanced at Thor's hammer, which had fallen when Thor departed, as its voice resonated in Steve's ear. Steve, the hammer. Following Karen's gaze, Steve spotted the enchanted hammer. In an instant, inspiration struck him. He raised his hand, and the hammer, imbued with boundless lightning, flew into his grasp. This sensation felt promising. With the hammer in his right hand and the shield in his left, Steve advanced and unleashed a seamless combination of strikes against the Wasteland Wolf, leaving him utterly disoriented. Natasha and Hawkeye were astounded. Wasn't it said that only the god of thunder could lift the hammer? What was happening with Steve? Suddenly, amidst their astonishment, a thunderous strike enveloped and endless lightning struck, completely toppling the Wasteland Wolf. Seizing the opportunity, Hawkeye fired a precise arrow that pierced through the Wasteland Wolf's skull, ensuring his demise. The Wasteland Wolf was slain. Darkseid, locked in confrontation with Karen, cast his gaze elsewhere, unfazed. He raised a hand slightly towards Desaad, and the battlefield was instantly inundated with a multitude of demons. Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Aquaman found themselves once again engulfed in chaotic combat. Clark and Diana, at Karen's gesture, immediately rushed to assist. Darkseid advanced step by step towards Karen, clearly unwilling to wait any longer. Karen smiled faintly, sensing that this farce was nearing its conclusion. With a graceful motion, she soared towards Darkseid. As the two approached, their speed suddenly surged. In the next moment, their fists collided with tremendous force. Darkseid's expression shifted dramatically as his body was uncontrollably propelled backward for over 1,000 meters, crashing down upon a horde of demons before slowly rising. The look he cast towards Karen was devoid of the previous disdain. You are the most formidable Kryptonian I have ever encountered, Darkseid remarked. Oh, do you really need to say that? Karen replied with a slight smirk, raising a finger and beckoning Darkseid. However, he did not charge at her as she had anticipated. Chapter 65, Darkseid in the distance. Desaad instantly comprehended Darkseid's intentions. He promptly commanded legions of demonic entities to surge towards Kal-El. Observing this, Kal-El merely smiled contemptuously and uttered a single word, shatter. The countless demonic beings erupted into fragments, rendered utterly lifeless. What, are you afraid? Kal-El remarked coolly. Darkseid, fixated on Kal-El, began to frantically calculate. In their brief clash of power, he realized he was no match for his opponent. The Omega Force was also under Kal-El's dominion, coupled with the latter's seemingly leisurely demeanor. Ultimately, Darkseid deduced that his chances of victory were less than 50%. He had clearly underestimated the situation. Casting one last glance at Desaad, the latter quickly grasped the unspoken command. He activated a teleportation portal, preparing to assist Darkseid's departure. Kal-El, witnessing this, shook his head in disdain. Darkseid was indeed a competent sovereign, retreating at the slightest discord to avoid peril. Yet, regrettably, he had crossed paths with Kal-El. With a snap of his fingers, Kal-El seized control of Desaad's mind, shutting down the teleportation portal. Darkseid, on the brink of stepping through, halted in astonishment, turning his furious gaze upon Desaad. However, he was met with Desaad's impassive expression. Having faced countless adversities, Darkseid quickly discerned that Desaad was under someone else's control. There was only one individual present capable of wielding such power over Desaad. Darkseid fixed his sharp gaze upon Kal-El, Kryptonian. I shall spare this planet if you allow me to depart. We shall part ways, each to our own path, without interference. What say you? Nothing of the sort. Kal-El replied succinctly. In the next moment, he had already materialized before Darkseid and unleashed a powerful punch. The entire expanse trembled beneath the force of Kal-El's blow, as if ready to collapse. Although Darkseid perceived Kal-El's movement, his body failed to react in time. With a resounding impact, Kal-El's fist struck Darkseid squarely in the chest. Darkseid was sent flying, blood and internal organs spilling forth as he crashed heavily into the ranks of the demonic army. Negotiate with me? You think yourself worthy? Kal-El's voice rang out, devoid of emotion. In the next instant, the demonic legion surrounding Darkseid turned against him, all converging upon their erstwhile master. With a mighty roar, Darkseid seized a weapon and began to slash vehemently, swiftly dispatching numerous demonic entities. Amused, Kal-El decided to intensify his efforts, commanding Desaad to fully manipulate the demonic army to assault Darkseid. Instantly, the pressure on the Justice League and the Avengers diminished significantly. Clark, Steve, Diana, Natasha, Barton, Barry, and Arthur all gathered at Kal-El's side, observing Darkseid being overwhelmed by the onslaught of the demonic legion, still perplexed by the unfolding events. Kal-El glanced towards the other side. Having been overwhelmed by the benevolent Granny, Green Lantern, Batman, Iron Man, and Cyborg could not help but voice their concern. Is there no one willing to assist them? The atmosphere grew instantly awkward among those present. Clark and Diana exchanged a glance and dashed forth in unison. Meanwhile, the fringe players, Barton and Barry, also joined the fray. At that moment, Hulk, having finally broken free from the clutches of the parademons, emerged. He cast a glance at Darkseid, who was similarly besieged, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Turning his gaze to Desaad, his eyes flashed with fury. Hulk, attack! With a mighty leap, he sprang before Desaad, delivering a punch that pierced through Desaad's form. Grasping Desaad firmly, he exerted a slight force, tearing him asunder. Kara watched, her expression darkening. With Desaad's control shattered, the parademons regained their senses and turned their assault towards Kara and her companions. Sighing, Kara felt it was time to conclude this battle. With a thought, a phoenix enveloped in endless flames descended from the heavens. As its wings flapped, countless parademon soldiers were reduced to ash. Within mere moments, the battlefield was left with only Darkseid, Granny, and the members of the Justice League and Avengers. At this juncture, Darkseid was battered and half-kneeling, a stark contrast to the imposing figure he had been upon his arrival. Clearly, facing the overwhelming horde of parademons was no easy task, even for one of his caliber. Meanwhile, Granny succumbed entirely beneath Diana's divine sword, lifeless. Darkseid now stood alone, stripped of allies, his earlier confidence shattered into despair. The group encircled Darkseid. Kara approached him slowly, her voice calm. Do you have any final words? Darkseid met her gaze, and in an instant, unleashed the Omega Beam. This was his last resort, the outcome of which rested entirely upon this strike. Kara dismissively shook her head. Merging the powers of the Phoenix, Omega, Solar, and Thunder, she unleashed a single punch. Not only did it shatter the Omega Beam, but it also struck Darkseid directly. In silence, Darkseid's form disintegrated into mere dust, vanishing into the ether. Thus, this war reached its definitive conclusion. Kara turned to the members of the Avengers and Justice League. The time of their experience was drawing to a close. The blessings of the Sun God upon Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Aquaman began to fade. As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. The Avengers were enveloped by a gentle force, ushering them into a spatial passage, causing them to disappear from sight. Suddenly recalling that Thor's hammer remained with Captain America, Kara opened another portal to return the hammer to Thor's side. Everything had come to an end. In an instant, the rules of the two vast universes simultaneously descended. After a moment of disorientation, the Avengers could scarcely recall their actions during this encounter, their memories lingering only on the moment Tony had gathered them all together. The Justice League finds themselves in a similar predicament. They do not recall that superheroes from another universe once graced their presence. They only know of a group of enigmatic beings who had descended to aid them in repelling external threats. A warning echoed in their minds. Let this be a lesson. Two voices resonated simultaneously within Karen's consciousness. She offered an awkward smile, realizing the truth. And what just transpired? Clark inquired, rubbing his temples in confusion. An instinct whispered to him that his memories had likely been tampered with. Numerous shadows within his mind began to blur. Likewise, Batman cast a questioning glance, sharing the same unsettling sensation. The others, however, were less contemplative. Let us first clear the battlefield, Karen suggested, uncertain of how to elucidate the situation. And with a casual wave of her hand, she vanished from sight. Clark and Batman remained, gazing at the spot where Karen had just been, lost in profound contemplation. Chapter 66. The Targeted Wolverine in the Marvel Universe. Tony, did you summon us for a specific reason? I summoned you. No. It was Aunt Karen who urged me to do so. As for the particulars, you might want to inquire with her. Subsequently, both Tony and Steve endeavored to reach out to Karen, yet their attempts were in vain. In the DC universe, after the battlefield was cleared, the group reconvened for a meeting. Inevitably, they brought up the enigmatic figures that had appeared earlier. Strangely enough, none of them could recall the appearances of those individuals. They merely sensed that these figures were familiar to them. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. Following this battle, the Justice League was officially established. The founding members included Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Cyborg, and the Flash. With the threat of apocalypse eliminated, the three mother boxes were entrusted to three parties for safekeeping. Batman took charge of the mother box designated for humanity, Aquaman was responsible for returning his to the kingdom of Atlantis, and Diana was to safeguard hers on Themyscira. Consequently, the superheroes resumed their normal lives. Cyborg became the logistical supervisor for the entire Justice League. Batman continued to grapple with the crime in Gotham City. In an eternal dance of rivalry with the Joker, Aquaman opted to temporarily return to his homeland. The Flash oscillated between job hunting and combating crime. Meanwhile, Superman and Wonder Woman balanced their museum duties with acts of heroism. The others couldn't help but envy the celestial bond shared by this divine couple. It wasn't until Karen inadvertently revealed some childhood secrets of Clark and precious footage of Diana's initial days in human society that the illusion shattered for the rest of the Justice League. Consequently, Clark and Diana found themselves in a state of exasperation, utterly at the mercy of Karen's mischievous antics. Due to the revelations, the unity within the Justice League deepened. Having spent considerable time in the DC universe, Karen felt it was time to explore a new realm. After bidding farewell to Clark and Diana, she concentrated her thoughts, and the interdimensional portal opened once more. Boom. Boom. Karen bore witness to humanity's inaugural genuine nuclear explosion experiment. Nodding in satisfaction, before departing, she cast a glance at the severely burned Wolverine, who had endured great pain in his effort to save someone. With a sardonic smile, she turned away as the time-space tunnel began to swirl. In the blink of an eye, Karen found herself amidst a dense forest. Not far ahead, Wolverine had just dispatched a groaning brown bear. Well, what happened? You seem quite disheveled, Karen teased, surveying the disheveled Logan, his long hair in disarray and attire tattered. Logan instinctively turned, claws extending, but upon recognizing Karen, he gradually retracted them. After a brief silence, he fixed his gaze on her and slowly inquired, "You have returned. Is Jean dead?" Karen fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly before offering an explanation. Indeed, her consciousness had been utterly consumed. "What brings you here?" Logan asked, his tone indifferent. To observe, Karen replied candidly, gracefully descending beside Logan, her battle attire shifting seamlessly into a casual black ensemble. "What is the current state of the mutants?" Logan pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as he cast a sidelong glance at Karen, shaking his head. "Not good. But I'm not particularly concerned about that." He exhaled a plume of smoke. "Oh? Is that why you've taken refuge in these deep woods?" Karen inquired, her curiosity piqued. Logan shook his head, choosing not to respond further. He rose and moved ahead, with Karen quietly following him until they emerged from the thicket into a bar. Upon entering, Karen sensed that they were being watched. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a red-haired woman. Unsurprisingly, this was the envoy sent by Shijida, who seemed to be enjoying a comfortable life. Indeed, the woman, Xiaoxiwe, soon approached Logan to engage him in conversation. Logan's demeanor remained unchanged as he responded with his typical nonchalance, eliciting a suppressed laugh from Karen. Xiaoxiwe's face flushed with a mix of anger and frustration. But she ultimately suppressed her ire, aware that she could not contend with Logan. Eventually, Xiaoxiwe revealed her purpose for seeking Wolverine. An elderly man wished to meet him before his passing. Karen regarded Xiaoxiwe intently, suspecting that she was fully aware of the man's true intentions for wanting to see Logan. Logan, however, remained disinterested until Xiaoxiwe mentioned that Logan had once saved the man during World War II. This prompted Logan to reflect deeply, acknowledging the truth in her words. Somehow, in a moment of confusion, Logan agreed to accompany Xiaoxiwe to see the man one last time. Thus began the unfolding of the narrative. Although Xiaoxiwe was curious about why Karen was trailing Logan, she refrained from asking further questions. They exchanged only brief pleasantries. During this time, Karen utilized her psychic abilities to render herself inconspicuous to others. Following Logan, she found herself in the vibrant cityscape of neon. Upon arrival, Logan faced a round of scorn from Shijita's granddaughter, Mariko, who insisted he change his attire. Meanwhile, Karen was offered a luxurious accommodation. Once Logan was dressed appropriately, Karen continued to accompany him to meet Shijita, who was thriving despite his age. "Logan, you've come." Shijita's voice was frail and hoarse. "I heard you wished to see me one last time, so here I am," Logan replied, his tone softened in the presence of the dying man. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they delved into the heart of the conversation. "Logan, with such an extensive lifespan, do you not feel lonely?" Yoshida's voice was filled with envy. Logan pondered for a moment and nodded earnestly. "If I could liberate you from this burden entirely, allowing you to age gracefully like an ordinary person, would you be willing?" There was a hint of seduction in Yoshida's tone. Logan, not being Navi, immediately sensed the underlying discord in the conversation. "If you have something to say, feel free to express it directly." True to his nature, Logan delivered his words with candor. "Ahem, I can transfer your self-healing abilities onto myself, which would not affect you in any way. Upon completion, I would provide you with a substantial sum of money, enabling you to age slowly like an ordinary individual." Karen, listening from the side, was taken aback. How could this individual so effortlessly articulate such statements? It was no wonder he had managed to build such a vast enterprise. Chapter 67. The current state of mutants. Logan was no fool. After listening to Yoshida's words, he resolutely shook his head in refusal. Sensing that he could not sway Logan, Yoshida quickly shifted his approach, imploring him to protect his granddaughter, Mariko. For a time after his passing, he expressed his deep fear that someone might seek to harm her once he was gone. At this point, Yoshida was fatigued and did not afford Logan the opportunity to refuse further, sending him away. Karen followed suit, casting a glance at Lady Viper along the way. This individual possessed a rather extraordinary ability, capable of suppressing regenerative genes to a certain degree, which could be considered a minor flaw in the system. However, Karen had no interest in learning her powers. The mere thought of expelling green slime to attack foes sent shivers down his spine. That evening, Yoshida was officially declared dead. Karen gazed at his corpse from a distance. As anticipated, the old trickster had indeed faked his death, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Under the cover of night, while Logan was sound asleep, Lady Viper successfully launched a surprise attack, implanting spider venom in his heart to inhibit his healing abilities. Yet, Logan remained blissfully unaware. The following day, he attended Yoshida's funeral as if nothing were amiss. Karen had no desire to partake in the funeral of someone who had lived rather comfortably. He simply stood at a distance, quietly observing the unfolding events. As expected, midway through the ceremony, chaos erupted. A group of underworld figures stormed the funeral, intent on abducting Mariko. Seeing this, Logan sprang into action, engaging in combat with the gangsters. During the fray, he was shot multiple times. It was only then that he realized something was amiss with his body. His healing ability seemed to have vanished, and the bullets remained lodged within him. Fortunately, his adamantium skeletal structure provided some protection, where he feared he might truly perish there. After an intense battle lasting 150 seconds, Logan finally rescued Mariko from the clutches of the gangsters. However, it seemed Mariko had lost her wits, as she began to run alongside Logan, a stranger to her. Thankfully, Logan knew to head towards the train station, where they would have surely been recaptured. Once aboard the high-speed train, the duo had scarcely caught their breath when the gangsters pursued them once more. Reluctantly, Logan had to continue fighting, dragging his injured body along. The confrontation escalated from the train car to the rooftop, where an exhilarating chase ensued atop the high-speed train. Karen watched in astonishment, unable to suppress his curiosity about the gangsters' wages. How much were they being paid to fight so fiercely? Thus, the battle raged on as Logan cut through the ranks of his adversaries. Ultimately, he succeeded in escaping the gangsters' encirclement with Mariko. After some contemplation, the two decided to find a place to rest. Consequently, they checked into a couple's hotel. Karen found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to laugh or express his disbelief. Logan, the outsider, may be oblivious, but it is truly surprising that Mariko has begun to feign ignorance as well. Observing the gaze of affection she casts towards Logan, Karen realizes she can no longer endure this charade. In an instant, she teleports to the X Academy. Compared to its former vibrancy, the Academy now appears markedly desolate. "Karen, you have returned?" Professor X emerges slowly from the Academy, accompanied by Storm and others, clearly there to welcome her. Indeed, Karen nods gently. Invited by Professor X, she re-enters the Academy. There are hardly any students left now. Karen cannot help but express her sentiment. Yes, after all, this is not truly their home, Professor X replies, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Professor, do not speak so. There are still many who cherish this place, Storm softly reassures him, thinking of the children who still come to visit him. A faint smile graces Professor X's face. Karen, not particularly adept at offering comfort, silently accompanies them as they meander through the Academy, she once knew so intimately. Suddenly, she spots a girl with violet hair, quietly reading beneath a tree in the distance. Karen raises an eyebrow at Professor X. Is that girl new? Yes. Her ability, which she calls Flicker, is rather unique. She can open teleportation portals and position herself anywhere in space. Professor X elaborates on the girl's abilities. Yet, Karen's interest lies elsewhere. To her aesthetic sensibilities, the girl is strikingly beautiful. Were it not for the constraints of her current situation, she would genuinely consider taking her home as a partner. Imagining the scene, Karen catches the peculiar glances from Storm and Professor X. Did she just? Quickly realizing her lapse in composure, she adjusts her demeanor and discreetly glances away. By the way, has old Magneto been in contact with you recently? She awkwardly shifts the subject. At the mention of Magneto, Professor X falls silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No, he is just an ordinary man now. Charles, do not underestimate him. How could a mutant serum possibly restore me to normalcy? Magneto's voice suddenly invigorates Professor X. As he sees Magneto floating in midair, Professor X is uncertain whether to feel happy for him. Ultimately, he lets out a long sigh. Isn't it better to be an ordinary person, Eric? Huh. Magneto simply chuckles in response, then gracefully descends before the group, offering a slight nod to Karen. Long time no see. Indeed, long time no see. For Karen, the time has been fleeting, but for them, it has been a genuine passage of 10 years. After exchanging pleasantries, Magneto proceeds to address the purpose of his visit. I have received intelligence indicating that humanity has been secretly developing weapons to combat mutants. And they are nearing success. Charles, what is your perspective? He merely sat in silence. Before Professor X could respond, Karen interjected on his behalf. Professor X, Magneto, and Storm exchanged a moment of astonishment, subsequently casting a collective disapproving glance at Karen. This fellow, after all these years, remains utterly unchanged. Such was the sentiment shared among the three. Hasn't humanity always sought ways to diminish the mutant population? Professor X pondered, his heart heavy with complexity. No, Charles. This time the weapons are reportedly exceptionally powerful. Several mutants have already fallen victim to their deadly grasp. Magneto reiterated the gravity of the situation. Observing Magneto's earnestness, Professor X recognized the necessity of addressing this matter seriously. What do you wish for me to do? Chapter 68. Sentinel traversing the past is deceptively simple, uniting all possible forces. As Magneto spoke, he cast an inconspicuous glance at Karen. Yet, Karen merely shrugged, conveying a clear message. Don't look at me. I'm not involved. Is it truly that grave? Professor X's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It is even more serious than anticipated. Realizing he could not sway this individual, Magneto resorted to his ultimate weapon, a hard drive that silently hovered before Professor X. Without hesitation, Professor X plugged the USB into the projector on his wheelchair. The subsequent images unfolded before them, utterly unsettling both Professor X and Storm. They referred to this creation as the Sentinel, possessing the capability to suppress all mutant abilities. Charles, you cannot be oblivious to the gravity of this situation, Magneto fervently implored. After absorbing the entirety of the hard drive's contents, Professor X sorrowfully closed his eyes. Are humans truly intent on exterminating us? His voice resonated with despair. Charles, Magneto, frustrated by Professor X's demeanor, felt a surge of anger. Professor X raised his hand, signifying his understanding. Drawing a deep breath, he seemed to reach a pivotal decision. It appears that once again, we must join forces. Professor X and Magneto exchanged a knowing smile, each comprehending the other's thoughts. Their gaze then shifted to Karen. Don't look at me. I take no side, Karen stated, which was indeed factual. At this juncture, her allegiance bore no significance. By inertia, they had already entered a narrative of reversing the future. The world was destined for a reboot, and her intervention would be an exercise in futility. Unbeknownst to Professor X and Magneto, Karen's thoughts remained hidden from them. Observing her leisurely demeanor, they felt a pang of disappointment. However, they were accustomed to this and tacitly chose to remain silent. The mindset of the powerful is challenging to alter, especially for someone like Karen. They harbored an unspoken suspicion. Given that Karen appeared unscathed, it suggested that the world once terrorized by Jean had likely perished at her hands. If this were true, they could hardly fathom the extent of Karen's current strength. Subsequently, in the interest of the greater good, Professor X invited Karen to remain at the X Mansion, to which she readily acquiesced. In the ensuing days, both Professor X and Magneto busied themselves with their respective tasks. As for Wolverine, he had embarked on the path of vengeance against his father-in-law, never to return. Ultimately, with the assistance of his granddaughter Truth, he eliminated the seemingly comfortable Yoshida. Karen found this to be most gratifying. Yet, an unforeseen development arose. Perhaps due to the absence of Logan's confrontation with Jean, Logan now seemed at peace with the world. Surprisingly, with the enchanting Trithiko, life unfolded in a blissful manner amidst the neon lights, akin to the idyllic existence of celestial beings. This euphoria, however, was abruptly interrupted when Professor X and Magneto located Logan, emphasizing the grave nature of the current predicament. Thus, his idyllic days came to an end. Karen was aware that the narrative of altering the future was about to commence. However, she was in no haste to traverse back to the past, choosing instead to remain in the present, observing humanity's self-destructive tendencies. Initially, the Sentinels were entirely under human control, relentlessly pursuing and capturing solitary mutants with ruthless efficiency. This operation continued seamlessly until an astute scientist proposed the integration of advanced artificial intelligence into the Sentinels, enabling them to autonomously identify the presence of mutants. This notion swiftly garnered unanimous approval from the intellectual elite, leading to the birth of Sentinel 2.0 with newfound intelligence. The Sentinels' inaugural act was the slaughter of the very scientists who had created them, thereby eliminating their vulnerabilities. Subsequently, indiscriminate carnage ensued, targeting both humans and mutants alike. Marking the onset of global disarray, Karen observed these unfolding events with quiet detachment. While Professor X and Magneto rallied a multitude of mutants and sympathetic humans in a relentless struggle for survival. During this tumultuous period, the two leaders repeatedly implored Karen to intervene, yet she responded only with enigmatic smiles. To be precise, she had intervened numerous times before, but each instance resulted in the complete resurrection of the Sentinels after her eradication of them. The universe would revert to its original state as if she had never acted. Karen understood that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of a higher power, likely intent on preventing her from influencing the trajectory of this universe, compelling the X-Men to endeavor to reverse their desired future independently. Realizing this, Karen embraced the role of an observer. The subsequent 3 years passed swiftly. With a 400 amplification, her growth progressed smoothly to 85. During this time, she encountered numerous fascinating mutant abilities, yet she chose not to pursue them, for a greater ambition resided within her heart. As time flowed forward, the unique capabilities of Shadowcat were soon discovered by all. The narrative of altering the future officially commenced at this juncture. Under Karen's guidance, everyone placed their final hopes upon Wolverine, Logan. Aware of the gravity of the situation and the weight of hope resting on his shoulders, Logan did not shy away from his responsibility. During the initial attempt, Shadowcat sustained injuries, necessitating that the mischievous one temporarily absorb her abilities to assist Logan's consciousness in traversing back to the past. With all preparations finalized, the journey through time commenced. Unbeknownst to anyone, Karen also entered the temporal tunnel, following Logan's consciousness upstream through time. Logan endured excruciating agony as he returned to his past self. Upon awakening, he discovered a woman lying beside him. Instinctively recalling her identity, he pondered, couldn't they have arrived a night earlier, given their temporal leap? With a resounding crash, the gang burst through the door, heralding the commencement of a fierce battle. Logan's prowess was undeniable, with just a few swift punches and kicks. He incapacitated all adversaries and escaped the hotel. Hey, you made it out? I thought I'd have to wait a bit longer for you. Karen's voice dripped with a languid nonchalance. Karen? Logan stood bewildered, grappling with the notion that perhaps he had not truly traversed back in time. How else could he possibly encounter Karen here? Rest assured, you have indeed traveled through time, as have I. Karen patted Logan on the shoulder and gestured for him to hurry into the car. Logan cast a glance at the sleek, futuristic sports car behind Karen, his doubts resurfacing about whether he had genuinely returned to the past. After a moment of hesitation, he finally decided to take a seat in Karen's vehicle. Chapter 69. Reversing the future. The two raced ahead with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving at X Academy, situated in this era. Upon entering the academy, Logan finally felt a sense of relief upon seeing the youthful Professor X. What followed was a sequence of pursuit and evasion, with Logan chasing and being chased. No matter how Logan attempted to explain, the young Professor X remained skeptical, even echoing Logan's previous rejection of him and Magneto verbatim. Frustrated, Logan resorted to invoking Karen as his trump card. At that moment, the young Professor X finally noticed Karen, who had been silently observing the unfolding drama. Karen? Is that truly you? I thought you had vanished after confronting the Black Queen. How could she possibly be here? Faced with a barrage of questions from Professor X, Karen chose to disregard them. What Logan says is the truth, she asserted, silencing the professor instantly. While he might dismiss others' words, the powerful and unreasonable mutant, Karen, compelled him to reconsider. Still, doubt lingered in his mind. Growing impatient with the young professor's indecision, Karen unleashed her telepathic abilities, enveloping both him and Logan, transporting their consciousness into the future. They could persuade themselves. 10 minutes later, when the young Professor X regained his senses, his expression was one of sheer disbelief. Had he truly engaged in a cross-temporal dialogue? Now, do you believe Logan? Reluctantly, Professor X nodded, his gaze reflecting a myriad of emotions. With his newfound belief in Logan and a conversation with his future self, the pressing question became how to thwart Mystique's assassination of Trask. The professor regarded Karen with a peculiar look. Why not intervene yourself? Why must we take action? Karen shrugged helplessly. I wish I could, but I am unable to. She subtly gestured towards the sky, leading the professor to an epiphany. No wonder his future self had cautioned against relying on Karen's powers. She too was bound by constraints. Thus, Professor X immediately thought of Magneto, as the current dynamic between him and Mystique was rather ambiguous, even if words could not dissuade her actions. Magneto's abilities could easily impede her. However, a significant challenge arose. Rescuing Magneto from layers of protection seemed nearly impossible. At that moment, Wolverine recalled a mutant he had encountered before, who might be of assistance. Consequently, the group hurried to Quicksilver's residence. There, Wolverine brandished his claws, Professor X showcased his powers, and Hank demonstrated his skills as well. The acknowledgement of Quicksilver by the mutant was promptly obtained. Unsurprisingly, for Quicksilver, the task of infiltrating and rescuing was child's play. In less than 2 minutes, he had successfully extricated Magneto from prison. However, a throng of guards outside soon became aware of their arrival. Magneto immediately intended to unleash his powers in an assault, but was swiftly halted by Professor X. Subsequently, Karen bore witness to one of Quicksilver's iconic moments. With astonishing speed, he deftly deflected bullets aimed at him and rearranged the guards' positions, inciting them to attack one another. During this chaos, he even indulged in a flying cream pastry, revealing his true nature as a glutton. In a mere 3 seconds, he magnified time into an expansive 30 or even 300 seconds. When Quicksilver noticed that Karen's eyes were tracking his movements, he was taken aback. Hey, miss, can you see my movements clearly? Of course, Karen replied with a slight smile. Oh, cool, Quicksilver remarked, surveying the surroundings, sensing that the time was nearly right. With a snap of his fingers, the entire room descended into chaos. Remarkably, Karen and her companions emerged unscathed while the guards collapsed one by one. Did you do this? Professor X inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Quicksilver. Quicksilver nodded and swaggered out first, followed closely by Magneto, Professor X, Wolverine, and Beast, while Karen leisurely trailed behind. The subsequent events did not require Quicksilver's involvement. Professor X succinctly outlined the situation, and Magneto readily consented to his plan. The group swiftly made their way to Congress, poised to thwart Mystique's assassination attempt on Trask. They arrived at a most opportune moment, just as Mystique was about to pull the trigger. Without hesitation, Magneto manipulated the trajectory of Mystique's gun, causing the bullet to veer off course. Then, in a shocking turn of events, he aimed the gun directly at her. Eric, what are you doing? Professor X urgently intervened. Kill her, and it will be over once and for all. Magneto's voice was chillingly cold. At that moment, Professor X acted swiftly, engaging him in a struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Mystique fled. Yet, Magneto was not one to let her escape so easily. He directed the previously deflected bullet into her calf. No, you can't. Logan, Hank, stop him. Upon hearing Professor X's plea, Logan and Hank wasted no time in confronting Magneto, successfully thwarting his next assault on Mystique. She vanished into the crowd, leaving Magneto seething with frustration. Without a backward glance, he stormed away. Trask, during this tumultuous encounter with the mutants, collected Mystique's blood and remained intent on creating Sentinel robots to combat mutants. It could be said that the efforts of Professor X and his allies were unequivocally in vain. Fortunately, as long as they can locate Mystique and persuade her to abandon her intentions of killing Trask, there remains a glimmer of hope for redemption. Karen, having observed the unfolding drama for quite some time, was more than willing to lend a hand. Before long, she spotted Mystique amidst the crowd and guided several individuals toward her. The four of them soon found themselves face to face with the limping Mystique. A group promptly escorted her back to the X mansion. Upon entering the academy, Professor X could no longer contain his excitement and rushed forward, embracing Mystique. She struggled momentarily, yet could not break free from his grasp. The others, recognizing the significance of the moment, tactfully created space for the siblings. Karen felt a surge of curiosity. Would the narrative continue on its predetermined path, or would Professor X succeed in convincing Mystique to relinquish her dark ambitions? Would everything return to its original state? Chapter 70. Everything returns to the origin. The three waited for a while, but ex-professor did not emerge, and they sensed that the situation might be dire. Indeed, a fierce argument erupted from within, followed by the sound of shattering glass. When they entered, Mystique's figure had already vanished. Karen mused to herself, as expected. It seemed that the individual was somewhat displeased with her actions in the previous world, or else she would not have been so elusive. Given the years of rapport between ex-professor and Mystique, even if immediate persuasion proved futile, surely calming her down would be achievable. Yet, this still allowed Mystique to escape. After a brief moment of despondency, ex-professor resolved to rely on his own abilities to locate Mystique once more. Karen found herself with no alternative but to follow the unfolding narrative. Returning to his wheelchair, ex-professor swiftly regained his telepathic powers and soon located Mystique again. Unsurprisingly, His attempts at persuasion once more failed, as Mystique remained steadfast in her intention to eliminate Trask. The two found themselves at an impasse. That evening, in an effort to evade ex-professor, Mystique returned to the Academy and destroyed the cerebro-enhancing device. Concurrently, Magneto reclaimed his exclusive helmet to prevent ex-professor from entering his mind. Inside the Academy, upon discovering the destruction of the cerebral device, the others had no choice but to seek Karen's assistance once more. After a brief moment of sensing, Karen provided her insights. Mystique intended to assassinate Trask at the Sentinel exhibition. Upon hearing this, the group felt an urgent need to act and promptly set off. Upon arriving at the venue, ex-professor successfully sensed Mystique's location. However, before he could continue his entreaties, the Sentinel robots bizarrely activated on their own, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon humanity. Ex-professor felt overwhelmed, knowing instinctively who was behind the chaos. Accompanying this turmoil was Magneto, who dramatically lifted a stadium-sized structure into the air. Karen couldn't help but commend him. Indeed, he commanded the scene with unparalleled prowess. The entire Black Palace was enveloped by the massive viewing platform. Inside, the president and others, sensing the peril, immediately sought refuge in a secure location. At that moment, ex-professor realized that Mystique was among the group of congressmen. He immediately intended to exert control over her. Yet, in the next instant, he was struck down by the debris caused by the Sentinels and Magneto. The pain rendered him incapable of maintaining his telepathic abilities. At that juncture, Magneto had already located those who had taken shelter in the secure room and adjusted all cameras to focus on himself. His speech commenced. Though it was less a speech and more a lamentation, he voiced grievances against humanity's selfishness, their unwillingness to grant mutants even a modicum of space to exist, and their relentless pursuit to eradicate them. As Magneto spoke, the perspectives of many humans and mutants began to subtly shift. Observing Magneto's relentless oration, Wolverine, after dispatching an initial Sentinel robot, chose to stealthily maneuver around. Wolverine was acutely aware that he had lost his adamantium skeleton. As he prepared to engage in a vigorous close combat with Magneto, he was abruptly pierced by a steel beam and flung away, vanishing from sight. Karen placed a hand upon her forehead, observing Logan's ejection, and couldn't help but silently mourn for him for 3 seconds. It seemed this fellow was ultimately doomed to the fate of being altered. On the other side, just as Magneto was poised to eliminate the group of senators, Mystique, for reasons unknown, appeared in the guise of the president, standing defiantly before the crowd. Seizing the moment while Magneto was unprepared, she decisively incapacitated him with a plastic handgun. As Mystique turned to confront Trask, Professor X, enduring excruciating pain, projected his thoughts into her mind. Raven, I know I have made many choices for you in the past, but this time, I choose to trust you. Our collective future rests in your hands. With that, Professor X relinquished his telepathic hold, entrusting all agency to Mystique, while he awaited the unfolding of fate in silence. Mystique fixed her gaze upon Trask's face, her heart in turmoil. After a long pause, she flung the gun away and vanished around a corner. Simultaneously, Magneto, Professor X, Wolverine, and Quicksilver, on the brink of being ruthlessly obliterated by the Sentinels, disappeared from their location. Karen raised her head, watching the time-space continuum begin to reverse, a smirk threatening to break her composure. Was everything she had endured in the X-Men timeline now rendered void? How utterly uninteresting. Karen, she murmured, casting one last glance at Professor X and the others before opening a temporal portal to depart the X-Men universe. When she reappeared, she found herself back at her estate. With the sun lounger tossed aside, she activated her relaxation mode. Before long, she was graced by the simultaneous arrival of Tony and Steve. And Karen, what was it you needed us for last time? We waited ages, yet you were nowhere to be found, Tony exclaimed upon seeing her, unable to suppress his complaint. Steve also regarded Karen intently, awaiting her explanation. Weren't you already? Karen glanced skyward, suddenly comprehending the situation. With an uninterested wave of her hand, she declared, actually, you've already done your part. Without caring whether they understood, she resumed basking in the sun. Tony and Steve exchanged puzzled glances, completely unaware of when they had assisted her. As Steve observed the faintly pulsating arc of energy in his right hand, he pondered asking something but ultimately refrained. Noticing Karen's perpetual languid demeanor, after engaging in idle chatter with her for a while, they took their leave. Karen found it curious that the two seemed to get along so well. Little did she know, once outside her villa, they did not exchange a single glance, each departing in opposite directions. The ensuing days were tranquil and harmonious. Karen indulged in her daily routine of feasting, drinking, and sunbathing, relishing the simplicity of life. It was utterly delightful. Nick Fury, this enigmatic figure, has taken to approaching Karen frequently since learning of her return, ostensibly to report on the current state of affairs. However, a more fitting term for his so-called reports would be to label them as complaints. He grumbles about his subordinates' lack of diligence and laments the obstructions posed by the old guard in the Security Council, who seem intent on tightening the reins. The proposal for the Avengers, submitted long ago, remains shrouded in uncertainty, with no concrete updates to be found. Karen cannot shake the feeling that he is treating her as a receptacle for his grievances, freely voicing his innermost thoughts without hesitation. Does he not fear that she might record his rants, potentially leading to his downfall? Nevertheless, despite such musings, Karen would never resort to such measures. After all, if she were to occupy his position, she would undoubtedly find the burden even heavier. Particularly in matters of financial acumen, she holds a profound respect for his capabilities. Chapter 71. The arrival of Loki. Thus, a year gradually passed. On this day, Karen was struck by a whim and decided to check her status panel. Name: Kara Zor-El. Age: 35. Identity: Silver Superman 90. Phoenix Power: 30. Speed Force: 10. Omega Ray: 10. Magic Resistance: Supreme Thunder Power: Telepathy: Absolute Zero Power: Laser Vision. Super Healing: Shape-shifting, Magnetic Control, Energy Absorption, Teleportation, Kryptonite Immunity, Infinite Duplication, Atomic Manipulation. 27 Learnable Skills: Sun God, Marvel Radiant God Divinity: 120. Marvel Sun God Divinity: 80. Eastern Monarch: 100. Current Amplification: 400. Equipment: Solar Armor, Solar Sword, Solar Shield, Solar Chariot. Kryptonian Battle Suit Skills: Solar Flare Bombardment. Phoenix Sun Fist. Gazing at her 27 learnable skill points, Karen felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, she acknowledged that she had indeed been somewhat lax during this period. Allowing her growth to progress naturally without deliberate effort was a reasonable outcome given her current status. Suddenly, Karen turned her head towards a certain direction. There, a blue beam of light was slowly dissipating. Not long after, the phone rang. Hello? Egghead? What is the matter? The Cosmic Cube has been stolen by Loki? Eric and Hawkeye are under his control? The S-H-I-E-L-D secret lab has been blown up? Huh, serves you right for meddling with that wretched thing. Karen chuckled unkindly. After hanging up, she sat up from her recliner. At that moment, Tony arrived at Karen's estate. Aunt Karen, has Nick Fury informed you about S-H-I-E-L-D? That black egghead is causing trouble again. Karen's remark left Tony momentarily speechless. He is causing trouble? Was it said that the special materials for clean energy development were stolen? Confusion clouded Tony's mind. Do you believe his nonsense? Karen scoffed. All right then. Tony discerned that his aunt clearly knew more than she was letting on. Aunt Karen, are you coming along? Of course, why wouldn't I? This is bound to be quite the spectacle, and I naturally must be present. All right, I'll take you with me. Thus, Karen followed Tony to the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft carrier, just in time to witness Steve handing Nick Fury some money. Unable to resist, Karen mimicked Steve's voice. Hey, no need to mention it. I'm your long-awaited master. This remark only darkened Fury's expression further. Steve, feeling awkward, blurted out, Fury, believe me, that wasn't my intention. No, wait. I didn't say anything just now. Tony, observing the entire scene, could not help but let out an unkind laugh. Nick Fury shot a piercing glare at Steve and Karen before turning on his heel and departing. I bet he is not angry. Tony was the first to speak. Karen, this is quite rude. Steve looked at Karen with exasperation. Haha, my apologies. I couldn't help myself. Karen casually laughed it off, dismissing the moment. The trio swiftly entered the aircraft carrier's operations room, where Karen beheld all the original members of the Avengers, save for Thor. At that moment, the entire aircraft carrier ascended steadily and activated its cloaking mode. Karen could discern that considerable effort had been invested by Fury into this vessel. Fury quickly gathered the Avengers, including Karen, for a brief meeting. The objective was to analyze Loki's motives for stealing the Tesseract. However, the meeting had scarcely commenced when news arrived that Loki had also absconded with the rare metal iridium. Not daring to be negligent, Steve, Natasha, and Tony immediately set off. Due to Hulk's uncontrollable nature, Banner remained behind to continue researching the gamma radiation signals from the Tesseract. Karen stealthily joined their aircraft mid-flight, eager to witness the unfolding drama up close. As the group arrived above the square, they found Loki engaged in a confrontation with a white-haired elder. Karen gasped. Isn't that Biden Rogers? What is he doing here? Before she could further observe, Steve leapt from the aircraft, using his shield to deflect an attack from Loki's scepter and rebounding the assault back at him. With a resounding thud, Loki was sent sprawling to the ground by his own attack. Well done, young man. I have high hopes for you, the elder remarked, but Steve urged him to retreat. Get back, it's dangerous here, without glancing back as he charged forward. Biden Rogers watched the youthful figure of his past, nodding with a smile as he slowly blended into the crowd. In the fray, Steve was the first to strike, hurling his shield at Loki, who had just risen from the ground. Following up with a series of military punches, Steve, known for his equal prowess, found himself at a disadvantage against Loki. The shield was swiftly knocked aside, and Loki unleashed a flurry of blows, sending Steve crashing to the ground. Just as Loki prepared to deliver a finishing blow with the scepter, Tony arrived on the scene, firing a repulsor blast that sent Loki flying. Upon landing with flair, Tony activated all his weapons, aiming directly at Loki, ready to fire. Unexpectedly, Loki deviated from the anticipated script, discarding his scepter and opting to surrender. Wait, I surrender? This sudden capitulation inflated Tony's ego. Steve, witnessing this, felt a pang of embarrassment. You beat me up, and now you surrender to Tony? Do you think so little of me? Soon, Loki was escorted back to the aircraft, preparing to be taken to the aircraft carrier. Karen highly appreciated the efficient method of transporting an enemy back to their base without much fuss. On the aircraft, Loki paused upon seeing Karen. His memory of this human distinctly vivid. Once again, we meet, O God of Time. Karen smiled enigmatically, and Loki felt an unsettling shiver run through him at her smile. I apologize, madam, but you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not a time. As Loki spoke, he suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, leaving him momentarily entranced. Observing this, Karen offered a mysterious smile and turned her gaze towards Steve and Tony, who were not far away. Tony, Steve began, listen, this situation may not be as straightforward as you presume. His surrender seems rather contrived. Oh, is it possible that he believes he cannot contend with me? Perhaps he chose to yield to avoid a confrontation? Tony retorted. Have you not noticed any suspicious elements? Steve pressed. Forgive me, but could it be that this is merely a figment of your old popsicle imagination? Tony shot back. Karen watched the two as they began to bicker, nodding to herself in approval. This was more like it. Such a dynamic suited them perfectly. Just as their argument escalated, a rumble of thunder echoed above. Loki stared blankly at the ceiling of the warplane, lost in thought. Chapter 72. The arrival of Thor. What's wrong? Are you afraid of thunder? Tony approached, mocking. In his eyes, Loki appeared utterly feeble. No, what truly frightens me is the one who brings the thunder. The one who brings the thunder? Tony's mind instantly recalled a certain individual. Bang. In the next moment, a knocking sound resonated from the top of the aircraft. Tony promptly donned his helmet, opened the hatch, and moved forward to investigate. As expected, the visitor was indeed Thor. Hey, dramatic main character, you appear here. Thor clearly had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He had come solely for his brother. With a forceful shove, he pushed Tony aside, reaching for Loki and leaping directly from the aircraft. Tony's temper flared instantly as his armor activated, and he followed suit. Wait, be careful, get lost. Ignoring Steve's attempts to restrain him, Tony leapt down in pursuit. To Tony, what was so remarkable about gods? They were merely stronger individuals, in his view. Steve glanced back at Karen, who shrugged, indicating her helplessness. All right. With a sigh of weariness, Steve picked up his shield and jumped down after them. Through the clouds, they descended to the open ground below. Loki, hand over the Tesseract, and we shall return home together. I'm afraid that's merely your home. Right now, my interest lies solely in ruling the earth. Loki's words infuriated Thor. Listen to me, Loki. Bang. As Thor spoke, he was abruptly knocked away by Tony. Loki paused momentarily before addressing the empty air sincerely. I'm listening. Meanwhile, Thor was propelled hundreds of meters by Tony's impact before both fell to the ground. Listen, Midgardian. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. I will take my brother back to be judged by King Odin. Tony smirked derisively. Hey, God of Thunder. That's your family matter. I'm not interested. As long as you hand over the Tesseract, you can go wherever you please. I shall not interfere. Realizing that further negotiation was futile, Thor bellowed, for the glory of the northern gods. At the same moment, Mjolnir soared toward Tony's direction. Bang. Tony was sent flying by the force of the hammer, crashing heavily to the ground. However, Tony was not one to back down easily. Rising swiftly, he retaliated with a repulsor blast, sending Thor tumbling away. Accelerating, he delivered a powerful kick to Thor's chest, propelling him into the bushes, where he vanished from sight. Furious, Thor rose and burst forth from the underbrush, once again launching Tony several meters away. He then raised his hammer, summoning lightning to strike down upon Tony's armor. Boom. Ding. Armor energy at 400. Tony anticipated this outcome and did not evade. The chest laser began to charge, and in the next moment, he aimed it directly at Thor and fired. With a resounding thud, Thor was once again sent flying by Tony. Subsequently, Tony surged forward, emboldened by his ample energy, engaging in a frenzied close-quarters brawl with Thor. Their fierce combat escalated from the ground to the skies and back again. Realizing the formidable challenge Tony posed, Thor sought to swiftly subdue his opponent. He aimed a powerful strike with his forehead directly at Tony's helmet. The impact sent Tony reeling, leaving him somewhat dazed. Yet, surrender was not in his nature. With unwavering resolve, he retaliated with a fierce headbutt, propelling Thor backward and causing him to crash into various obstacles along their tumultuous path. The forest echoed with the sounds of their clash. Aware that this impasse was unsustainable, Thor delivered a swift kick that sent Tony flying, creating distance between them. Just as they prepared to continue their duel, a shield, defying the laws of physics, hurtled toward them, forcing both combatants to stagger back a step. Steve, having hurriedly arrived, finally caught up to their fierce confrontation. He first turned his gaze toward Thor, speaking in a calm tone, advocating for a peaceful resolution. Then, he glanced at the hammer in Thor's grip and, almost instinctively, urged him, "Put down your hammer." The suggestion ignited Thor's fury. "You dare ask me to relinquish my hammer?" he bellowed, leaping high into the air to deliver a crushing blow to Steve. Naturally, Steve would not remain passive. He immediately raised his shield to defend himself. The collision between the shield and Mjolnir unleashed a violent reaction, sending shockwaves that propelled Thor, Tony, and Steve all backward. Once calm returned, Karen arrived, slightly late, remarking, "That's enough. We have more pressing matters at hand." With her intervention, Thor, Tony, and Steve finally regained their composure. The four of them then escorted Loki back to their aircraft, returning to the aerial mothership. Nick Fury, acutely aware of Loki's threat, promptly confined him in a specially designed cell. "I presume this imprisonment is not intended for me, is it, Director Fury?" Loki smirked, his amusement evident. His gaze then shifted to Banner, and the others present were quick to grasp his insinuation, although they remained silent. A lingering sense of mistrust toward Fury began to brew within them. Loki seized the moment to stoke the flames of suspicion. "Oh, let me guess. Your eagerness to reclaim the Tesseract surely isn't for the purpose of generating clean energy, is it? The power contained within that artifact would be far too valuable for such trivial use. If I were you, I would seek to harness its energy to forge the weapons I desire." Each word from Loki was deliberate and incisive. Fury's expression darkened, while the others' faces reflected growing unease, clearly comprehending Loki's underlying message. This was especially true for Steve and Tony, who had both experienced the Tesseract's terrifying potential up close. One remained skeptical of Fury's intentions, deepening their doubts. Karen watched the two of them with a smile, awaiting Nick Fury's downfall. As expected, the two quickly set about their respective tasks, driven by the need to uncover the true intentions of Nick Fury. Before long, each found their own piece of evidence. One hacked into the SHIELD system and obtained encrypted information, while the other directly uncovered samples of weapons secretly manufactured by Fury. Steve, unable to contain himself any longer, stormed into the control room, holding the samples, and solemnly questioned Fury. "Nick Fury, I believe you owe us an explanation." With that, he tossed the items onto the table. "Everyone, look what I discovered within the SHIELD system." Tony seized the moment to confront Fury as well. Their actions only served to further darken Fury's expression. Once the two had finished, facing the skeptical gazes of their peers, Nick Fury finally spoke. "A year ago, this world truly revealed to me the existence of gods." As he spoke, his solitary eye fixed upon Thor, he continued. "Upon their arrival, they effortlessly obliterated the towns we had painstakingly built, and we could only watch as Tony fought alone on the front lines. As the director of SHIELD, I refuse to witness such disasters unfold again. Therefore, we must possess the power to protect ourselves. Tell me, is my course of action truly misguided?" Chapter 73, Loki's manipulation of the Avengers. As Nick Fury spoke, his one-eyed gaze bore into the crowd. Karen, attempting to suppress her laughter, glanced at him, noticing her demeanor. Nick subtly signaled her to refrain from causing any disruptions. Karen nodded lightly, discreetly forming an okay gesture to assure him. Just as Nick Fury was about to breathe a sigh of relief, there interjected. "However, to unilaterally activate weapons that do not belong to you is, without a doubt, a signal to the outside world that Midgard is prepared to engage in a conflict of greater magnitude. Consequently, we shall witness the arrival of advanced beings, inciting a more extensive war." Nick Fury found himself momentarily choked by Thor's words. The other Avengers, too, began voicing their opinions, and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Banner inadvertently grasped the Mind Stone, intensifying the situation. Karen observed everything, then turned her gaze elsewhere. There, under Loki's manipulation, Hawkeye was advancing with a battalion of soldiers towards the aerial mothership. Recognizing the opportune moment, Hawkeye released an arrow that detonated the mothership's third engine. The sudden assault sent everyone in the control room flying. Naturally, Karen, having prepared herself and retreated to a corner, remained unscathed. Seizing the moment, she documented the chaos unfolding around her. At that moment, the mothership's alarm blared. Tony and Steve rushed to the damaged engine. Following a thorough analysis by Jarvis, Tony quickly devised a repair strategy and began the necessary work on the mothership. Simultaneously, inside the mothership, Banner, overwhelmed by stimuli, lost control and transformed into the Hulk. Natasha, closest to him, found herself in grave danger as she became his primary target. Realizing the peril, Natasha utilized the intricate terrain to flee. However, the Hulk, unpredictable in his fury, barreled through, poised to land a devastating punch on her. Fortunately, Karen noticed the unfolding scene. In an instant, she teleported in front of Natasha, her gaze fixed on the Hulk with a smile. Upon seeing Karen, the Hulk's eyes softened momentarily. "I'll count to 3. If you don't revert to your original self, I will strike you," Karen declared, raising 3 fingers. 3, 2, roar. "Hulk, I'm not afraid of you." The Hulk raised his fists, ready to pummel Karen, who stood mere inches away. With a resounding crash, Karen intercepted the Hulk's fists, the powerful shockwave sending Natasha reeling. Thankfully, Karen activated her biological force field just in time to protect Natasha from the impact. Through the gap between their fists, Karen locked eyes with the Hulk. "Little one, it seems you are misbehaving," she remarked before delivering a swift punch. With a thud, the Hulk was sent flying. With a sudden surge, he sprang to his feet, roaring as he charged towards Karen once more. Karen found his boisterous demeanor somewhat irritating. In an instant, he teleported beside Hulk, delivering a swift kick. The impact sent Hulk crashing through the mothership's deck, hurtling into the void. Observing Hulk's impending disappearance, Karen instantaneously repositioned himself behind him, delivering a powerful blow to the back of Hulk's head. The force of this strike produced a sound akin to a sonic boom. Under the impact, Hulk's head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, gradually reverting to Banner's form. Karen accelerated, swiftly grasping Banner and returning to the mothership. Natasha witnessed the entire process of Karen subduing Hulk, her eyes betraying an undeniable envy. He was simply extraordinary, an embodiment of sheer power and unparalleled speed. How could such a flawless being as Karen exist in this world? Upon their return to the mothership, Karen raised an eyebrow at her, as if to say, "Impressive, isn't it?" Natasha, sensing that Karen's silence only enhanced his formidable image, paused for a moment before giving him a thumbs up. "Truly impressive. If you were a man, I would undoubtedly marry you." Karen laughed heartily, tossing the unconscious Banner to Natasha before departing to meet the tardy Thor. Upon realizing his absence was unnecessary, Thor hurried back, leaving Karen to speculate on what could be occupying his time. Perhaps he merely wished to appear busy. Suddenly, the mothership erupted with another explosion, causing the entire vessel to tilt alarmingly. Clearly, other engines had sustained damage, putting the spacecraft at imminent risk of sinking. Karen lamented the subpar design of this mothership by Nick Fury. With a deft movement, he tapped the floor of the mothership, instantly stabilizing it. Analyzing the structural integrity, he raised a hand, initiating a self-repair mechanism throughout the vessel. During this brief interval, Thor was deceived by Loki and ejected from the mothership. In the ensuing chaos, Coulson tragically lost his life. Natasha, amidst her battle with Hawkeye, successfully roused him from his stupor. Meanwhile, Tony and Steve managed to repair the third engine. The Avengers found themselves ensnared in Loki's intricate web of deception. Both Tony and Steve felt a mounting sense of frustration. Once the mothership stabilized, the team quickly gathered their thoughts and, after deliberation, discerned Loki's next objective. Tony, piloting his somewhat damaged Mark suit, was the first to return to Stark Tower. Steve, Natasha, the revived Hawkeye, the unconscious Banner, and the somewhat detached Karen followed suit in their aircraft, heading towards Stark Tower. This time, the team decided to learn from their previous mistakes, placing Steve at the helm of their operations. No one objected to this leadership, except for Karen. "How about I give it a try?" he suggested, his marginal voice going unheard by the rest. Primarily, this individual is exceedingly adept at observing events unfold. Apart from exerting effort when inflicting harm upon teammates, her presence is scarcely felt at other times. Unbeknownst to them, Karen has been utilizing a biological force field and magnetic control to stabilize and repair the entire spacecraft. Meanwhile, Tony swiftly returned to Stark Tower, where, as anticipated, he encountered Dr. Eric, who was engrossed in manipulating a machine. Without hesitation, Tony attempted to sabotage it. However, his energy cannon rebounded, causing a staggering explosion that rocked his own armor. Realizing this approach was futile, Tony understood the necessity of changing his suit. He descended onto the workbench and gradually shed his armor. At that moment, Loki stealthily materialized not far from Tony. "You possess great intellect. How about joining me? Once I conquer Earth, your status will be second only to mine." In response to Loki's proposition, Tony merely smiled faintly, remaining unperturbed. With a subtle gesture, he donned his armor's wrist device and approached Loki with measured steps. "Earth is such a splendid place. Why must we constantly resort to violence? Perhaps we could simply sit down for a drink?" Loki, upon hearing Tony's nonchalant tone, realized that his persuasive efforts had been in vain. Chapter 74. The arrival of the Chitauri army. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of the Mind Scepter upon Tony. As the scepter made contact with Tony's chest, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Loki's attempt to control Tony had failed. "Well, I won't resist. Shall you try again?" Though Tony feigned ease, he secretly rejoiced that he always carried a compact reactor on his person. In the shadows, he activated the marked suit. Loki narrowed his eyes. Since he could not control him, he would resort to murder. Grabbing Tony by the collar, Loki hurled him off the Stark Tower. From a distance, Karen watched this unfold and instantly teleported to Tony's side as he plummeted. She seized him and forcefully propelled him upwards. It has been decided, Tony Stark. The airborne Tony wore a look of exasperation. He had every reason to suspect that his aunt was doing this on purpose. In the next moment, he was met by the armor he had summoned. In midair, he executed a stylish donning of the suit, accelerated his descent, and rocketed back into the fray. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a repulsor blast that sent Loki flying. Just as Tony prepared to administer another blow, the spatial device was completed. A blue beam shot into the sky, opening a vast wormhole. At that moment, the Chitauri army made their grand entrance. Tony paused momentarily, then surged skyward to confront the adversaries. Karen could not help but commend his audacity, subsequently finding a vantage point to observe the spectacle. Meanwhile, she intermittently supplied Tony with energy from her thunder packages. Karen, could you refrain from merely spectating? Tony quipped from within his armor, fully aware she could hear him. No. Karen chuckled mischievously. She glanced nearby at the newly armored Bambi. No, it was the princess of Asgard. She couldn't suppress her laughter, allowing this character a moment of triumph before Thor arrived to share in the spoils. Indeed, as if summoned by fate, Thor appeared shortly after Loki had established himself atop Stark Tower, boasting and brandishing his might. Witnessing the destruction wrought by the army Loki had summoned upon the structures below, Thor was incensed. Without uttering a word, he swung his hammer with ferocity. Empowered by the Mind Scepter, Loki was undeterred. The two engaged in a fierce battle atop Stark Tower, exchanging blows that significantly damaged the edifice. However, Karen discerned that despite Loki's magical prowess, enhanced by the scepter, he was no match for Thor's might. As expected, after but a few exchanges, Loki was vanquished and chose to flee. Unable to locate Loki, Thor ascended to the skies, joining forces with Tony to confront the Chitauri army. At this juncture, the remaining Avengers arrived, eschewing pleasantries and diving straight into the fray. Banner, having regained consciousness, transformed once more into the Hulk, charging into battle with vigor. Steve leaped from the aircraft, simultaneously coordinating the evacuation of civilians while dispatching the Chitauri soldiers on the ground. Natasha piloted the jet, delivering Hawkeye to a strategic vantage point and providing Thor with communication devices. Thor, ascend to the pinnacle and assault the wormhole. Do not allow them to descend too swiftly. Tony, find a way to close the wormhole. Each command was issued methodically by Steve. While the Chitauri soldiers were manageable, the Leviathan mechanical beast posed a more formidable challenge. Apart from Hulk destroying one and Thor taking down another, the remaining beasts still roamed the battlefield. Karen recognized that she could no longer remain an observer. Otherwise, the adversaries would truly believe Earth was defenseless. Gradually, she ascended into the air, her armor shifting to a shade of black. With a gentle fist directed at a nearby Leviathan, she activated her magnetic control in conjunction with her telepathic abilities. In an instant, the Leviathan transformed into Karen's mechanical bioweapon. Repeating the process, she temporarily commanded the remaining Leviathans, issuing them orders to fully engage the enemy. This unexpected turn left the Chitauri commanders on the other side of the wormhole in a state of bewilderment. How could their own soldiers and Leviathan beasts so easily betray them? Loki furrowed his brow, fixated on the unfolding scene. After a brief moment of shock, Steve, Tony, and the others quickly deduced that it was Karen's intervention. Hulk seized the opportunity to confront Loki directly. Hey, despicable worm, you'd best keep your distance, or I wouldn't recommend you tasting the wrath of a god. Loki was acutely aware of Hulk's terrifying power. His hand gripping the scepter trembled slightly. Seeing this fear, Hulk smirked and feigned a turn to depart. Loki, momentarily relieved, had yet to catch his breath when the world abruptly inverted. What followed was a series of anguished cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig, accompanied by rhythmic thuds. Karen watched in amusement as Hulk tossed Loki around like a rag doll. That should suffice. At her command, Hulk, albeit hesitantly, glanced at Karen before discarding Loki to the ground. Spitting in disdain, he turned away. Karen approached the despondent Loki, gazing down upon him. You truly are pitiful at this moment. Loki, ignoring her taunts, closed his eyes, weary and resigned, contemplating destruction. Karen was poised to deliver further jibes when suddenly, her brow furrowed. She turned in a specific direction and vanished in an instant, reappearing before Steve, Tony, Hulk, and Ant-Man Scott. Greetings, travelers of the future. I am your designated guide. Karen floated gracefully before them with a smile. Karen, could you please refrain from your antics? Tony replied with exasperation. There is no time for games. You should comprehend the gravity of our mission here. Steve opted for a direct approach. Karen nodded slightly, raising her hand as the Space Stone and the Mind Scepter materialized simultaneously. She tossed them towards Tony and Steve, who caught them effortlessly. There's also a Time Stone, Tony reminded. Well, You'll have to ask her about that, Karen replied. With a snap of her fingers, she summoned the Ancient One. The Ancient One, caught off guard by the sudden summoning, regarded the group from the future with a sense of resignation. The eye of Agamotto began to spin, quickly peering into a fragment of the future. So this is how it is. Strange has actually chosen to surrender the time stone. As she spoke, the Ancient One hurled the eye of Agamotto towards Steve, who caught it with steady hands, glancing at the others. I told you this mission would proceed smoothly. Did I not? I never opposed your plan, did I? Tony chuckled. In the next moment, the four figures vanished simultaneously. Would they succeed? The Ancient One looked at Karen with uncertainty. Karen simply raised 3 fingers. Before she could finish counting down from 3, 2, 1, Steve, along with the Space Stone, the Mind Scepter, and the Eye of Agamotto appeared in an instant. Chapter 75. The curtain falls. How did it go? All smooth? Karen inquired, casting a mysterious smile at Steve. Steve presented 3 items, which Karen deftly waved back to their rightful places. On the other side, Loki was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Tesseract in his hand. The next moment, a slight smile graced his lips, and he vanished without a trace. Steve regarded Karen with a serious nod. It went exceedingly well, thanks to you. I must admit, this time you were exceptionally reliable. Steve smiled and gave Karen a thumbs up. Are you off to fulfill your unfinished promises? Karen asked softly. Steve did not respond, but merely waved his hand. Karen reciprocated the gesture, and in an instant, Steve disappeared, evidently traveling to a more distant past. Karen, you are fully aware of everything and possess the ability to alter events. Why do you never act in advance? Ancient One expressed her confusion regarding Karen's approach. If I did that, wouldn't it spoil the fun? Karen replied, waving her hand and sending her back to her designated place. Ancient One landed smoothly, feeling a sense of helplessness. This individual's character is truly elusive. On the battlefield, with Karen's divine intervention, the Chitauri army was thoroughly trapped within the wormhole, unable to escape. The Chitauri soldiers on the ground had also been largely cleared out over time. Karen raised her hand, prepared to command the Leviathan to obliterate the spatial wormhole. Just then, her communicator chimed. Puzzled, Karen wondered why Nick Fury was contacting her at this moment. After a brief consideration, she decided to answer. The Council has bypassed my authority and launched a nuclear missile towards your city. With those words, Nick Fury abruptly ended the call, knowing that merely informing Karen was sufficient. Karen raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze in a particular direction. There, a nuclear missile was hurtling towards her at breakneck speed. Her figure vanished in an instant, reappearing directly beneath the missile, effortlessly cradling it in one hand. With a disdainful glance at the sky, she startled several old-timers who were observing the scene. Without further ado, Karen gently tossed the missile with a single hand. Off you go. The nuclear missile was propelled towards the wormhole at an astonishing speed, many times greater than before. The entire wormhole space was instantly obliterated from within by the explosion. Karen lifted her head, her calm voice resonating in the minds of the old elites. This is the first and last warning. Her admonition thoroughly intimidated Pierce and his cohort of high-ranking officials. If Karen could communicate with such precision, how difficult would it be for her to locate them? In an instant, the group felt a chill from their toes to the crown of their heads. Glancing back at the screen, they realized that Karen's form had already vanished. At this moment, Karen had arrived beneath Stark Tower. Aunt Karen, what was that explosion all about? Well, it is precisely as you think. Karen harbored no intention of concealing the truth. Tony, upon solidifying his thoughts, erupted with fury. Those scoundrels. We are fighting valiantly up front, while they plot to annihilate us all. Tony raged for a full 5 minutes. At that moment, other members of the Avengers arrived. Tony, without reservation, recounted the recent events. The others were equally incensed. As the wormhole vanished, the Chitauri army on the battlefield was rendered entirely incapacitated. This confrontation had reached its conclusion. Though their tempers flared, they still needed to collaborate in the aftermath. Cleaning up the battlefield. Once everything settled, Tony recalled a delightful barbecue restaurant he had heard about and decided to treat everyone. Initially, Karen was reluctant to join. But unable to withstand the collective gaze of the group, she ultimately acquiesced. Soon, the group arrived at the barbecue restaurant. When the dishes were served, Karen's brow furrowed. However, the others, now ravenous, eagerly began to feast. Shortly thereafter, their expressions froze in shock. Haha, why have you all stopped eating? Aunt Karen, did you know this would happen? Tony chewed vigorously on the meat, the flavor proving somewhat difficult to swallow. The others shared his plight. Karen observed their reactions, then stood up to depart. Enjoy your meal at your own pace, she chuckled before vanishing from sight. The group, no longer pretending, also rose to leave. The restaurant owner stood bewildered. What happened? Just moments ago, you praised our barbecue. Yet, thankfully, Tony had paid the bill before departing. It was well cooked, but please refrain from grilling in the future, were Tony's parting words. The Cosmic Cube incident concluded, revealing the existence of extraterrestrial civilization to the world. This revelation instilled unprecedented panic among many leaders. As the technology of alien civilizations was alarmingly advanced, they attempted to analyze the equipment left behind by the Chitauri army, but could not accurately discern its composition in the short term. In the eastern nation, Zheng Xian sought out Karen's avatar, Dongjun Lord Dongjun. What is your perspective on this matter? Zheng Xian inquired, pouring a cup of tea for Karen's manifestation. A chaotic era was on the brink of unfolding. Superheroes would soon proliferate like mushrooms after rain. Dongjun provided her answer. Will this event impact our nation? Zheng Xian asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Though he was not fearful, Dongjun's avatar slowly shook her head, rising and lightly waving her ceremonial robe, her tone serene. As long as I am here. Gradually, her figure faded away. Zheng Xian gazed at the spot where Dongjun had vanished, lost in contemplation. On the other side, Nick Fury, having concluded the subsequent affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D., arrived at Karen's estate. As soon as he stepped inside, a hearty laugh erupted from him. What is so amusing? Are you unwell? Karen cast a fleeting glance at Nick Fury. No, you simply make me laugh for a moment. The thought of those haughty old men, reduced to such frightened expressions by you, brings me great amusement. Haha. TCH, I'm not jesting. If those old men dare entertain any nefarious thoughts, I would not mind. At this point, Karen paused. Nick Fury understood her unspoken words. Instantly, his demeanor grew serious. Rest assured, they would not dare. I have been keeping a watchful eye on them. Nick Fury stated, gesturing to his solitary eye. You should first manage your S.H.I.E.L.D. properly. Karen retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Nick Fury rolled his eyes. Here we go again with Karen. He had thoroughly investigated the internal matters of S.H.I.E.L.D. and found no issues. Yet, the insinuation regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. perplexed him. Every time he inquired of Karen, she never provided a clear answer. This left Nick Fury in a state of vexation. Chapter 76. Tony learns magic. Nick Fury arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After all, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his schedule was exceedingly demanding. It had become a customary ritual for him to come to Karen to vent his frustrations about work. Not long after Fury's departure, a relaxed Tony and a worried Steve made their way to Karen's estate. What brings you two together again? Karen inquired playfully, observing the pair, who appeared quite uncomfortable under his gaze. He is following me, Tony asserted. I merely happened to encounter him, Steve added. The two then exchanged glances, falling into a shared silence. Haha, Karen chuckled at their reactions, casually tossing two lounge chairs their way. All right, take a seat. Once they were settled, Karen leisurely began. Now? What brings you here? Tony glanced at Steve, who returned the look. After a moment of silent negotiation, it was ultimately Steve who relented. Karen, what do you know about extraterrestrial civilizations? His inquiry was not unexpected, given that he believed Karen to be a being from Kryptonian heritage. Whether such a civilization truly existed was beyond his means to ascertain, yet he was convinced that if it did, it would be a dominant force in the cosmos. And Karen, with her formidable abilities, must possess considerable knowledge. Karen regarded Steve and then turned to Tony, who was equally attentive. Very well. Let me share a brief overview with you. Of course, I only possess a general understanding. Firstly, the cosmic powers are diverse and numerous. I want to delve into the smaller factions, Karen stated, pouring herself a glass of water and savoring it before continuing. As for the larger entities, there are the Shi'ar Empire, the Kree Empire, and the Skrull Empire, which has been conquered by the Kree. These are vast organizations that govern multiple star systems. As for the realm where Earth resides, it does not belong to any of those empires. Rather, it falls under the dominion of Odin. This area is often referred to as the Nine Realms, which include Asgard, home to Odin, Thor, and their kin, Vanaheim, inhabited by a friendly race from which the goddess Frigga hails, and Nidavellir, renowned for its skilled dwarven blacksmiths. Following these are Alfheim, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, and Muspelheim. Lastly, there lies the realm of the dead, Hell, along with our home, Midgard, which is simply Earth. These realms are extensively detailed in Norse mythology, and you may wish to peruse them at your leisure. Following this, Karen proceeded to enlighten the two men about some fundamental knowledge of the universe. Although she had never ventured beyond, she had certainly watched her fair share of films. Some general matters are still clear to her. Steve and Tony listened intently, especially Steve, who took notes. Karen observed in exasperation, questioning the purpose of such note-taking. After all, they wouldn't be of any use. You don't need to remember these. If you have any doubts, simply ask Fury, she remarked. That black egghead is currently surrounded by a group of Skrulls serving as his henchmen. What? Steve stood there in shock, his initial reaction revealing his astonishment at Nick Fury's considerable power. He actually employs aliens? Tony, frowning slightly, had heard whispers of this before, but had failed to uncover any evidence. leaving the matter unresolved. Now, with Karen bringing it up again, he felt compelled to take it more seriously. After all, Fury's actions were akin to playing with fire. One misstep could lead to calamity. Karen then recounted her connections with Captain Marvel, Nick Fury, and the Skrulls, revealing that the much-publicized alien invasion incident of '95 was indeed real. Tony's face reflected disbelief. Of course, Karen affirmed with a nod. Without Carol and me, Earth might have already been obliterated by the Kree. Suddenly recalling something, she continued, however, such an event is highly unlikely. After all, Earth is protected by the Ancient One and Odin, making the chances of a successful Kree invasion exceedingly slim. Ancient One? Tony and Steve both inquired simultaneously. Yes. A remarkably powerful sorceress, Karen replied earnestly, then turned her attention to Tony. We've finished your questions for Steve, now it's your turn. Tony's mind sparked with thought, and he immediately donned a bright smile. And Karen, about that teleportation magic you mentioned last time? This? Karen snapped her fingers, and a portal appeared, revealing the bald sorceress, the Ancient One, standing before the three. Karen looked at Tony, interested in learning teleportation magic. I have something quite suitable for you. The Ancient One rolled her eyes at this comment. What do you mean by I have something quite suitable? Tony and Steve turned their gaze towards the Ancient One. She smiled gently and introduced herself. Greetings, I am the current Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One. Upon hearing her introduction, Tony was left utterly speechless. Now, aside from aliens and gods, another Sorcerer Supreme had emerged? Despite her seemingly gentle demeanor, Tony couldn't shake the feeling that the Ancient One wasn't as formidable as she appeared. Karen, understanding his thoughts, cleared her throat to remind him, the Ancient One's age is indeterminate. She is a guardian of Midgard, existing on the same level as Odin. With Karen's explanation, Tony's eyes lit up. Although his aunt could be somewhat unreliable at times, he knew she wouldn't deceive him about such matters. He immediately shifted to a warm and enthusiastic demeanor and greeted the Ancient One. Ancient One first glanced at Karen before turning towards Tony, offering a gentle smile. Are you certain you wish to learn magic from me? Tony nodded without hesitation. His inner thoughts reflected a desire to acquire additional abilities, viewing it as a beneficial opportunity. At that moment, Karen spoke again. Since you're here, why not assess whether Steve is suited to learn a few skills from you? Ancient One felt an urge to express annoyance. What does it mean to learn a few skills? Does he think this is mere sleight of hand? Nevertheless, Ancient One was genuinely curious whether Steve would be apt for the study of magic. The Eye of Agamotto began to slowly activate. A green radiance enveloped Ancient One. After a brief moment, he ceased his movements and looked towards Steve, shaking his head with a hint of regret. His talent lies in his perseverance. This statement seemed to convey something significant, yet at the same time, it felt as though it revealed nothing at all. Chapter 77. Arthur's responsibility. Steve, standing nearby, showed little reaction to Guyi's words. He had never contemplated the study of magic, and realizing his lack of talent, he chose to dismiss the notion entirely. Hey, don't be disheartened. Didn't he, the sorcerer, say that your true gift lies in your perseverance? Tony nudged Steve playfully, chuckling mischievously. Steve, disinterested, decided not to engage with Tony. After exchanging brief greetings with Karen and Guyi, he turned to leave. Subsequently, Tony followed Guyi, while Karen remained indifferent to Guyi's intentions. The extent of Tony's learning was entirely up to him. Stretching languidly, Karen showcased her graceful figure. It seemed time to embark on the next journey. With a mere thought, she activated the interdimensional portal. In an instant, she vanished from the Marvel universe, reappearing in her own modest two-story dwelling within the DC universe. Gazing into the distance, she awaited the commencement of the next captivating spectacle. Beneath the ocean's depths, Arthur acutely sensed the profound transformation that followed his confrontation with Darkseid, specifically after the blessing from Karen had faded. It felt as though something within him had been awakened. His speed, strength, and reflexes had magnified exponentially. Suddenly, the lighthouse emitted an alarm. Arthur understood that yet another incident involving pirates had transpired. This marked the umpteenth occurrence within the month. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water, propelling himself forward at a velocity akin to that of a missile. Upon spotting the immobilized submarine on the ocean floor, Arthur surged towards it. Like a superhero, he lifted the submarine from the depths and brought it to the surface. After surfacing, he located the hatch and burst inside, only to be met with a throng of pirates. Fortunately, his body now possessed a resilience comparable to steel. The bullets that struck him caused no harm whatsoever. Seizing a hatch cover from the ground, he charged at the pirates. Within 2 exchanges, he dispatched 2 of them, rendering them incapable of further resistance. Observing his adept handling of the hatch cover, he mused, have I been reading too many Captain America comics lately? With renewed determination, Arthur wielded the hatch cover as a weapon and pressed forward. Karen found the scene amusing. Evidently, the arrival of the Avengers had not left the world devoid of influence. After toppling 2 more pirates, Arthur continued his advance, only to soon encounter reinforcements from the pirate ranks. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung the hatch cover. In an astonishing display of physics-defying motion, it struck down 2 pirates before returning to Arthur's grasp. He tightened his grip on the hatch cover, now feeling it was his most reliable weapon. Upon rounding another corner, Arthur faced yet another ambush from the pirates. However, this pirate, whether due to excessive confidence or some other circumstance, chose to engage Arthur in close combat. He completely underestimated the disparity between them. Even though his twin daggers danced with finesse, they failed to inflict even a scratch on Arthur. The blades in his hands were shattered by Arthur's strike with a hatch cover. Just as Arthur prepared to render him unconscious, another pirate appeared unexpectedly from a nearby corner. A cannonball sent Arthur hurtling through the air. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, despite being struck at such close range, Arthur stood up as if unscathed. After rising, Arthur seized a nearby support pipe and hurled it with great force, pinning the pirate who had ambushed him against the wall. Arthur hastily approached, yanked the pipe free, and turned to leave. However, the pirate, clearly harboring murderous intent, aimed once more at Arthur's back with another cannonball. Boom! Arthur narrowly dodged. But the ship's hull was blasted open, allowing seawater to surge in. To make matters worse, the pirate's leg became trapped beneath a collapsing support beam, rendering him unable to escape. Arthur was no savior and had no intention of rescuing him. He turned to depart, but at that moment, the earlier pirate grasped Arthur's calf. Pleading for help, Arthur forcefully shook off his hand and continued on his way, leaving without a backward glance. He felt no remorse over the incident. These men were ruthless marauders, and having attacked him first, why should he extend his mercy? He was no superhero. Emerging from the submarine and discarding the hatch cover, Arthur plunged into the ocean, accelerating and vanishing beneath the waves. When he resurfaced, he had already returned to shore. After each rescue mission, he developed a habit of enjoying a drink, but today, he was approached by a group of bikers, their demeanor menacing. "Hey, buddy, look here." A burly man clapped Arthur on the shoulder. Arthur turned, displeased, assuming they were troublemakers, and stood up. The others sat back, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. From a corner, Karen smiled faintly. These individuals were not there to provoke Arthur. Seeing Arthur's fierce gaze, as if ready to strike, the burly man showed no fear. He produced a camera and beckoned the others behind him. "Hey, brothers, we've met the real deal today. Come over for a quick photo." Arthur was momentarily taken aback, nearly choking on his surprise. Thus, Arthur successfully garnered a few admirers. That night, Arthur once again escorted his inebriated father home. Yet, as their vehicle traversed the midway point, a colossal tsunami rose from the ocean. Before Arthur could react, the waves swept their vehicle into the air. Simultaneously, a figure leaped from the churning waters. Arthur leaped onto the roof of the car, utilizing his extraordinary abilities to separate the encroaching seawater and marine debris from the vehicle. In this manner, Arthur's father was successfully rescued. As Arthur gained clarity, he was astonished to discover that the individual before him was none other than Princess Mara. "Arthur, there is a grave matter I must." Mara began, but Arthur raised his hand to interrupt her. "Wait, first ensure my father is safe." Faced with his urgency, Mara suppressed her impatience. On their way back, Arthur gazed upon the village ravaged by the ocean's refuse, a frown etching his brow. The unexpected arrival of Princess Mara heightened his instincts, suggesting that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Indeed, Mara revealed a shocking revelation. No, rather, a momentous announcement. The kingdom of Atlantis was poised to declare war upon the land. The orchestrator of this turmoil was none other than Arthur's half-brother, ORM. Mara had come forth to deliver this urgent news to Arthur because, at this juncture, only he, sharing royal blood, could thwart ORM's ambitions. He must now embrace his responsibilities and prevent the impending war. Chapter 78, The Wisteria Palace. On the other side, Karen stood by the coastline, gazing at the vast array of marine debris with a frown. Has humanity unconsciously discarded so much into the sea? As her eyes wandered into the distance, Karen sensed an unusual aura emanating from the depths of the ocean. What could it possibly be? Intrigued, she eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. The next day, Arthur and Mara entered Atlantis together. Here, Arthur was reunited with his long-lost mentor, the Green Sorcerer. No, it was Vico, to be precise. Their reunion naturally led to a nostalgic exchange. However, the pressing matter at hand was to locate the trident of Poseidon. Mara interrupted their reminiscence, emphasizing the importance of their mission. Suddenly, the chamber where they stood was besieged by the guards of ORM. To protect the others, Arthur immediately engaged in combat with the guards. Seizing the opportunity, Mara and Vico swiftly made their escape. Despite Arthur's valiant struggle, he found himself outnumbered and ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, captured by his foes. When Arthur regained consciousness, he discovered himself bound by heavy chains. Above him, his brother, ORM, observed the scene with indifference. Through his intuition, Arthur recognized ORM as his half-brother. Glancing at the robust chains restraining him filled him with indignation. He summoned his strength and charged towards ORM, challenging him to a fair fight. What merit is there in a sneak attack? ORM smiled faintly. Very well, I shall oblige you. No, Arthur, you cannot fight him, Mara interjected anxiously, doubting Arthur's chances against ORM, who had grown up in the ocean's depths. Vico also cast a disapproving glance, urging caution. Yet, Arthur was resolute, unwilling to heed their warnings. ORM regarded them with a warning glance, the implications clear. Soon, they arrived at the fiery arena designated for duels among the royal family of Atlantis. Amidst the cheers of the spectators, the two figures soon took their places in the center of the arena. Karen had also secured a prime spot to witness the spectacle. As for how she managed to infiltrate so effortlessly, it was due to her telepathic abilities. With the rhythmic drumming of the octopus heralding the start of the duel, the contest was officially underway. This battle would determine not only superiority, but also fate. After a brief clash of tridents, ORM eagerly launched his assault. With a powerful strike, he nearly shattered Arthur's trident. Arthur, however, was not one to yield easily. He angled his trident to deflect ORM's weapon, then delivered a powerful kick to ORM's chest, nearly sending him flying from the arena. ORM managed to steady himself, adjusting his stance to confront the rushing Arthur. The battle erupted in earnest. Karen's attention, having briefly lingered on the arena, was swiftly captivated by a figure on the opposing observation platform. The resemblance of this individual to a character she had once seen on stage was striking. Identical hairstyle, matching dark attire, and an air of commanding authority emanating from his piercing gaze. It was nearly impossible for Karen to dismiss the thought of that man. The figure across from her, too, was acutely aware of her gaze, casting a detached look in her direction. Their eyes collided in the air, and in that moment, Karen smiled. Indeed, it was him. Such an unmistakable gaze could not belong to anyone else. However, a question arose. Why was this man here? Judging by his appearance, he was clearly from the OM faction. What was the meaning of this? Karen's mind was awash with questions. After all, this was the DC universe. How could that person possibly be here? It seemed utterly implausible. Yet here she was, having traversed dimensions herself. In the arena, the OM faction was now at a disadvantage, on the verge of being defeated by Arthur. The man whom Karen had been fixated on instantaneously entered the fray, effortlessly halting Arthur's descending trident with a single hand. His voice calm as if declaring an edict. He could not be defeated. Regardless of how forcefully Arthur struggled, he could not break free from the man's grip. As he prepared to gather his strength and kick the intruder away, in the next instant, a belt appeared at the man's waist. A mechanical voice resonating clearly in every ear. Henshin cast off change beetle. In the blink of an eye, a red blur flashed, and Arthur was sent flying. Karen stood there, utterly astonished. Was this a fusion of two formidable beings? She quickly moved to catch Arthur, asking if he was all right. He waved her off, assuring her he was fine, but inquired how she had come to be there. Just watching the show, Karen replied with a faint smile, gently lowering Arthur to the ground while casting her gaze towards the armored combatant opposite them. Fujimiya Hiroshi? Even now, Karen remained somewhat uncertain. The armored figure fixated on her. Repeating his earlier assertion, the OM faction could not lose. Why not? This is a fair duel. Don't you believe in reason? Arthur shouted in indignation. Reason? The armored figure said, slowly pointing skyward. My sister once said, the reasons I speak are the very essence of reason. Karen rolled her eyes at this declaration. Your sister surely is impressive. Wait, doesn't Fujimiya Hiroshi have a sister? Karen found herself at a loss for words. It appeared that indeed, two mighty beings had merged. Given his tone, it seemed today as conflict would not end amicably. Just then, as Arthur prepared to charge once more, Karen intercepted him. As a being of multiversal significance, she sensed that their adversary was no ordinary foe. If Arthur engaged, it would only lead to his demise. With a firm resolve, Karen stepped forward, her battle attire shifting to black. She beckoned towards the armored opponent, invitingly stating, Come, let us engage as adversaries. Without a moment's hesitation, the armored figure lightly tapped his belt. In the next instant, a brilliant flash of red and black illuminated the entire arena. In a mere 3 seconds, the ground beneath them transformed into ruins under the force of their rapid collisions. As the dust settled, both Karen and Fujimiya reappeared in the arena. And with the words clock over, Fujimiya regarded Karen with an expression of indifference. You are quite formidable, he remarked. Karen responded with a subtle smile. You are no weakling yourself. Her words rang true, after their brief skirmish. It was evident that the power he had just displayed was indeed on par with a singular universe-level force, coupled with the advantage of the oceanic rules at his disposal. She realized that subduing him would require considerable effort on her part. Just as Karen prepared to advance and seize him, Fujimiya escalated the encounter. A flash of blue brilliance enveloped him as he transformed into the life-sized form of Ultraman Eagle V1. Chapter 79, Sea Tribe vs. Human Tribe. Colin observed silently, wondering what further tricks this fellow could possibly conjure. Before him, Fujimiya transformed into a Guru Ultraman, his hands gliding over his head, swiftly transitioning into V2 form. He then repeated his previous movements, entering a striking new form, a blend of light blue and deep blue hues that Colin had never witnessed before. Finally, he reached out into the void, grasping the hyper-cast-off beetle instrument firmly in his hand. Colin could only watch in astonishment as his opponent not only transformed but also enhanced his form further. This is utterly absurd, layering buffs like this. In Colin's eyes, the exceeding armor had become overwhelmingly powerful, propelled by an inexplicable force that seemed to rival his own. If a confrontation were to ensue, even a slight miscalculation could result in calamity for Earth. In the second round, Fujimiya spoke, leaving Colin no opportunity for contemplation. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind Colin. With a classic spinning kick, he executed a rider kick. In a fraction of a second, Colin pivoted and raised his arm to block, absorbing the impact of the blow while employing a bioforce field to contain the energy surge. Yet, despite this, the powerful shockwave radiated outward from the two, sending all spectators flying. The space surrounding them trembled, on the brink of collapse. As their contest of strength continued, a voice interjected, commanding, "Stand down." Accompanied by this gentle authority, a soft force separated the two combatants. In that moment, Fujimiya vanished, leaving Colin bewildered and alone amidst the chaos. Surveying the battleground, Colin found it in disarray, with the Sea Tribe having fled without a trace. In the distance, only Arthur awaited him. As the situation resolved, Arthur hurried forward. What happened? Did that fellow leave? Colin sensed again, but found no trace of Fujimiya, shaking his head gently. I'm not sure where he went. Arthur's expression turned grave upon hearing Colin's words. He had witnessed the earlier exchange. Even someone as formidable as Colin had merely reached a stalemate, allowing his opponent to depart unscathed. If that individual chose to assist OM, humanity could be in peril. Fear not, for I am here, Colin reassured. Yet his concern lay not with Fujimiya, but rather with the unseen force that had spirited him away. The inability to even sense the presence of that individual was truly unsettling. Meanwhile, Arthur realized that as long as that person intervened, his aspirations of becoming the Sea King were nearly unattainable. He required greater strength to ascend to the throne and avert a war between humans and the Sea Tribe. Thus, he sought out Mara, and together they followed the earlier plan, tracing the clues related to the trident of Poseidon. Upon arriving at the vast expanse of the Sahara Desert, they discovered the ancient ruins of Atlantis, along with the stone platform where the trident was once forged. Mara, utilizing a single drop of Arthur's blood, successfully awakened the spectral image of the old king who had once ruled there. Guided by the king's wisdom, they swiftly located the whereabouts of the trident. Soon after, they set forth once more, this time facing formidable adversaries, the Black Manta Ray and numerous sea guardians who sought to thwart their progress. Relying on his current abilities and a stroke of fortune, Arthur managed to narrowly defeat the Black Manta Ray, while Mara simultaneously unleashed her Blood Shadow technique to decisively eliminate the guardians. Without delay, they resumed their journey, navigating a small vessel into the treacherous waters of the Abyssal Kingdom. As they ventured further, they were besieged by a swarm of monstrous sea creatures, culminating in the complete destruction of their boat. With no other recourse, they relied on their luck and began their descent into the depths. True to their protagonist status, they soon stumbled upon a deep-sea cavern. Without hesitation, they swam inside. At the cavern's deepest recess, they discovered a mysterious portal. Recognizing that they had indeed arrived at the right place, they leapt into the portal. Upon awakening, they found themselves transported to the inner world of the Earth. As they emerged onto solid ground, they were unexpectedly reunited with Arthur's biological mother, Atlanta. Their reunion was filled with joy as they embraced each other tightly. "My child, you have grown," she exclaimed. "Mother," Arthur replied, for he had long yearned for her comforting embrace throughout the years. Once they regained their composure, Atlanta recounted her experiences over the years. After being exiled, she had not perished as presumed. Instead, she had inadvertently entered this realm and found herself trapped. The only means of escape lay in acquiring the legendary trident of Poseidon, which was fiercely guarded by the deep-sea monster, Kerosene. Atlanta had no hope of overcoming such a formidable foe. After listening to Atlanta's tale, Arthur resolved to challenge Kerosene. They had no choice without the trident. Their escape was impossible. Thus began the epic confrontation between Arthur and Kerosene. In the first round, Arthur suffered a crushing defeat. The second round yielded the same disheartening result. In the third round and beyond, Arthur faced an unending series of defeats at the hands of Kerosene. Just as despair began to creep in, Mara approached him, offering heartfelt encouragement. It was at this moment that their bond deepened, solidifying their relationship. Empowered by the strength of love, Arthur transformed into an unstoppable force, battling Kerosene with renewed vigor. Yet, he ultimately succumbed once more. In a critical moment, Arthur invoked his innate skill of communication with all living things. "Kerosene, let us converse. You can communicate with me?" Came the murky consciousness of Kerosene, tinged with a hint of delight. Indeed, I possess the ability to converse with all marine creatures. Arthur affirmed with conviction. Ah, how remarkable it is to see the bloodline of that old fellow. I acknowledge you. Arthur stood in a state of astonishment. It appeared as though he had yet to do anything, yet the other party had already acknowledged him. Could it be that he was truly a born ruler? In disbelief, Arthur approached the trident of Poseidon with a heart full of trepidation. Gazing upon the golden trident, he felt a surge of excitement within. As Arthur made contact with the trident of Poseidon, the bloodline within him was fully awakened, his eyes transforming into a brilliant gold. His strength surged to unprecedented heights. More astonishingly, he gained an entirely new understanding of all marine creatures, including the kraken, as if he had become the very embodiment of the ocean itself. During Arthur's descent into the earth to retrieve the trident of Poseidon, the war between the ocean and the land had officially commenced under the manipulation of ORM. With the oceanic nation's advanced technology, the initial confrontation resulted in significant losses for humanity. In desperation, the human leaders immediately sought assistance from the Justice League. Simultaneously, they dispatched a suicide squad to the front lines to impede the advance of the Oceanic Coalition's forces. Chapter 80. The outbreak in the face of such a dire situation. Although Karen yearned to continue watching the spectacle, it was evidently impossible. At this rate, would the Earth not be utterly ravaged by the conflict between humanity and the aquatic race? Moreover, her relentless search for the whereabouts of Tung Gong had yielded no results, leaving her in an unusually agitated state. Aunt Karen, must we truly take action against the aquatic race? Clark's tone bore a hint of reluctance. He had only recently come to grasp the severity of humanity's destruction of marine ecosystems. As fellow inhabitants of Earth, every species possess the inherent right to survival. There is no alternative. Humanity and the aquatic race have reached a complete impasse, and it seems unlikely that we can withdraw without a resolution. Diana sighed, shaking her head. Indeed, the aquatic race's stance has become excessively rigid. They have already obliterated numerous human facilities within the ocean, seemingly intent on pursuing this confrontation to the bitter end. Bruce Wayne analyzed calmly. If Arthur were here, there might still be a chance for negotiation, yet his whereabouts remain a mystery, which is rather peculiar. Steelbone remarked, continuously scanning for Arthur's location through his instruments. He wouldn't have already. Barry thought of his own suspicions and promptly silenced himself. Karen glanced at Barry, her voice steady. He is currently undergoing a trial. Upon hearing Karen's words, the others breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as comrades, they wished to avoid the grim scenario Barry had suggested. As the group conversed, the human forces and the underwater army had fully assembled. Karen sensed a palpable aura of malevolence permeating the atmosphere, as if something dreadful was quietly brewing. Consequently, her brow furrowed deeper. What on earth is this? This was the first instance of a situation entirely beyond Karen's control. Gazing at the ominous clouds overhead, she felt an unsettling premonition. Turning to the members of the Justice League, she issued a serious warning. Wait, do not act hastily. Seeing Karen's grave demeanor, the others felt a weight in their hearts and nodded silently. For Atlantis, at the command of OM, the Marine Coalition launched a collective assault on the human forces. Kill, charge, crush the detestable humans. The human side reacted instantly, unleashing a barrage of weapons. Boom. In that moment, war erupted in full force. Simultaneously, numerous soldiers from both sides fell under the onslaught of energy weapons and heavy artillery. In an instant, the strange energy in the air surged exponentially. Karen furrowed her brow in concentration, hoping to discern the source of this energy. Witnessing the intensifying carnage, Clark and the others anxiously turned their gazes toward Karen. Wait, just a moment. She raised her hand to signal them to hold. She could distinctly sense that something was amiss with the unfolding events. In the face of the inexplicable emergence of Tung Gong, she sensed that this matter was likely far from simple. What they needed to do now was to respond to the ever-changing circumstances with unwavering resolve and observe what would unfold next. As countless soldiers from both humanity and the sea tribes joined the fray, the entire coastline became stained crimson with blood. The distinction between blood and seawater blurred for the onlookers. As time gradually passed, the intensity of the battle escalated. Karen's gaze sharpened suddenly, and in an instant, she vanished from the side of Clark and the others. When she reappeared, she had already arrived at the command center of the human forces. I have found you. Prepare to meet your end. Without hesitation, Karen unleashed the Phoenix Sun fist upon the highest-ranking commander of humanity. However, the opponent was equally swift, countering her powerful strike with ease. The tremendous energy released in the clash instantly reduced everyone else present to mere dust. Karen fixed her serious gaze upon her adversary. What are you truly? In her perception, he embodied an endless chasm of darkness. Were it not for his unabashed absorption of the atmosphere of slaughter around them, she would have been entirely unaware of his presence. I'm known by many names. Lord of Darkness, God of Destruction, Harbinger of the End. Ah yes, my most recent title seems to be Shafulin. As he spoke, Shafulin transformed into a pure void of blackness. with tentacles reminiscent of the Cthulhu mythos occasionally surfacing around him, accompanied by the wails of countless tormented souls emanating from within. A chill ran down Karen's spine, prompting her to distance herself from him, but it was evident that she was a step too late. Shafulin had silently materialized before her, delivering a simple yet devastating punch. Boom. Karen's instinctive attempt to block with her arms resulted in an explosive shattering. In the next moment, her arms regenerated instantaneously. She stared at Shafulin in terror, awestruck by his formidable power. That seemingly effortless strike had obliterated her physical form. This was her first injury since her battle with the Dark Phoenix. "What in the world are you?" she demanded, her eyes locked on Shafulin, ready to counter his next move. Shafulin smiled nonchalantly. "How about it? Join me? You could manage this entire vast universe from now on." Karen furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Shafulin, sensing his sincerity. She couldn't fathom where he derived such confidence. However, one thing was clear. He appeared to be anything but benevolent, quite the opposite, in fact. "No, thank you. I am accustomed to my freedom and have no interest in becoming someone else's pawn." "What a pity, then. It seems I will have to assimilate you instead." Shafulin smiled softly, flicking his fingers to release a wisp of gray gas that surged toward Karen. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming dread descend upon her. A sensation even more intense than when she faced the supreme god and the one above all. Her first instinct was to flee, but she found herself utterly immobilized. Just as the gray gas was about to reach her, a melodious voice softly resonated beside her. "Call me sister, I will assist you." Karen was utterly speechless. At such a perilous moment, how could anyone still find humor? "Sister, there is no choice." Karen is genuinely frightened. She is still young and does not wish to meet her end in such a bewildering manner. A faint acknowledgement came from the person beside her, followed by a casual gesture that dissipated the ominous gray mist, which Karen had regarded as a great terror, into nothingness. "Phew, I'm saved." In that instant, the inexplicable sense of confinement that had enveloped Karen vanished. "It's you, you despicable fiend." Before she could fully discern the identity of the newcomer, Shafulin had already bellowed in outrage. "Surprised, are you? You concealed yourself quite effectively." Only then did Karen find a leisure to glance at the suddenly appeared girl. The moment she recognized her, a look of utter confusion crossed her face. "Is that Zhu Jianwei?" "No, that is not right. It's only a 6-point resemblance. Especially those pure, sky-blue eyes." Chapter 81. Emperor's Armor Fusion. "How? Do I remind you of someone?" The girl beside her turned to look at Karen. Instinctively, Karen nodded, then shook her head. "Whoever you are, thanks anyway." "Haha, you're welcome. After all, you called me sister," the girl replied playfully. That doesn't count, right?" Karen thought that her desperate shout shouldn't be taken seriously. "It does." The girl nodded earnestly, then spoke with an enigmatic expression. "Even if it's not true now, it will be in the future." "Wait, what?" Karen rolled her eyes. Usually, she was the one speaking mysteriously in front of others, and now it was her turn. With a resigned wave of her hand, she said, "Whatever you say." Then, Karen turned her gaze to the strangely ominous Shafulin before her. How should she deal with this fellow? After a brief skirmish, Karen was quite certain that she was no match for Shafulin. "Of course, it's your job to handle this," the girl beside her said with a faint smile, casually tossing an object to Karen. Karen instinctively caught it, and upon realizing what it was, she exclaimed, "What the heck? The Emperor's armor?" The girl across from her held her chest with one hand, lightly tapping her chin with the other, nodding slowly, then shaking her head. "Well, sort of. You'll find it just right. Besides, I'm not particularly fond of gold." "Wait, are you being sincere with that last part?" Karen shook the belt in her hand, her confusion evident. "Are you sure this will allow me to defeat him?" "Stop talking so much and just go for it," the girl urged, giving Karen a gentle push while stepping back. Karen rolled her eyes again, feeling as though she was being pushed into a corner. As she delicately explored the Emperor's belt, a sudden realization struck her. This sensation, it felt feasible. In the next moment, she no longer hesitated. She fastened the belt around her waist. Emperor's armor, fusion. In an instant, golden armor enveloped her form, and streams of orderly power coursed across its surface. The elemental forces flowed steadily within Karen, accompanied by a swirling orb of radiant colors. Karen sensed that this orb was the key to countering the enigmatic Shafulin. Boom. A wave of energy surged forth as the Emperor's armor made its debut in this realm. Seeing this, Shafulin attempted to flee, only to be blocked by two figures appearing behind him. Karen recognized them instantly. It was none other than Fujimiya and Dream. From the current circumstances, it was clear they were on her side. Without any hesitation, Karen charged at Shafulin. With a fist imbued with unwavering resolve, she struck forcefully at Safulin's back. Bang! The impact of her punch pierced through Safulin's body, leaving him stunned as he turned around. Understanding the principle of taking advantage of a weakened foe, Karen summoned the Emperor's Aurora sword instantly into her grasp. Karen directly unleashed a formidable strike, the Emperor's Demon Slash, which erupted with a torrent of prismatic energy. shattering the Shafulin into fragments. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. A voice of caution resonated at that moment. Simultaneously, Fujimiya and I dreamed. Their fists enveloped in a vibrant aura as they swiftly traversed the spatial realm, obliterating the scattered remnants of the Shafulin. Realizing her earlier negligence, Karen hastily joined their ranks. The trio accelerated in unison, engaging in a relentless assault for 2.5 seconds, utterly annihilating every last fragment. Only then did Karen comprehend that the space they occupied had long been ensnared by a barrier-like seal. She swiftly deduced the reasoning behind it. They were likely fearful of this entity escaping and wreaking havoc, hence the preemptive measures. In truth, the Shafulin's energy was not particularly formidable. Its true terror lay in its ability to corrupt all it encountered. If Karen were to describe it, she would liken it to a manifestation of negative energy. An utterly terrifying amalgamation. With a resounding crack, the barrier dissipated. Now that the crisis had been averted, it was time to depart. As she spoke, the girl vanished from sight, and the figures of Fujimiya and I faded away, as if they had never been present, just as Karen momentarily lost her focus. Almost forgetting to retrieve a fragment of light, the girl reappeared, siphoning a sliver of solar power from Karen. You? Karen intended to inquire further, but the girl denied her the opportunity. Remember to protect the Earth. This was the last echo of her voice. Karen deactivated her transformation, staring absently at the belt in her hands. Was that it? Couldn't there have been at least some explanation? Hey, Karen felt an urge to voice her frustrations, but found herself powerless to do so. At that moment, Clark and others rushed over, their faces etched with concern. Aunt, why did you suddenly disappear? Indeed. Beneath the solar crown, what transpired just now? Karen sheathed the Emperor's belt and waved her hand reassuringly at the group. It's all right. The greatest trouble has been resolved. A glance revealed Arthur, riding Callison, approaching from a distance. Go forth and resolve the conflict between humanity and the sea tribes. Clark and the others exchanged glances, then looked towards Arthur, who wielded the trident of the sea god and commanded the aquatic forces, nodding solemnly. Subsequently, the Justice League made a formidable entrance, urging humanity to cease hostilities immediately. Clark bravely absorbed much of the firepower exchanged between both factions. Soon, the conflict was brought to a close, resolved through the mediation of the Justice League. Both sides were acutely aware that continuing the battle would lead to mutual destruction, thus, halting hostilities was the wisest choice. Karen, in a rare display, took the initiative to step forward. With her striking beauty and the robust support of her vast human fanbase, she successfully advocated for a peace agreement between humanity and the sea tribes. Both parties reached a consensus and began their collaborative efforts to safeguard the marine and terrestrial environments. Karen firmly believes that, as long as humanity is willing to act, the Earth will progressively improve over time. Certainly, the painful lesson learned by humankind will serve as a deterrent against excessive actions. The people of Atlantis unanimously recognized Arthur's leadership, leading to the forced resignation of his brother ORM. However, upon discovering that their mother, Atlanta, was alive, ORM felt a profound sense of joy. His ambitions, once fervent, began to wane under Atlanta's soothing presence. Arthur found solace in this development. Nevertheless, an awkward tension lingered between the two brothers, centered around Mara. In light of this, Atlanta, drawing from her own experiences, chose to gather the family together to consider Mara's perspective. As anticipated, Mara ultimately chose Arthur. After a brief moment of frustration, ORM reconciled with the situation. His initial desire to marry Mara was largely influenced by her status. And now that he was no longer the king of Atlantis, he realized that perhaps he did not truly yearn for Mara, did he? Chapter 82. The Resurrection of Apocalypse. Indeed, OM's thoughts had become inconsequential. At least, Arthur and Mara were indifferent to his opinions. During this time, Karen had been diligently studying the Imperial armor and had uncovered some intriguing insights. Remarkably, this armor granted her the power of the Grand Cosmic Loss, which was quite terrifying. Clad in this armor, she embodied a pseudo-Tao of the entire universe. What does this signify? Furthermore, the special radiance emanating from the Imperial armor was noteworthy. If Shafulin represented a conglomerate of dark energy, then this enigmatic light was the embodiment of all that is luminous. She also discovered that this light significantly amplified her abilities. At the very least, her current rate of growth had accelerated by 50 compared to her original foundation, which was indeed formidable. This meant that its existence was akin to the enhancement provided by two solar deities. Was this not astonishing? Her silver superhuman growth had naturally surged to an astounding 93. She no longer needed to forcibly absorb solar energy. Her innate growth rate was more than satisfactory. Subsequently, Karen reclined for a while longer. Eventually, unable to withstand the fervor of her fans, coupled with the persistent visits from Clark and Diana, she relented. Each time Clark and Diana ventured forth to uphold justice, they were met with the question, why isn't Supergirl here? We need her. This left them feeling rather awkward. Ultimately, Karen made her presence known to the public. officially acknowledging her identity as Supergirl. Unfortunately, she only displayed her powers a couple of times before vanishing once more. As for the sentiments of her fans, she was all too aware. The passage of time indicated that her next journey was about to commence. This time, Karen did not bid farewell to anyone. She simply disappeared from the DC universe. Upon reappearing, she found herself back in the X-Men universe. With a mere thought, she grasped the narrative that had unfolded following the reversal of the future. Old Man had gone into hiding after the presidential assassination attempt, while Professor X and the others, having aided in the rescue, remained unscathed. They returned to the mansion and re-established the X Academy, charged with recruiting and teaching mutant children. At this juncture, Professor X had gathered a substantial portion of the original X-Men team: Jubilee, Cyclops, Jean Grey, Beast Hank, Mystique, and more. Karen pondered for a moment and decided to revisit the story from the beginning. With a thought, a time tunnel opened. Swiftly, she navigated the currents of time, arriving in the era ruled by Apocalypse. This epoch could be described as one where mutants reigned supreme, and Apocalypse was undoubtedly the rightful king. Regrettably, his governing methods were excessively harsh, leading ordinary citizens to seize the opportunity during his transference ritual to launch a ruthless ambush, nearly thwarting his ceremony. Fortunately, his last loyal subordinate, with unwavering fidelity, utilized a psychic shield to protect his transference body just before his demise. Otherwise, the tale of Apocalypse from the X-Men would have concluded before it even commenced. Upon witnessing this, Karen traversed the river of time, arriving in the present era. She raised an eyebrow, having witnessed Apocalypse's reign. A novel idea suddenly dawned upon her. With a swift motion, she teleported to the pyramid where Apocalypse lay entombed. Ding! Detection initiated. As soon as Karen laid eyes upon Apocalypse, the system's alert sounded. With a shift in her focus, she promptly acquired Apocalypse's abilities: power amplification and accelerated learning. The prowess of power amplification hardly requires elaboration, while accelerated learning, when paired with her extraordinary intellect, proved to be a perfect match. What followed was even more straightforward for Karen. A surge of solar divine energy coursed into Apocalypse's being, rousing him from his slumber. As he opened his eyes and slowly rose, he spoke in ancient Egyptian. "Who are you?" With a mere thought, Karen mastered the ancient tongue and replied calmly. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that your era has long since passed." "What do you mean?" Apocalypse scrutinized Karen with caution. He sensed that she was an immensely powerful entity, capable of extinguishing his life with a mere thought. Literally, Karen stated, as she pointed a finger, sending a stream of information into Apocalypse's mind. In an instant, he comprehended the languages of all nations in this age and absorbed the entirety of humanity's development since his disappearance. Upon witnessing the dismal plight of mutants in the present, Apocalypse's fury ignited. "These are my children. How dare they?" he roared, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that shattered the pyramid from within, burying the arriving followers and FBI agents in the debris. Karen stood aside, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Apocalypse's tempestuous outburst. After a lengthy pause, Apocalypse regained his composure. He was no fool. Since Karen had sought him out, she undoubtedly harbored her own intentions. "My lady, may I inquire as to why you have awakened me?" "Quite simply, to fulfill your desires and establish a realm for mutants," Karen stated candidly. In truth, she could have undertaken this endeavor herself, but her lethargy led her to prefer entrusting it to Apocalypse, a being destined for greatness. "Is it truly that simple?" Apocalypse responded with incredulity. Karen's proposition aligned perfectly with his aspirations. "Indeed, it is that simple." Karen recalled something and cautioned, "However, do not harm too many humans." Upon hearing this, Apocalypse furrowed his brow. Establishing a nation for mutants was inherently uncomplicated. With sufficient manpower, a single war could solidify their status. Yet, if the stipulation was to avoid inflicting harm upon too many humans, the task became considerably more challenging. Observing the conflicted expression on Apocalypse's face, Karen raised an eyebrow. "I suggest you take a leaf out of the book of an ancient Eastern power. The superior strategy lies in subduing through cunning, followed by diplomacy, then military might, with the siege of cities as a last resort. The methods of siege are not." Karen's theoretical framework left Apocalypse utterly bewildered. While he could understand the words, their meaning eluded him. Observing Apocalypse's confused demeanor, Karen approached him slowly and patted him on the shoulder. "Ah, Apocalypse. The times have changed." He then cast a meaningful glance at Apocalypse before vanishing into thin air. Apocalypse furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Karen's behavioral logic. Was this individual truly an ally of mutants? From his perception, Karen was not a mutant, yet neither was he human. Had she appeared and awakened him without ulterior motives? One cannot blame Apocalypse for overthinking. After all, he is a millennia-old entity. It would indeed be strange if he did not ponder deeply. Chapter 83. Apocalypse in action, however. Thoughts aside, Apocalypse was undoubtedly poised to take action. Listening to the cacophony in the distance, he concentrated and departed through a spatial portal. Upon entering the realm of humanity, his foremost intention was to verify the accuracy of the information provided by Karen. Strike her, eliminate this mutant. Yes, unleash a fierce blow. Just then, the din of insults interrupted Apocalypse's contemplation. He glanced over to see a young mutant girl being cornered and shoved by a crowd. Witnessing the escalating confrontation, he stepped into the throng to shield the girl. Raising his hand, a torrent of sand swiftly sliced through the necks of the most agitated individuals. Remembering Karen's admonitions, he refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, only dispatching a small group before fleeing with the young Storm. Thank you, sir. The young Storm girl did not express discontent over Apocalypse's lethal actions. Rather, she enthusiastically ushered him into her home. Inside, through the television, Apocalypse discovered that everything Karen had disclosed was indeed true. Additionally, he took it upon himself to delve into the culture of a certain great nation, gaining profound insights in the process. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to recruit sufficient followers. Otherwise, all would be mere fantasy. Turning his gaze to the young Storm, he asked, "Child, do you seek power? The absolute tempest capable of obliterating all?" Stirred by his enticing words, the girl eagerly nodded. "I do. Very well." With arms outstretched, Apocalypse exuded an aura of dominance. "Shurima, your emperor has returned." In that moment, his pupils began to glisten with a pale light. Simultaneously, Storm felt a surge of formidable energy brewing within her, prompting her to unleash a mighty roar. The overwhelming power of thunder and storm erupted, instantaneously demolishing the structure. As the dust settled, the young Storm girl felt a pang of sorrow. "Child, do not grieve. You deserve something far greater." Apocalypse approached her like a benevolent father, gently patting her shoulder. Observing this transformation, Karen nodded in approval. It appeared that under her guidance, Apocalypse had indeed undergone significant change. Now, it was her turn to explore her newfound abilities. With a focused thought, Karen manifested on the surface of the sun. As a series of notifications echoed from the system, her enhancement commenced in earnest. Time flowed steadily onward until, at a certain moment, Karen abruptly opened her eyes. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, extinguishing the sun. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, channeling her strength to replenish the sun's energy, reigniting its brilliance. Nevertheless, this act inevitably had a considerable impact on Earth. Amidst the tumult of various tides, tsunamis, and the sudden eruptions of volcanoes, all dissipated into nothingness under the radiant sunlight. Karen was taken aback, nearly causing the extinction of life on Earth through a moment of inattention. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to rectify the situation in time. She tightened her fists, feeling the overwhelming surge of power coursing through her. A wave of elation washed over her. She sensed that she was not far from transcending to the next cosmic tier. With a mere flick of her hand, she summoned her status panel. Name, Kara Zor-El. Age, 35, eternally 20. Identity, Silver Superman 95. Phoenix Power, 30. Speed Force, 10. Omega Beams, 10. Super Magic Resistance, Destructive Thunder, Super Telepathy, Absolute 0. Super Laser Vision, Ultimate Regeneration, Shape-Shifting, Absolute Magnetic Control, Ultimate Energy Absorption, Teleportation, Super Kryptonite Immunity, Ultimate Infinite Duplication, Absolute Atomic Control. Ability Enhancement. Ultimate Super Learning, capable of learning 30 abilities, Sun God, Enhanced. DC Greek Sun God Divinity, 200, Enhanced. Marvel Light God Divinity, 240, Enhanced. Marvel Sun God Divinity, 160. Enhanced. Eastern Monarch, 200, Current Amplification 800, Equipment. Solar Sacred Armor, Solar Holy Sword, Solar Holy Shield, Solar War Chariot, Kryptonian Battle Suit, Emperor's Armor Skills, Solar Flare Bombardment. Phoenix Sun Fist. Indeed, aside from a few nearly immutable abilities, all her other powers, including her Sun God Divinity, had been augmented. This enhancement marked a significant transformation for Karen. In terms of sheer strength, she could vanquish tens of thousands of her former selves. With a contented sigh, Karen stretched luxuriously. Now, she could confidently declare, she, Karen, was invincible. With a mere thought, she returned to Earth. After a brief moment of sensing, she quickly located Apocalypse's position. To her astonishment, he was currently within the X Academy, engaged in jovial conversation with Professor X. Karen gazed on in bewilderment, perplexed by this unexpected development. Moreover, she discovered that Apocalypse's 4 horsemen had gathered in their entirety. Storm, Magneto, Angel, and Psylocke were all present at the X Academy. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to absorb Psylocke's ability. After all, the power to conjure weapons at will was undeniably impressive. With a mental command, her enhancement ability activated. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the king's treasure. She had created the system herself, and thus had the liberty to name it as she pleased. In her possession, Psylocke's ability truly resembled a royal treasury. With her formidable telekinesis, conjuring any weapon and summoning as many as she desired was effortless. If she donned the Emperor's armor, she would shine like gold, truly invincible. Alas, there were no adversaries worthy of her full power, and her invincibility left her feeling somewhat lonely. In an instant, she materialized within the office of the X Academy. Professor X immediately reacted, greeting with a smile, "Karen, you have arrived." Apocalypse nearby also directed his gaze, offering a friendly nod. Indeed, Karen acknowledged, extending a hand, and in an instant, Professor X's legs were miraculously healed, allowing him to utilize his abilities without hindrance. "Karen, you?" Professor X exclaimed in delight, rising to his feet and taking a few tentative steps. In that moment, a wave of exhilaration surged through him. Who could fathom the anguish of one who was crippled? He had long dreamed of standing once more. Could it be that Karen had truly made this dream a reality? At this juncture, Apocalypse cleared his throat, subtly indicating that Professor X should regain his composure. Soon, Professor X managed to steady his racing heart. Turning his gaze back to Karen, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you," he articulated with heartfelt sincerity. "We are old friends. There is no need for such formality." Karen replied, nonchalantly waving his hand as he settled into a chair nearby. Chapter 84. The return of Logan. "By the way, what were you just discussing?" Karen inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the two. Before Professor X could respond, Apocalypse spoke up first. "We were deliberating on how to acquire a sufficiently large territory for our kind. Indeed, some of Apocalypse's ideas struck me as quite commendable." Professor X interjected with enthusiasm, eager to share the plans they had meticulously refined over the past few days. He proceeded to elaborate on their strategies for nearly half an hour, capturing Karen's undivided attention. Turning once more to Apocalypse, her expression was one of incredulity. It seemed this individual had truly grasped the essence of the matter, from advocating for the rights of mutants to ultimately constructing a realm exclusively for them. The plan was remarkably comprehensive. Furthermore, the majority of the methods employed were remarkably diplomatic, rendering it difficult for humanity to find justifiable grounds for opposition, unless they were willing to instigate a war. However, among mutants, there were indeed many formidable individuals. Should conflict arise, humanity would first need to weigh the substantial costs they would incur. At that moment, the youthful Professor X evidently possessed a vigor that surpassed that of his older counterpart. After being persuaded by Apocalypse, many notions he previously opposed were now met with a more open mind, as long as they did not venture too far. After all, they were united in their quest for the welfare of the mutant community. Upon hearing their series of initiatives, Karen could not help but offer a thumbs up in admiration. "You truly are a remarkable talent." Apocalypse recognized this as the highest form of acknowledgement from that ancient civilization, smiling and nodding in appreciation. "You are also quite gifted. It is thanks to your guidance that I was able to broaden my perspective so significantly," he humbly replied. It was only then that Professor X realized that Karen and Apocalypse were already acquainted. Wait. You mean Karen is the one who awakened me from my slumber and pointed me toward a path of enlightenment?" Apocalypse explained with a soft chuckle, shedding light on his connection with Karen. "Ah, so that is how it is," Professor X remarked, newfound respect for Karen blossoming within him. Without her awakening and guidance, Apocalypse would never have arrived at Xavier's school. Professor X had taken the initiative to research Apocalypse, and it was evident that if it were not for Karen, the school might have faced significant conflict with the original Apocalypse. Through their interactions, Professor X had come to understand Apocalypse better. Should a confrontation occur, aside from the unpredictable variable of Jane, he could hardly conceive of a strategy to vanquish Apocalypse. After all, he was indeed a genuine ancient entity, with his true capabilities remaining shrouded in mystery. Contemplating this, Professor X felt a twinge of trepidation. Promptly, he employed his mental abilities to suppress any negative thoughts that arose. Karen discreetly probed into Professor X's mind, noting with some amusement the depth of his internal dialogue. Subsequently, Karen decided not to linger any longer. Since these two individuals had already devised their plan, Karen allowed them to proceed unimpeded. After departing, she sought out Wolverine, who had recently endured Stryker's persecution. Upon encountering Karen, Logan experienced a moment of disorientation, instantly recalling everything. "Karen, have we succeeded?" he inquired. "Indeed, we have, though perhaps not for you," she replied, uncertain whether Logan was fortunate or unfortunate. Logan, dismissive, waved his adamantium claws. "I'm quite accustomed to this." It was evident that his smile was somewhat forced, as no one wishes for modification if it can be avoided. "Do you seek vengeance?" Karen inquired nonchalantly. "Indeed," Logan affirmed earnestly, then shook his head. "That Stryker fellow is exceedingly elusive. Capturing him is truly challenging." "This is quite simple," Karen responded, snapping her fingers. In an instant, a bewildered Stryker appeared before Logan. Before he could react, 6 steel claws pierced through his chest. "What is this?" were Stryker's final words, clearly dying with his eyes wide open. Logan stared at Stryker's lifeless body and spat disdainfully. "To die so easily? What a pity for you." Logan was uncertain of the total number of mutants Stryker had tormented throughout both of his lives. However, one thing was clear to him. The actions of this man warranted 1,000 deaths. Well, vengeance has been exacted. What are your plans now? Karen's question left Logan momentarily perplexed. Having wandered as a mutant had become second nature to him. Soon, he thought of a place, but his expression quickly darkened. His friends might have forgotten about him by now, hadn't they? Logan sighed heavily. I am a harbinger of disaster, destined to be alone. Professor X intends to ally with Apocalypse to create a nation for mutants, Logan stated, but he was abruptly interrupted by Karen. Upon hearing her words, Logan's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Indeed, Karen confirmed with a serious nod. Although Logan was unfamiliar with Apocalypse, he had unwavering faith in Professor X. If he had decided to pursue this, it was certain to succeed. Noticing Logan's enthusiasm, Karen directly asked, So, would you like to return to the X Mansion? Yes. Logan replied with a firm nod. Karen focused her thoughts, and in an instant, they were transported to the X Mansion. Most of the individuals there were familiar with Karen. But it was the first encounter for Logan. Karen, who is this? Asked Cyclops, approaching alongside Havoc. This is Logan. He has heard of Professor X's renown and has come to pay a visit, Karen fabricated. Logan shot her an incredulous glance but chose not to comment further. Suddenly, his gaze drifted to the distance, where Jean and Storm were laughing and walking toward them, even though Logan was aware that Jean had completely forgotten him. A wave of complex emotion surged within him. Hey, buddy, what are you looking at? That's my girlfriend. Logan instinctively blurted out, glancing at Cyclops. What the hell? Cyclops immediately bristled with anger, ready to remove his glasses to confront Logan. Fortunately, he was halted just in time by Cyclone's intervention. Hey, man. Cursing upon meeting ISNT exactly. What the hell? Logan defiantly raised his middle finger at Cyclone before striding towards Professor X's office. Throughout the entire encounter, Karen watched with keen interest. One must admit, Logan remained unchanged. He was still the same old Logan. Soon, Logan met with Professor X. Initially, the professor was taken aback. Upon instinctively reading Logan's memories, his own recollections were instantly reignited. Welcome home, Logan. Professor, I'm back. Although Logan found it curious that Professor X was no longer in a wheelchair, his character certainly wouldn't dwell on such trivialities. Chapter 85, The Founding of the Mutants. Logan and Professor X soon engaged in conversation, completely disregarding Karen. Unperturbed, Karen set off to find Jane, the steward of the X Academy, to arrange her accommodation. During her search, she unexpectedly encountered Magneto's wife and daughter, who were joyfully playing with a group of summoned small animals. Observing the flow of time, Karen discerned the truth. Apocalypse had saved the mother and daughter at a crucial moment. With a smile, Karen approached them, casually picking up a nearby rabbit. She presented it to Nina, saying, This little bunny is so adorable. How about we enjoy some spicy rabbit heads tonight? What are spicy rabbit heads? Little Nina seemed puzzled by Karen's words. Hey, Karen, it's not good to lead children astray. Quicksilver interjected before Nina's mother could speak. Brother Quicksilver. Upon seeing him, Nina instantly forgot Karen's earlier remark and rushed into his arms, clearly delighted by his presence. Ah, little Nina, have you been good today? Quicksilver asked, smiling as he lifted her up. Yes, I spent time with Uncle Fox and Nina eagerly began recounting her day's adventures, sharing them with Quicksilver, who encouraged her enthusiastically. As Karen observed the bond between these half-siblings, she felt a twinge of envy for Magneto. Not only were his children strikingly beautiful, but they also possessed significant superpowers, especially Polaris, who was both fierce and stunning. Karen stood quietly by, watching the siblings play. After a while, Quicksilver noticed that little Nina was growing tired and handed her back to her mother. He approached Karen, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. Karen, I'm sorry for neglecting you just now. It's nothing. Karen waved her hand dismissively, displaying her generosity. By the way, are you free for a drink? Quicksilver seized the opportunity to invite her. Karen squinted at him until he looked down, feeling a bit shy. Sure. A playful smile danced on her lips. She had nothing pressing to attend to. At the Victoria bar, you have 5 minutes to find it. This round is on me, she declared, and in an instant, her figure vanished. Naturally, she had teleported to the bar, a place she had spontaneously decided upon. Whether Quicksilver could find it depended on his skill. Karen then quietly enjoyed drink after drink until 10 minutes had passed. Breathless, Quicksilver finally appeared before her. Young man, you are far too slow, Karen teased, fixing her gaze on him as she handed him a drink. Quicksilver gulped it down, finally regaining some strength. I couldn't help it. This place is quite remote and hard to find. No, it's you who need to be faster. As Karen spoke, she vanished in an instant, only to reappear just as quickly, holding Nina's little rabbit in her hand. Quicksilver could easily discern that Karen had retrieved the rabbit solely by virtue of her extraordinary speed. This revelation struck him with a sense of dismay. What now? Admit that you were slow? Karen remarked playfully, tossing the rabbit back to Quicksilver. Hurry. Little Nina will cry if she can't find her bunny. Quicksilver glanced at the rabbit nestled in his arms, then at Karen, before letting out a resigned sigh. I understand. With that, he vanished in a flash. Karen smiled faintly, satisfied with the outcome. In the ensuing days, Apocalypse and Professor X were fervently engaged in their endeavors. The two led the Four Horsemen and the newly formed X-Men, tirelessly championing justice and combating crime. Their intent was straightforward, to harness the unique abilities of mutants to forge the image of heroes and counteract the long-standing, malicious propaganda perpetrated by the government against mutants. Naturally, this process was gradual, yet remarkably effective. Gradually, the existence of the Four Horsemen and the X-Men became known, and trust in this group of superpowered individuals, who harbored a sense of justice, began to blossom. Some mutants, inspired by these organizations, voluntarily joined the ranks of superheroes. During this endeavor, some individuals displayed less remarkable abilities. Yet they continued to illuminate this era with their seemingly insignificant contributions. Public perception regarding mutants began to shift dramatically, and through collective effort, the malignant elements within the mutant community were swiftly eradicated. The entire mutant populace appeared to experience a renaissance, revitalized with newfound vigor. Over time, the fear surrounding mutants dissipated, and discussions about which mutants possessed the coolest abilities became commonplace. Before long, various nations became aware of some of the ideas emanating from Xavier S. Institute. Several countries, previously not overtly hostile toward mutants, established corresponding special operations departments for mutants. This initiative offered the mutant community a glimpse of an alternative future. In a remarkable turn of events, numerous self-aware, justice-minded mutants stepped forward, eagerly enlisting in government departments. Consequently, the government undertook a comprehensive investigation of the mutant populace. Thus, half a year swiftly passed. Apocalypse and Professor X sensed that the moment had come. Together, they initiated a global summit for mutants of the highest caliber, aiming to convene a cadre of capable and formidable individuals. During this gathering, they indeed uncovered numerous individuals of considerable prowess, some of whom possessed staggering financial resources. These were precisely the allies that Apocalypse and Professor X sought. Soon, under their joint invitation, these individuals were brought together, where they proposed the establishment of a dedicated council exclusively for mutants. Among these individuals, the majority are astute, fully aware of the advantages inherent in establishing such a parliament. However, a small faction rejected the proposals put forth by the two. In response, Apocalypse and Professor X refrained from any extreme actions, allowing them to depart peacefully. Subsequently, the faction of mutants in favor of Apocalypse and Professor X swiftly completed the formation of the mutant parliament. Apocalypse and Professor X were jointly appointed as the supreme speakers. Following a vote, several capable representatives were elected to assist the duo in managing the entire mutant community. The establishment of the mutant parliament is undeniably beneficial for both humans and mutants, offering myriad advantages without any detriments. Many nations, upon recognizing this potential, quickly established diplomatic relations with the mutant parliament, jointly enacting the Mutant Governance Act. At this juncture, the establishment of a mutant nation is merely a step away. Next, Apocalypse directly called upon the mutants to collectively raise funds, with the intention of acquiring a tract of land sufficient for the survival of the mutant populace. Chapter 86. Suryama. Undoubtedly, this process was not destined to be smooth sailing. During this time, numerous individuals were covertly engaging in subversive activities, inevitably drawing the attention of Apocalypse, Professor X, and Karen, who personally intervened to eliminate these obstacles. Once all matters were duly addressed, the grand endeavor of establishing a nation for mutants commenced. To initiate the proceedings, Apocalypse took the lead in negotiations with the upper echelons of humanity. After an intense 2.5 days of arduous discussions and compromises, the human representatives finally acquiesced, agreeing to cede an island for the use of the mutant community. Thus, the establishment of the mutant nation was formally confirmed. Upon hearing this exhilarating news, countless mutants were filled with fervor and immediately began preparations to journey to their envisioned sanctuary, a land that would wholly belong to them. Next, the time had come to name the nation. Apocalypse, Professor X, Karen, Old Man, Wolverine, and others eagerly participated in the deliberations. After a vigorous exchange of ideas, no one could sway the others, and tensions nearly escalated into conflict. Ultimately, Karen felt compelled to propose, why not call it Suryama? What do you all think? Her suggestion was not without merit. It was one of Apocalypse's catchphrases and the name of the once glorious mutant dynasty. Upon hearing the name, Apocalypse was the first to express his approval, while Professor X deemed it somewhat ostentatious. The others remained indifferent. Eventually, a collective vote was conducted, with Storm, Magneto, Angel, and Psylocke casting their votes for Suryama. Unsurprisingly, the name emerged victorious by an overwhelming margin. Aha, I told you so, Karen chuckled. In fact, had this name been deemed unsuitable, she had an even better alternative in mind, Demacia. That would certainly pack a punch. with the name settled. The next phase was to embark on ambitious construction projects. During this time, Magneto proved to be the indisputable backbone of the efforts. Combining his powers with Apocalypse's control over sand, a magnificent city-state rose from the ground in less than 3 days. As the winds of Tsurayama began to blow, mutants from across the world began to converge upon this new haven. Subsequently, a substantial number of mutants entered according to pre-established regulations, acquiring their identities while securing their residency rights. Naturally, a small number of well-off mutants chose not to settle here, yet they managed to obtain their identification information nonetheless. This land warmly welcomed every mutant's arrival. Next came the critical phase of establishing regulations. As the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Apocalypse was well aware of this principle. He had previously conferred with Professor X and Karen regarding this matter. The national policies and administrative measures for the mutants would be directly adapted from the policies of a certain mysterious Eastern nation, ensuring clarity in rewards and penalties while maintaining rigor. Thus, Tsurayama officially commenced its trial operational phase. With the formidable presence of Apocalypse, Professor X, and Magneto, the mutants here are unlikely to cause significant turmoil. However, minor frictions are inevitable. Fortunately, the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse and the X-Men are always on hand to mediate. After a period of experimentation, Apocalypse and his allies have made timely adjustments to certain strategies. Simultaneously, in order to better address internal conflicts, Tsurayama has officially commenced the internal selection of X-Men and Apocalypse's Knights, preparing for collaboration with various nations for external missions. Following a rigorous series of evaluations, mutants will be dispatched to fulfill their heroic dreams. During this process, Apocalypse will assist those with genuine hearts of justice, enhancing their abilities. Naturally, the X-Men and Apocalypse's Knights will be subject to supervision from all nations during their missions. During this period, there are those who resent Tsurayama's progress, and they have repeatedly attempted acts of sabotage. Ultimately, they were thwarted by the combined efforts of Apocalypse and Professor X, who presented compelling evidence against them. Henceforth, Tsurayama has officially embarked on a proper path. As the sun sets, Karen, Apocalypse, Professor X, and others stand atop the highest hall of Tsurayama's council, gazing serenely at the city-state they have painstakingly built. How splendid! Logan, observing the mutant children frolicking below, cannot help but express his sentiments aloud. Such a scene was once beyond his wildest imagination. This is merely the beginning. The future holds ever greater promise for mutants. Professor X turns to Logan and gently pats his shoulder. The understanding shared between them is profound, comprehensible only to one another. Meanwhile, Magneto watches the impassioned pair, feeling an involuntary shiver of jealousy stir within him. Karen's gaze settles on the two, fully empathizing with them, having journeyed from the brink of extinction to this flourishing existence. The trials they have endured are innumerable. Undoubtedly, Apocalypse has played a crucial role in this transformation. Even Karen did not anticipate that this old fellow could achieve such success. Initially skeptical of his intentions, she found reassurance after peering into his heart on several occasions. This man has been thoroughly indoctrinated by the theories of the Eastern superpower. His ultimate dream now is to construct a utopia for mutants. Karen can only commend him with 2 words: impressive. Thus, 2 years gradually passed, and Tsurayama's existence became widely recognized. The X-Men and Apocalypse's Knights frequently emerged in the public eye, collaborating with governmental organizations from various countries to combat crime. They have undeniably become the true superheroes in the hearts of the people. Over these 2 years, Karen's Silver Superman status has reached a remarkable 100. Now, she is seeking direction for her next advancement, though she currently finds herself at a loss. Fortunately, even upon reaching a complete 100, her strength would not be hindered in its further augmentation. Thus, she chose to bide her time. Coincidentally, another universe harbored an immense power, awaiting her to learn from it. By the way, during this interval, she devoted her surplus growth to various forms of study. She acquired abilities such as erasure, the power to eliminate anything she wished, energy healing, the capacity to revive deceased beings, pocket universe, a vast storage space within a universe, and matter transformation, the ability to alter the structure of matter. Indeed, Karen ultimately mastered matter transformation, a skill that may not seem particularly remarkable at first glance. The rationale behind this choice? Simply put, practicality. Once Karen had grasped and enhanced this ability, she employed it on numerous occasions to pass the time, performing tricks to amuse the little creatures of Tsurayama. For instance, she could conjure fruits from the earth, summon fish from clear water, or even shape a handkerchief into a dove. Remarkably, after fortifying this skill, if she so desired, Karen could transform all forms of energy and matter into sunlight, which she could then absorb. It can be said that, in this instance, she ascended flawlessly to the atmosphere. Chapter 87. The Phoenix Force targeted on this day, Tsurayama received an urgent distress call. A spacecraft from a distant nation had tragically encountered a cosmic storm. leaving all crew members hanging by a thread. In response, Shurima convened an emergency meeting and resolved to dispatch the most experienced members of the X-Men to rescue the trapped crew. Thus, Jean, Beast, Mystique, Cyclops, Quicksilver, and Nightcrawler set forth. Kurt gazed at the departing Blackbird jet, murmuring softly, "Is it about to begin?" Inside the aircraft, Jean suddenly pressed her hand to her chest, a wave of unease washing over her. "What is the matter, Jean?" Cyclops inquired gently. I don't know," Jean replied, perplexed by her own feelings. The others cast a fleeting curious glance her way before returning their focus to the mission, not dwelling on her discomfort. Before long, the team arrived beyond Earth's orbit and beheld the spacecraft teetering on the brink of annihilation by cosmic energies. Cyclops took the initiative, disabling the ship's uncontrollable thrusters, bringing the vessel to a standstill. Subsequently, Nightcrawler and Quicksilver coordinated their efforts, swiftly infiltrating the ship's interior and rescuing 4 crew members they encountered. "Our commander is still inside," one astronaut murmured before losing consciousness. "There is no time left," Mystique lamented, observing the imminent explosion of the spacecraft. "Listen, we must save everyone." Professor X's voice resonated in their minds. "No, Charles, it's simply not feasible right now," Mystique countered vehemently. Yet, Professor X remained resolute in his convictions. As Storm struggled to control the surging energy, Jean stepped forward, volunteering to undertake the rescue mission. Unable to dissuade Professor X, Mystique reluctantly allowed them to proceed. "Remember, safety first," she cautioned, her gaze earnest as she looked at Jean and Nightcrawler. Both nodded solemnly. Once more, they teleported into the ship's interior. Jean harnessed her telekinetic powers, striving to contain the ship from being obliterated by cosmic forces, while Nightcrawler darted through the vessel, searching for the whereabouts of the commander. "I found him," Nightcrawler exclaimed, seizing the commander and teleporting back to the Blackbird. However, in that very moment, Cyclops and Mystique cried out in unison. For as Nightcrawler returned to the jet, the spacecraft erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. They doubted Jean could possibly survive such a blast. Yet, the scene that unfolded next left them utterly astounded. Jean not only floated unharmed in the void of space, but had absorbed all the cosmic energy into her being. What? The team stood in stunned silence. Fortunately, Hank's quick thinking prevailed as he piloted the jet closer, rescuing Jean from the abyss of space. As they sensed her steady breathing, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The Blackbird returned with the astronauts on board. Upon landing, they were greeted by the resounding cheers of the crowd. The onlookers in Shurima, witnessing this scene, also offered their applause. However, Apocalypse stood as an exception. He was quite displeased with Professor X's recent actions. Thus, he subtly signaled to Professor X, and the two discreetly withdrew from the throng and entered Apocalypse's office. "Charles, you place too much emphasis on humanity," Apocalypse stated as soon as they entered the room, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Professor X had no retort to Apocalypse's inquiry. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings, recognizing that at times, he indeed regarded humanity too highly. Yet, what could he do? They were living in an era dominated by humans. After all, it was certainly not detrimental to consider the feelings of humanity more often. Karen stepped in, sensing a fragment of Professor X's thoughts, internally exclaiming in surprise. She had never realized before that he possessed such a people-pleasing personality. Gathering her thoughts, she cleared her throat. "Charles, you have indeed overstepped this time. If it were someone other than Jean who had gone, they might not have returned at all." Karen fixed her gaze on Professor X, though her tone bore little blame. Having both Apocalypse and Professor X as leaders, one gentle, the other stern, was not necessarily a disadvantage for mutants. At the very least, the stability of their nation was being maintained quite well. Professor X looked at Karen, then thought of Jean, and gave a slight nod. "Rest assured, I will be more cautious moving forward." With Professor X's assurance, Apocalypse refrained from pursuing the matter further. The three of them exited the office together to welcome the returning heroes. That evening, Shurima hosted a grand bonfire celebration in honor of Jean and the others. Their recent performance had indeed garnered significant benefits for all of Shurima. It was only fitting to reward merit, as this was one of Shurima's established regulations. In the laboratory, Hank perused Jean's latest medical report, astonished at first, but then he considered that perhaps it was the result of Jean absorbing a considerable amount of cosmic energy, which had temporarily enhanced her. Overall, her health remained quite robust, which was reassuring. Hank did not dwell on the matter and encouraged Jean to join the festivities. Feeling her own condition, Jean sensed no issues and thus dismissed any concerns. She soon joined in the celebratory revelry. However, as she entered the gathering and beheld the flickering bonfires, a momentary daze overcame her, and the energy within her began to surge uncontrollably. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" Karen appeared at Jean's side, placing a hand gently on her shoulder, silently absorbing the impending surge of Phoenix power. I'm fine," Jean replied, staring at her hands. uncertain if she had just experienced an illusion. That's good to hear. Just look at how much fun everyone is having, Karen said with a smile, giving Jean a playful nudge. Jean seamlessly blended into the throng of the crowd. Karen stood at the periphery, intently observing Jean's joyous figure as it weaved through the masses. It appears that what is destined to occur will inevitably unfold. Alas, for an ordinary individual like Jean, it is exceedingly challenging to harness the power of the phoenix solely through sheer will. Nevertheless, Karen shifted her gaze to the heavens above Shurima. Those individuals seem eager to possess the phoenix's power, do they not? Let them have it, and we shall see if they are truly capable of mastering it. In this moment, an impish smile graced Karen's lips. Meanwhile, in the concealed spacecraft above, Wool and his companions inexplicably shivered. Did you increase the air conditioning? Wool turned to a subordinate, expressing his displeasure. No, not at all. It's set to 38.6, just perfect, the subordinate replied, confirming once more and presenting the thermometer for Wool's inspection. Wool, Chapter 88. Sealing the power of the phoenix after the soiree concluded, Jean, feeling a tinge of concern for her condition, sought out Hank once more, requesting a thorough examination of her health. Upon inquiring into Jean's detailed situation, Hank deemed it prudent to take her concerns seriously and proceeded to escort her to the laboratory. Following an instrumental scan, it was revealed that the energy within Jean had astonishingly expanded to more than double its previous magnitude. This revelation startled Hank considerably, prompting him to immediately inform Apocalypse and Professor X. Both acknowledged the gravity of the situation and soon summoned Karen to join them in the laboratory. Professor X was the first to act, activating his psychic energy in an attempt to unveil the mystery behind the force residing within Jean. However, this endeavor swiftly concluded in failure. He turned to Karen, signaling her to attempt her own approach. With a playful smile, Karen nodded and approached Jean, placing a hand upon her forehead. Instantly, an immense telekinetic force surged forth, creating a shockwave that sent X, Apocalypse, and Hank careening across the room, crashing against the laboratory walls. As they regained their composure and directed their gaze towards Karen and Jean, they beheld an astonishing sight. Jean's form was enveloped in the fiery embrace of a phoenix, fiercely colliding with Karen. The clash of these formidable energies sent tremors through the three observers, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. We must evacuate them from here. Karen's voice resonated softly in Apocalypse's ear. Apocalypse nodded gravely, and a portal opened, swiftly whisking X and Hank away from the laboratory into the outside world. Are they all right? Hank asked, his eyes still fixated on the laboratory with trepidation. Apocalypse shook his head, his expression grave. I cannot say for certain. But one thing is clear. They have already surpassed the known limits of mutant capabilities, and by an unknown margin. As he spoke, an air of melancholy lingered in his gaze, reminiscent of the days when he was unequivocally the foremost mutant, now rendered incapable of deciphering the true nature of these two women. Indeed, the tides of evolution continue to surge forward. Professor X focused intently on the laboratory, fully aware of the terrifying potential embodied by Karen and Jean. At that moment, he could only hope that the conflict would not escalate further. Otherwise, the consequences for Krakoa could be dire. With a heavy sigh, he pondered the gravity of the situation. Inside the laboratory, Karen exerted a firm grip, steadfastly suppressing the impending eruption of the Phoenix's power within Jean. Little Phoenix, cease your struggle. Here, you stand no chance, she declared. The Phoenix's energy howled fiercely, its destructive force surging forth in relentless torrents, colliding with the surroundings. Yet, curiously, despite its efforts, this annihilating energy, potent enough to obliterate the cosmos, could not even breach the confines of the room. After a prolonged struggle, Karen's brow furrowed deeper still. Logically speaking, as entities of multiversal caliber, the Phoenix's force should not be entirely inaccessible to communication. Yet, the reality of the situation starkly contradicted that expectation. In Karen's perception, this individual resembled a madman, consumed solely by the singular thought of annihilation, seeking to obliterate everything in existence. Communication with her was utterly absent, which posed a significant dilemma. Karen discerned that as the Phoenix force continued its rampant devastation, Jean's consciousness was gradually being extinguished, a result she could not bear to witness. It appeared that there was no choice but to proceed as such. With one hand, Karen continued to suppress the Phoenix force within Jean, while the other delved into a pocket universe to retrieve an object. Subsequently, she gently secured it around her waist. The Emperor's armor, fully integrated. Upon the merging of the armor, a golden radiance instantaneously flooded the entire laboratory. Once the brilliance subsided, the resplendent golden Emperor's armor re-emerged. Karen hesitated briefly before swiftly striking her palm in the air 5 times. The 5-element sealing talisman materialized directly above Jean, exerting its suppressive force upon the Phoenix power. Yet, the Phoenix force persisted in its struggle. It seemed that a little more was required. With a flick of her finger, a golden sealing talisman adorned with mysterious solar runes appeared above the 5 elements talisman. Karen formed a hand gesture and exhaled softly. Seal. In the next moment, the solar sealing talisman propelled the 5 elements talisman downwards with great force. The phoenix power emitted a reluctant wail before being entirely sealed by Karen. Simultaneously, Qin's consciousness returned. She opened her eyes in utter shock, fixating on Karen. As an observer, she had witnessed the entire process unfold. No one understood the terror of that power better than she did. With her extensive knowledge, while she could not quantify its exact might, she sensed that should this energy erupt, it could effortlessly annihilate the Earth and potentially the entire solar system. Yet, this formidable force had been subdued throughout by Karen. Observing her ease, Qin could hardly fathom the true extent of Karen's terrifying capabilities. Hey, you're awake? Karen extended her hand, waving it before the dazed Qin. Huh. Oh, I'm fine now, thank you. Once Qin regained her senses, she immediately expressed her gratitude. No need to be so formal. Shall we take a few steps? Karen removed the Emperor's armor, raising her hand with a smile. Qin found herself speechless. This individual remained unchanged, unable to withstand Karen's gaze. She descended from the examination table and took a couple of steps, akin to a patient recovering from a severe illness. However, as she walked, her brow furrowed instantly. Although she was aware of her movement, her feet bore no sensation whatsoever. No, it was not that she lacked control over her body, rather. This body provided no sensory feedback at all. Karen, what is happening to me? Qin inquired, a hint of fear lacing her voice. Haha, do not worry. I merely allowed your body to temporarily serve as a vessel for the Phoenix Force. Once it departs, all will be well. Qin seemed to grasp the essence of Karen's words, yet simultaneously remained confused. Ultimately, she shyly asked for clarification. What do you mean? Karen rolled her eyes and said with irritation, a doctorate, you say? Is this the extent of your comprehension? Your body is merely a temporary vessel, a mere container for something else. Oh, really? Qin replied, nodding vacantly. It seemed she grasped the concept, yet the sensation was overwhelmingly distressing. Karen, how long must I endure this predicament? Qin's voice quivered with anxiety. The experience of executing actions without any awareness was simply unbearable. She was devoid of any feedback from her own body. Well, I cannot say for certain. Karen's response nearly infuriated Qin. What do you mean you don't know? Karen appeared unfazed. Indeed, I am uncertain. It largely depends on when you can find the next host. Is it really that simple? Qin questioned. Indeed, it is, Karen affirmed with a serious nod. Chapter 89, Shinjuku Body. Upon hearing Karen's words, Qin let out a sigh of relief. It was reassuring to know there was a solution. However, she suddenly realized that finding a vessel for the power within her could lead to unforeseen consequences. What if the individual lost control again? Or worse, what if the person she found harbored malevolent intentions? The mere thought sent chills down her spine. This contemplation plunged her back into a dilemma. Given the circumstances, she could only take one step at a time. Yet, there were still many awkward situations she needed to confront alone. Yes, during this period, it would be prudent to avoid any indiscreet encounters with Cyclops. Otherwise, well, you understand. As Karen spoke, she raised an eyebrow at Qin, flashing a knowing smile. Qin shot her a disapproving glance before making her way outside. The repeated calls of her name brought her back to reality. She turned her gaze to her group of anxious friends, her heart swelling with emotion, though her expression remained neutral. Then, her eyes fell upon Professor X. Skirting past her boyfriend, Cyclops, she hurried a few steps forward to stand before the professor. Professor, I have some questions for you. With a complex expression, Professor X regarded Qin for a moment before turning away and gesturing for her to follow. They quickly arrived at the professor's office. What would you like to ask, Qin? Professor X inquired, settling into his seat with a gentle smile. Qin, staring at the figure who was both a mentor and a father figure to her, hesitated to speak. After a moment of contemplation, she finally asked, I think I heard my father's voice. He is still alive, isn't he? Internally, Professor X acknowledged the inevitability of this revelation. He had anticipated that this truth could not be concealed forever, but he was surprised that the moment had arrived so soon. Yes, he is alive. He entrusted you to me, hoping to ensure your happiness. Reluctantly, Professor X resorted to this well-intentioned deception to stabilize Qin's emotions. No. You're lying to me. Qin's emotions surged unexpectedly. Qin, please listen to me. I want to listen. I want to listen. She shouted, bursting through the window. In that instant, her yearning for familial connection reached its zenith. Apocalypse and Karen stood together, watching as Qin soared away. Are we just going to let her leave like that? Apocalypse expressed concern that Qin's departure might lead to trouble for the mutants. Rest assured, she simply cannot distinguish where her true home lies at the moment. Once she realizes everything, she will return, Karen replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, after leaving the sanctum, Qin followed the path of her memories in search of home. At that moment, all she desired was to see her father. After a journey of searching, she finally stood before the familiar yet foreign house. Ding dong. With a heart full of trepidation, Qian gently pressed the doorbell. "Who is it?" came a voice that resonated with her memories. An elderly man slowly opened the door. Upon seeing Qian, she was momentarily taken aback. "Is it you?" "Yes, it's me. I have returned, father." Qian instinctively believed they would enact a poignant reunion, filled with tears and emotion. However, once her father grasped the situation, he abruptly slammed the door shut. "I'm sorry, I don't know you. Please leave." Qian stood there, frozen, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. After regaining her composure, she immediately pounded on the door. "Father, it's me, your beloved Qian." Yet, her father's words pierced her deeply. There is no Qian anymore. She has long since gone to heaven with her mother. How could he think this way? At that moment, the power of the phoenix seemed to stir, threatening to break free from its seal. Qian, unable to control herself, tapped into her father's thoughts from beyond the door. Words like monster and freak flooded her mind. She stood there, incredulous, unable to believe that her father could view her as a monster. Her mind went blank, and she scarcely remembered how she had left at home. The sky dimmed, mirroring her sorrow. Thunder rumbled as rain poured down, instantly soaking her. Despite having the power to shield herself, she did nothing. "Qian, come back with me. We are going home." Professor X approached her with an umbrella, his voice gentle. "Home?" Qian scoffed, her eyes devoid of life as she continued walking forward. Lost in her thoughts, Professor X accompanied her on this aimless journey. The rain had long ceased, and they walked for an indeterminate time. Suddenly, Qian turned to Professor X. "Why didn't you tell me? Reveal the entire truth?" Professor X opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. When Qian saw he had no response, she laughed softly and vanished. Professor X snapped back to reality, searching for even a trace of Qian, but she had completely disappeared. "Oh dear, Bald One. You truly take your time. Why not just lay your heart bare? Now look, she has gone." Karen, driving a sports car, muttered sarcastically. Professor X gazed into the distance, his expression resolute. "I will bring Qian back." "Then why are you not hurrying to get in the car? What are you waiting for?" Karen replied, exasperated, sensing that Professor X could be both incredibly clever and frustratingly slow at times. Upon hearing her words, Professor X quickly reacted and climbed into the car. "Karen, I'm counting on you." After Karen reminded him to fasten his seatbelt, she set off at a leisurely pace. In Karen's perception, Will had already found Qian. It seemed the two were engaged in a pleasant conversation. Will elaborated on the origins and powers of the Phoenix Force as she understood it. Although Qian felt something was amiss in Will's narrative, she struggled to refute it, as her own understanding of the energy within her was only partial. Thus, they continued their dialogue, almost unconsciously. Qian had followed Will to her base, where Will introduced her to her companions. "Qian, harness your power and join us in creating a better home." Will's voice was laden with persuasion. Upon hearing her words, Qian shook her head vehemently. "No." She then took a step back and softly expressed her concerns. "If you fear its existence, perhaps you should entrust it to me. I will wield its power wisely to make this universe a better place." Will gazed at Qian with sincere intent. Although Qian had only recently met Will, she was moved by her genuine demeanor, integrity, competence, and magnanimity. After a moment of hesitation, Qian felt that Will might indeed be the best candidate to inherit the power of the Phoenix within her. With that resolution, Qian prepared to transfer the Phoenix's power to Will. Chapter 90. The transfer of Phoenix power. All of this was observed by Karen, who was leisurely driving. She couldn't help but chuckle. Qian was indeed a bit naive. To so readily trust a stranger, it seemed that Professor X had protected her far too well. "Karen, has it been 2.5 hours? Do you even know where Qian is?" Professor X's voice was tinged with both urgency and helplessness. "Oh, why are you in such a hurry?" "We'll be there soon," Karen responded dismissively once more. With no other recourse, Professor X could only bide his time. Meanwhile, having decided to transfer this power to Will, Qian had no further hesitation. Immediately, she entered a sealed room with Will to commence the transfer. Just before closing the door, a fleeting shadow crossed Will's face. "Let us begin," Qian said, eager to regain control over herself. Will complied, positioning herself as instructed by Qian. The two clasped their hands together, and Qian, channeling the immense Phoenix power sealed within her, gradually pushed it from her hands into Will's body. A sensation of unprecedented pain surged through Will. It felt as though her soul were being torn apart every instant, driving her to the brink of madness. Yet, Will understood that for the greater good of her kind, she could not relent. Time stretched infinitely from Will's perspective, while for Qian, it seemed merely 150 seconds had elapsed. Finally, as the transfer of Phoenix power concluded, Qian regained full control over her body. Exhaling deeply, she opened her eyes, only to be startled by Will's appearance. Will's body was covered in crimson cracks, resembling a being on the verge of explosion. Panic surged within Qian. She had only intended to entrust her power to someone reliable, never to harm her. Will, are you okay?" Qian called out anxiously, in response to her urgent plea. Will smiled enigmatically. I feel fantastic. This sensation is unlike anything I've ever experienced. Wool? Jean thought her friend had transformed entirely. In the next moment, Wool swatted Jean aside and slowly rose, fixated on her hands as she savored the overwhelming phoenix power. Wool erupted in maniacal laughter. Ah, foolish Jean, with this power. I shall utterly conquer this planet and make it the new home for our kind. Jean stood there, dumbfounded by Wool's words. What nonsense are you spouting? You need to snap out of it. She attempted to deliver a punch, believing Wool, like herself, had been temporarily ensnared by this power. Her intention was to awaken the true Wool. Wool found her foolishness amusing. Grabbing Jean's incoming fist, she forcefully threw her aside, was violently hurled away, crashing through the wall and landing before Karen and Professor X, who had just disembarked. The two were momentarily taken aback. Karen turned to Professor X and smiled. See, I told you she would come out to meet you. Professor X's lips twitched, choosing to ignore Karen, and quickly crouched down to assist. Are you all right? Seeing her battered state, his heart ached with concern. Quick, help Wool, were the last words uttered before losing consciousness. Karen shook her head, thinking, this foolish child, still so naive even now. Meanwhile, Wool had already led a throng of her kin to encircle Karen, Professor X, and the unconscious. Karen surveyed the scene and spoke calmly. Listen well, you are surrounded. Surrender at once. Laughter erupted among Wool's people at her words. Was she making some sort of hellish joke? Who could say? Perhaps she was simply a fool unaware of the gravity of the situation. Before the thought could finish, one of them had their head exploded by Karen's fierce gaze, akin to a watermelon bursting. A multitude stood shocked by this display. I'll say it again. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately, or... The finality of her threat reverberated through the air, and an unparalleled shockwave erupted from her, sending Wool and a throng of aliens sprawling to the ground. Even Wool was momentarily stunned. She hadn't anticipated the existence of such formidable power on Earth beyond. This was utterly inconceivable. What on earth are you? Wool demanded, her gaze fixed intently on Karen. Karen cast a nonchalant glance at the soon-to-be shattered Wool, her voice cool and detached. Rather than concern yourself with me, it would be prudent to focus on your own predicament. It was only then Wool realized her precarious situation. At that moment, the searing pain of her soul being torn apart surged once more. Wool cried out in agony as the crimson power of the phoenix surged forth from within her, instantly obliterating several of her kin nearby. In the distance, Professor X, having safely placed down, observed the unfolding chaos. Wool's condition bore an uncanny resemblance to S past. With mounting pressure, he approached Karen's side. Karen, you are the only one who can save the world now. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Wool, who was on the brink of losing control. Indeed, Karen replied calmly. In this situation, only she could take action. Anyone else would merely be fodder. In an instant, she teleported to stand before the impending explosion that was Wool, delivering a powerful uppercut. Wool was sent hurtling into outer space. Karen glanced back at the approaching apocalypse, who had arrived with a legion of horsemen and X-Men. This is now in your hands. Apocalypse nodded solemnly, rest assured. In an instant, Karen soared into the sky. Within a fraction of a second, she pursued Wool once more. With a resounding thud, she delivered a powerful kick to Wool's abdomen. This strike sent Wool hurtling to the very edge of the solar system, barely allowing her to regain her balance. Wool began, but before she could finish her thought, a torrent of blood mixed with her innards erupted from her mouth. Remarkably, her body was swiftly undergoing self-repair. Karen's unintentional assault inadvertently aided Wool in harnessing the power of the phoenix within her. How intriguing. Karen had not anticipated such an outcome. Her sole intention was to distance Wool, the ticking time bomb, yet she inadvertently empowered her instead. In light of this turn of events, Karen couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Wool truly embodied the archetype of the destined antagonist in this narrative. Chapter 91, The Destruction of the Universe. You damned. Wool glared fiercely at the apathetic Karen, her voice heavy with disdain. Her meticulously crafted plan had been flawlessly set into motion, only to be disrupted by the unforeseen presence of Karen. It was impossible not to feel a surge of resentment. Whether I should perish remains uncertain, but you shall certainly meet your end today. I assure you, even the arrival of OA will be of no consequence. Boom. As Karen's words echoed, a colossal deep purple lightning bolt suddenly manifested in the cosmos. Karen turned her gaze toward the source and smacked her lips. What's this? Is boasting now prohibited? Karen discerned that the pinnacle beings of these two vast universes were somewhat inclined to take her inquiry seriously. Had she inadvertently offended them? Her thoughts spiraled chaotically. Opposite her, Wool was unperturbed by such musings. Though startled by the recent thunder, she quickly regained her composure and launched an immediate assault on Karen. You will die. The power of the phoenix transformed into a blazing firebird, scorching vast expanses of void, and in an instant, it was upon Karen. Ah, splendid. Karen regarded this with a faint smile. With a single palm extended forward, she initiated a simultaneous conversion of material energy and absorption of ultimate energy. Boom. In the cosmic expanse, the crimson firebird gradually shifted to a soft golden hue, being drawn slowly into Karen's being. After absorbing this immense solar energy, Karen felt a lingering desire for more, her provocative gaze fixed unyieldingly on Wool. What have you done? Wool was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the recent events. How could her formidable attack simply vanish? Was there no room for scientific reasoning? Come again. Karen remained silent, beckoning Wool with a taunting gesture. Wool, already partially consumed by the power of the phoenix, was instantly incensed. She thrust her hands forward, and two crimson firebirds, imbued with the might to collapse eternity, charged once more toward Karen. You shall perish. Boom. This time, Karen couldn't even be bothered to raise a hand. She allowed the two fiery entities to collide with her directly. Subsequently, she employed the same tactic once again, as the vast solar energy surged back into her. Unable to contain herself, a pleasurable moan escaped her lips. To Wool and the phoenix power, this sound was laden with mockery. Oh, I shall kill you. The last vestige of Wool's rationality was wholly consumed by the phoenix's might. Thereafter, the phoenix unleashed its full fury, an onslaught of annihilating energies crashing toward Karen. Yet, she stood resolutely in the cosmic void, motionless, allowing Wool's relentless assault to rain down upon her. Meanwhile, her own strength surged rapidly amidst this tempest of aggression, until Karen sensed that she had reached a threshold. With a satisfied belch, she raised her hand to dissipate the incoming phoenix energy. Thank you. It is time to send you on your final journey. Karen gazed intently at the completely deranged phoenix Wool, a faint smile gracing her lips. In the next instant, her figure materialized before Phoenix Wool. With a fist raised, it brimmed with boundless solar energy. A thunderous punch was unleashed, obliterating not only the very fabric of space but also Phoenix Wool itself. The entire universe bore the brunt of this strike, suffering severe damage. Alas, she had exerted excessive force. Karen's eyelids twitched. Despite her utmost efforts to rein in her strength, she had still overdone it. With a resounding cacophony reminiscent of the primordial chaos, the universe commenced a tumultuous collapse. Oh no, it's over. Karen felt numb. In this predicament, she found herself utterly helpless. If she did not act now, when would she? Her gaze ventured into the boundless depths of the starry sky. Yet, after a considerable wait, the collapsing universe showed no signs of recovery. Surely, it couldn't be so petty? Karen was left speechless. Even in such dire circumstances, the OAA remained inactive. Meanwhile, on Earth, the recently victorious Apocalypse and his comrades stared in disbelief at the fractured sky. What was happening? Was this the end of the world? Quicksilver swallowed hard, contemplating the shattered heavens. What transpired here? The just awakened Jean looked utterly bewildered. At that moment, the people of Earth, fixated on the gaping sky, collectively succumbed to profound despair. Apocalypse stood alongside Professor X, both gazing upwards. Could their battle have incited this calamity? Apocalypse inhaled sharply, perhaps. Professor X rubbed his temples. He and Wolverine were aware of the confrontation between Karen and Phoenix. Yet, that clash had not reached such cataclysmic proportions, had it? In the cosmic expanse, witnessing that the OA had indeed no intention of intervening, Karen stomped fiercely amidst the stars. In an instant, she returned to Earth. Passengers of the wandering Earth took notice. The train was about to depart. Please fasten your seatbelts. Karen's voice resonated within the hearts of every individual on Earth. What? Who is speaking? In an instant, countless souls found themselves ensnared in confusion. Karen paid little mind to their bewilderment. Her form magnified exponentially, and with a biological stance activated, she effortlessly grasped the earth in her hands. Turning her gaze towards the trembling sun nearby, she sighed, as the sun goddess, I shall not forsake you. With a casual wave, the sun of the X-Men universe was drawn into Karen's pocket dimension. In the next moment, with a mere thought, Karen vanished from this universe. Instantly, the entire cosmos collapsed entirely. So, where did Karen go? Naturally, she returned to the Marvel universe, fixating on the earth in her grasp, identical to the one she held. A thought suddenly struck her. She would maintain the protective biological stance over the Earth of the X-Men universe. One hand reached out directly towards the Earth of the Marvel universe. Then, with a forceful clasp, it merged. Unite, Earth. Boom. In the next instant, the two Earths in Karen's grasp fused into one, instantly doubling in size and population. Satisfied, Karen nodded approvingly. Subsequently, she wielded her immense psychic abilities to conduct a worldwide psychological adjustment, enabling humanity to seamlessly accept this transformation. Of course, this did not include the familiar faces she was keen to observe, relishing their bewildered and helpless expressions. Welcome to the new world. May everyone enjoy their experience. This was the final thought resonating within the universe of the X-Men. Soon after, an inexplicable calm settled over them. In their minds, the fleeting darkness of the sky seemed trivial, and the voice within was dismissed as mere jest. They promptly returned to their respective pursuits. Chapter 92. A new world. While the ordinary populace remained indifferent, Those familiar to Karen felt as if their minds were on the verge of explosion. Nick Fury was the first to reach out to Karen. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. Karen, stop pretending. What on earth is happening? Haha. Yes, it's exactly as you think, Karen replied before abruptly ending the call. Shortly thereafter, she encountered her rather inexpensive nephew, who appeared before her through a portal. Aunt Karen, what is going on? Tony, who had been studying magic under the tutelage of the Ancient One, was taken aback by the sudden upheaval in the world. He sought answers from the Ancient One, but she merely smiled helplessly, indicating that she too was at a loss. Well, it was like this and then that, and finally, like this, Karen explained, feeling it necessary to provide her nephew with some forewarning. What? You mean you blew up a universe? And then relocated Earth? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief, as he repeatedly checked his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. Enough with the shouting. It wasn't intentional, you know? Karen retorted, giving him a light kick. She then raised her hand and promptly sent him back to Stark Tower. Given the magnitude of the events that had transpired, she doubted Tony could concentrate on his magical studies any longer. However, judging by his adeptness with the portal, he had evidently grasped at least that aspect of magic quite well. Meanwhile, Tony, having been unceremoniously returned to Stark Tower, wore a perplexed expression. He had always suspected that his aunt possessed remarkable abilities, but he never anticipated her power to be so formidable, capable of annihilating an entire universe. Good heavens. What kind of colossal energy would that require? Tony, this is bad. The world seems to have changed drastically. Pepper rushed over, pointing at the newspaper that reported on the establishment of a mutant nation, Krakoa, in utter disbelief. All she could think was that she hoped this was merely a prank. If not, the implications were terrifying. Mutants, those legendary beings, how could they manifest in reality? And not just one or two, but an entire nation? This was simply too inconceivable. Tony snatched the newspaper and scrutinized the article intently, his brow furrowing deeply. Could all these individuals have been brought back by Aunt Karen? On the other side, Nick Fury was equally troubled by the situation. What he had once perceived as a stable global landscape had suddenly spiraled out of control, hurtling toward an unknown direction at an alarming pace. Damn it! Fury finally erupted, unable to contain his frustration, just as a bolt of lightning struck nearby. This scene left the other members of S.H.I.E.L.D. quite alarmed. How could the director have incurred such divine retribution? Could it be that he was once again misappropriating public funds? Truly frightening. Nick Fury expelled a cloud of dark smoke, collapsing backward. Fortunately, Hawkeye was attentively monitoring his direction and swiftly kicked a chair towards him, perfectly catching the falling Nick Fury. Natasha glanced at the now even darker Nick Fury and couldn't help but chuckle. To her, the external upheaval seemed rather trivial. After all, if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to hold it up. Ultimately, Natasha did not perceive any obligation to intervene, as long as she performed her duties well. Everything would be just fine. What were her duties again? A spy. Oh yes, a spy. As this thought crossed her mind, an unsettling feeling washed over her, prompting her to prepare for a discreet exit. Agent Romanoff, a formidable task has been assigned to you. Turning around, Natasha found herself face to face with Nick Fury's singular eye. Sensing what was to come, she decisively shook her head. Boss, this mission is not suited for me. I have more pressing responsibilities at Stark Industries. With that, Natasha made ready to slip away. No, this mission can only be entrusted to you. At all costs, uncover the secrets of Shurima. Nick Fury nearly roared. Understood. Since Nick Fury had already issued the order, Natasha reluctantly accepted this daunting task. Observing Natasha's predicament, Hawkeye nearby could not contain his laughter. What are you laughing at? Nick Fury's eye turned toward him. Assist Natasha from the sidelines. Director, make haste, depart immediately. Nick Fury waved his hand dismissively, not granting Hawkeye the chance to protest. Thus, the two departed in a rather dejected manner, just as they were about to exit the control room. Nick Fury could not resist offering one last piece of advice. Safety first. Understood. The two responded in unison, then adjusted their mindsets and swiftly set out. Meanwhile, Captain America had returned to Karen's estate, his heart brimming with questions as he sought to understand the situation better. Karen, it seems this world has changed once again. For Steve, who had only just begun to adapt to the new world, the prospect of adjusting to yet another substantial change was indeed a considerable challenge. Seeing her old friend's furrowed brow, Karen pointed a finger and cast a healing spell, instantly rejuvenating Steve. Thank you. Steve expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Don't mention it. Karen then engaged in light conversation with Steve until he was thoroughly relaxed before seeing him off. Within Shurima, Apocalypse, Professor X, and others convened in an urgent meeting to discuss how to navigate life in this new world. In truth, there is no need for concern. We simply need to manage Shurima as we did in the past. Magneto spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a certain enchantment that calmed the somewhat restless crowd. Indeed. Even as the world transforms, as long as our original intent remains steadfast, Shurima shall endure. As Professor X uttered these words, his psychic energy swept through Shurima. And upon discovering that others exhibited no unusual reactions, he breathed a sigh of relief. With such prominent figures having spoken, it was only natural that the others would harbor no dissenting opinions. The overall tone of Shurima was thus firmly established, to let things unfold naturally. Meanwhile, in Asgard, as Karen fused the two Earths into one, Heimdall was the first to notice the change and promptly reported it to Odin. At first, Odin furrowed his brow in confusion. But then he focused intently on the direction of Earth before calmly stating, "No need to concern ourselves, as long as the 9 realms remain undisturbed." Yet, Odin's expression soon turned grave as he asked, "How is the situation with Thor progressing?" Chapter 93. The Dark Elves. Heimdall paused in contemplation before speaking. Most of the rebellion had been quelled, with only a small faction still fiercely resisting. It would not be long before Thor triumphantly returned. Upon hearing Heimdall's words, Odin let out a deep sigh. Alas, I hope this child matures swiftly. At that moment, Karen entered the great hall, a bemused smile flickering at the corner of her mouth. A 3,000-year-old child? Old Odin, perhaps you should reconsider the words you utter. Karen was left speechless. Was this the essence of the eternal being's vanity? Upon noticing Karen's arrival, Odin promptly concealed his troubled demeanor, replacing it with a cheerful expression. Lord Karen, what brings you to the realm of the gods? Is it not permissible for me to visit without reason? Karen replied as she settled herself into a chair nearby. Of course, it is entirely acceptable, but you are indeed a rare guest, Odin stated, casting a knowing glance at a nearby attendant. The attendant, understanding immediately, hurried off to prepare a sumptuous feast to honor Karen. Karen raised an eyebrow, observing the proceedings. I have heard that the 9 realms have been somewhat unsettled of late. Thor has nearly resolved the situation, Odin remarked, feeling a swell of pride in his son. Oh, I see. I had actually intended to send you a contingent of reinforcements. Oh, are they the beings referred to as mutants? Odin instantly recalled the peculiar individuals who had recently emerged on Earth. Indeed, Karen acknowledged without hesitation, giving a casual nod. With a wave of her hand, a portal materialized. On the other side stood several high-ranking officials from Shurima. Apocalypse and others turned their attention as one. Upon seeing Karen, their guard lowered. Karen gestured for them to approach. Karen, what brings us here? Apocalypse inquired while curiously surveying the surroundings, a sentiment shared by the others. Although Odin felt some displeasure at Karen's casual introduction of humans, he recognized that guests must be treated with respect, especially since they were brought by Karen. Greetings. I am Odin, the ruler of the 9 realms, and I welcome your presence, he proclaimed, his voice authoritative and solemn, clearly intending to assert dominance over the mutants. However, he miscalculated. The high-ranking mutants were predominantly Omega-level beings. To them, Odin merely appeared as a stronger creature among many. They advanced, though they did not display any hostility, for it was evident that Karen had brought them not to incite trouble. Thus, they politely bowed to Odin. He was somewhat satisfied with their response. Observing this exchange, Karen nodded in approval, as it was indeed a whimsical notion of hers to facilitate their introduction. Karen, you have truly thrown our world into disarray this time. Professor X let out a wry smile, unable to suppress a few complaints. Little did he know that his universe had already been played away by Karen, or else his mindset would have surely shattered. Let us not get caught up in the minutiae. I merely wish to broaden your horizons. Broadening our horizons is welcome, but there is no need to bring our Earth along for the ride. The tone of Apocalypse was somewhat peculiar. Through their prolonged interactions, he had gleaned some understanding of Karen. This fellow never seemed to have a serious moment. Whether seeking amusement or journeying towards it, he was always preoccupied. This time, he had ensnared them all. Let us not dwell on these trifles, Karen remarked, turning directly to Odin. Odin, being wise and seasoned, easily comprehended her intent. To our esteemed guest from afar, Asgard has prepared a sumptuous feast for you. Perhaps you might indulge? With Odin himself issuing the invitation, the mutants naturally felt obliged to honor it. Consequently, they swiftly proceeded to the banquet hall, where the mutants truly witnessed the indomitable spirit of Asgard's people. After a few rounds of drink, they were all brothers. A select few women, including Jean, Storm, and Blink, were graciously attended to by the amiable Queen Freya. They soon found common ground with this warm-hearted queen amid the revelry. Just as the hosts and guests reveled in merriment, Thor barged in, cradling a woman, and rushed toward Freya. Mother, please save Jane. Although Freya was somewhat displeased by Thor's boisterous demeanor, she patiently began to assess Jane's condition. Others, too, curiously gathered around. Karen was at the forefront, eager to witness the unfolding drama. This was Jane's first visit to the realm of gods, and she couldn't help but curiously scrutinize the mutants encircling her. Upon this scrutiny, her expression turned peculiar. Why were all the other denizens of the divine realm so contemporary, while Thor persisted in his medieval armor? Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Karen, who was smiling and observing her. I know you. You are the legendary Superman. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jane broke free from Thor's embrace, unleashing a surge of red energy that sent everyone present flying. In an instant, only Jane and Karen remained in the space. Karen glanced around at the suddenly vacated surroundings and then looked back at Jane. Jane, this power is not meant to be wielded in such a manner. Jane quickly realized her misstep and cast an apologetic glance towards the others. The mutants and divine beings kept their distance, wary of her. At this moment, Thor had supported Freya back to Jane's side. Freya regarded Jane with a gentle smile before shifting her gaze to Karen. Sun God, I find Jane's condition somewhat perplexing. What do you discern? Her body is saturated with ether particles. It won't be long before she succumbs. Odin's voice resonated as he stepped forward, casting a glance at the ineffectual Thor. How has he not severed ties with this earthly woman yet? What is the ether? Thor anxiously voiced his concerns while gazing at Odin. Odin surveyed his surroundings, signaling for Karen, Frigga, Thor, and Jane to follow him. You all continue. I shall return shortly. Karen glanced at Apocalypse and Professor X, both of whom nodded in agreement. The five of them swiftly entered the Grand Hall of Asgard designated for healing. Odin instructed the others to leave, turning his attention back to Jane and Thor as he began to speak slowly. The ether is a substance that has existed since the dawn of the universe. The Dark Elves wielded it and, for an extensive period, ruled the cosmos through brutal and shadowy means. It was your grandfather, Bor, who led a considerable number of his kin in rebellion, ultimately overthrowing the Dark Elves' dominance. However, even one as mighty as your grandfather was unable to annihilate the ether at that time. Thus, he could only seal it away for the time being. Chapter 94. The outbreak of war. Upon concluding his explanation, Odin let out a deep sigh, his gaze fixed upon Jane with a complex expression. The resurgence of the ether particles heralded the imminent return of the Dark Elves. Father, set aside the matter of the Dark Elves for now. Is there any way to save Jane? She is growing increasingly frail, and I fear that Thor is utterly unconcerned about the Dark Elves. His primary focus is on Jane's well-being. Odin, upon hearing Thor's words, nearly thrust his spear at him in frustration. This son seemed utterly inept. He then raised a hand slightly, channeling divine power to skin Jane's condition, only to shake his head in dismay. I am unable to extract the ether particles from within her. We must await her natural demise for them to reappear. Odin's words struck terror into Jane's heart. How could she possibly face death at such a young age? Without hesitation, she pushed Thor aside and rushed to Kara. Supergirl, you must have a solution, don't you? Kara felt a wave of discomfort under Jane's intense gaze. She cast an awkward glance at Odin, pondering whether she truly possessed a remedy. Given that Odin had just declared his inability to help, would it not be an affront to claim she could? Their previous encounters had seen Odin treat her with courtesy. Even presenting her with gifts, it would be unwise to undermine his dignity. I should, perhaps, possibly have a solution. Hearing Kara's uncertain tone, Jane was engulfed in despair. If even the mighty Odin could not assist her, what hope could she place in a heroine from Earth? How foolish she felt in that moment. Overwhelmed, she collapsed backward, losing consciousness. Thor, quick to react, caught her just in time and turned his pleading gaze towards Kara. Sun God, I know you are more powerful than my father. Is there truly no way to save Jane? Kara, feeling uneasy at his words, sensed that Thor was attempting to provoke her. She glanced at Odin, who remained silent, merely sighing and nodding slightly. In that instant, Kara understood. She could indeed save Jane, but it would require a bit of time. Wonderful, Thor exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had known it all along. With a decision made, he hesitated no longer. Kara instructed Thor to lay Jane down gently as she prepared to act. However, just then, a thunderous explosion echoed from outside. Moments later, a guard's voice rang out from beyond the door. My king, the Dark Elves have breached Asgard and are slaughtering our civilians. The guests you summoned have already gone to confront them. Odin, upon hearing this, silently acknowledged the truth of the situation. Thor, infuriated by the return of the Dark Elves, charged out with his hammer in hand. Odin cast a final glance at Frigga before hastening away. Frigga appeared to have already come to terms with her impending fate. Looking toward Kara with a serene expression, the Sun God, let us commence. Very well. Karen responded succinctly, refraining from unnecessary words. One hand extended forth, violently absorbing the ethereal particles within Jane's body, causing her to awaken in agony, only to swiftly succumb to unconsciousness once more. Karen extended her other hand, and a gentle green healing energy surged into Jane, mending her body which had been grievously damaged by the forceful extraction. Thus, Jane oscillated between pain and comfort. Having learned from the previous catastrophic lesson of cosmic destruction, Karen's movements were exceptionally tender this time, fearful that a single misstep might lead to Jane's demise. At such a moment, Thor would undoubtedly seek retribution. Time progressed slowly. Outside, under the leadership of Apocalypse and Professor X, mutants became the vanguard against the Dark Elves. Each mutant displayed their remarkable powers, soaring through the skies and manipulating the elements with a myriad of abilities. Particularly, Storm embodied the true essence of a deity of nature, wielding thunder, lightning, hurricanes, and tumultuous clouds as lethal weapons. In stark contrast, the Asgardians, armed with spears and shields, appeared almost mortal. The mutants had ascended to the realm of true divinity, shattering the lofty ideals of the Asgardians. "Hey, buddy, stop dawdling," Logan remarked, having just saved a fellow warrior from a drunken duel. In an instant, multiple dark elven weapons pierced him. "No," the Asgardian warrior cried out in despair. Yet, the next moment, Logan stood upright once more, effortlessly dispatching the dark elves that had ambushed him. "Hey, buddy, calm down, this little scratch won't kill me," Wolverine declared, brandishing his claws in a ferocious display of prowess. The Asgardian warrior stood in stunned silence, his body riddled with wounds, yet Logan considered them mere trifles. Confusion enveloped him as he held his weapon, uncertain of his next move. This scene was but a microcosm of the entire battlefield. That day, the ideals of Asgard were destined to be overturned. While a fierce battle raged outside the palace, the interior was besieged by a horde of invaders. Led by the Dark Elves' elite, the Cursed Warrior. Before the Cursed Warrior, the palace guards were utterly impotent. Thus, the Cursed Warrior forged ahead, swiftly guided by intuition to the location of Karen, Frigga, and Jane. Without hesitation, the Cursed Warrior burst through the door. Karen cast a fleeting glance before refocusing on her task. Meanwhile, Frigga unsheathed her sword, engaging the Cursed Warrior in combat. At that moment, the Dark Elven leader Malekith arrived, observing Frigga's struggle with the Cursed Warrior before shifting his gaze to Karen and Jane. Noticing the ethereal particles already half extracted from Jane, Malekith was taken aback with astonishment. Before this, he had not believed that others could harness the power of ether particles. Yet now, he bore witness to it in earnest. "Humans, you are quite remarkable. Why not follow in the footsteps of the Dark Elves and immerse yourself in the shadows?" Malachi's ventured, testing the waters. "Huh, I beg your pardon, but you are unworthy," Karen retorted, having already completed his final maneuver, extracting all the ether particles from his own being. "You are courting death," Malachi's hissed, his gaze narrowing dangerously as he moved to strike. His weapon lunged directly at Karen, with one hand grasping the ether particles. Karen extended a delicate finger from his other hand, gently pressing forward. Boom. The moment Malachi's weapon made contact with Karen's fingertip, it shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Malachi stood dumbfounded, utterly astonished. To shatter his indestructible weapon with bare hands. Was this truly human? Chapter 95. Visitors from the future swallowing hard. Malachi swiftly distanced himself from Karen, casting a glance at the cursed warrior who had subdued Freya. A wicked smile crept across his face. "If you wish for her survival, it would be wise to hand over the ether particles." Karen scoffed, shaking her head disdainfully. "What happens to her is of no concern to me." Malachi's was momentarily taken aback by her words. This individual certainly was not adhering to the expected script. How could he navigate this predicament? "Please, I implore you to give it to him." At that moment, a rotund figure named Soul barged in, fixing an earnest gaze on Karen. "Karen, I beseech you, please hand over the ether particles." As he spoke, Soul attempted to kneel, but was promptly halted by a raccoon who had entered alongside him. "Hey, buddy, pull yourself together. The mistress is quite reasonable. You needn't." The raccoon suddenly seemed to realize something, quickly covering his mouth, his small eyes fixed on Karen, as if praying she had not overheard his words. "Oh," Karen mused, a knowing look passing over her features as she grasped the identities of the two intruders. Without hesitation, she cast the ether particles directly to Malachi's, who caught them deftly. Aware of the peculiar atmosphere, he wished to avoid further complications and signaled the cursed warrior to release Freya. The moment Freya was freed, she stared at Soul, bewildered. "How is it that in such a short time, my once robust son has become so portly?" Then, as if a realization dawned upon her, she murmured, "The sun god?" "Indeed," Karen affirmed with a nod. Their eyes met, and a shared understanding emerged between them. Freya paused in contemplation, then feigned ignorance of Soul and the raccoon, making her way outside. "Now, tell me, what is the situation with you two?" Karen inquired, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she approached Soul and the raccoon. "We have come for the reality stone," Soul declared before the raccoon could utter a word. "Very well, wait here." Without further ado, Karen vanished in an instant, reappearing with the ether particles securely in her grasp. "Here, make haste," she urged, passing the items to the raccoon. In the process, she couldn't resist gently ruffling the little creature's head, to which Rocket offered no resistance. "Thanks," he replied, and promptly seized Soul to teleport away. Karen silently counted down in her mind. 3, 2, 1. Steve's figure suddenly materialized. "Hello, Karen. Good to see you again," Steve greeted with a smile, tossing the ether particles into the air. Karen flicked her wrist, sending the particles to their rightful destination. Meanwhile, Malachi stared at the ether particles in his hand, which had vanished and reappeared, questioning whether he had merely imagined the phenomenon. All right, let us hurry and return the other stones. Karen gazed at Steve, who seemed poised to engage him in conversation, and with a mere wave of his hand, Steve vanished into thin air. At that moment, Jane had just regained consciousness, and Frigga re-entered the scene. Had the future Thor departed? Indeed, he had. Karen nodded before stepping outside. Jane approached Frigga, her curiosity piqued by the events that transpired during her unconscious state. Frigga, with nothing to conceal, recounted the tale succinctly. Jane's eyes widened in disbelief. It was not merely a dream. It was indeed Karen who had subjected her to such torment. The agony she had endured was excruciating, and reflecting upon it now sent a shiver down her spine. In the outside world, Malekith, having acquired the ether, ordered the Dark Elves to retreat. Their next destination was the nexus of the 9 realms, Earth. There, he would execute his grand scheme to subvert the universe. With the withdrawal of the Dark Elves, Asgard could consider this battle won. But what of the ether? It was indeed due to my actions that Malekith seized it. Frigga immediately stepped forward to accept the blame. Odin, with a single eye, regarded Frigga, concealing a sense of relief rather than reproach. If Odin bore no grudge against Frigga, the others would surely refrain from voicing any dissent. Nonetheless, the matter at hand required resolution, lest the Dark Elves prevail and plunge the 9 realms into unending chaos and darkness. Thor boldly volunteered, vowing to reclaim the ether. Odin nodded in agreement, issuing orders for him to take Loki along as a means of atonement. Soon, a throng gathered, preparing to return to Earth. Greetings, God of Time, Karen said with a mysterious smile as he encountered Loki once more. Loki's expression shifted instantly, his demeanor becoming serious as he regarded Karen. Thank you. The others, including Odin, were left perplexed, unable to decipher the silent exchange between the two. Karen, observing the depths of Loki's green eyes, understood his meaning and nodded slowly. With a wave of his hand, a portal to Earth opened. Thor, Loki, and Jane stepped through in succession, followed by a multitude of mutants. Once the group had departed, Queen Frigga approached Odin, casting a glance towards the spot where everyone had vanished. Do you think Loki may have some connection with this, son? She began. But Odin swiftly interrupted her. Do not speak such nonsense. His tone softened as he continued. The situation may be more intricate than we anticipate. Let us hope that it does not bode ill for Loki. With a deep sigh, Odin turned, guiding Frigga into the Great Hall, where he would once again enter the Odin sleep. On Earth, the moment Thor arrived, he promptly informed the Avengers of the situation. The other Avengers quickly assembled to respond. Indeed, the mutants chose not to return to Shurima. Instead, they remained and gathered a group of allies, preparing to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Avengers. Tony observed his aunt amidst the throng of mutants and felt an urge to voice his exasperation. He had suspected that this gathering was largely connected to her. To his astonishment, his assumption was swiftly validated. Hey, nephew, come over here. I'd like to introduce you to these individuals. Tony, speechless, glanced at the other Avengers before his armor propelled him directly into the crowd of mutants. The mutants, in turn, curiously scrutinized the flamboyant red armor. This is Apocalypse, one of the leaders of Shurima, a sage who has lived for 3 millennia. And this bald gentleman is Professor X. I trust you are aware that he has likely read your thoughts by now. Upon hearing Karen's words, Tony instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from Professor X. Through his research over the past few days, he had become well acquainted with the mutant's capabilities. His armor, at present, lacked the means to shield him from such abilities. Do not worry, Mr. Stark. I do not read thoughts indiscriminately, Professor X remarked with a hint of amusement. Tony, finding himself at a loss for words, felt a surge of certainty. He had indeed been mind-read. Chapter 96. The Best of the Arena. Mjolnir. Subsequently, Karen introduced Tony to a multitude of mutants. The others, aware of the rapport between Tony and Karen, held him in high esteem. Through this brief interaction, Tony discerned that this group of mutants indeed possessed commendable character, as described. At that moment, Steve approached with other Avengers in tow. Natasha and Hawkeye, having gleaned considerable intelligence from Tony's recent exchanges with the mutants, discreetly relayed their findings to Nick Fury. Steve stood before Karen, casting a glance at the other mutants, and inquired softly, the location of Malekith has been confirmed by Dr. Eric. Shall we depart now? Yes, you may proceed, Karen replied nonchalantly, dismissing the matter of Malekith with a wave of her hand, deeming her involvement unnecessary. Are you not coming? Tony questioned, puzzled, as he felt that having her presence might lend greater reliability to their endeavor. I shall not, Karen stated, and with that, she vanished from sight. The Avengers and mutants exchanged bewildered glances. Ahem, let us hasten our departure, Professor X interjected, prompting the group to refocus. Thus, the two factions set forth in grand procession. Within the confines of Karen's estate, she had prepared popcorn, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. She harbored no doubt that such a multitude would easily subdue Malekith. Her curiosity lay in the nature of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the others, guided by Dr. Eric's coordinates, swiftly arrived at the nexus between the 9 realms. Magneto and Apocalypse launched their assault with full force, wielding magnetic control and the ability to transform matter into sand. They erected a formidable barrier spanning nearly 10,000 kilometers, signaling that this would be the battleground. No dark elves would escape from here. The Avengers, witnessing such a grand display for the first time, collectively gasped. "My goodness, the energy output they just unleashed rivals that of the Hulk," Banner exclaimed, astonished as he monitored the readings. Inside his armor, Tony furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. "All right, it's time to engage," Steve said, patting Banner on the shoulder, tightening his grip on his shield and charging toward the Dark Elves. The other Avengers followed suit. With a roar, the Hulk made his entrance, leaping into the fray and effortlessly tearing apart several Dark Elves. The mutants, witnessing Hulk's ferocious combat style, were deterred from approaching him, each finding their own positions to swiftly dispatch the lesser Dark Elf warriors. Due to the ongoing convergence of the 9 realms, waves of frost giants and fire giants surged forth from the portal. At that moment, the Iceman and Fireman emerged as their unequivocal nemeses. If Karen were to describe the scene, it could only be summed up in 2 words: rampant slaughter. Indeed, before the Iceman and Fireman, the frost giants and fire giants appeared as feeble as mere chickens and dogs. For the others, confronting these 2 races proved to be a significantly greater challenge. Even formidable beings such as the Hedgehog and the Toadman have sustained injuries. Fortunately, the team is accompanied by a mutant medic who promptly attends to their wounds. On the other hand, Thor directly confronted Malekith, and none of the others intervened in this one-on-one duel. The mutants, having witnessed Thor's prowess, held a degree of confidence in him. However, as Thor engaged, he was swiftly overpowered by Malekith, who was augmented by ether particles, sending him flying in a single round. As fate would have it, Thor fell into a spatial rift and vanished from sight, leaving only his solitary hammer behind on the battlefield. Malekith cast a disdainful glance at the onlookers before preparing to unleash the ether particles, intending to plunge the world into darkness. At that moment, Storm intervened. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, pierced through Malekith, leaving him charred and smoldering. "Damn mortals!" Malekith roared, now thoroughly enraged, as he wielded the ether particle energy to strike back at Storm. "Be careful." Steve, positioned nearby, quickly stepped forward with his shield to block the incoming attack. The 2 were simultaneously hurled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground. Apocalypse, Magneto, Professor X, and Jean Grey swiftly joined the fray. Metal, quicksand, and dual psychic forces surged toward Malekith, catching him off guard with their peculiar assault. He was nearly rendered senseless by the onslaught of their mental energies. Fortunately, at that crucial moment, the ether particles erupted, providing him with protection. Despite sustaining severe injuries from the combined attacks, Malekith possessed the ability to alter reality through the ether particles, allowing his wounds to heal rapidly. This adversary proved to be quite troublesome. Logan seized the opportunity, positioning himself to deliver a fierce strike to Malekith's midsection with his claws. "Ah, mortal, you shall perish." Malekith bellowed in agony as a dark crimson energy erupted from within him, violently repelling Logan and leaving his body battered and broken. Those nearby gasped in alarm at Logan's plight. Only when they witnessed his wounds beginning to mend did they cautiously exhale in relief. Storm ascended into the skies, surrounded by crackling lightning, appearing as a true deity. In the next instant, the hammer of the Thunder God moved with swiftness into her grasp. Far off, Karen, watching the unfolding drama, couldn't help but commend the hammer's impressive display. Empowered by the Thunder God's hammer, Storm's strength surged to new heights. "Give me death," she roared as the hammer, infused with relentless lightning, charged towards Malekith. With a resounding crash, Malekith was sent hurtling over 1,000 meters, ultimately creating a massive crater upon impact. At that moment, the hammer spun around, inexplicably finding its way to Steve. In that fleeting moment, Steve seemed to resonate with the essence of Thor's hammer. Grasping the hammer's handle, he soared swiftly above Malekith. Without uttering a word, he summoned a bolt of lightning to strike down. Following this, his shield flew forth. With a resounding crash, Malekith, who had just regained his footing, was once again staggered. Boom. At that moment, Thor's hammer returned, sending Malekith hurtling through the air once more. Seizing the opportunity, Steve unleashed a relentless series of hammer and shield strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Malekith found himself utterly defenseless against Steve's flurry of blows. A splendid performance indeed. From a distance, Storm could not help but cheer at the spectacle. However, Steve understood that relying solely on his strength and wielding Thor's hammer to vanquish Malekith would prove too arduous. Thus, he deftly tossed the hammer towards Storm. "Here, behold my power." With the hammer in her grasp, Storm transformed once more into the embodiment of thunder. "Die," she proclaimed, as she concentrated all her might into a single strike of lightning, which instantaneously descended upon Malachi's head. Chapter 97. The Fate of the Ether Particles in an Instant. The world fell silent. Malachi's was utterly reduced to dust by that single strike, leaving only the ether particles, still pulsating in a rhythmic manner. In the distance, Karen observed Sol, who was still riding the subway on his way back, casting an unkind smile. In this round, she deemed Thor's hammer the mightiest, rendering Sol merely an accessory of little consequence. Loki, witnessing the antics surrounding Thor's hammer, wore an expression of profound complexity. With Malachi's demise, the Dark Elves lost their anchor. Subsequently, they were ruthlessly dispatched by the Avengers and a host of mutants, ultimately facing total annihilation. The battlefield was now left for cleanup. While most matters were manageable, the ether particles posed a significant dilemma. Perhaps we should send them to Aunt Karen? Tony suggested, breaking the silence. The others exchanged glances, agreeing that this approach seemed viable. No, I have a far better destination in mind, Sol interjected as he finally arrived at the battlefield, bellowing with vigor. He swiftly strode over to retrieve his hammer. My dear treasure, why did you not respond to my call? I traversed such a distance to find you. Sol tenderly caressed the hammer, sending shivers down the spines of those watching. Ahem, Sol, how do you plan to dispose of the ether particles? Steve coughed lightly, bringing Sol back to the matter at hand. Quite simply, I intend to send them beyond the 9 realms, to an ancient being. Fear not, it will be perfectly safe, Sol assured, patting his chest confidently. Although the others harbored doubts about the reliability of this method, they recognized that the ether particles were indeed relics of Asgard and, given their perilous nature, it was wise to send them far away. Thus, they reached a consensus. The Avengers and mutants each dispersed, returning to their respective abodes. Following his plan, Sol secured the ether particles and swiftly returned to Earth, embarking on an unabashed life with Jane. Odin, in response, could only shake his head in resignation, entrusting most divine affairs to his younger son, Loki. After careful contemplation, Loki accepted this burden. I say, old Odin, you might as well pass the throne to Loki, Karen remarked casually while munching on seeds. It's not that I doubt him. I reckon no one who knows him holds him in high regard. Odin remained silent, letting out a deep sigh. Frigga, observing the exchange, grew increasingly fond of Karen. However, as her gaze lingered, she felt compelled to leave, feeling a peculiar flutter. Oh. Do not Frigga wish to keep Karen a while longer, having already called for Loki's arrival. Upon returning to the estate, Karen encountered an unexpected surprise. Ah no. It is Nick Fury. What is the matter? Karen approached the lounge chair and gracefully reclined upon it. Nick Fury, with a furrowed brow, fixed his solitary gaze upon Karen. The group you suddenly summoned is rather challenging to manage. If things go awry, it could lead to chaos on a global scale. Karen, unfazed by Nick Fury's dire warnings, replied coolly, 5 seconds. If you don't get to the point, be on your way. Nick Fury scrutinized Karen for 2.5 seconds before he sighed heavily. The abilities of that group are diverse and peculiar. Do you possess any effective means to restrain them? Reluctantly, Nick Fury unveiled his true intentions. Means to restrain them? Karen shook her head. There is no need. They have competent overseers who will not pose significant troubles for humanity. You should be more aware of this than I. Nick Fury nodded. However, they are still mutants. Can they truly be relied upon? Rest assured, stop being so suspicious and focus on managing your beleaguered S.H.I.E.L.D. Karen dismissed him with a wave, promptly ejecting him from her estate. Standing outside the gate, Nick Fury sighed deeply before turning away. He had intended to recruit a cadre of mutants through Karen for his own purposes, but he had been cut short before he could voice his thoughts. It seems he would have to wait for another opportunity. Just as Karen settled back to bask in the sun after sending Nick Fury on his way, a portal abruptly opened before her. Reluctantly, she realized that the Ancient One had come to her unannounced. This surely indicated a matter of great urgency. The sun god, Dormammu, has arrived. Karen recalled that Dormammu seeking her out was supposed to happen years later. Why the premature visit? What is the situation? The Ancient One shrugged helplessly. One can only blame you for doubling the size of the Earth. Its allure to Dormammu has consequently increased as well. Karen had not considered that aspect. It appeared that this time, the fault lay with her. Yet, she truly felt disinclined to engage in any confrontation. Fighting was out of the question. She preferred to lounge and soak up the sun. Observing the placid demeanor of the Ancient One, an idea struck her. Lifting one hand, she drew forth a golden thread from her being, connecting the other end directly to the Ancient One, after which the entire thread vanished from sight. Well then, you are now effectively my half-representative. I trust you know what to do next without needing my instruction? Karen waved her hand dismissively, urging the Ancient One to depart swiftly. With a serene smile, the Ancient One nodded and opened a portal to leave. Before long, Karen sensed a surge of solar power within her. Clearly, the Ancient One had already engaged Dormammu in battle. With a flick of her wrist, a golden mirror materialized, revealing the scene of the Ancient One confronting Dormammu. It was evident that the Ancient One had quite the prowess when it came to dealing with Dormammu. The golden and black energies danced ceaselessly in his hands, forcefully pushing Dormammu back within the confines of an alternate dimension. In contrast to the brawls of mere mortals, this confrontation between two such entities appeared far less flamboyant. Instead, it was a clash of energies where the quality of power determined supremacy. With the support of Karen, Ancient One found herself not even needing to invoke the Eye of Agamotto during her battle with Dormammu. Karen, observing their turn-based combat for a while, grew increasingly disinterested and eventually succumbed to slumber. Yet, in that final moment, Karen did not forget to lend a hand to Ancient One. A thread of Phoenix energy flowed from his fingertips, silently augmenting the golden strands. Meanwhile, Ancient One, sensing the sudden influx of destructive solar energy, offered a faint smile. Subsequently, with one hand positioned behind her, she thrust her palm forward, summoning a radiant sun that surged forth to crush Dormammu. Chapter 98, Diana's Revelation. Ancient One, you wretched being. Whose power have you pilfered this time? Dormammu seethed, feeling the unreasonable pressure of energy bearing down upon him. Yet, the Ancient One remained unfazed, her voice tranquil. Depart. For that entity shall not permit your invasion of Earth. As she spoke, the sun in her grasp collided fiercely with Dormammu's immense form. The entire dimension nearly shattered under the force of this impact. It was evident that while the Ancient One feigned a warning, she would not shy away from annihilating Dormammu if the opportunity arose. Dormammu was grievously wounded by the blow. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated, enveloped in the dark void. However, in his withdrawal, he subtly left behind tendrils of his power, seeping through the fissures into Earth. The Ancient One noticed, but chose to feign ignorance. After employing the Eye of Agamotto to restore the battlefield, she returned directly to Kamartaj. Within Karen's manor, she enjoyed a most restful slumber. Yet, soon enough, matters arose that would trouble her. Apocalypse and Professor X had arrived at her doorstep. Both were well aware of Karen's disposition and wasted no time. They inquired whether she would execute the strategies they had previously devised for global governance. What strategies? Karen momentarily faltered, unable to recall their specific plan. Apocalypse reminded her, sending the Horsemen and the X-Men to assist in managing national security. Oh, that, Karen mused, her brow furrowing in thought. She harbored doubts that several major nations, including the United States, would acquiesce to such an approach. Let us adopt a voluntary system. I suspect those larger nations may resist your actions, but smaller countries might be more receptive, such as South Korea. Karen's implication was clear, and both Apocalypse and Professor X, being astute individuals, comprehended her meaning instantly. Very well. Without hesitation, they turned to leave. Karen rose, stretching languidly, a soft sigh escaping her lips. To prevent further disturbances, she teleported back to her modest abode on the second floor of the DC world. Kara. To her surprise, upon her return, Clark sought her out. What brings you here? Karen did not believe there was anything on Earth that Clark could not resolve. By the way, where is Diana? Karen inquired, puzzled that the inseparable duo was apart today. Actually, I was just about to mention that, Clark replied, his gaze evading hers, a hint of embarrassment evident. Oh, what about Diana? Karen dismissed her concern, thinking perhaps the couple had quarreled, a matter she deemed irrelevant. Well, Diana is expecting. Upon hearing Clark's words, Karen's brow knitted in confusion. Expecting what? Before she could receive an answer, her eyes widened in astonishment. Expecting? Subsequently, she firmly grasped Clark's shoulder, causing him a moment of discomfort. Are you serious? Clark, stifling his pain, nodded earnestly. Yes, for safety's sake, she has temporarily returned to Paradise Island. Huh? Then why don't you go? Karen inquired aloud. Aunt Karen, have you forgotten? Under your barrier, only Amazons may enter, not even I can. Unless you personally lead the way. Clark's tone revealed a hint of complaint. Every time, he had to wait a while before he could meet Diana. Oh, right. Karen then realized that this was not Clark's fault. With this thought, she seized Clark and instantly transported herself to Paradise Island. Upon arrival, Karen's gaze fell upon the visibly pregnant Diana. In that moment, her emotions became quite complex. After traversing through time, was she truly about to become a grandmother? Yet, she had only just turned 20 this year. Who could understand her intricate feelings? Beneath the crown of the sun god, the Amazonian warriors respectfully bowed upon seeing Karen's arrival. No need for formalities, Karen urged, quickly stepping forward to Diana. She gently touched her belly with utmost care. Under the crown of the sun god. There is no need to be so cautious. I am not a mortal, Diana replied, lifting Karen's entire hand to rest upon her own. In an instant, Karen felt the powerful pulse of new life within. Wonderful, 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 she exclaimed thrice, clearly elated. In the distance, Clark observed this scene, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Karen examined the little one's condition and, upon discovering the baby's surprising health, pulled Diana aside to sit. Turning to Clark, she said earnestly, you should stay on Paradise Island for the time being. Without hesitation, Clark nodded. There was nothing more important than Diana and her unborn child. Suddenly, an idea struck Karen, and she vanished without a trace. Wait, I will prepare a gift for the little one. When she reappeared, she found herself at the location of old Shazam. Under the crown of the sun god, welcome to your presence, old Shazam acknowledged, recognizing this powerful deity. Cut the pleasantries, my grandson is about to be born, and I require a portion of the divine power from all gods. Karen had no interest in idle chatter. However, under the crown of the sun god, that seems somewhat against the rules. Upon hearing his words, Karen simply laughed. Her request for their divine power was a clear acknowledgement of their worth. Yet he dared to mention rules. Old Shazam, you must understand that my rules are paramount. As she spoke, the solar divine power began to surge forth, as if ready to tear apart the grand hall in the next moment. Stop, stop, stop. Please, do not be angry. I will comply. Old Shazam, seeing the gravity of the situation, no longer dared to mention any rules. What use were rules when one was facing annihilation? Bring it to me, Karen commanded decisively. Old Shazam let out a helpless sigh and with a flourish of his robe, released the collective powers of the gods from the wand in his hand. Karen gazed at the numerous streams of divine energy, nodding in satisfaction. With a swift motion, he captured them all in his grasp. Subsequently, Karen cast forth a sun emblem. Your heir may seek me in times of need. Old Shazam held the sun emblem with utmost reverence, his voice imbued with sincerity. Thank you, your grace, for your blessings. Karen waved his hand dismissively and vanished from sight. He reappeared, having returned to Paradise Island. Come, see what treasures I have gathered. Karen laid out the divine powers of the gods, meticulously arranging them before Diana, Clark, and Hippolyta.